Well, we've had the spectacular opening ceremony at Celtic Park. Now it's time to get down to business. The competition starting right here. Glasgow 2014, the 20th Commonwealth Games are up and running at venues around the city and beyond. The Scottish Exhibition and Conference Centre on the banks of the River Clyde will be the busiest single location at the Games. The precinct is home to 6 sports. The Clyde Auditorium is known locally as the Armadillo, and alongside it the impressive SSE Hydro, all set to play a big part in the Games.
Welcome to the 20th Commonwealth Games. There'll be 4,500 athletes from all 71 nations and territories of the Commonwealth. There'll be 17 sports over 11 days of competition. There'll be 261 medal events, which includes 22 medal events for parasports. We have 288 days to take the Queen's baton to all nations and territories across the Commonwealth, traveling 190,000 kilometers. $16,000 tons of stone, tar, and rubber have been shipped into Hampden, and we've raised the track by 1.9 meters. There's only one Glasgow 2014.
David Grevenberg with some facts and figures about these Commonwealth Games. Here's another figure. There are 20 gold medals to be won on day one as competition gets underway. Here's what's coming up. The preliminaries of the badminton competition get underway at the Emirates Arena. The mixed teams group stage will be at the National Hockey Centre at Glasgow Green, where the first round robin group match is the women's meeting of Australia and Malaysia. Judo is back at the Commonwealth Games for the first time since 2002. Women's competition at 48 kilos, 52 and 57. Men's at 60 kilos and 66. We'll be off to the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome for the start of the track cycling event. Sir Bradley Wiggins will feature in the team pursuit. Triathlon returns to the Games schedule. It's staged at Cathkin Braes, and both the men's and women's individual events will be decided. Netball starts with Malawi against Northern Ireland, followed by the reigning world champions Australia playing Wales. Now here's someone who's making his presence felt at the Games. Meet the mascot.
I designed the mascot through a competition which was actually advertised on Blue Peter, and so my sister said I should enter it, so I did, and I sent my drawing off and then won. Kind of brief for the design, you had to include certain colours, and then obviously it had to be sporty because it's Commonwealth Games and it's in Glasgow, so it's got to be Scottish. Clyde's basically a thistle, so that's the Scottish flower, so I thought that was quite a good idea. Its top's a saltire with the logo in the middle, and when I drew him with a kind of winking face, and he was running, so he had a personality and he was sporty as well.
When we first saw Beth's drawing, there were two things that stood out. The first was that the drawing she'd done was a character that was in motion, so it was moving forward. And the second thing was that it had a wink, which we felt embraced the kind of cheekiness that you would expect from a working class city like Glasgow. Clyde's animations absolutely encapsulate the emotional attachment to sport. This was a character that was a trier. He didn't want to win at all costs, but he wanted to take part, and he wanted other people to take part and follow his example. And in the animations we've created and the way that we've represented him, that's the story we've tried to tell through him, is that sport is good for everybody and everybody should take part in sport.
So that's Clyde. There's a special tartan for Glasgow 2014. Let's hear from the youngster who designed it.
My name is Amir Mahmood. I go to Shawlands Academy and I designed the 2014 Commonwealth Games tartan. Shawlands Academy is a very colourful and diverse school, very thriving, friendly place to be. There are over 50 different languages spoken. I did get quite a lot of inspiration for the tartan design in terms of to represent all the colours which represent both Glasgow and Scotland. So you have the blue, white, yellow and red, and then the green is a homage to Glasgow being known as Deal Green Place. The tartan design will be worn by the presenters of medals, so it will be hopefully a big part of the Commonwealth Games.
Amir's design for the tartan for the Games is actually perfect because it's really young and vibrant and fun, and it enabled me to create a piece that was echoing that. I was really inspired by the use of Scottish textiles. I've worked a lot with Scottish mills in the past, and I just love the heritage of Scotland and Scottish fabrics and the quality. Glasgow's an incredibly stylish city actually. The women always get dressed up on a Friday night and everyone's got really beautiful clothes. So I thought I had to pay homage to that in some way. I didn't really want to do a big tartan ball gown. I wanted it to be a different slant on tartan. I wanted it to be quite fun and modern.
It's day one of Glasgow 2014, the 20th Commonwealth Games. Soon we'll be making our first visit to Strathclyde Country Park to the south of Glasgow between Motherwell and Hamilton, which hosted the rowing events at the 1986 Commonwealth Games, in which England's Stephen Redgrave won 3 gold medals. This time Strathclyde Park is home to the triathlon, a 1500 metre open water swim followed by a 40k bike ride and a 10k run. The local landscape is sure to present a major challenge. There are men's and women's individual competitions and a mixed team relay. Our first live action will be from the Emirates Arena in Glasgow's East End. It's the start of the badminton competition. First up, the mixed teams group stages, and home hopes are high.
My name's Robert Blair. I play badminton and represent it for Scotland.
My name's Imogen Bankier. I play badminton for Scotland. I absolutely love the Commonwealth Games. It's still to date one of my favourite tournaments I've ever been to, if not the favourite. I just enjoyed that you were in a huge team, you had a greater cause other than just yourself. I enjoyed the friendly atmosphere in Delhi. I got to quarter-finals in both ladies doubles and mixed doubles, and our team lost in the quarter-finals to England. But it was a good tournament for us anyway.
We're all feeling that Glasgow will be very special compared to the other events we've played. We've never had the chance to play in front of your friends and your family right on the doorstep. I think we really just want to put on a good show for everyone, and we've seen before in London how everyone gets behind the countries and really sort of lifts the mood of the nation for a while, so hopefully we can help do that for Scotland.
I think definitely the pressure will be increased with the fact that it's a home games, but that's a normal thing, and I think that all the athletes will have to cope with pressures and different situations. It really comes with your job, and positive will outweigh the negatives in terms of the pressure. I do think the home crowd will help.
It could be very good games for us, but you have to go there and perform, and you never really know in sport, but that's why we're all training so hard to try and make sure we do perform our best and give ourselves the best opportunity to get in there and get a medal, and it'd be very nice if that was gold.
Big excitement and anticipation inside the Emirates Arena, with the badminton competition about to get underway. Scotland against the Seychelles is one of our opening matches. Malaysia against Barbados. Kenya will play Uganda. India against Ghana. New Zealand up against Guernsey. Those are the opening 5 matches in the badminton, and our commentators will join them shortly, Julian Clark and David Mercer.
representing Ghana, Daniel Sam. Representing the Seychelles, Juliet Arwan and Georgie Kupadon. On court 3, please welcome representing Kenya, Lavina Sebastian Martin and Joseph McNeil Depitu, and representing Uganda, Wilson Security and Margaret Nankabira. On court 5, please welcome representing New Zealand, Oliver Lagan Davis and Susanna Lagan Davis, and representing Guernsey, Daniel Penny and Gail Roy. Ladies and gentlemen, official warm-up now begins.
So just preparing now in the warm-up. Scottish pair of Jilly Cooper. Just 26 years of age, but she is playing in her second Commonwealth Games. She is a Scottish Open champion from 2008, but she knows this event well. She got to the quarterfinals in Delhi in 2010. So Jilly Cooper, a relatively experienced player for Scotland, particularly compared to her doubles partner here, Martin Campbell. He's 23 years of age and is playing in a senior competition at this sort of level for the first time. He has been to a Commonwealth Youth Games, but this is Campbell's first senior competition in the Commonwealth Games. Juliet Arwan of the Seychelles. She is definitely a key player in this mixed event. She is 33 years old, has a lot of experience. And she has played in this event before, and her partner, who she's played alongside previously in the 2008 Olympics, is Georgie Kupadon. They got to the last 16 at the Olympics in 2008. And they also got to the last 16 in 2006 at the Commonwealth Games. So you see all the courts there, and we are watching the Group C match. So Scotland and Seychelles, and the others in their group, Guernsey and New Zealand. You would imagine, Jill, that Scotland would hope to get out of that group, wouldn't they?
Well, they're seeded too. They're in the number 5 seeds, but in my opinion, Group C is the toughest group of all, because, of course, New Zealand are the number 6 seeds. To have a group with the number 5 and 6 seeds is tough going.
So, Group C, the difficult one here. And then we have Grace Chia from Singapore, our umpire for this match. And there we have Diraj Gunedi, who will be watching the net, keeping an eye on everything that is happening as this match gets going. Final preparations. So
Ladies
the
and
players
gentlemen,
are ready.
on my right, Seychelles, represented by Juliet Awan and Georgie Cupidon. And on my left, Scotland, represented by Julie Cooper and Martin Campbell. Seychelles to serve. Georgie Cupidon to Martin Campbell. Love all, play.
Oh my goodness, that's a good shot from Cupidon.
One
Keeping
love.
the shuttle flat over the net. Very little backswing of the racket. Generated a lot of power.
Very swift start.
Service over. One
Scottish
all.
crowd will be cheering on the Scottish pair very loudly during this.
Good flick serve. And the Scottish pair very much in that rally in the standard formation of mixed doubles, which is to have the man at the back of the court. Obviously, men physically stronger than women, so we want their power from the back of the court. Women tend to be a lot more agile than the men, and therefore the twisting and turning at the front of the net suits their play very well. So obviously in mixed doubles it's the standard formation to try and have both players where they can use their physicality and their strengths. Yeah, well, everything right in that rally by the Scottish pair, apart from the final shot.
3 all.
Very obvious, though, in that rally, the way the Scots had the front and back formation, whereas the pair from the Seychelles were side by side, and it's always very obvious in badminton to see when a pair is on the defence because they do stand side by side.
And we do know that Awan and Cupidon have played together for a long time, so they understand each other's movement around the court very well.
Very much so. But that's quite simply too much power from Martin Campbell.
So the Scottish pair with a 5-3 lead in this first game. Slight mistake there from Cupidon.
6-3.
Yeah, I liked his previous shot, though, trying to find the mid-court area. I've already talked about how the woman in the partnership will try and go forward to the net, and the man at the back, which of course does leave a bit of a space in the mid-court area. Yeah, that one there.
They are looking to exploit that. The Scottish pair going down the middle
7-3
to take a 7-3 advantage.
Yeah, we call this attacking play down the centre of the court. We call it channel attack. And there's two reasons for that in doubles. The first being that you confuse your opponents as to who of the two is supposed to defend the smash down the middle. The second reason is that it narrows the angle of reply, so that if you're smashing down the centre of the court, your opponents can't find acute angles, and therefore there's a very good chance of involving your net player to intercept at the net.
Cooper has been good at intercepting.
Service over. 4-8.
But that one from Campbell, not a good shot.
I'm sure he's a little bit nervous. That'd be understandable,
I think you
wouldn't
can,
it?
you can see that, can't you,
Yeah.
in his face a little bit.
Oh my goodness, that's good play from Julie
Service
Cooper.
over. 9-4.
Well, she made it look easy, but I can tell you that kill on the backhand side, virtually no backswing of the racket, and yet racket arm outstretched, taking the shuttle early. That was magnificent.
Oh, excellent play from the Scottish pair.
4.
They are leading this first game, not 10 points to 4.
Oh, that's a shocking serve. Dear me.
Very
Service
high,
over.
allowed Cupidon straight in.
5-10.
Yeah, the serve, return of serve and third shot in doubles is just so important.
Service over. 11-5. Interval.
So the players should have calmed down a little bit now. They've started, have got their feet. They know the crowd behind them, this Scottish pair of Campbell and Cooper. And they have the 11-5 lead. So they get their coaches to have a quick word at the change. The Seychelles pair.
1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Definitely the key pairing for them in the mixed team event.
Yeah, and I think that the Seychelles, their players are really going to have to work hard during this team competition. They've only brought 2 women players. So, of course, the 2 women are going to have to play 2 matches within every single tie.
11-5.
So one of them will play singles. They will obviously play women's doubles together. And the one who's not played singles will have to play the mixed doubles. And it's a tough schedule.
It is a tough schedule, so Juliette Elwan
12,
will be swapping with Camille. Alison Camille during this first 5 matches of the mixed team event.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Courage to come forward from Cupidon.
6-12.
He's a very physical athlete. You can see he's a tall man.
It's a very different build as well for badminton players. A lot of power there.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the delights actually of our sport. I mean, our current world number 1, who sadly isn't here at the Commonwealth Games, Lee Chong Wei from Malaysia. He's recovering from injury. He's only about 5'7". Very lean athlete. You look at tennis players recently at Wimbledon, and quite frankly, unless you're over 6 foot tall for a man, it's very difficult indeed. So there's a definite body shape for some sports. In badminton, we have the ability that, of course, a tall athlete can use their height well to get the angles on the overhead smashes and fast drops. A shorter player tends to be much better in defence. So advantages for all sorts of shapes and sizes.
And that variety is good for the popularity of the game all around the world as well, which
Very
we're
much
seeing
so.
at this Commonwealth Games. So the Scottish pair 15-8 ahead in this first game.
It's a lovely return. He held that shot and then at the last moment just twisted the racket head, creating the deception. Very good indeed.
Service over. 16-9.
They seem to have lost the shuttlecock, I think. Cooper trying to find it. It's disappeared underneath the umpire's chair. Don't have anyone scurrying around for them. Cooper recovering it and carrying on.
That's a lovely change of pace. We saw earlier in the game, didn't we, Julie Cooper play a really fast shot from the front of the court. There on the backhand side, just taking the pace off, as indeed she did with that winning interception on her forehand side. Good variation.
18-9.
So 18-9, 3 points away from taking the first game. The odd mistake creeping in from Cupidon.
Hasn't quite
Service
found
over.
her rhythm
10,
on the low
19.
serve, Julie Cooper.
Service over.
Some of the service
20.
problems to
Game
do with the
point,
domination
10.
of Cupidon when he's close to the net when they're serving.
Quite possibly.
Service over. 11.
Just 1
20.
point away, the Scottish pair from the first game. And that is it. 21-11.
First game won by Scotland.
Campbell and Cooper
11.
and the crowd enjoying that as well. Jill, what do you see the Seychelles pair needing to do? There doesn't seem to be a huge difference between the two at the moment, the two pairings.
No, I think certainly if the pair from the Seychelles, what they really need to do is try and get one further forward to the net and really challenge Jilly Cooper. And Jilly Cooper at the moment, her dominance from the front of the court has been supreme. So really, in mixed doubles, of course we all get thrilled and love to see the power play from the men and the big power smashes. But it's actually the woman in
At the hockey, the Australian team paying their respects pre-match after the Malaysian airline tragedy. And in the match itself, Australia are ahead by a goal to nil. Great strike from Jodie Kenny into the top corner. Australia ahead against Malaysia by a goal to nil.
Scottish pair, one game up.
Hot 1, 20
Let's see
seconds.
if
Hot 1,
Cooper
20
can improve
seconds.
this serving. Game 2, back to start.
Second game. The ball. Play. Service over. 1 love.
No need to say anything about that. No. Everybody's got the
over.
wobbles on the serve.
All.
It is so vital, and this is the problem. You know it's of such importance. If the low serve is loose over that net, you know it's going to be severely
1.
punished, and therefore you literally try and make the shuttle skim over the net.
Service
Trying to be
over.
so accurate
2
is
all.
obviously so difficult.
It is a skill that they have spent years honing, and they all seem to be
Service over.
letting themselves down a little
3,
bit in this second
2.
game.
Yeah, now that's a nice serve. That will improve her confidence. Classic mixed doubles rally. Well worked by the Scots.
4-2.
Channel attack from Martin Campbell. A smash down the centre of the court narrowed the angle of reply, and therefore Jilly Cooper able to intercept. Oh, that's nice.
He's very deceptive with his
Service
shots,
over.
Cupidon, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got nice skills.
3-4.
Yeah, watch his racket head here. He slices across the shuttle, across the feathers. Racket head has to come through so quickly because it's a glancing blow across the feathers of the shuttle, and therefore you think it's going to be a power play.
Service over.
But of course, with the extra spin
5,
created, the shuttle
3.
dies very quickly.
Well, they won that point despite the clash of rackets.
6-3.
Yeah, queuing up for that.
They've actually been calling very well, the Scottish pair, to make sure they leave shots if they want to pass it across.
Seven, 3.
So the Seychelles pair need to switch things around, do something different here.
Oh, good rally. My goodness me. Flat, fast exchanges.
8-3.
Look at that.
Very well played. And we see Cooper again doing what you've been talking about, dominating at
9-3.
the net.
She's so sharp. Technically, she's so good as well. Very, very little movement of the racket head, but the racket is always out ready. Look, even on the while her partner is serving, she's so
Service over.
eager. She's
4,
anticipating
9.
things. It's not just a question of serving. She's thinking about where the third shot will be, where the return will come. She needs to be ready.
Service over. 10-4.
And Scotland with that 10-4 advantage and a one-game advantage against the Seychelles. I think Campbell's confidence seems to
11-4.
be
Interval.
rising now that they've got this big advantage.
Yeah, look at this beautiful skill. You don't do that unless you're full of confidence. Really checking the shot at the last moment to play the deceptive drop. And Cupidon really not able to use explosive power to get that one.
So Ginny Cooper and Martin Campbell playing together at this Commonwealth Games. Cooper has been involved in this team event before in 2010 when she reached the quarterfinals, but Campbell new to the senior event in the Commonwealth Games. He's played in the youth version of this previously in 2008 and he won a bronze medal. But a lot of competition for this Scottish team for the home Commonwealth Games.
These Commonwealth Games, was that in Pune in India?
2008, I think. Yep.
Yep.
Eleven, 4. Play.
There's the mid-court shot. Yeah. Well, he won't
Service
be happy
over.
with himself there, Martin Campbell, having
5,
worked the rally
11.
so well.
Good touch from
Service
Cupidon,
over.
not quite coming
12,
off,
5.
particularly when he's near the net.
Superb. Absolutely brilliant
13,
from Ginny
5.
Cooper. Really launching herself towards the net. Look at her movement here.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Excellent. It's very interesting seeing the dynamics between the two teams as well. A lot of talk, a lot of chat, a lot of calling for the
14,
Scottish pair.
5.
not the same from the Seychelles pairing, but they have played together for a long time.
Good deception. Catherine, you were noticing that from Martin Campbell a little earlier, and now he's becoming more and more creative. The confidence is growing, he's over the nerves. And now, an absolute delight to watch. Certainly if you're a Scottish fan.
Crowd certainly enjoying this.
16-5.
And they probably will be making a bit of a difference to Campbell and Cooper as well, having the home crowd around them.
Yeah, 7 of the last 8 points going the Scottish way. Yeah, there we are, down the centre again from Martin Campbell. The reply, here comes the smash. There it is. And the alert Ginny Cooper as ever at the net in the right place at the right time to intercept.
18-5.
And they're starting to run away with this, the Scottish pair. 3 points away. .21 minutes of play so far in this match between Scotland and the Seychelles in the mixed team event.
Nicely done.
20.
Well, just
Match
proving
point
that she
5.
too has the capability of hitting winners from the back of the court. Nice play from Ginny Cooper. Match point opportunities. Only needed the one.
They did it on the first. All over for the Scottish pair. Crowd cheering them on. 21-11, 21-5. 2 straight games in just 22 minutes.
Let's leave the badminton for a moment because another goal in the hockey, another goal for Australia against Malaysia. Jodie Kenny scored the first, and this is her long hit, which is diverted in by Kelly White. And the reigning champions, Australia, from 4 years ago, are ahead by 2-0.
Lead the court. Lovely cheer for the 2 Scottish players. As they go all the way along the court. And the crowd did enjoy that. 21-11, 21-5, a dominant Scottish pair. So they have their first game. Campbell and Cooper. In this Group C. So Scotland have the first advantage. And Campbell and Cooper, the winners, with some excellent play. Their confidence grew throughout the match. Slightly nervous start, as you would expect on day 1 of competition at the Commonwealth Games, particularly in front of their home crowd. But Owan and Couperidon had their own excellent moments. But the strength and touch of Campbell and Cooper means they are the winners of the first of the 5 matches in the mixed teams event. As Jill was saying earlier, a very difficult group, this Group C. So the Scottish pair will be pleased to have come away with an opening victory. A straight games victory, 21-11, 21-5. Martin Campbell and Jilly Cooper beating Georgie Couperidon and Juliette Owan. And a nice applaud for the crowd.
So plain sailing for the Scotland mixed doubles team in their opener against the Seychelles. Let's switch courts and head for the match between Malaysia and Barbados. It's Peng Soon Chan and Lai Pei Jing of Malaysia against Andre Padmore and Shari Watson of Barbados. The first game ended 21-11 to the Malaysian pair. Let's join it at the start of the second game.
The Barbadian coach, incidentally, is Athelston Ford.
Code 2, 20 seconds. Code 2, 20 seconds. Second game, love all, play. One, love.
That's what you want your lady to do, dominate in the net position.
Yeah, she's a very important part of mixed doubles because, as she says, she's setting up the whole rally. If she's controlling the nets and controlling that front of the court, you will get a lot of initiative from that.
Where's that?
She's hand signaling.
Telling her partner which way she's going to serve?
Yes, absolutely. But again, in all honesty, I've seen this for a long time. And sometimes I think they do 3 different signals, but still serving the same serve. To be very, very honest, I'm not sure it's always working.
4, love. Ball. 5, love.
So quickly out to a 5-love lead in this second game, the Malaysians.
Yeah, that's very well played by the Malaysian combination here. As we said earlier, very traditional, classic, setting it up for one another, and that's what it's all about.
7, love.
Already getting away from the Barbadians now.
Yeah,
7 love.
They have to watch out.
Nice little drop.
Love.
Yeah, but I think very well defended by Watson there, because she was sort of making the move, and that defensive shot she played with a forehand, and she was very committed to that forehand, but it came there, and her opponent Peng Soon didn't see it, so I think that was a clever little move. That was well done.
So the Barbadians are on the scoreboard. at 1-8 after that error on the serve.
And then the cross-court smash once again.
Certainly the flick serve that time from Watson really fooled Chan.
Yeah, he caught him.
Service over. 9-2. Ten, 2.
Now, for once he didn't go for the cross-court smash, he went for the
It was because
clear.
yeah, the lady was standing straight, so he was choosing not to go cross-court, playing Peng Sun.
4-10.
She's just 21 years of age, playing in her first Commonwealth Games. Her partner finished 4th 4 years ago in the mixed doubles individual. That horrible situation of losing the bronze medal playoff.
Yes. It's never nice. Not only did you lose the semi-final, but then you also lose the playoff. So that's the worst of worst.
11-4 then as we reach the mid-game interval. Let's have a look at some of the defensive skills which are so necessary as well. Constant aggression from Lei.
Code to 20 seconds. Code to 20 seconds. 11-4. Play. Twelve, 4.
Just a little wild from Padmore that time.
Yeah, he had a good smile on his face, he knew it.
14.
That's very well played by Lei. That's really exploiting that mid-court area as well. So that's well played.
15-4.
That was very well played by Lei, because it was so easy just to lift it, but she chose to play for the initiative and play back at the net, and she really did play well, because her opponent was standing up there waiting for it, and still she played it, which I think was really, a very good sign of good confidence. But as you said earlier, tall order to get into double figures here.
Yes.
That rally was almost 2 against 1.
Yeah.
But still 1-1. Lei won it, and she was under pressure. She played that half court the whole time, and they were clearing, attacking, and dropped shots and all that. And she defended it really well, and she actually played the rally 2 against 1 and won it. So it's a good play. have another rally exactly the same. Kind
Just
of
too long?
textbook. Yeah, that was too long.
19-4.
You can see she's having a small smile on her face. You know, she's laughing a little bit because of this very, very traditional way of playing.
Match point 4.
Lovely situation of having 16 match points.
Yeah, chances are you will win it.
Only 15 more to save.
Yeah, only.
20.
Oh, that's nice. That's really... There's no doubt that's his favorite shots from that angle cross court. He loves to play those shots, and he's doing it really well.
Oh, that's a sad way to end with a service fault. So 21-11, 21-6, the margin of the Malaysians' victory in the first match of this tie.
Another goal at Glasgow Green in the hockey. We'll be back to the badminton shortly, but Australia are now 3-0 up against Malaysia. Georgina Parker, great bit of finishing for the third goal, plays for the North Coast Raiders in Perth, and that's a third goal for the reigning champions. In great shape, 3-0 up now against Malaysia.
11-2.
So back to the badminton we go. It's Scotland against Seychelles in Group C. Kieran Merrilees against Kervin Gieslane. And as you can see, 11-2, now 12-2 up.
Yeah, you can see a bit of strapping on Merrilees' right leg as well, can't you?
13-2.
He has the flesh-coloured bandage just down the inside of his right thigh.
14-2.
And I wonder what that's for, whether that's a new injury problem.
15-2.
Maybe it's a comfort blanket. Doesn't look like he needs it though. Merrilees with a 15-2 advantage.
16-2.
And he is absolutely in control of this first game. The young Scottish player.
Yeah, the lift from Gieslane, not nearly deep enough. Way to see how deep the lift is to watch the feet of the player about to hit the overhead shot, and that was nowhere near the back of the court for Merrilees. Missed it, just wide.
18-2.
So Gieslane scratching his head there as he goes 19-2 down in his first game. Just 2 more points for Merrilees to take the first game. And that's the first of the 2 that he needed.
20. Game point 2. Game.
And that is the first game to Kieran Merrilees of Scotland against Kervin
First game
Gizlan
won
of the
by
Seychelles.
Scotland, 21-2.
Dominating that first game, really. Jill, not a lot that Gizlan can do.
No, I think there's in all honesty, there's a huge gulf in ability here between the two men on court. But I'm sure Chris Brule there, the coach, will be very keen that Merrilees makes this as efficient as possible, given the fact that I suspect he will be selected for tonight's match against Guernsey as well, and the programme in badminton really is full on. Here we are, day one of competition at the 20th Commonwealth Games, and badminton finishes on the day of the closing ceremony, every day.
It's a very full schedule,
yeah.
isn't it? This is the point with which Merrilees took the first game. Just out, well, not just, quite wide, in fact, from Gizlan. So we've had the opening ceremony, and today is the first day of competition. The mixed team event taking place in the Emirates Arena, which was built for this Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, and isn't it a magnificent venue too? First time it was used for badminton was at the Scottish Open last November.
Court 1, 20 seconds.
Scottish Open,
Court 1,
one
20
of the
seconds.
Grand Prix events on the World Tour. It was a huge success. It's a wonderful venue. And certainly it's a venue that everybody is hoping will be a legacy and used for badminton in the future. I know that there's a bid in at the moment for the World Mixed Team Championships in 2017.
One love.
And I haven't had a chance to speak to many of the players so far this week, because of course at these sort of events, the security, we're all kept separate from the athletes, aren't we? But what athletes I have managed to speak to, they love this arena. It's absolutely perfect for them as far as playing conditions are concerned.
Oh, great shot there from Gizlan.
It's over. 1, 2.
Yeah, now that's going to do his confidence a world of good. Yeah, that too.
2.
So 2-all in the second game, the first time that Gizlan has been anywhere near level with Merrilees.
It's over.
Occasionally seems as if Gizlan rushes a little bit too much.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Coming forward to the net, isn't it? There's a couple of times he's completely mistimed the shuttle. I don't know whether he's, from his peripheral vision, he's seeing Merrilees coming forward and maybe threatening the net area, and he's just changing his mind at the last moment to try and lift the shuttle to the back of the court. But I've noticed that as well. A couple of errors coming forward.
It's over. 3, 4.
Plenty of noise in the arena though. It's not quite full. 6,000 can fit in here. Day one of competition.
It's over.
First session in the
5,
morning.
3.
But because Scotland are playing, I think that has added to the atmosphere and the number in the crowd.
Oh, well, that's an ambitious shot to try.
6, 3.
High backhand, attempting the cross-court smash. Gizlan, there we go. And the problem for any badminton player when you're forced to play that high backhand from the back of the court is you turn and you've got your back to the net, so you can't see the court, you can't see your opponent.
Very difficult.
7-3.
Yeah, technically difficult as well. That's nicely done, so isn't it, from Merrilies? Very alert.
This match is being dictated by Kieran Merrilies. The pace changes when he wants it to at the moment.
3.
And he has an 8-3 lead in the second game, having taken the first game by 21-2. And we've been playing for 14 minutes, so you can tell from that how quickly he is moving along in this match.
Nine, 3. Out.
Yvette Lowe, the other Scottish
Over.
coach there.
4-9.
There they are. Good to see her back here in Scotland. We have one or two family issues that sadly she's had to sort out.
Tips over. 10.
Highly respected
4.
coach, Yvette Lowe, formerly from China. Had a spell coaching in Australia and then coaching the England team and the GB team.
11.
I was about to mention it's a very strong Scottish team camaraderie-wise, due to some of them not being part of the GB team anymore because they wanted to concentrate on these Commonwealth Games. Very important for them with the home crowd to make sure they were here and able to play.
Yeah, and I agree wholeheartedly with their desire. There was a bit of a difference of opinion, as you say, from the a man who used to be in charge of GB badminton, and he felt that players should be focusing more on other events, and it got to such a stage that some of the Scottish players actually left the GB programme.
20 seconds.
So at the break, 11-4, Kieran Merrilies leads Kervin Gislan.
11-4. Play.
Merrilies, 24 years of age, playing in his second Commonwealth Games.
There's a nice backhand. It's a good rally. Yeah, it's a very good rally.
Best rally of the match so far.
Yeah, without any shadow of a doubt.
12-4.
But the same result. Merrilies taking the point. Set that up perfectly, didn't he, Merrilies?
I think his net play all the way through this match so far has been nigh on perfect. Look at the way he's in absolute perfect body control as he lunges forward to the net, and because his movement is so controlled, he can then play such a precise, tight spinning net shot.
13.
I personally believe that in men's singles nowadays at the very elite level, it's the net play that is perhaps the decisive factor, because if you can control the net, you can force a short lift, and then you can use the power play, as we see a perfect example of what I'm talking about in this rally. And look at the way, by the time he's landed, his body weight has been transferred. He's coming back towards the centre of the court again. Really is wonderfully controlled movement from Merrilies.
15-5.
5.
Merrilies leads in the second game.
Yeah. Well, Merrilees has been so alert to all the pushes down his forehand side. Another good rally.
It's over.
It's Gislan who gets the point.
16.
Both of these players were at the Commonwealth Games in Delhi 4 years ago.
Yeah, there's the tight spinning net shot once again from Merrilees, doing the damage.
It's over. 17. 6.
Yeah, they're looking pretty relaxed now, aren't
I was
they?
about to say they might even be chatting about the next match.
Yeah, for once, the Gislan getting the better of the push down the forehand side.
17.
And that was interesting because he pushed deep into the forehand twice, 2 shots running. And got his weak reply. That's nice.
It's over. 18. 7.
Just 3 points away now. Gislan. Sorry, Merrilees. From winning this stretch.
Yeah, giving him some of his own medicine there, Gislan.
It's over. 8. 18.
Look at that. So tight to the net.
So close to the net.
It's over. 19. 8.
Match point for Merrilees.
I was a little bit worried there after that rally.
point.
Looked to me as if Merrilees was just testing out his knee.
And that is it. Merrilees takes the second game, 21-8. After taking the first, 21-2. And it was 21 minutes.
Match won by
Forward
Scotland.
match.
21-2, 21-8.
Very confident, very dominant display. Beating Gislan. So Scotland have a 2-love lead against the Seychelles.
On court 2, please welcome representing Malaysia, T. Jing Yi, and representing Barbados, Mariana Eastman.
The Merrilees just packing up. Scottish fans will give him a big cheer when he leaves the court. They're enjoying this first morning because they are seeing their side, their home nation, winning matches in the mixed team event. Merrilees leaving the court, having won his singles match against Kevin Gislan of the Seychelles. (21-2, 21-8).
So that's a good win in the badminton for Scotland's Kieran Merrilees. And also in that mixed team event, Malaysia with a 21-6, 21-7 victory against Barbados. And just confirmation of the scoreline in that Scotland-Seychelles match, 21-2, 21-8 in favour of Merrilees, Group C of that group play stage. As we head to the Scottish Exhibition and Conference Centre for the judo, it's the preliminary round of 32 at the 66 kilo category, and it's Andreas Krasas of Cyprus against Alex Aboko of Ghana on mat 2.
Yeah.
Really gripping up. Oh, lovely. Ujimada, perfect ippon. Beautiful, beautiful throw. Fantastic fist count. Well done. Perfect throw.
That was beautiful, wasn't
Beautiful.
it? Mohammed Fikri of Malaysia takes the opening contest.
And in the blue judo gi, representing Barbados, Asa Withers. A rapid fire and then on mat 2 to Asa Withers from Barbados. Next on mat 1 in the men's under 66 kilos. In the white judo gi representing Malta, Jeremy Saywell. In the blue judo gi representing India, Manjit Nanda. Coming up to match 2 now in the men's under 66 kilos. In the white judo group.
We're going to leave the judo at the moment. Apologies to those of you who weren't hearing commentary on that. But there's been another goal in the hockey for Australia against Malaysia. Georgina Parker scored goal number 3, and she has just scored goal number 4. 2 for Parker. Kenny and White on the score sheet as well. And it is now 4-0 for the reigning champions against Malaysia on the opening day of the hockey competition. Opening day in badminton as well. It's the mixed team event. Scotland off to a great start against Seychelles, and we rejoin it now.
University in Scotland.
Service over, 10.
Studying sports science, I understand.
Well, she shouldn't be too nervous with that start. 11-4 at the break. Findlay, how much does it help for someone who is young and maybe a little bit more inexperienced to have seen the first 2 matches being won by Scotland?
It's really odd, and I can't emphasise this enough, because of course we are fundamentally an individual sport. There's one player on court at a time, unless you've got a doubles pair. Of course there's 2 on the court for your team, but it's the result of an individual match that goes towards the team score, and therefore there's no logical reason why your performance independently is affected by what's gone before you, but it is tremendously affected. And the fact that Scotland are 2-love up already in the overall tie means that she will be full of confidence. She will be wanting to take the team home, as it were.
11.
Best of 5 matches within the tie, but of course within the group stage, even if a team is 3-love up, you play the remaining matches. That's not the case when we get to the knockout stage of this mixed team competition. She's made another error of judgment on that forehand side, hasn't she?
Service over, 5.
Is that just an inexperience?
I think it's probably more nerves.
Service fault called.
Service fault called again, once again struck above the waist, indicates the service judge.
There are 5 courts in this arena, so applause from the other courts, possibly distracting the players a little bit.
I don't think so. I think all badminton players are so used to it. Yeah. One of the big differences, of course, with tennis, isn't it? Where, you know, you just have one court enclosed and the fans just watching that one match. In badminton, this is very normal sort of scenario.
Just trying to find an excuse for Alison Camille's bad serving.
Yeah, nice neck shots from both players.
14. 5.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Good net exchange.
Very strong flicked shot from Camille.
Service over, 6. 14.
Yeah, she's seemed slightly hesitant there, Camille.
6.
Should have lunged forward. The obvious shot was the straight block. Just finding the net. That's nice. Oh, she's got nice
60.
movements.
6.
Finlay.
Yeah, Rebecca Finlay.
16-6
Yeah.
ahead. 7 minutes of play. Well, just 3 points now for Finlay to take this first game.
6.
Camille is also playing in the women's doubles later on in this team event.
Ambitious
19.
return of serve.
6.
Camille's demeanour is
20. Game point.
interesting. She just sort
6.
of saunters around the court. Not saunters, it's not quite the right word. It's quite a slow movement. Excellent save
Service
from
over.
Camille
7.
on a game point.
20.
Oh my goodness. Round the back shot from Camille, but in the end, to no avail.
Rebecca Finlay of Scotland taking that first game 21-7 against Alison
First
Camille.
game won by Scotland.
She is
21-7.
pushing for that Scottish victory in this mixed team event, knowing, confident that behind her there are already 2 Scottish victories in the mixed doubles and in the men's singles.
When you bring her back and make one twist turn, she's very slow at. We have opportunity, you see the cut shots, and mix with the different bodies. It's good as well because then you get a chance more control in it. Still start the serving, backhand serving. Okay, you want to start the game from a net. Okay, and your net much better than her. All right, keep the positive movement. Everything doing good. All right.
Bit of a team chat.
Yeah, Yvette Lowe, very interesting. She said, your opponent, she was really quite blunt. I don't know if everybody managed to hear that, but certainly what I picked up was she said, your opponent is slow, twisting and turning. Keep doing that. She also advised to keep the low serve going on the backhand action, which I find very interesting indeed, because for many years now, the men's singles players have been using that, and now we've got the women's singles following the same sort of tactical use of technical shots. And Graham always moving on, always improving.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
So, Rebecca Finlay of Scotland, 1 game ahead of Alison Camille of the Seychelles.
Play.
In the mixed team event, this is a Group C match.
1 love.
Oh, look at that defence. That is absolutely delightful. Just swayed her body out of the way, gave herself the freedom to play the shot. Yeah, lovely. Guided the shuttle into the open space.
So Choices of Camille are just one step too short each time. And it has very quickly got to 4-love in this second game. It's difficult to see how Camille can bring herself back into this match.
Oh, it's a much better return of serve, and I think she needs to try and put more pressure on the Scottish player.
2-4.
Slightly concerned about Camille's movement. She might have just tweaked a muscle or something. Well, that's the perfect return of serve. Shuttle hit the top of the net and rolled over. Yeah, perfect.
6-2.
6-2 now.
Just wide.
She's got the judgment right now, hasn't she? In the first game, a couple of shots that Findlay left that she shouldn't have done, but she judged that correctly.
Service over. 3-7. Service fault called.
Oh my goodness
Service
me.
over.
Another service fault called, and once again it's for struck above the waist. Now I make that 3 times that Camille has been faulted on her low serve.
Service over. 4-8.
Yeah, need to have a little look at this. Well, that's perfectly legal. I would have said that's okay. I should perhaps just explain about the rule and the definition of struck below the waist, because it's probably not what you and I would call a waist. We'd probably go up a couple of dress sizes, I tell you, if that was the case. It's below the lowest rib. That's the definition in badminton of a waist. So just in case there's a few people confused, saying that looks above the waist to me.
You have to judge the lowest rib, don't you?
Service over. 5.
Yes, and this is why we have the dedicated service judge, because it is very difficult to tell. And there's been a lot of talk about how the service judging can become more consistent. This is good rally. And how the service judges actually recognise where that lowest rib is, whether there should be a marking on the shirt, whether they should use technology. In some events in World Badminton, we have instant review system very similar to tennis, and now in football, whether the ball has crossed the line, and we have that technology to tell whether the shuttle is in or out.
5.
And they want to use that technology maybe for the serve as well.
Yeah, technology changing a lot of sports. As they go into the break, 11-5. Rebecca Findlay with the lead. 21-7. Findlay took the first game. This is the third match between the Seychelles and Scotland. Camille not looking very happy there.
No, her whole body language with the coach is not good. There's no eye contact, and, you know,
20 seconds.
not good, as you say.
20 seconds.
She just doesn't seem to have settled out here at all, Camille. She will be back out again later. And she has had experience at Commonwealth Games before, despite just being 22 years of age.
11-5. Play. Service over. 6-11. Service over, 12-6.
Yeah, nice smash.
Getting a little nod
Service over,
from the coaching
7,
staff.
12.
Camille with that shot.
It's wide by a whisker.
9, 12.
Oh, what a great call by the line judge. That indeed was a very good call. I thought initially maybe that was a little of a harsh decision, but seeing it again, the line judge absolutely
Service
spot on.
over, 13, 9. Fourteen.
14-9. Finlay.
Service over, 10, 14. Service
Camille not able to get to that.
15, 10.
That gives Finlay a 15-10 lead in this second game.
$16, 10.
There's not a lot for the Scottish coaches to say, apart from keep going to Finlay.
Yeah, now that's courageous play from Finlay.
17, 10.
Because she missed with the smash down her opponent's forehand side. What was it, 3 or 4 points ago, something like that? Yeah, really on the march once again.
18,
Scottish player.
Skimming the net. Both players in that rally.
10. Match point.
And that brings up
10.
match point for Finlay.
Service over, 11, 20.
Yeah, just makes it last a little bit longer with that shot.
Game.
But there is the result. Rebecca Finlay beating Alison Camille 21-7, 21-11.
21-11.
And that gives Scotland a 3-love lead.
Yes, that's 3 wins out of 3 then for Scotland against Seychelles in the mixed team event. A smile on the face of Rebecca Finlay. Let's leave the badminton for the moment and head to the Scottish Exhibition and Conference Centre for judo, and a painful end here in the men's 66 kilos match in the preliminary round of 32. Rexley Thiel of Vanuatu against Matthews Punza of Zambia. He did get knocked down, but he did get up again as well. Painful defeat in that one, as we head for live judo now, and it's Christos Trikomitis of Cyprus against Welshman Brandon Dodge in the men's 60 kilos category. And Brandon Dodge has just won that one.
Saying we're more flexible, Neil.
Absolutely.
Not this one, I'm afraid.
Next contest out. Ahmed Sayed Magogu of Tanzania is going to be wearing blue. Daniel Lagrange.
Right, that fight's not happening, it seems.
Well, we've got a different fight coming up.
Next match.
Amagiri, then Razak Amagiri coming out wearing blue against Tony Lomo.
Solomon Islands.
And Tony Lomo is in white. Amagiri of Ghana. One or two very, very good fighters from Ghana. One in particular in the under 73 kilograms. Great medal hope for Ghana. Nice drop, Sianagi. Very explosive with his movement, Amagiri.
Now they'll have to watch that pairing off with gripping and that blocking the grips, not playing sort of a cat fight with their hands. That can ensue a penalty as well. What we're looking for is positive, looking for your grip and going for it.
So a nice Uchimata attempt there from Lomo. First one to really attack with what we would call an Ippon technique, one that's going to throw big.
There we are, that's a good indication of good positive gripping. Looked for it, went for it.
Well, he wants that big right arm over the top. Got to be
Nice.
careful of that, though.
Well, that's it. I was just about to say, used to be, in the good old days, you could crunch somebody and get them a Shido. Tactical play, not anymore. What it does is gives you a Shido for defensive play and trying to stop judo happening or stop the play action.
I'll tell you what is nice, Niggy, is that we've seen everybody staying within the yellow area, within the mat area, nobody playing the edge at all. So
That is refreshing.
Yeah, it's nice to see.
Yeah, that they want to be in the middle of the
Oh,
fight.
drop Sianagi and a Yuko. I think he's going to get a Yuko for that. Video referee will probably have a look. The referee didn't give it.
Might have a different angle, Neil. Here we are.
Yeah. So look at the drop, Sianagi. Drops right the way underneath. Amagiri Just caught him, but still didn't see the landing. No score, though. Looking for the big right arm over the top. It's got to be careful with that right arm going over the top, because otherwise Amaguri will drop underneath him.
Well, that's an important point, I think, Neil, to tell our viewers at home who aren't judokas. It looks like we're just pulling each other around, and that's not really what we're about. The whole philosophy of judo is maximum efficiency, minimum effort. So what we're looking for is perfect. See, there we are, Ippon.
Well, that was a clean Ippon, wasn't it? Beautiful stuff there. Amaguri of Ghana dropped right the way underneath with a Sodi Surikomigoshi. And even if it looked like Lomo was doing a bridge to try and avoid it, he went flat on his back.
But see, a classic case of my point is that dropped underneath the belt using his opponent's force, his weight going forward against him, and that's what we're looking for in judo. If we push one way, we're looking really to react the other way, whether we push back to go forward, pull forward to go back. Here we are.
And look at that, arms aloft. There it is, Sodi Surikomigoshi, and tried to use his head to bridge out. Any bridge is indicated as an Ippon. You're not allowed to bridge out to avoid being thrown. Just one of the rules, but Amaguri of Ghana through to the next round. So to the women now, the women's under 52 kilograms. Second lightest weight category for ladies. Kelly Edwards of England against Jade Lewis of Wales.
I'm so excited, the first women's match. And these two, both experienced, know each other quite well.
Yeah, they fought each other a lot. Jade Lewis in blue. Here she is walking out. Part of the Welsh Academy. I've worked with Jade a lot when she was a little bit younger. Kelly Edwards.
Eager to get out there, Miss Edwards.
She's a British #1, Kelly Edwards, here representing England, and she's wearing white.
That needs to be a little bit tighter, Jade, to be effective.
It's going to be aggressive, isn't it? I mean, the ladies and men's judo, slightly different balance, and I would say, safely say, with you sitting next to me.
I'm waiting for this. I can't wait for this.
A little bit more aggressive, but tactically different.
You mean that we want to tear their heads off, whereas men just want to have a good old punch-up? Is that? It's true. Women have got a different philosophy, or a different outlook on fighting. Good groundwork here.
Nice drop. Nice Juji Gatami roll. Going for the Juji.
There's your flexibility.
Well, she's got the leg trap, Lewis. So the hold down won't count unless she gets that leg out now. Jade Lewis did well there to avoid that. But Kelly Edwards into the attack. Osai Komi. 20 seconds got to hold her for. The seconds will tick up. You'll see the clock there ticking up.
What I liked seeing about that was that she had a plan A, plan B. Plan A wasn't working, went right into another ground hold, working for the Juji Gatami first, the arm bar, then into the ground hold, not giving in, keeping the work rate up.
Kelly Edwards through to the next round.
Well, that'll be an experience for Jade Lewis. Still young, very, very young girl. One of her first major games, experiences. She'll take it home, work on that with the coach, Darren Warner.
Edwards, one of the favorites, but she had nice transition there, and then, of course, she had to get that leg out. The seconds don't count till the leg comes out. She gets the leg out, secures the top half of her opponent. Jade Lewis underneath, couldn't do anything about it. 20 seconds she had to hold her for, and she wins by Ippon. So next up is ladies match in the under 57 kilos. Don't forget that what we're doing at the moment, some odd fights that we've got to do to get through to the later rounds in the different categories. So that's what we're doing here. Under 57 kilograms, the next contest out. We've got Shivani of India and one of your home country, Nikki, Jessica Klimkate of Canada. Klimkate is
scared to speak, Neil.
in white. Shivani of India is in blue.
We got a good junior team here from Canada. They're strong, they're hungry. They are here to make an absolute mark on the Commonwealth. Looking to go into senior ranks soon. Oh, wonderful.
Beautiful, Sorisura Komigoshi. So aggressive, and that's now
Sangaku.
Straight in for Sangaku there. Sangaku, triangular strangle with the legs. She has that strangle on. She's trying to secure Shivani of India. Shivani will have to try and stand up as she can and break.
The beauty with this one, though, is that they stand up, the tighter it gets. So it's a 50-50 chance standing up.
Well, you said about the junior team being in. The reason for that is the World Championships are just around the corner, and the whole of the senior team are preparing for the World Championships. So they sent their junior team to win their Commonwealth medals.
Do not discount them because they're young. Like I said, they are hungry. They are doing a fantastic job with them in Canada. Both Nicola Gill and Ewan Beaton as performance director. Fantastic work. We're seeing them take on the international scene by storm.
The winner of this will go through to fight Connie Ramsey of Scotland. And then we're going to see some fireworks. This crowd here, as soon as somebody from Scotland steps out, they just erupt.
Here we go, reverse Sangaku. That was my favorite.
Sangaku, yeah. Sangaku is a triangular strangle with the legs. Now she can try and get the leverage. She'll try and get her onto her back.
Oh,
but she
let
didn't
it
have
go.
enough control there of the head.
See, that's where maybe their downfall will be as juniors. A little bit of inexperience there, and not holding on by fingernails. We have a Shido for Shivani, which I think she is a bit overwhelmed by Klimkate's aggressive kumikata. Looking for a line. Remaining positive, looking for that strong lapel grip.
Well, Klimkate, as you said, very positive with her grips, knows exactly what she wants.
Again, going for Sangaku, it seems to be open for her every time Shivani goes down.
Nick, she's going to get it in a minute because she
time
will
the charm.
tighten up.
No, it's not.
She'll tighten up onto the head, and I'm sure she's going to catch it in the end. Shivani is just on the defensive all the time. 1 minute 29, 4 minute contest for the ladies, 5 minutes for the men. Don't ask me why, but well, no, International Judo Federation stated that they needed faster game of play for the ladies.
And I believe we deliver.
Not going to argue.
Now, I was
well, Shivani's got it all to do. She's got to come forward. Klimkate absolutely dominating with the pace.
On the back of her feet, she's on the heels. Klimkate sees the clock. She's got just over a minute to absolutely shut this fight down.
Well, to be quite honest, Shivani doing well to survive.
There's the Shido I was
second
looking
penalty
for.
there to Shivani.
Too much on her heels.
So Shivani, a little bit out of her depth here against the Canadian, but she's here to have a go. She's done well to survive 3 minutes so far, 1 minute to go. the coaches who are on the side of the mat, they're only allowed to shout information on the mat, so when the referee breaks the contest, they can shout information. If they shout while they're fighting, they're often asked to leave the arena.
Nice inside grip, using it to her advantage. Oh, here, playing the edge now.
Well, that's a definite penalty. 2 feet went out there from Shivani. She'll get another penalty for that, almost for sure.
First time we've seen now the use of edge play. Here we are.
So one more penalty, it'll all be over. Shivani is being overawed really by the very, very lively Klimkate of Canada.
Back to reverse Sangaku. Good stretch out there.
Yeah, she's got her on her back now.
Missing the full stretching of the body.
So now the onside comment. She turns it into the hold down, and in the end, Shivani can't do anything about it. Shivani now being held, she taps out. Ippon to Klimkate of Canada, who goes through to the next round. Nice transition, don't you think?
I was going to say, really nice all-round fight there. We had some good urgency, good positive judo, good attitude, some good throwing attempts. Excellent Newaza. But I would say that's my favorite groundwork technique, but little bias there.
So Klimkate goes through to fight Connie Ramsey of Scotland in the quarterfinals. So this is the turn. So she was looking for the strangle. So she's got the Sangaku Gatame. The Sangaku is the triangular strangle. And she turns it into the hold down. And then, of course, in the end, Shivani just taps out because the strangle's on at the same time as the actual hold down. Not very nice place to be, I can tell you, with all the lights right up there above you.
It's not a view you really want.
Let's leave the judo for the moment to bring you some breaking news at Glasgow 2014. Well, the athletics starts on Sunday at the National Stadium, Hampden Park, but it will start without Mo Farah, who was withdrawn due to illness and will focus instead on recovering for the European Championships in Zurich. Team England said Farah would remain at his training base in Font-Romeu rather than travel to Glasgow for the 5,000 and 10,000 metres. Farah said, "I've taken the tough decision to withdraw from the Commonwealth Games. The sickness I had 2 weeks ago was a big setback. Training is getting better, but I need another few weeks to get back to the level I was at in 2012 and 2013. I really wanted to add the Commonwealth titles to my Olympic and World Championships, but the event is coming a few weeks too soon for me, as my body is telling me it's not ready to race yet. Best wishes to my fellow athletes in Glasgow." In the swimming pool at Toll Cross, Hannah Miley has set a new Games record in the women's 400 metres individual medley heats, with two Canadians in her wake, Emily Overholt and Erica Selton-Reich Hodgson. But ahead of the final, really impressive performance from Scotland's Hannah Miley, the reigning champion, winner in Delhi 4 years back. And she is very definitely off and running with a new record time for the Games. 4:38.27 ahead of the two Canadians and ahead of the final. Delighted Hannah Miley. And a great reaction from the home fans inside the Toll Cross Aquatic Centre. An anxious look at the clock And she must have been delighted when she saw that game's record time. Just confirmation of that game's record time then for Scotland's Hannah Miley, 4:38.27. Second, Emily Overholt. And in third place, her fellow Canadian Erica Seltenreich Hodgson.
Behind the blocks.
So from the pool at Tollcross, back to the Glasgow National Hockey Centre. Blue skies overhead. England in action against Wales. Later, we will be at Strathclyde Park for the men's and women's individual events of the triathlon. Let's go back live, though, to the SECC and judo. It's the women's 57 kilos category, preliminary round of 16. And it's Kirsty Powell of Wales against Cynthia Ramming from the Bahamas. In fact, Kirsty Powell has just emerged victorious. And she makes progress in that 57 kilos. Coming next, Steve Brown of Australia against Andreas Krasas from Cyprus, men's 66 kilos category, and this the preliminary round of 16.
And we're going to see Steve Brown of Australia coming out against Krasas of Cyprus. Keith Merrick of England, the referee. Nice to see Keith Merrick out there refereeing in a tournament of this level. Krasas this time is wearing blue for Cyprus. Steve Brown, first time we've seen him stepping out for Australia. He's in white.
He'll have calmed down a little bit. Now he's got his first fight under his belt. Looking a little bit more confident going out there. This is Mr. Brown's first fight, so he'll still have those first fight jitters.
Yeah, he's got the sleeve lapel. That's always a big advantage. We've got the Yoko Tomonagi, which is the side sacrifice throw of Krasas.
I'm feeling that, because look at their heads. Heads together, someone's going to drop.
Setting him up for it, of course.
There it is, yeah.
Neither one of them really want to know in Newaza. Newaza is a term for ground fighting.
Oh, Shido for dropping.
Yeah, he just dropped onto his back. Not a good thing, so gets a penalty for it.
That'll wake him up a bit. There we go, a little bit more urgency with the grips.
Krasas, Sodi Surikomigashi going off the sleeve. Oh, we haven't actually mentioned what can happen if there's no score on the board at all. No penalties, no score. Can go into golden score. And a golden score, as long as you're attacking within every 10 seconds, can go ad infinitum. I think the longest golden score has gone 6.5 minutes over the allotted 5-minute contest.
Because it is a sudden death situation when it comes to golden score.
Yeah, penalty given to both. That means 2 penalties for Steve Brown. That Yoko Tominagi nowhere near.
That's the problem with being what we call drop merchants. They keep, yeah, you have to have it precise. You've got to be able to do it and do it really well. Because you run that line, you run that dangerous line of being penalized for just dropping because it's failed.
But I think it's all about breaking balance. That's the important thing. If you break their balance, then you won't get the penalty. So backing him up there, Steve Brown not very good on the edge. He's going to get a 3rd penalty here. So Steve Brown is in danger here of being Honsoko'd out of this, which is disqualified. 3rd penalty to Steve Brown. And I kind of thought that we might have a situation where more of them were getting penalised for not being as up on the new rules as they should be, but it hasn't happened. This is the first time.
No, it's really nice to see him. The referees are doing a fantastic job.
So possibility on Sokomaki here. Have a look for this. He'll be given one more chance.
He's given the benefit of the doubt there.
One more drop by Steve Brown. He will be disqualified for not attacking.
I think it's probably good to mention Mr. Kras's and his positive techniques. He is taking it to doing a very tactical fight here, playing it to his advantage. Letting it go on.
This match is to go, Nikki, into the quarterfinals. So it gives anybody who gets to the quarterfinals will either be fighting in a repechage final or they'll be going through to the semi-final, which will, well, give them a chance to go through to fight for gold or silver. So attacking all the time, Krasis. He knows what he wants. That's going to be a score. Wazari scored. Krasis takes him onto his side, and Wazari almost an ippon, but not quite. Trying to get his leg out for the offside Komi. Can he get it out?
He's holding on for dear life there just to get another chance.
Well, I think Steve Brown is holding on by the tips of his fingers here.
Sometimes having a bye, most times actually having a bye can be a disadvantage, because you don't have that warm-up, or you don't have that first case jitters that are gone, whereas fighting someone in the second round who's already had a fight, they're done with that, and they're there to fight their heads in the game.
No rotation on that Seoinage, Nikki, and he really is.
You might see our first Honsokomaki.
Well, yeah, half a step from getting Honsoko'd, which is disqualification. Australian coach going absolutely mental. It's just below us here.
Oh, benefit of the doubt.
One last chance. 1 minute, coming up to the last minute mark. Krasis just doing enough every time, just attacking enough. Doesn't have to do anything now too outrageous. He knows that probably not going to throw Steve Brown, but it could get him disqualified. Let's not forget
I'm trying to decide whether he's just not up to the match or he's not in the game.
It's just a little bit off the pace, and well, it's a Shido for Krasis, but Honsokomaki for Steve Brown, and it's all over. Krasis of Cyprus goes through to the quarterfinals.
Do you know what? It's not a great way to lose, and it's not a great way to win either. It's a win for Mr. Krasis, but it doesn't leave a good taste in your mouth ever. You know, everyone wants to see good judo. Everyone wants to do good judo. So it's
Nick, at the end of the day, it comes down to having a positive attitude and really going out there and throwing caution to the wind. But credit to Krasis.
He seems happy enough about it.
He's very happy about it. He goes through to the quarter-final, where he'll fight either Punza or Malugu of Tanzania. So, had his grip, dominated the grip, didn't he, all the time, Crassus. Here's the Kosota Gak there. This is the one that scored the Wazari. Took him onto his side. You can see that the points of his shoulders didn't quite hit the deck together, but a good Wazari and a good win for Crassus.
What a shame the actual throw that Brown did. He absolutely got counted, had no control over it at all.
We'll be heading shortly to Strathclyde Park, and the triathlon will provide us with our first medals of Glasgow 2014, the 20th Commonwealth Games. The men's and women's individual events coming up. The Olympic format competition beginning with a 1500 metre swim, which is 2 laps of the course. And as they emerge from the water, the athletes then set off on a 40k cycle. The route leaves the transition zone and heads around the grounds up into the woods on what is a 6-lap ride. The individual triathlon is set within the grounds of Strathclyde Country Park to the south of Glasgow, and it concludes with a 3-lap 10k run around the banks of the loch. So underway in the women's individual event of the triathlon, and the commentary will come from Patrick Winterton and Chris Gemmell.
No, it's a really tough course, and this is going to be more like 2 hours 5 or higher. Here we see you've got Emma Shaker, who's already starting, and she's getting right out really early. I mean, the girls are looking to get great position here because they don't want to be fighting around these first cans. I'm pretty sure we'll see Lucy Hall of England, number 15. She'll make her way to the front pretty soon, I'm sure, before she gets to those cans, and she'll really try to stretch the field out. This is her discipline.
Yeah, already there's a fair margin between the front and the back of the field, and those on the right-hand side of the pontoon have gone off very, very hard. And there you can see, is that number 5, Aileen Reid, or 15, which is Lucy Hall. And as expected, Lucy Hall up the front of the swim. She is a sensational swimmer. And really, although maybe not officially, she is playing a domestique role for Jodie Stimpson here today.
Yeah, no, it's definitely. All the teams are coming in with it, not necessarily an individual attitude, and they're really working as a team. And you can see, you always get this kind of split, but the girls have seemed to merge quite quickly together, although we still have Andrea Hewitt, who's out on the left there, and she hasn't come over to the pack just yet.
Lucy Hall, slightly slower turnover than many swimmers, but she's brilliantly efficient and great to see her. And not only can she swim, she's very strong on the bike, so that does give England an opportunity to break away. If the chasing group don't want to chase down Lucy Hall, she may decide to go for it.
Exactly, and Aileen Reid also is swimming right beside her, and that's a good sign early on for Aileen. She's had some mixed form, but we know that she's and when she's in great form, she's one of the best athletes in the world. She finished on the podium in London at the World Grand Final last year, so the fact that she's out there leading the swim together with Lucy Hall is a good sign for her.
So a group of 6 or 7, not a significant gap between the first 12, 13 athletes, but then 1 or 2 dropping away at the moment round the first buoy. Now this isn't one of the crucial ones because it's only a slight change in angle of some 15-20 degrees, but buoys 2 and 3 are crucial.
They are, and you can see there's a little bit of crash and bash going around there, but the girls are used to that. They get this, they're professional athletes, and they're used to getting around there, and they won't be giving an inch, I can tell you that.
And the kayaks won't give an inch either, because their job is to stop anyone cutting through on the inside of the buoy. That's highly unlikely to happen. There's Aileen Reid of Northern Ireland. It would be fantastic for her to have a good run today.
It would. And I mean, this is really setting up well. And to be honest, I would have expected Lucy to already be in the front and leading. So I'm already favouring to think that's the team attitude that England are taking. They don't want necessarily Lucy to push that hard and separate herself from the bunch and make sure that they keep Jodie in and around and comfortable, because normally Lucy would be, you know, she could have 5 or 10 metres at this point.
So round the second buoy, and all fairly civilised at the moment. It certainly helps having a field of 30 as opposed to a field of 60, 70, which we sometimes see on the World Triathlon Series races.
You know, we've got some fantastic crowd there, and the girls they'll be able to see them as they brief to their right-hand side of everyone sitting there beside the lock. But again, it's Lucy Hall, who seems to be quite cruising, if I'm honest. I've seen the way that she swims, and she's normally got a lot higher cadence in her swim stroke than that. We've got Kirsten Sweetland, who's tucked in there nicely, and Andrea Hewitt on the feet of Aileen Reid. Nikki Samuels to the right there as well also.
Now, how much are we seeing Lucy Hall trying to control the pace up the front? Because Stimpson's best chance is to come out of the water with the leaders. If Lucy Hall were to put her foot down and pull away, she may pull 1 or 2 of the key competitors with her and away from Jodie Stimpson. So are we seeing Lucy Hall swim at roughly 85–90% as opposed to 100?
Exactly. I think if you have a look at we've got some great shots here coming from the cameras that we've got out there on the course, and you can see that, you know, the cadence of Lucy's stroke is quite noticeably slower than the cadence of the girls beside her. And, you know, this is a case of her just measuring how far she's going.
So they're halfway round the first loop. Let's have another look at the start. Everyone getting away very smoothly indeed. And you only have a slightly mistime it, and you find yourself a couple of metres back. And the key there is you're in dirty water. You really want to get ahead of everyone else.
I mean, yeah, I mean, look at that. That's spectacular, you know, the girls are just entering. They've been waiting for this, you know, for a long time. And some of them knew 7 years ago when Glasgow came along, this was going to be the height of their career. So, you know, it's fantastic just to start this race. And, you know, the week has been busy for them, and now they're into it.
For many, this is their first major championships. For some, it may be their only major championship, so an opportunity to be taken today. Vicky Holland of England has a big opportunity to take if she can get a good result. 1 or 2 of the big names in the world obviously absent. We've mentioned Gwen Jorgensen already, who is having a sensational season. I think the field will be quite glad the Antelope is not here.
Exactly. And she would love this course too. And look at the crowd, it's lining the banks here.
Now, an hour before the start of the race, the news came through, Chris, that the water temperature was sufficient for the wetsuits to come off. Just explain to the viewer why that is so crucial.
Yeah. I mean, it's obviously the wetsuits provide a little bit of buoyancy for the lesser, how should we say it, accelerated swimmers in the water. And without the wetsuit, that buoyancy is gone. And we're in a lake, so there's no salt to help and aid with that. So it's better for the good swimmers. They prefer that it's a non-wetsuit swim. It also creates a different type of body temperature, so they're not going to get on the bike and be overheating straight away. And it's hot here, and that pays a big toll.
So Lucy Hall still up the front of the field and going along very nicely. Aileen Reid's had a good start for Northern Ireland. No signs so far of Jodie Stimpson. Anything we should watch out for intricacies in her particular technique?
Yeah, no, I think you'll find that Jodie's sitting at about 5th or 6th. She's just behind those first 4 girls that we see on the shot there. I think I caught a glimpse of her, but she won't be too far away. She's a great swimmer in her right. And the thing is with these girls, you know, they know each other. They're racing just about every single week, whether it's on a World Triathlon Series event, World Cup events, some French Grand Prix, some German Bundesliga events. They know each other, they know their strokes, and they know that where everyone is.
New Zealand's hopes firmly on Andrea Hewitt, the bronze medalist from Melbourne.
So you just saw a slight glimpse of Emma Jackson. She's just hanging on. There's and this is where it's really crucial. Around these buoys where you sort of everyone bunches up and then they slingshot out and you get this Constantina effect, and that's where these little gaps can open. And if you lose the feet of the swimmer in front of you, that could be for a long day.
You're on your own. Yeah, certainly an advantage to be drafting or slipstreaming
And you wouldn't be surprised to see Lucy Hall, as she exits the water, to take a quick glimpse over her shoulder and to see if she's done any damage, or to make sure, as we could quite comprehend, that Jodie's in that group and that she's not hurting her as well.
That is Lucy Hall out front, number 15 on her arm. You can see the transponder on the ankles.
So they're starting to get more into a more single file affair now, and this is where it becomes really important, as I said, you know. They've got to be so careful that they don't lose those feet, and a momentary lapse of not looking up and seeing those feet in front of you can mean the end. And as you can see, about here, about 8 back, they're starting to get gaps already.
So after a very conservative start from Lucy Hall, she's starting to wind it up and string the field out. And an interesting development. What a great aerial shot. They have that one yellow buoy to go round, and then it's a 110-degree turn in towards the pontoon, and then they've got to come up out of the water, a 10-metre sprint, and dive straight back in. That's an opportunity to get away, and it's also uncomfortable. It pushes the pulse rate up maybe 5-10 beats, and then you've got to try and settle back into your swim again.
Yeah, the girls they'll be doing a little bit, adding a bit more kick to their stroke now, trying to get the blood into the legs, because at the moment most of it's into their arms and their upper body, and they want to be able to get out of the water and run, you know, fast as they can up that pontoon and dive off to the end and exit back into the water.
Well, hopefully we'll get a really good rundown of all the positions as they come through the halfway mark in the swim. Just some 10 metres to go for the leading swimmers before they're onto the pontoon, then back into the water for exactly the same lap. They are halfway round the first of 3 disciplines in this Commonwealth Games women's triathlon, and it is Lucy Hall up the front. Great effort from her so far. Vicky Holland's having a good swim. Jodie Stimpson is in on the act in 3rd. Aileen Reid of Northern Ireland in 4th. The home nation's doing well. Andrea Hewitt. We got Samuels of New Zealand. Robert Sweetland, one of the favourites, Sweetland for Canada, in 8th. 9th is Emma Moffat of Australia, and then behind her Duffy, and then Emma Jackson of Australia in the 11th. Jackson is on sensational running form at the moment. We saw that in Hamburg a couple of weeks ago. She is certainly a danger woman in this event.
I know it might look that 2 seconds is not a long way, but 2 seconds when you're swimming in the water can be a long way, and that means you lose the feet. And Emma Jackson's just, and you know, she's hanging right on there at the moment. She's got Flora Duffy around her, which is probably the best person that she could have around her at the end, and she's an amazing cyclist. So if things get bad, then she's got her to carry her up.
So let's just recap on those positions as they came through the halfway mark in the swim. Lucy Hall of England leading as expected. That's a good swim from her. What perhaps we weren't expecting was that she'd have Vicky Holland on one side, Jodie Stimpson on the other. So all going well for the English, who are desperate to get themselves on the podium, which they haven't achieved in a Commonwealth triathlon so far. 2nd place coming out of the water. We had a good run from Holland, we mentioned, and further back we had Reid of Northern Ireland. Now, what about her chances?
Yeah, I mean, she's, as I said, she's trained with Jodie Stimpson, so she knows exactly how well they've been going, and I'm sure Jodie knows the same. But as we said at the start, you know, it's fantastic to see Vicky Holland. She's really mixing it up there. She knows this is an opportunity, you know, with some late missing outs of Non Stanford and Helen Jenkins. You know, this is a great opportunity for her.
Yeah, and we should mention that Scotland have decided not to race any of their athletes, which is very disappointing. Natalie Milner's missed out, Sinead Thomas has missed out as well, and the Welsh, who were highlighted as having the dream team for the Commonwealth Games, have ended up without a team at all in this individual event.
Yeah, such is life in sport, mate. These things happen, you know, and that's just a shame. It's a shame not to see Non and Helen on the start line, but and I'm sure they're getting back as quickly as they can to get back to world-class competition.
Yeah, Non Stanford next door to us in the commentary position. She's out with an injury. Helen Jenkins, you have to feel doubly for her. Missed out on well, she didn't miss out on the Olympics, but she was injured all the way up to the Olympics and really had no chance of claiming gold. And then she's got injured, 2-3 weeks, another plantar fascia injury, which is the base of the foot, the fibers that attach the heel to the toes, basically. So she's got an injury and has missed out on this. Chris, you know better than anyone else what it's like to miss out on selection because of an injury.
Yeah. I mean, these are the types of things happen. It's professional sport, and we do this as a job. And if you get too wound up and carried on, and you know, you lose the actual reason why you do that. And the reason you do it is because you love it. You love it. It's the passion of the sport, and these girls are here because they want to win. There's no doubt about that. Don't get me wrong, but they're also having a games experience that they'll never forget. and they're racing in front of a huge crowd, as we can see here, and that's something that will spur them on all the way to the line.
Yeah, this is fantastic. The spectators flooding into the course as they go around the top end of the swim, slightly off angle. I'm not sure whether Lucy Hall is doing that on purpose to make everyone else swim a little bit further.
Yeah, it's a tactic used quite regularly by the good swimmers. You know, there's no point taking a straight line when everyone's following your feet. Make them swim a little bit further. If you have to swim 1,550 metres, that might be the 2 seconds difference that you drift someone off the back. And as you can see, I'm pretty sure I can see from the pictures when we go to the wide shots that I think Emma Jackson at the moment has just drifted off the back of that group, and she might be struggling a bit.
Well, that's bad news for the Australians, but she is a good runner, but she cannot afford to give away too much time, and she really wants to be in that lead pack on the bike. It's a tough bike course, 1 or 2 technical turns, one particularly steep climb, which then turns into a very rapid descent.
Amazing crowds out there so early in the morning. I mean, this is the first medal that's going to be presented at the Commonwealth Games. Fantastic opening ceremony last night. I'm sure none of the girls would have been there. They would have been wrapped up in bed nice and early because this is their time to shine.
From Jessie de Boer at the back of the field, we go to the front, and Lucy Hall in the red and white of the English team, still looking so comfortable. 3/4 of the swim now completed. She's at the top end of the loch here in Strathclyde Park. Mirror calm waters. The conditions could not be better. A mixed team relay, incidentally, on Saturday, and the weather is due to deteriorate then, so we're going to get a bit of rain, we're going to get a bit of wind, so nice to have some variety.
For sure, and this is just a fantastic position for England to be in right at the minute. You got Lucy Hall leading the swim, really stretching it out for everyone. Vicky Holland having a fantastic swim. She's been recently at altitude and training in St. Moritz with the whole crew, and she always seems to race really well when she comes from there, so she's showing that again. And we know that Jodie's just tucked in there nicely. It seems that there's a small little gap happening here back to the 5th athlete, which even though on the video doesn't look like much, once you start running and you're still swimming, you're carrying a lot more speed. So it'll be interesting to see if that goes out before we get to transition.
And if that turns into a group of 5 at the front of the bike ride, that could be significant. And they've still got some 250 metres to go. Well, here we go back to the start. This is the re-entry for Lucy Hall after that first 750 metres. Always one of the spectacular sights. Vicky Holland right on her heels, making sure that she doesn't lose the slipstream. And of course, Stimpson just behind her. Again, that is Lucy Hall, the 22-year-old from Leicester, used as a domestique in the Olympic Games. That was a controversial decision, but now it's becoming more and more part of the game.
You can see Vicky here, you know, like she's trying to be as close to Lucy as she can to sort of get the assistance, and not only not to have to look up all the time and rely that Lucy's navigating the right way, but just so that she's on the feet, so that she's getting a little bit of assistance there, but not fully getting on Lucy and causing her to slow down by touching her feet all the time.
So England 1, 2 and 3. Jodie Stimpson there in 3rd place. She looks to be working hard, trying to stay on the feet of Vicky Holland, but I get the feeling that she's dropping back half a metre or so. Stimpson's technique just getting a little ropey as she fatigues.
Yeah, she's in the perfect position, you see. Like, they're all spread out. They're spread out a lot. And that's interesting because, you know, it doesn't look like there's much of a gap there, but when they start running, like I said, there's a small gap after the 5th athlete back to the start of that second small pack, the 6th, and those gaps, they magnify themselves on the way into transition.
Aileen Reid still up with the lead group. She's had a good run. Samuels of New Zealand, the 31-year-old from Whangarei.
So you've got Nikki Samuels, you've got Aileen Reid, and you've got the 3 English athletes. Then you've got Emma Moffat coming in behind that. Then you've got Andrea Hewitt, Kirsten Sweetland, just hanging off in that little group at the back there.
How do you fancy?
And there's Emma Jackson just coming around there, so she's just hanging on. Just hanging on at the back there.
And Jackson at the back is going to have to hope that there's no split in groups at the start of the bike ride. No one will want to go it alone. But if the 3 English competitors find themselves with even a 15-second lead at the start of the bike ride, they may well put the hammer down.
And if that isn't telling us that there's team orders at Team England camp, then I don't know what is, mate. No, that's just the classic swim as fast as you can in the front, but make sure you've got all the people you need on board, and it's not a runaway train if you haven't got the people in the carriages that you need.
What a contrast from the Olympic Games, where Lucy Hall found herself at the other end of the pontoon from Helen Jenkins and couldn't help her at all in the swim. Today, with a slightly smaller field, it has worked to the plan. Absolutely perfect. One of the swimmers breaking out to the right. We'll try and pick up on who that is. And actually taking a slightly more direct line. I think they've realised what Lucy Hall is up to.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like sometimes some athletes, they like to swim by themselves. They don't like the whitewash all around them. But the fact that there's 3 England girls just in that small little front group there, if they can get really organised very quickly, especially going up this first climb, you know, it could be a long day for everyone else behind.
So some 35, 40 metres to swim as they will be starting to think about the transition. No wetsuit to take off, so it'll be a little quicker than normal. But the swimming cap, the goggles have to go into the box. Obviously, the helmet on, and they'll all have shades in these conditions. The shoes are already clipped to the pedals of the bike. Everything laid out precisely as they want it, and that's very interesting part of the race, just seeing how much care the athletes take to get the transition area as they like it.
Exactly. You watch Lucy here. She's done this 1,000 times before, and the girls will have another quick look. They'll hear the announcers calling, and Lucy can see she's got 2 English girls directly behind her. It's game on here.
England 1, 2 and 3. Aileen Reid of Northern Ireland still in 4th place as she was at the turn. In 5th is Samuels of New Zealand, ahead of Emma Moffat, and Duffy is there as well for Bermuda. She's had a very good swim. We've got Andrea Hewitt of New Zealand, remember bronze medalist 8 years ago. And
Emma Jackson, she's just hanging on there. She's going to have to hurry through transition to get on the back of that group. Very quick transitions from the front, girls.
3 leaders away, and no mistakes in the English camp now. What is going to happen? Aileen Reid will be licking her lips with delight after the start, because she wouldn't have believed that she'd be up with the leading 4, and she's got a very strong group there indeed. A little gap back to Samuels of New Zealand. Moffat some 18 seconds behind.
Yeah, that's this very big moment here for Emma Jackson here. She is just going to have to work so hard, and if she gets on the back of this group, this is where she won her medal.
Emma Jackson, 25 seconds down on Lucy Hall coming out of T2. And as you say, she has now got to work hard, and she wants to do it early on. She wants some time to recover on the bike ride.
For sure, and Nikki Samuels here trying to bridge up now. She won the New Zealand Road Cycling Championships a couple of years ago, and she loves the bike ride and loves the hard bike, so I expect her to get on the back of there. But the English girls are really working together, and they're showing what teamwork is all about. Jodie just getting into her shoes now. Aileen there. And there's Nikki just getting on the back. Still hasn't even thought about putting her feet in her shoes, and now she does. So she's in.
We have a group of 5 up the front. How long is it going to take them to start working together and building the speed? I think the English team will certainly get the peloton moving very, very quickly indeed. Stimpson will be eager to get away when she's heard that Jackson's some 25 seconds behind.
Yeah, and there's coaches out on the course, and the information's flowing to these athletes pretty quickly. But this is a big decision now, you know. Does Jodie start to work? Does she save her energy and wait for the run? Like, probably that's what the team orders are.
Well, let's have a look at the positions out of the swim. We know about the 3 English girls leading 1, 2, 3. Aileen Reid, a sensational swim from her, alongside Samuels of New Zealand. Moffat, the first of the Australians out of the water. Duffy is there. Be surprised if she can hang on, certainly through to the final stage of this race. But the key at the moment, Chris, for me, is what this group of 5 can do, whether they can extend their lead. And with a number of dead turns or 180-degree turns on this course, we're going to see what the gaps are. They're going to see what the gaps are.
Exactly, and then the group chasing behind us, it contains Flora Duffy. She's had an amazing swim, and she loves to ride, and she's at the moment doing a lot of exterior races. She's got a strong bike here, and as you can see, Nikki Samuels has now got the option, as with Aileen Reid, of just sitting on the back, doing nothing.
This is the second group. Number 3, of course, Emma Moffat and Duffy behind. They can see that leading group of 5 up front. Would you be surprised if they didn't close that down?
Yeah, what I'm surprised is that there's 2 of them there. So that looks like that Hewitt and Pinnock and Roberts have just dropped off, and that's massive. If they've missed this group could be gone.
Sweetland down in 11th, coming out of T1, just 21 seconds behind. There is Lucy Hall. She's already done a fabulous job in the water, and now she's got to do it again on the bike because she's immensely strong on the bike.
As you can see, she just swung the arm out there, and either Vicky or Jodie said, no way, I'm not coming through. You know, we're playing the team card here. They don't want to do too much work too early before these groups behind possibly form. And Emma Moffat and Flora Duffy doing an amazing ride here. And then we've got the 3 girls behind there, Pinnock, Hewitt. They're just hanging on Sweetland. It doesn't look to me like Emma Jackson has made the group. Yes, she has. Emma Jackson looks like she's made that group.
Well, they're closing slowly, and I guess up the front we haven't seen Aileen Reid offer her services at the front of the that group of 5, and I guess she's not going to.
No need for Aileen Reid or Nikki Samuels to do one bit of work here, unless they decide that they think they can beat these girls on their outright. At the moment, they have the opportunity to just sit in and wait. Here you go. Everything's coming together now by the looks of things, and I do believe the effort from Emma Jackson up that first hill. Look, she's just putting her shoes on now. She's not even in her shoes. We're nearly halfway around the first lap. That's how much of a bigger effort that was for her to get across to that group. That is massive.
Great work from Jackson, just seeing her reach down to that left foot, just tighten the Velcro strap.
It's moments like that, you know, they happen all the time in the race, but sometimes they happen right at the start. And I think we'll be looking back at the end of the day and saying that those first 500 metres of Emma Jackson's bike will be probably the reason that makes her race today.
Well, that sets up a fantastic situation. Duffy still settling in at the back behind Moffat in the Australian colours.
Great ride by Emma Moffat and Flora Duffy to get out there too by themselves. That nice use of using the hill and the course, and we take a dead turn here and we'll head into another one soon.
So around the far end of the course, that's up by the fairground at the northern end of the loch here in Strathclyde Park. They've got around a kilometre, just under a kilometre, and we've got a big fall coming in there.
It's Ellen Pinnock's gone down there and Kate Roberts. Oh, that's unfortunate. They must have just got on the inside of each other coming around that corner. Well, hopefully they can get back up and get going again.
Pinnock certainly in no hurry from Calgary in Canada, and she had a big impact there, but Kate Roberts looks to be in a little bit of trouble. She's tangled up with the bike. That is desperate for her. The South African from Bloemfontein.
Yeah, I mean, it's so disappointing when you see things like that happen, and hopefully the girls can gather themselves, get control of their emotion. This is not over. Looks like the bikes are okay. She just needs to gather herself. The chain's off, so make sure that's all right. Get back going again and get back into the race.
Yeah, she doesn't look to be thinking straight at the moment, but what a massive disappointment for her and the South African team. South Africans now relying on Gillian Sanders.
And that's caused a little bit of havoc and misconfusion in the bunch, and those 2 girls have managed to get back on. Here we go.
Oh, here's the replay of the crash. Talk us through this, Chris.
Yeah, it's a simple case of being on the wrong side of it and too far up a wheel. You know, there's no real wrong person in this, but you know, this is the way, this is the sport, this is how it happens. Just accelerating out of a corner. They've been working very hard to try and catch that first group, and they weren't thinking straight, and the oxygen levels would have been low in the brain, and it's just a bit of a small mistake.
Well, back with the leaders. And this is Jodie Stimpson with number 1 on her shoulder. Lucy Hall directly behind her. Vicky Holland on the far side. So the 3 English girls out front. This is a reminder of the road race in the Olympics with the dream team for Great Britain, and that didn't come off because they did too much work, and the English girls have to make a decision here.
For sure. I mean, they would have had an A game plan, and hopefully they had a B and a C, because definitely the A's out the window now. This is the group that we kind of expected to happen, to form together. Maybe we thought it would form together more in lap 2 of the bike, but it's formed early. And so now they've got the situation, you know, how much work do I do? How much work do I expend? Am I already thinking about the run? Or are some of these girls likely to try and break away?
Well, we'll see. They've just completed the steepest hill on the course, round another dead turn. They've got some 150 metres before they start to descend back down to the roundabout in the most critical part of the course, that technical left-hand turn, over 90 degrees at over 60 kilometres an hour. It's going to be very, very tricky. Luckily for them, the conditions are dry.
It is, and we don't want the conditions to be any worse than they need to be, but if it was wet, this one would be a little bit tricky. We've already seen one crash today. Let's hope the girls get down there nice and smoothly, take their time. It is an off-camber corner, so they need to be cautious, and then carry on back to the lap, back through here, back to the park, back where all the excitement's happening.
So we've got the three English athletes up from Aileen Reid in fourth, as she has been throughout the entire race so far. She has not offered any services in the water. She's not doing so on the bike either. Well, let's have a look at this course. Remember, it is 5 laps. So 8 kilometres per lap to make up the 40-kilometre distance, the standard Olympic distance triathlon bike ride. And then they still have a 10-kilometre run to go, which is where, well, almost 100% of triathlons are decided, and it's been the case this year.
Yeah, it's decided because that's where the finish line is, Patrick.
That is true, but what I'm trying to suggest is very seldom do you see someone get far enough ahead on the bike to have a cruise on the run.
No, and then this is mainly because of the way the team tactics work now, and the individual tactics within the World Triathlon Series events reflect that a little bit, is what we've seen today. But there's a couple of girls here, to be fair. One, Flora Duffy being the she's got no affiliations with anyone in that group, and she is a fantastic rider. If she wants to try and get away here, no one's going to chase her down. No one's going to be interested in, okay, let's control Flora. They're probably not worried about her on the run, and so she has an opportunity to try and take that as an advantage.
But I think I'm also trying to suggest that you've got to be a class runner to win a triathlon nowadays. The days of a second-rate runner winning seem to be long gone.
Yeah, I mean, the girls were probably right. Well, most of them were maybe high 33s today, 34s.
Well, there's the leading group, and they're going through the undulating part of the course as they head back towards the Strathclyde Centre, which is where the transition area is. And they've just about completed the first lap. They drop down to the lock side, which you will see in your aerial, and a nice flat section for approximately 2.5 kilometres before the climbing starts again. All those who've been left behind will get a chance to see the leading group.
And Emma Jackson, she's in a very familiar position. She loves to ride at the back, and she's very measured in the way that she rides there. It's very tactical. It's what she likes, and she feels that she doesn't lose much energy by staying there. Some would argue that, you know, she should be further forward, but that's where Jacko likes to be, and so that's where she is. Emma not looking very happy about the fact that the ladies aren't that willing to work. She's trying to get everyone motivated. It's important for her that probably these girls are as tired as they are off the bike at the moment. Oh, there we go. Now I saw a few of those in the crowd last night at the opening ceremony. Some great crowd support out here. All the nations represented. A lot of people being able to travel here to Glasgow.
Well, those are the crowds as they come back down the descent, long sweeping right-hand turn that brings them towards the transition area, but they go round the back of the complex. It's a technical little section, and it's the section that could well decide things come the end of the day. And they'll all be vying for position coming into T2 when they've completed the next 4 laps on the bike.
Yeah, it's quite fast through there, you know. When it becomes single file, you know, you lose the ability to be bunched up, and obviously when it's going in single file, you're obviously going a lot faster. So, you know, the girls are going to be whipping through here, in around through the transition, and to start back up that hill. And that's where we might see somebody like Flora Duffy or Nikki Samuels, depending on the team orders from New Zealand, might have a go on that hill.
Just over 500 metres to go to the transition area.
Let's nip away from the triathlon for a moment or two. It continues in sweltering temperatures in Strathclyde Park. Yes, this is Glasgow as we head across the city to Tollcross. The last time we were at the swimming, we were watching Scotland's Hannah Miley setting a new games record in the 400 metres individual medley. This time around, it is the men's 200 freestyle. 3 Scots in Heat 3, and the commentary comes from Alison Shepherd and Mike McCann.
And the crowd expecting big things from Robbie Rennick in lane 3, Heat 3 of the men's 400 metres freestyle. It's Carter of Trinidad and Tobago in 1 right at the top of the screen, then Wallace in lane 2 from Scotland, alongside Robbie Rennick in lane 3, Mac Horton, Australia in 4, James Guy of England, Daniel Fogg of England in 6, Stephen Milne, Scotland, and then Danny Yeo of Singapore is the swimmer in lane number 8. And it's the English swimmer James Guy, who was 5th at the World Championships in Barcelona, and he leads them through as they go down the second lap.
Yeah, he's having a great first 100 metres. Robbie Rennick, of course, from Scotland, is the Commonwealth champion in the 200 metres freestyle, but his teammate, Stephen Milne, lane 7, is having a fantastic swim.
Yeah, Milne in second placing, only just over a quarter of a second behind Guy, and Mac Horton back there in 3rd placing as it stands at the moment. So they've completed the first 100, 125 of this 400 metres freestyle. Some emerging stars here. Robbie Rennick, of course, has been on the scene for quite some time. He was 6th in this event in Delhi, but does prefer the 200. Milne, Mac Horton is one of the up-and-coming distance swimmers from Australia. He's holding down 3rd as we speak.
Stephen Milne is a 1500 metre specialist. So he's swimming down a distance, so he's doing a stellar job here. Looks very comfortable.
There's the 20-year-old Scot, Stephen Milne, in lane 7. Our race leader as they go through the halfway mark from James Guy and Mac Horton. And beyond that, Robbie Rennick is not all that far away. The crowd will be urging on not only Rennick, of course, but 3 Scotsmen in the field. Rennick is the one they know more about, though. He's the one who's done it in the past. But Milne, at 20 years of age, has his moment right here.
Yeah, the 400 metres freestyle is the first 200 metres. They're going to try and take it steady. So we're going to see where the big guys are now when they bring it back on the second half of the 400 metres. And as we can see, the gap is closing.
Still Milne, but they're coming at him in the middle of the pool there. In fact, right across in lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5. Wallace, Rennick, Horton and Guy all laying out the challenge now as Milne looks like he's starting to tire. And perhaps the main danger, lane 4, could be Horton. Milne leads, Guy, Horton. The margin's still less than a second between the top 3 as they go through the 300. Less than 100 to swim, and it's race on. 5 of them right across the pool.
I know that the Scottish fans are getting right behind there, guys, but you know, Mac Horton, he was the winner at the World Junior Championships last year, so he's not got as much experience as these other guys, but it's an outside smoke here from Daniel Wallace.
Well, the 3rd of the Scots in lane 2, Daniel Wallace takes over Scotland 1-2, the margin 3/100ths of a second. Lanes 2 and 7. James Guy holding down 3rd. What a race we have here. Heat 3, the men's 400 freestyle. The 2 Scots, Wallace in the white cap. That's him at the right of the screen. Down there it's Milne, and coming through in lane 5, Guy. Lane 3 as well, Rennick. This could be Scotland 1, 2 and 3. Oh, Scotland 1, 2, 3. Milne, Wallace, Rennick. Take a bow, Scotland.
Well, that got a good reaction in Heat 3. This is Heat 4 after that Scottish 1, 2, 3. And it's the Australian David McKeon who is streaking away to record the fastest time in the heats and qualify for the final. David McKeown 3:45.23. Ryan Cochrane in second, a qualifier as well. Milne, Wallace and Rennick, the Scots all through. James Guy of England, Mac Horton of Australia, and Jordan Harrison qualifies as well. We've been showing you the goals from the opening women's hockey match, Australia against Malaysia. And that was Jodie Kenny blasting in the opening goal for the reigning champions. It quickly became 2-0. This was a long-range attempt from Kenny, and it was deflected in by Kelly White for 2-0 at the National Hockey Centre. Georgina Parker with a good finish for number 3 for Australia, and the win, a comprehensive victory, rounded off by Parker's second goal. 2 for her, and 4-0 winners Australia against Malaysia in Pool B. A late night for the Queen and Prince Philip at the opening ceremony, but up bright and early to watch England against Wales in the hockey. And that was England's opening goal. Alex Danson, the scorer there. England ahead against Wales in the hockey. Back we go, let's rejoin the women's individual event, the triathlon at Strathclyde Park.
What is it, a 200-metre climb? But you can see from that shot it is very, very steep, and already they're starting to approach some of the tail enders who may well be lapped and find themselves pulled out of the race.
Yeah, and here we come to the chase group. They've just come back from their turnaround, and they'll be heading up to that same hill that we've just seen the lead group climbing, and they'll be interested to see. They would have worked out how close they were from that last dead turn when they saw them, and they'll be able to see that front group coming down the hill as they're going up. Actually really getting into work here. I mean, it's a difficult situation, you know. They know that they've only got, the only opportunity they have now is just to keep working as hard as they can on the bike, and they're paying energy now that they're never going to get back on the run, but they've got no choice. They just have to push on.
Ashley Gentle leading that chase group. Does a lot of her training in Spain. Another athlete to have a new coach, Cliff English, and the coach vitally important.
And they're the girls likely to see each other. Here we go, passing each other again as the other one. Chase group are going up and the lead group coming down. Emma Jackson just keeping the back end of that group nice and warm.
We're only getting a split time every time they come through the transition, but all the riders out there will have support crew and coaches who will keep them well informed. They'll know exactly what's going on, but with all these dead turns, you can just make your own markers. You know if you're gaining or losing.
They know. Then there's the information out on the course from the coaches and the support staff is, you know, it's top notch. So they know exactly where they are, and they'll be pretty sure, and they can tell by the pace that the group's going. You know, if the lead group is going at a reasonable pace, they know that chase group's going to be really struggling with just the 3 of them to be able to catch up.
Well, I know it's early days in the bike ride, but I guess we ought to start looking at this group and picking out the top class runners, and I guess it's easier actually to rule someone out. We know Lucy Hall will not be able to keep pace with the likes of Andrea Hewitt or Emma Jackson or Jodie Stimson.
Here we have the chase group going down, just descending the climb. It's pretty hairy down there. They reach up to speeds of up to 65 kilometres an hour heading into that corner, so it's quite a tricky little corner, as we said before. With it being off camber, they just have to be a bit careful, and I'm sure Ellen Pinnock, after her spill on the far end of the course, will have to be very cautious coming in here.
McElroy sandwiched in between the two from New Zealand, takes it wide. Good line from her right on the apex of the corner, comes out reasonably fast, no time lost.
As you can see, you know, Ellen just fell off a little bit back there, so she's still a little bit cautious. She's still a little bit shaken possibly from that crash, and now she has to work quite hard just to get on the back.
And nice to see McElroy of New Zealand take the lead in this chase group. They're going to have to share the lead, and they're going to have to work together if they want to catch this leading group. She's an athlete who came from running into triathlon. In the early days, most of the successful triathletes came from swimming because they left everyone so far behind. I guess we're through to the second generation. A number of these athletes got into the sport because their dads were triathletes, and therefore they've known nothing but triathlon.
Yeah, well, I mean, the youth involvement that triathlon has as a sport for kids, and it's just massive now, and we're benefiting from that at a professional level. Our best athletes in the world these days are a lot younger than they were when I was tracking around. Your time at the top is quite a little bit shorter, but it's great. It's great. The sport evolves so fast, and sometimes it's just a struggle to keep up from an organisational point of view. So it's fantastic to see that, and the young athletes that we're making into superstars and champions of our sport.
Lucy Hall doing her best to keep the pace honest at the front of the field. She won't want another 3 competitors joining this group.
Some fantastic images here from the lock. I mean, there's the crowd's everywhere, as you can see, line both sides. It's fantastic, and the girls love this. They love to come out. They race every day, they train every day. Most of the time, nobody sees the early morning hours and so forth. So it's just great that the crowds come out here to appreciate all the effort and work they've got to get here.
And there you see the pontoon on the right of the picture as we see Stimson doing her bit up the front. Stimson, her brain will be working at 1,000 miles an hour, trying to think of a way of breaking this lead group down, trying to think of a way that is going to give her the best possible chance of winning this race. She's come here to win.
Yeah, well, just as we see, Alistair and Johnny Brownlee sort of like being the bosses of, shall we say, of the peloton and the group. And they've got in the men's event, Jodie just sitting on the front there. No need for her to do that at the moment. She's got 2 ladies to help her out, and she's just saying, look, I'm here, I'm ready to race. I don't mind doing a bit of work. It's not gonna cost me any energy.
Nothing's for free, Chris.
Nothing's for free, mate. Not on this event, not on this course.
So back down the little path that leads behind the compound, one more right-hand turn, and then they'll be heading directly for the transition area. Almost 2 laps completed, no change in the leading group. We're waiting to get an accurate time between the front group and the chasing 3. Remember, it was 58 seconds last time they came through. So a third of the field are still in that leading group. We've got one athlete who is about to be lapped out on the course by this leading group of 10. They're chasing 3 coming down towards the compound now, and I think the margin is going to be very similar to last time. No inroads made. Lucy Hall back up front. I haven't seen too much chat going on. Hewitt and Jackson
just
ever present at the back of that lead group.
Yeah, they're being very cagey back there. They know now. Obviously, Andrea's got Nikki Samuels in there to assist and to be an ally, and also Emma Jackson has Emma Moffat in there. So they're playing it very cool.
Jackson's sitting at the back. She's out of contact verbally from the leaders who might be trying to persuade her to do a bit of work at the front. But ideally, you want to be, what, 5th, 6th position, so you don't get that concertina effect at the top and bottom of each hill?
Yeah, I mean, it's arguable, but you definitely have a small power loss if you're more in like the first 3 or 4 positions. But everybody knows where Jacko is. She's famous for this. The girls know this, but this is the sport. And if the girls want to give her the opportunity to sit there and keep away with it, well, then they're playing straight into her hands. And this is the gamesmanship that goes on.
Well, here come the chasers, and as you can see, the clock has gone to 1:39, 1:40, 1:41, and so they've lost some 50 seconds on that last lap alone, and I think that's the end of the day for McElroy, Gentle, and a real shame, particularly for Pennock, who took that fall on the very first lap, and that seems to have ruled her out of a chance of being involved in the race up front.
Yeah, it's tough, you do, you work so hard and you you search for a goal all year, and the girls where they have injury issues or health issues, you know, leading into big events. So it's a shame, but you know, it's not over, and this is the Commonwealth Games. This is about having a games experience, and they'll fight to the end. And there's still the teams relay, you know. There's still the teams relay that one of these girls might already be selected and pre-selected in, so they need to earn their spot, keep their spot.
Well, what a race for Nikki Samuels. She had a fight to get selected. Initially, she wasn't selected at all, so I'm sure that's a controversial subject, but she's certainly a determined woman, and she will be proving her point here today. She's done exceptionally well to get into this front group of 10.
And here we go, like I said, just Flora doing this the same position she did exactly on the lap before. She gave a little bit of a test, had a look around, see if the girls followed her. They'd let her go a little bit, and now she's off. She's going away. So number 18, Flora Duffy from Bermuda. She's represented at the Commonwealth Games before, and she's been to the Olympics for Bermuda. Know Flora very well. Trains and lives in Boulder, Colorado, up at altitude, and coached by Neil Henderson. I mean, this is what I expected her to do. I mean, it's playing into her hands, and it's interesting to see. We might have a little bit of a chase back.
So Flora Duffy, I should say, of Bermuda, with a lead of some 25 metres, and that's not even on the hardest part of the course, so maybe she's just going to open up a gap and then really go for it on that steep climb at the 2/3 marker on the course, but are constantly looking over the shoulder. And Flora Duffy with the top spot, a lead of 20 metres over the remaining 9.
And Emma, the Australians have noticed that, and then Emma Moffat got on the front pretty early and closed that down. That was looking quite dangerous, and Flora will sit up, she'll see that they're back on her, and she'll have a little crook to her left, yeah, there she goes, and then the pedal goes off again. But she knows it was an opportunity. She knows next time there might be another chance to give a go. Kirsten Swinton now on the front. The big favourites really getting on the front, doing a lot of work.
Remember, this is the 3rd of 5 laps on the bike course. Although it's an undulating course, Chris, there's no hill that's long enough or hard enough to open up a massive gap.
Yeah, it's sort of like one of those things, you know, if you're going to attack, you can't go 50% or you can't go 60%. You've got to go 110%. You really got to go for it. And at the moment, the girls are a little bit cagey. They're sort of saying, well, okay, I might push a little bit here, but I don't want to waste any energy than I have to. And oh no, hang on a sec, no, I'm going to go a little bit harder here. So they're just sort of sensing each other out. Maybe have a go at the spot that they decide to with 2 laps to go.
Well, we know that Jackson is running well. We know that Sweetland is running well. Jackson has obviously laid her cards on the table as usual, and she's going to sit at the back of the pack. Sweetland we've seen at the front. Now, do you think what's she trying to do there?
Well, she's, you know, as I said before, you know, she's coached at the moment by a professional cycling coach, and he's probably got some pretty decent information on what kind of power output she needs to be able to do to be able to still run. So she probably knows exactly how hard she can push. I'm sure she does. Exactly how hard she can push to still be able to run at her best. And if she is pushing hard and the girls are having to, you know, work to follow her, then it's just as hard for them. They're going to lose just as much energy.
And certainly her whole season has been geared towards these Commonwealth Games, and looking at recent results, you'd say that she's got the training absolutely spot on. 7th in Chicago, 3rd in Hamburg, with a very, very quick run indeed. And she brings that form here to Glasgow in her bid to claim the gold medal for Canada. And of course, Canada won it before with Carol Montgomery back in 2002.
And here we go, up the climb again. Lucy Hall going to the front, pushing a little bit. Nikki Samuels there, positioned her well, that if she's at the front of the group and if she wants to attack off that, there's a little bit of a gap there with Lucy Hall and Nikki Samuels. Emma just having to fight, get out of her seat and close it. Like I said before, Nikki Samuels, a road cycling champion of New Zealand a few years ago, so she can ride a bike.
Reid is there. We've not seen a lot of Aileen Reid. She's been well hidden in the middle of the pack, playing a very intelligent game at the moment. But those who aren't outstanding runners will maybe start to panic on the next lap and think, okay, if I'm going to win this or if I'm going to medal, I've got to do something.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, as I said before, the girls are racing together all the time, and they know everyone's sort of strategy to why they go there. And the fact that we're racing sort of as a team here enables them to even play that even further. So I don't think we'll see much of Aileen Reid. We definitely won't see anything of Andrea Hewitt and Emma Jackson. They'll stay where they are. They'll sit there as long as they possibly can in case there's a massive situation where Jodie Stimpson tries to get away up the road, and then they'll have to react, because that's somebody that can take this race, whether they're in this group or up the road.
Well, I wonder how much confidence Jodie Stimpson has. What a brilliant start to the season she had. 2 WTS victories in succession in Auckland and Cape Town. Then an injury in Yokohama, which was a little unfortunate in the transition. She'll make sure she doesn't fall over the bike this time. But I wonder how much confidence she has, because her form definitely dropped away after that. But it could well be that she's been putting in so much heavy training, particularly to prepare herself for these Commonwealths, because selection was never an issue.
Exactly, and I know her and Darren Smith, her coach, they've been working hard in Morzine and at altitude, and a lot of the girls are training at altitude, and that's something that they found creates a performance benefit, and they have head directly down from there. So good race form that she showed back that she was in touch in Hamburg. And but this is an Olympic distance race, and you know what you saw in Hamburg was some pure speed, but times that by 2 and you get into your strength endurance type. And if you've been really focusing on the right amount of training, then we'll see the results here.
Aileen Reid at the front of the field for the very first time in this race as they head back towards the transition area to complete lap number 3. Samuels of New Zealand sitting in there in 3rd place. Lucy Hall still up near the front of the field. Vicky Holland is there as well. Vicky Holland, I think, deciding fairly early on in that first lap, once the chasers had caught the leading 5, that she didn't want to do too much work. And news from the chase group, well, they were 58 seconds behind after 1 lap. They were 1:45 behind after 2. And after 3, I think it's highly likely to be over that 2-minute mark. And in fact, it doesn't look as though they're trying to close it down.
So they're just getting to the top of the climb now and heading back down, and it looks like you know, Kate McElroy and Ashley Gentle and Ellen Pinnock are really struggling here to keep this time gap within something reasonable, that they might be able to chase anyone down from that front group that is unable to get off and run smoothly. But Ash is like, put her head down. She knows that, you know, she's got to keep working. They're not really working very cohesively, but you know, you've got to take your own what you've got, and Ash has got her head down and she's working hard now.
So this is the fastest section of the course, and that tricky left-hand bend at the bottom. Gentle, just applying the brakes, making sure, playing safe. I think they know that their chance of a top 10 has gone.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult now, but it's great to see that they're still working hard, and they're not giving up, they're not sitting up, and they're just going to keep driving away until they see. But that front group, they're definitely, the medals are coming from there.
Well, it's about time to speculate as to who might be in the best position to take the gold medal here. Certainly Andrea Hewitt has the experience. Emma Jackson, we know, has the form. Vicky Holland, can she pull a fantastic run out of the bag? Lucy Hall, she does not run as quick as the majority of this leading group. She knows that. And I guess she'll be thinking, what can I do to help her 2 teammates increase their chances of taking medals here today?
Yeah, Vicky looks good. She had a great swim, and she's really only done any type of work that she needed to, and she's playing all her cards close to her chest. And she had a great second half of the run in Hamburg, even though it was only a second half of 5K. Her second half was faster than her first half, so that just goes to show that she's got strength endurance. And, you know, over 10K, I mean, if that reflects the way that she ran in Hamburg, she's in this game.
Mixed team relay, of course, in 2 days' time. 2 men, 2 women. Fascinating format of racing. And the first time that's been involved in these championships. Italy winning the European Championships in Kitzbühel recently. Obviously, they're not racing here. The French with a good performance in Hamburg, but the British team winning there. And I guess the English are going to be the hot favourites with the 2 Brownlee brothers. Stimpson, Holland.
Hot favourites? Is there anything hotter than hot? So the girls coming in here to complete another, and this is interesting. This is tactical. Flora again. She knows that this is an opportunity where, okay, it's not a hill, but hang on, everyone's a little bit more relaxed because it's not a hill. Let's make it count. Let's have a little dig now. Get ahead before you get to the hill. That's classic cycling 101. And who's coming across? Jodie Stimpson shutting it down really quickly.
24 kilometres completed of the 40, 2 laps to go. It is the same 10 athletes in that leading group. Duffy is there, further back Moffat, Samuels, Lucy Hall, Vicky Holland, Andrea Hewitt of New Zealand. No change, no one has dropped out from this leading group. No incidents either, which is a good thing.
And that was the fastest lap that the girls have done so far in the race. A little bit quicker than the first two, so that probably came about because of Flora Duffy's attack early on, and then of course also the hard pushing up of the hill of Samuels and Hall up the longer hill. So, you know, it makes a difference. And here she goes again, same position, same place as she's done the last 2 laps. Creature of habit.
Duffy making everyone work. You can see Jodie Stimpson down in 3rd place. Kirsten Sweetland preferring to be up the front of the group. She's sitting in 2nd, just behind Duffy. Samuels of New Zealand still looking comfortable. Aileen Reid has been in 5th or 6th all the way round. One very brief spell at the front for Reid, but she certainly doesn't want to do too much of the work. Save those legs for the 10,000 metre run.
Yeah, and this is where you have to try and keep your emotions intact now. You know, you're getting a bit excited. We're halfway through the bike. You're thinking about the run already. Have you taken enough hydration? Do you need to have any gels? All these types of things, and you're looking at the faces of the other woman in the group and saying, you know, oh, gee, she looks good, or she doesn't look so good. And then these things play on your mind, and you lose your focus. And the moment you lose your focus, that's when you lose the attention to detail.
Well, here come the chase group. Remember their margin, 1:45 behind when they came through after 16 kilometres on the bike. McElroy, Gentle, Pennock. Canada, New Zealand, Australia. And there's
lost a bit more time again.
Of 2:20 as they go through. So another 40 seconds or so lost to the leading group. This is just going to be a battle between themselves, but they're ferociously competitive animals. They will race on the final phase. Emma Jackson at the front.
And then look who's following her too. So Emma Jackson and Andrea Hewitt have been sitting on the back pretty much the whole of the ride so far, and all of a sudden they go up a little tiny hill, and Emma and Andrea just want to remind the ladies that they've been here, they're still here. They're not sitting on the back just because they want to. They probably want to. The girls are really, they really are riding quite hard.
So these are the leaders coming through transition just a few minutes ago. Aileen Reid of Northern Ireland, well positioned right the way throughout the race in that group of 10 out front. Flora Duffy of Bermuda has just asked a few questions of the other riders at the front.
She really is the only woman that's actually tried to legitimately try to break away. I think Lucy Hall and Nikki Samuels sort of applied some pressure up that last hill, but Flora's definitely the only one that's stepped up some gears and said, right, I'm going to have a go. So let's see when they come to this hill again, you know, if it's a change in motion again and something happens.
Now, do you see this group of 10 staying together all the way through to the end of the bike ride? We've got, what, some 12, 13 kilometres still to go?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that much is going to change, really. The girls seem like they've measured each other out. They might have lost that point where, you know, a breakaway will actually get you enough time that it actually won't hurt you in your running form when it comes to the run. But you never know. There's a couple of athletes, like I said, Flora Duffy, you know, Nikki Samuels, maybe Andrea sends her up the road, you know, to say, look, you know, get as much of a cushion as you can. Who knows? and they get the little 30 seconds, 25 seconds, sometimes that could be enough. Running in the front, big crowds around you, it's motivation to push on.
And a good transition. That is going to be absolutely key. You're not going to win it with the transition, but you can certainly lose it if you make a mistake. And if you incur a 15-second penalty, I think you can kiss goodbye to your chances of taking the win here.
Exactly, and sometimes being alone is that helps, you know. When you're out there in the front, you know, you've got nothing around you, it's easier for you to focus and not worry about all the things going on. As you said before in the race with Jodie Stimpson and Yokohama, we saw what can happen when bikes are flying every which way. So the girls they'll be thinking about it already, trust me.
So around the top end of the course for the penultimate time. And a dead turn is an opportunity to make a break. It's a technical part of the course. It's a tiring part of the course as well. And the second chase group just going through, containing Gillian Sanders of South Africa, another 3 athletes on their way out onto the course. And Kate Roberts in there as well, one of the 2 that fell on that very first lap.
They're heading towards that hill again. The girls seem to have sort of settled down a little bit, and not really much is going on at the moment, but that's just because they were already thinking, like I said before, they're already thinking about the run. And this is the moment. This is the moment when everybody gets a little bit complacent. They're not worried about necessarily the people from behind, the woman from behind catching them. That's definitely out of range now, but somebody could steal a march from the front from this group.
And certainly for those who don't train full-time, the non-professional triathletes, the hardest part of the race is the transition from the bike to the run. A lot of brick training to prepare yourselves for the shock.
Yeah, a lot of the girls will have that in their training regime. Their coaches make sure, you know, it's you do all the little things. You know, you don't just forget about doing that because it doesn't really matter, or that's something you learn as a young athlete. You know, they do transition training and do brick efforts, like you say, long rides, and then maybe a short half an hour little run afterwards, just to remind the legs that this is what happens after during long training sessions. But the last sort of 3 or 4 weeks, it's been very specific. There'll be very specific sessions, and of course with Hamburg as well. Being in the program only 2 weeks ago, they've had their little hit-out race in a big environment like the World Triathlon Series. It's interesting, pretty much every time we've gone up this hill, there's been a different athlete on front. So just showing, each one of them just showing, you know, look, hang on, I'm here, I'm strong, I feel good. I'm going to test you out a little bit.
But it's the one part of the course where the leader doesn't really do much more work than those behind, because the pace is so much slower. The slipstream effect is so much decreased. Back on the way down the hill, that is not the case.
Exactly.
When they're building up to 60, 65 kilometers an hour. And those who've been at the front on the climb are, strangely enough, dropping back to get some protection.
Let the mental games begin. You know, it's just as you say, you know, it's no more extra effort being on the front than being at the back, but just psychologically, you know, the girls are like, oh, this person's on the front, you know, she's pushing really hard here, and that can play, oh, they must feel really good, oh, they're a great runner, and all those types of things, they come into play.
Mind games, and that is what's going on here with the 10 leaders of the Commonwealth Triathlon, the first medal event of these 20th Commonwealth Games. What a setting, what weather, and what excitement we're going to have over the last 10 kilometers. They still have 10 and a half, 11 kilometers to go on the bike. Jodie Stimpson, first round the corner, looking a little bit anxious. And back at the back of the field again is Emma Jackson. Jackson, number 4, a run specialist. Brilliant in Hamburg. She finished 3rd in London this year. Trains in Aix-les-Bains.
And you know, just as an example, you had Emma Jackson, she was a full 20 seconds behind Jodie Stimpson out of the water. But then out of the exit out of T1, she'd already gained back 5 seconds on that margin. So she got to her bike and she ran there as fast as she can, and this has made her race. And here we have Lucy Hall. She's decided it's time to go.
Well, now she's playing for herself, and quite right too. A brilliant swim from Lucy Hall. Did all the work required of her for the English team. And now she just puts the hammer down.
And this will be cue Flora Duffy. This is an opportunity for her. She can break away and have somebody to work with.
But the rest of the field, how concerned will they be about Lucy Hall getting away out front?
And no disrespect at all to Lucy Hall, but most of that group they won't be worried about. They'll know she's playing a team card and she's giving her opportunity to get away. But if Jodie Stimpson jumps away and gets up to her, then that's a different story. And this is the way they're playing it. Put someone else up the road, and then maybe Jodie's going to go on the next hill. We don't know. So this is just it's a tactic. And if they let her get too far in front, they leave that option open for the group behind to get face from attacks.
And Lucy Hall would need certainly a minute and a half's lead to stand a chance of winning this one, maybe possibly more in these conditions. But it does make the rest of that group think. 9 in the group now. Lucy Hall out front for England. Holland and Stimpson in the middle of the pack. Jackson still at the back. Samuels of New Zealand looking comfortable down in 9th position, just behind Andrea Hewitt of New Zealand as well.
And there's two opportunities here. And the first one is, okay, all these girls in this group have decided that they're good enough to win this race on the run. You know, there's no point chasing down Lucy, and there's no point trying to get away and waste any more energy. Or they consider themselves a chance for a medal, and so they have to work out how many girls they think can run faster than them and how many they think are competitive with. And so they're happy that Lucy goes away.
Great work as she heads back towards the transition area.
As you can see there, Vicky Holland controlling this bunch now, and she'll be making it look like she's working, and she'll be doing turns. But as you can see, this group has really slowed down now, and the gas has gone off. And Vicky talking to the athletes as she come past, and sort of saying to Kirsten Sweetland, well, you know, I'm not chasing. No need for me to chase.
Vicky trying to wave the other riders through, so it's your turn out front. Well, it's Lucy Hall out front, and she now has a decent margin. We'll try and get a time slip for you as soon as we can.
The attention's really gone off this group. I mean, Lucy's put nearly 45 seconds in by the looks of this gap straight away in half a lap. And that means these girls aren't riding now. They're all playing themselves. They're in a bit cagey here. What are they going to do?
Well, they're not going to see exactly where Lucy Hall is for a while, because she's round the back of the complex and will be through the transition long before that leading group. But when it comes to the dead turn at the top end of the course, they will see what she's got to do. Just over 8 kilometres to go for Lucy Hall. The remainder of that group of 9. 8.5 kilometres remain of the bike ride. And then just the final discipline. There's going to be a massive roar for Lucy Hall as she comes through, a really popular athlete. So often in that lead group out of the water, so often the first out of the water. She's done another sterling job on the bike.
She has, and she's really played, you know, she's played and she's done her role as she's probably been asked to do. She waited and waited and made sure Jodie and Vicky were, you know, looked after for as long as possible. And now Jodie and Vicky probably said, right, Lucy, fly. Off you go. Take as much time as you can over this next lap and a half, and that's your time in the Commonwealth Games, son.
And the clock ticking away, 23, 24. It's going to be a margin of around 30 seconds, maybe even over that. Still not enough for Lucy Hall to think she can win this one. But is it enough to make someone chase? Hall leads, Reid in second, Sweetland of Canada in third, Emma Moffat of Australia, a comfortable fourth at the moment, ahead of Vicky Holland and Jodie Stimpson of England. Flora Duffy of Bermuda, what a fantastic run. She wanted to finish in the top 10. She has given herself the perfect opportunity, because there are only 10 up front.
See, we'll end up at this favourite spot that Flora's had to try to attack off each single lap, so and see if she's going to have a go and try and go across to Lucy Hall, or she's happy just to sit there, as you say, and just wait and save as much energy as possible before this 10K run, because this 10K run is not an easy 10K run. It's a challenging course with a big hill in the middle of the lap.
The first 1.5 kilometres is flat enough, but then there's a very steep, sharp hill May only be 150 metres long, but my goodness, it will push the pulse rate up, and it is an area, it's an opportunity for the better runners to get away. It's an opportunity for the climbers to get away, the light-framed runners.
Yeah, cadence will be a key here. And by cadence, I mean leg speed. Being able to get a quick turnover, because you're going to be running along on the flat, and all of a sudden you've got to run up a hill, and then you've got to run down a hill, and it's be able to control that cadence and not overstride and essentially break when you're running. And these girls will know that. They'll know the course. They've seen the course. Coaches have had the course for the last 2 years. They know what they expect of. They've been training specifically for this.
Yeah, I thought Emma Jackson had very good foot strike, very quick, sharp foot strike racing in Hamburg, where she did so well. So she's certainly one of the group to watch out for. Jackson, Stimpson, a little bit of a question mark over her form, but if she's on the sort of form we saw in Auckland at the beginning of the World Triathlon Series season, my goodness, she could do some damage.
Yeah, she's a strength endurance athlete, and she loves courses like this. We saw what she did in Kitzbühel last year at the World Triathlon Series when we climbed the mountain, and we saw it again in Auckland when she pretty much did the whole thing by herself. So this is not a dissimilar course. Maybe there's not as regular hills, and we're not in the middle of a city, but we're here at a fantastic venue with some challenging hills that are going to make a huge impression on this run leg.
Now, we mentioned the weather conditions at the top of the program, Chris, but we haven't discussed what effect this 26, 27 degrees is going to have on the athletes and who it favours. Certainly the Australians will be used to these sort of temperatures.
Yeah, as I said before, hydration is a key. Sometimes you come to a place, you know, no offence to Scotland, you think, oh, it's going to be freezing cold, but it's been anything but. Fantastic weather here, some of the hottest temperatures they've had in years, and the girls would have need to be hydrated even before they started today, let alone to make sure that they're drinking the water on the bike or whatever fluids they're carrying on their bike. As you can see, Lucy's got 2 bottles here, so she's got round about 1 litre of water, and hopefully she's taken all of that on board.
Yeah, the temperature's certainly taken away a little bit of the home advantage, and for those who've been doing cold weather training, it's been misplaced, because it is a scorching 26, 27 degrees here today in Strathclyde Park. We're just south of the city of Glasgow, some 15 kilometres or so, where the opening ceremony was last night. And a wonderful atmosphere building in the city centre. This, though, the very first medal of the Games. Who will claim it? Will it be Australia, New Zealand? Bermuda have a chance. Ireland, Northern Ireland have a chance. England have a chance.
Fast little downhill section here. Girls all tucking in. Emma Moffat's done a lot of work on the bike. She's been really, really prominent at the front. Be interesting to see how she runs. She didn't have her best run in Hamburg, had some issues, but she said that she's feeling all right, and let's hope that it all comes together for her, because she is class. She's a class athlete. World champion, bronze medalist at the Olympic Games. She knows how to race, that's for sure.
The chasing group of 3 have gone through the transition. They are 3 minutes, 2:59, 3 minutes behind this leading group, so they've consistently lost 40 seconds on each lap so far in this race. And when the run starts, they will be a kilometre, at least a kilometre behind the leaders.
And here we have Lucy. She's coming up to that turning point where she'll be able to turn around, and then she'll be able to get a visual reference on where that chase group is. And I'm sure Vicky and Jody, no doubt, will make some sort of communication between the 2 groups and let her know if they're sitting up or anything. And then you can see they're actually catching her.
So from 30 seconds, it's going to be closer to 10. So Lucy Hall's attempt to get away, it certainly made the race more interesting.
So she's obviously, you know, she pushed really hard, and we did see, you know, Flora and Kirsten Sweeten drive quite hard up that hill, and they must have, it's not that they didn't want Lucy to get away, but maybe those girls are just saying, okay, look, this pace has been pretty honest, because I feel it has. Like, it feels like the bike's been on for the woman today, and if it keeps it high, then that just sort of takes a little bit more energy out of those pure runners like Emma Jackson and Andrea Hewitt. It might just sort of, you know, just give them that little 1 or 2% off. That means that these other girls get back into the game and a chance of getting on that Commonwealth Games podium and receiving a medal.
Been racing already for an hour and 17. And then, of course, another 32, 33 minutes out on the run once the bike has completed.
So the girls are already starting to sort of position themselves. Couple of people that we haven't seen much of. They're sort of showing themselves more now, and be interesting the positioning coming into transition. Even though we're a wee way from that, getting up that hill, then we've got the fast downhill, not much positional change there, and then some sort of rolling all the way into T2. So making sure you're in the right position is going to be Aileen Reid sort of having a last little dig up this hill. It's a big move. It's a really big move, you know. It's a lot of energy wasted here, but you know, 10, 15 seconds here leading into transition. She gets on Lucy Hill as she gets to the top, and he's got Lucy to carry her all the way downhill. She could grab 10 or 15 seconds.
And then it's an undulating course back towards the transition area. Aileen Reid back in second place, a little look over her shoulder just to see if the group have responded. They're certainly trying to respond, but the pace being set by Hall is still fairly honest up the front of this field. And now it's Sweetland of Canada who does the work, rises up out of the saddle and is slowly, inch by inch, closing that gap down on the leading two. Up to the top of the steepest climb. There's a flat section where they can recover, but then there's another dead turn and they head back down the hill. The gap effectively closed. Another attempt.
Exactly,
foiled.
yeah, exactly. But that would have hurt some of the girls, and coming right at the end in the bike. They would have been thinking, right, nice and easy, and this last 4 or 5K is going to be great. We'll just toddle on back in here into T2. But that little effort by Aileen Reid, and then counter attack by Kirsten Sweetland, that's going to put some sting in the legs from the first couple of K on the run.
Well, it is the perfect scenario to have 10 women all with a chance over that 10-kilometre run.
There's you see Flora Duffy there. She's got a gel in the back of her race suit there, so she's probably just taken that like 5K ago, get some sustenance on board, waiting for the run.
Again, no risks taken on the downhill section. Jackson still at the back. I suspect we'll start to see her edge towards the front. She doesn't want to come into transition at the back of the pack, or do you think she's confident enough that she'll run through the rest?
I don't like to say that I know what I think she's going to do, but she generally doesn't mind coming in the back, at the back there. She just likes to look after herself. Like Emma's very clever in that sense in regards to that. She knows her space. She wants to be here. She's happy with that. And sometimes as long as you're as happy as an athlete, doesn't matter where you are, you're just comfortable in your surroundings, and she's fine with that. I don't think you'll see her pushing too far forward and getting involved in anything she doesn't need to. She'll get off, make sure her bike's in the right position, put her shoes on, and then it's game on for Emma Jackson.
Incidentally, Australia, the only nation that have been on every Commonwealth triathlon podium, with Moffat and Jackson still in this leading group of 10. They've got every chance of continuing that record. Whether it holds this afternoon, don't forget we've got the men's race this afternoon, and that is going to be a fantastic display. Everyone looking to see Alistair and Jonathan Brownlee medal as they did in the Olympic Games. Richard Murray, Erin Royal of Australia. We've got Ryan Sissons of New Zealand. They'll liven up that race.
And just as I said that you won't see her at the front, she comes to the front. So that's brilliant. Thank you very much, Emma. But it's a positive thing because she's not normally doing this. So she's showing, you know, and the girls know this. Like I said, they race together all the time. And the fact they're seeing Emma right there in the front, you know, showing herself right before T2, this could be a lightning fast run.
Do you think that's got anything to do with the layout of the course and the fact that you've got a couple of tight turns, a couple of narrow tracks that lead into the transition?
I just think that it just goes to show she's in fantastic form and she's got great confidence. She's doing things that she doesn't normally do, and the girls around her know that. They don't expect Emma Jackson to be leading this little group heading into T2. That's not what they would have thought. They would have expected Emma to be sitting on the back. So the fact that she's there, she's really, really showing to them, I am here to race today and I want this medal.
Yeah, she was the second fastest runner in Hamburg in the sprint event there, beaten only on the 5K run by Gwen Jorgensen.
A lot of the girls already getting out of their shoes, getting prepared. You know, they're already thinking about, you know, it's still got to go around the thing, but they're making sure that their straps are undone. They're not necessarily out of their shoes, but things are a little bit loose. And even Kirsten Sweetland's already got one of her feet on top of her shoes and still got a little bit way to go. So maybe a little bit early.
Jackson back to the back of the group, so Chris, absolutely right. It was just a case of don't forget that I am here and I am ready to run. And she looks in very, very good shape, alongside Duffy of Bermuda, who did a little bit on the bike, but I think has decided that it's all too late for those sort of games now. It's all about energy conservation as they come towards the transition area.
Yeah, you look for Jodie Simpson to be up there in the transition, and same with Andrea Hewitt. They're normally pretty good into T1, T2, and same with Aileen Reid.
Down the hill they come, and the crowds 7, 8, 9 deep as they come down towards the lock side, then into the restricted area, but the speed's up at around 50, 55 kilometers an hour. They can see the transition ahead of them, but they still have some 800 meters to go around the back of the complex, and then through that crucial second transition. Off the bikes, off with the helmets, in some cases off with the shades, on with the running shoes, and away. No mistakes can be afforded here.
A little bit of bunching up, trying to get some position coming into T2. Girls being a little bit careful. There's a look, as you can see, throwing the elbows out a little bit wider than they have for. Andrea Hewitt showing herself, Jodie Stimpson, Kirsten Sweetland, Aileen Reid leading everyone in.
Stimpson on the inside of the turn at the front in the English colours. Sweetland up the front as well for Canada. Lucy Hall not so concerned, down in 7th position at the moment, and Jackson at the back of the pack still very, very happy, content to come in. Aileen Reid, who's been in 5th and 6th nearly all the time, is there again.
Yeah, we've got the odd numbers on the right-hand side and the even numbers on the left-hand side as the girls heading into T2. This will be fast and frenetic.
And it's beautifully laid out. Important not to get carried away with the support of the crowd, and of course many of these athletes with family members here. Off the feet down on the ground before the red line. No flags raised, so no 15-second penalties so far. Now they just have to make sure their equipment goes in the boxes. There you see the names: Sweetland, Hewitt, Holland, Duffy, Stimpson's there, Samuels, Moffat, Hall, Jackson. Nothing has changed since the end of the first lap of the bike ride, and a very, very quick transition indeed.
Brilliant transition from Vicky Holland, out early and looking full of running. Jodie Stimpson quickly moving up, Andrea Hewitt, Kirsten Sweetland, Emma Jackson, Aileen Reid, Emma Moffat, Samuels, and Lucy Hall, Flora Duffy, all together, and straight away, Jodie Stimpson putting her foot down.
It is a fast pace. They go along the road and then they'll break left along a nice little footpath that takes them along the lock side before they double back on themselves and have that sharp climb that we were talking about.
I think that hill that we've talked about for a few days, this could play an important role when they get there. Girls just sort of feeling each other out at the moment, trying to find some shelter.
Jackson nearest the water in 3rd place at the moment in the Australian colours. Sweetland of Canada sitting in 2nd, looking a little bit heavy. Jodie Stimpson's, she's worked on pushing the pace off the bike, and she's doing just that here in Strathclyde Park, bidding to win a gold medal in her first ever major championship. So it's Stimpson who leads, Sweetland in 2nd, Reid of Northern Ireland in 1st, Jackson of Australia in 4th, Samuels of New Zealand in 5, and I think that looks like Vicky Holland down in 6th place for England.
Yeah, so those 6 have separated themselves early on the run, and they're the ones that we were talking about. It will be really difficult when they arrive to this first climb, because it's such an important part during this run that you just don't get too excited and try and lose it, try and win it here. They've still got to go up it 2 more times after this time. They just have to be a little bit careful, a little bit more reserved, work out how they're going to do it, see if anyone's suffering in the situation and consider it for a last lap attack.
31-year-old Samuels looks to be suffering just a fraction. Andrea Hewitt is there, looking good in 5th place at the moment. Vicky Holland looking strong behind her, and Nikki Samuels has fallen away, so she's dropped out of that leading group.
Let's break away from the triathlon for a moment, make our first visit of Glasgow 2014 to the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome in the East End of Glasgow, and it's qualifying for the women's Parasprint B2 tandem. We're about to see the English pair of Sophie Thornhill and Helen Scott after we have a look at how this event works.
Visually impaired riders are those with partial sight or none at all. Riders sit on the back seat of a tandem with a fully sighted front rider.
Really getting that bike moving now. Oh, and they look good. So remember what I said, Rianne Henry's fourth at the moment, 11.917, top four go through. Oh yes, I said they look good. They may close out with the number one seed spot here. Yep, they do. So that's the best time. So the qualification time trial round closes out with a Commonwealth Games event record of 11.277.
Great performance from those English cyclists, and great performance so far from England's women's hockey team as well. That's their second goal of the game. Nicola White, the scorer. Alex Danson got the first. 2-0 England, and earlier Australia beat Malaysia 4-0. Back out into the Strathclyde Park sunshine for the climax of the women's individual triathlon.
We are up on the hill for the first time. Interesting to see who's maintaining the pace, who can keep on there. Andrea Hewitt just falling off slightly. Vicky Holland actually getting back onto the group. Jodie controlling everything from the front with Kirsten Sweetland, Emma Jackson and Aileen Reid.
3 times round. It's not going to be so easy to climb on the third time. I must say, Emma Jackson looks beautifully smooth. She's almost smiling as she makes her way up the climb. So light on the feet. She's a very light frame as well, so it suits her. Stimpson is a power athlete, and certainly we saw her in Kitzbühel in 2013. She's not scared of the hills.
No, she's not. She really loves going. Anything that's tough. Jodie just she sort of gravitates toward anything that's tough. So Jodie will be laughing. She would know she's got to go up there 2 times. She would have sussed everything out. But they all look good. They really look good. They're up on their toes, and I think that they won't be making any decent move until they need to.
Well, there were some predicting a finishing time of around 2:06, 2:08. It looks as though it's going to be considerably faster than that. So although they made the bike ride look easy, it certainly wasn't. They've kept the pace going. And now we have Stimpson, Jackson, Sweetland leading the way. Vicky Holland trying desperately hard just to hang on in there. She's trying to relax. A little bit of tension in the shoulders maybe. Aileen Reid, is she starting to flag, having had an easy ride so far? I don't think so. What a medal would mean to her and Northern Ireland.
Yeah, we got Nikki Salmons, who's just off the back of that group behind Andrea Hewitt. Then we've got Emma Moffat, and behind her Flora Duffy. So these girls will be trying to find their rhythm, trying to keep in their rhythm. They know that the front group is essentially going away, but as long as they keep in their rhythm, these girls might be overextending themselves early in the run, and they might be a chance to come back into the game.
Emma Jackson slowly but surely pulling up alongside Jodie Stimpson. A battle of the minds going on here, as well as a battle of the bodies. And Jodie Stimpson switching coach, in 2012 to Darren Smith from Michelle Dillon. My goodness, what a rapid transition that made. And it's interesting to see how effective a coach can be.
Yeah, for sure, but the foundations are laid well before that, and the work that Jodie had done with Michelle in her early career, she was second or first even at the Under-23 World Championships. You know, that doesn't come by mistake and just raw talent. So, but Darren's been able to build on that, and the environment, more importantly, the environment. Hence, Aileen Reid sitting at the back there, and Vicky Holland used to be in that environment as well. You know, it's a good environment. The girls seem to, progress well from that, and as you can see, benefiting from that because of the results.
England, Australia, Canada, Northern Ireland in that leading group of 5. Samuels of New Zealand has gone. Andrea Hewitt of New Zealand has dropped away, and that could be a gap that is never closed as they come towards the completion of the first lap. 3.3 kilometre loops. It's a long, long way when you see that leading group disappearing down the road.
Yeah, and Andrea, she looks like she hasn't lost much more time than when she arrived at the top of the hill. So she might have just had a bad patch, but she's a fighter. She'll never let go. And if they start being complacent in the front and jockeying around and playing the games, then she might get back on. And Nikki sort of started off a bit slowly. We saw her at the back there. She was behind Flora and Emma at the start of the run, but she's starting to get into her work, get back into her rhythm.
But this is where the medals are likely to go. Stimson, Sweetland, Jackson, all on the list of those who were picking the favourites earlier on today. Vicky Holland and Aileen Reid, an outside chance.
Whoa. Bit of a heel clip there from Kirsten Sweetland on Emma Jackson. I tell you what, if there's one thing that Andrea Hewitt does, it's not give up. She's hanging on there, and if these girls are just read out, she's got a chance to get back into this.
Bronze 8 years ago for Andrea Hewitt. She was 6th in London. And 3 times she's finished in the top 3 of the World Series standings at the end of the season. So she is a class athlete.
As far as form goes at the moment, you like the look of Kirsten Sweetland. She seems like she's just measured a little bit. She's not finding that she has to follow anyone. She's taking her own line, and they're clearly playing around here a little bit. I mean, not to say that Andrea isn't getting back on, but they're clearly playing around, and that is exactly what's happening. Andrea is getting back into this group, and they might live to regret that at the end of the day if they can't get rid of her again, because this one can sprint.
Well, here's the little heel clip, and Sweetland, I think, just tapping the heel and loosening the shoe of Jackson a fraction. It's happened, you've got to let it go. You cannot afford to have those sort of things going through your mind. But almost instantly, Jackson's back into the rhythm and focusing on the race. And there she is, leading the way again.
And then we have Andrea Hewitt latched onto the back of that group. So it'll be interesting to see when they get to that point again where she dropped off last time off the hill, if it's just a situation with her in the hill, or is it in fact that she just had a bad patch and now she's back into it.
Or possibly she's decided not to push the pace too hard on the climb to save something for the flatter sections, because there's no doubt that if you work maximum on the climb, it takes you a couple of 100 metres, even a kilometre to recover from that.
If we're talking about competition miles, well, she's racking them up out of this group. She's got the most experience. She's been to the big games more than any of these other girls, so, you know, maybe that's going to pay dividend for her.
So suddenly we have 5 nations in the leading 6 athletes.
From triathlon, let's head very quickly to Toll Cross, swimming, and Scotland's poster boy, Michael Jamieson, is about to take part. The men's 200 metres breaststroke.
Forward to, so much has been said about the prospects of Michael Jamieson. He's got to work his way into the final. Controlled swim here, and he should do just that. Bensidon in 1, Chong, Tate in 2 and 3. Jamieson has 4 and Murdoch 5. Lane 6 vacant, and then down to Davies and Seto. And it's the Scottish trio out in front and just dominating the first 50. Jamieson, Tate, Murdoch. Doesn't the crowd like to see that? 29 and 44, just over a quarter of a second outside the world record split. The world record held by Yamaguchi of Japan, 2:07:01. He set that just after the Olympics in Japan of 2012. The Olympics, of course, in London. He set it in Japan, 2012.
Well, the crowd are certainly getting their money's worth this morning with the home crowds, the home nation's performances so far. And the crowd are really loud for this final heat of the men's 200 breaststroke.
Jamieson leading Murdoch a fraction of a second there, 4/100ths of a second. Pretty good turn by Murdoch as well as he goes up on level terms, and Tate not to be forgotten either in lane number 3. He's possibly going up to challenge the lead at the moment. This is terrific racing by this Scottish trio, and the crowd loving every bit of it as they go up to the turn for the final time. And as they go around, Murdoch from Tate and Jamieson, as we saw in the first heat, these positions so very important when it comes to making the final. So Jamieson has to pull out all stops here as they start to bring it home. And Murdoch in lane 5 asserts his ascendancy. Jamieson trying to go with him. Tate might almost be shading Jamieson at this stage in lane 3. but it's Murdoch who's going to take out the third and final heat. We'll keep an eye on the clock. It's looking going as if it's going to be very fast. This should be a games record. Oh, 2:08.78. Well done, Ross Murdoch. Jamieson gets second, just in front of Callum Tate. Terrific racing. Scotland 1, 2, 3 for the second time today.
What a tremendous performance for Ross Murdoch, the underdog in this heat swim. Let's remember that this is only a heat and we've still got the finals tonight. Smashed his personal best from a 2:09 to a 2:08.78. Michael Jamieson looks a little bit tardy this morning compared to that.
Oh, he looked very, very impressive.
Great swimming for the Scottish swimmers across the field this morning. They really raised their game, and the crowd is lifting them. It has to be said, and that's what they always say about home games, that you can swim above what you expect, and that's what they've done for the crowd today.
It really is an amazing psychological study. We look at the physical study at the moment as these swimmers underwater. The three Scotsmen, Tate and Jamieson and Murdoch, finished the other order there, Murdoch, Jamieson and Tate. But what an effort. But it really is fascinating how the crowd can lift you. You'd think when you swim day after day after day, something else other than the crowd should bring out the best performances, but it's not the way it happens. Murdoch taking out heat 3 in a games record 2:08.78 from Jamieson and Tate. Scotland 1, 2, 3 in the final heat of the 200 breaststroke for men.
And that's the second Scottish 1, 2, 3 in this first session of swimming at Toll Cross, and Ross Murdoch breaking the games record ahead of Michael Jamieson. Back to Strathclyde Park and the triathlon.
This is where your capacity, your cardiovascular capacity really does show as you go up towards your threshold and over. Jackson to the front again. Have a look at their body language, have a look at the efficiency of the way they run.
Here we go.
And as they break to the right, it steepens dramatically. The shorter pace, the heavy breathing, the raised pulse rate in the blistering heat here in Glasgow.
Keeping your cadence, just keeping your cadence is really important here. You don't want to overstride and force any more lactate into those legs than possible. And as you said, they're breathing really heavy at this point. You just got to measure this. They all look like they're sort of a bit more cagey up this time.
Stimpson looking relatively comfortable. Jackson not quite as fresh as she was last time round, but no surprise, she's got another 3,300 metres in those legs.
And no dropping off from Andrea Hewitt this time up the hill. And here we go, we've got Nikki Samuels and Emma Moffat coming up to the hill. They're keeping their time gap reasonably the same. .26 seconds behind at the last transition. That's a lot of hard work right there, mate. I tell you, this is no easy course. It's really hard work. They're really looking at them getting down, looking down, trying to lift their legs, trying to get a high knee drive, driving with their feet.
It's the sort of hill that breaks your rhythm. It is only 150 metres long, but for most of us, you would call it a wall. A really, really steep climb, and for the first time, that gap that Aileen Reid has let open up has grown from 2 to 5 metres. Now she's got to do what Andrea Hewitt did on the last lap and use this downhill section, just let the legs go. Try and steady the breathing, get back in contact with the leading 5. Sweetland looking so comfortable. Look how confident, look how smooth she is in the middle of the picture. Are Canada going to claim their second triathlon title? Carol Montgomery back in 2002. Sweetland looks supremely confident there.
She does. She looks really good. And Jody looks the same. She looks like she's not breathing too hard at all. She's sort of looking around, feeling measured, and she's controlling the pace. So at the moment, the way the race is right now, this is a good pace for Jody Stimpson because she wouldn't be at the front if it wasn't.
She looks determined. She looks scary. She is on a mission. And Jody Stimpson is one of the most competitive out there. She just loves to race. There are many who love to train. Jody Stimpson loves to race, and she will relish this occasion. Well, here they are coming through the transition on the right of your screen. The Australian Emma Jackson, that slightly loping style. Sweetland, immaculate, brilliantly efficient, and very relaxed in the face. Stimpson, the picture of concentration. What is going on in her mind?
Some of the best women triathletes in the world there. Fantastic, fantastic ambassador for all the sports.
And don't forget Holland and Hewitt in that second rank. Aileen Reid, who's now dropped slightly off the pace, desperately trying to get back in contact with the leading five, but she was there as they went through transition. This is looking good from Sweetland. Looking very, very good indeed. Remember, she was 7th in the World Triathlon Series race in Chicago. She proved there that she could deal with the heat, and she's having to do it again here in Glasgow. She ran with Moffat on that occasion.
Yeah, she's pushing on a little bit here. It's the first time we've actually seen Kirsten just actually assume the front. You know, she's ran beside Jody. She was running beside Emma Jackson before, but now she's actually on the front. She's making all the pace here, and she's stretching the girls out again. Andrea Hewitt hanging on again a little bit. Rubber band getting longer. Vicky Holland just sneaking around the back there, just sort of staying hold in position.
Yeah, a really impressive run from Vicky Holland. I think she decided early on in the bike ride that their group of 5 was not going to be able to hold the gap, and she eased off, started to not refuse to go to the front, but she just didn't go to the front, and so has saved the legs for the run, and so far it has paid dividends. But can she match Sweetland? Sweetland's trying to take control of this fairly early.
She's a little bit concerned there about how many laps she's got to run, I think. It's not a good sign.
Well, if she thinks she's got 2 and they suddenly tell her she's got 1 to go, she's going to be delighted.
Yeah.
We might see a burst coming in.
And let's just hope she doesn't sprint for the finish now.
So they break to the left. You can see the compound on the athletes' right at the moment, 800 metres round the back, and Aileen Reid is still there, but now we have single file, and it's all down to the rate being pushed by Sweetland at the front. A couple of South Africans coming through. We've got Gillian Sanders, the lawyer who works in London, on the right of your screen. Was that Kate Roberts with her? Kate Roberts as well. Those two have raced for many, many years.
And you see the damage that Kirsten Sweetland, that attempt that Kirsten Sweetland did. She really strung everyone out, and Andrea Hewitt's back on to chasing on again, and Emma Jackson had to move inside of Vicky Holland to close that gap, but one person that didn't seem to affect when Sweetland went to the front was Jody Stimpson, just travelling behind her like a hawk.
Samuels and Moffat, who were both in that leading group of 10 in T2, but almost as soon as the run started, they started to fall away from the pace set at the front. Moffat of Australia, 29 years old. Is this going to be her last Commonwealth Games? The next one would be a home affair on the Gold Coast in from Brisbane. What an occasion that's going to be.
And the front group back together again. So you just get this oscillations where everybody's just trying to test each other out, see what effect it's going to have, you know, and that burns energy for them too, so they have to be really careful.
Now, what are they thinking here? Because this is, of course, the approach to the transition, but it's also the approach to the finish next time round. Will they be deciding that if it comes to a sprint, where they're going to go, how far out? Do they go on the corner where everyone else just slows down a little, or do they wait for that final straight?
Yeah, well, those types of things will probably be worked out before the race. The girls will know this is where their point is. However, with this acceleration that Kirsten's done, I would be sure that this is exactly why she did it. She'll be just sussing out, okay, if I push there, did I do any damage? And she'll be getting some information from her coaches when she goes through transition on the other side. Yes, you did some damage when you attacked everyone on the hill. If you want to go down and do that again on the last lap, that's where it's good to go.
Is Aileen Reid's chance of a medal disappearing as they come through the transition zone for the final time? Next time it will be into the tape and the finish, and the medals will be decided. Reid some 10 metres off that leading group of 5, and it's Canada's Sweetland who leads the way. Stimson, who's been in second since the very first step of this run, right on the shoulder of the leader, as she always is, ever present Stimson. Holland, her teammate, behind her, and we've got Jackson for Australia sitting in 4th at the moment. Andrea Hewitt, who was some 15 metres behind on the first lap, seems to have had a second wind, and she looks much, much more comfortable now. All credit to Andrea Hewitt for sticking in there.
Yeah, Vicky Holland looks really good to me. She seems like she's just measuring herself and she's just tracking everyone, but here we go. Is this the Queen ascending her throne? Jody's just decided, okay, I've been following Kirsten after that attack, and I'm just about to put the foot down.
Well, we always thought that climb halfway round the run loop was going to be decisive. I think that's the one area that Vicky Holland might fall off the pace. If she's still with them at the top of the climb, then she's got every chance. But Stimson doesn't want to leave it to chance. She's starting to push now. She's starting to make everyone work. Sweetland sticking in the slipstream, no problem at all for Canada. Vicky Holland, a little look over the shoulder. Is that a case of, well, if I stay here, I'm going to take the bronze? Or is she starting to feel, I am feeling dreadful as she comes towards the final stages?
And Andrea Hewitt, she's seen that Emma Jackson might be struggling a little bit, and she's taken the opportunity and moved inside, try and close this gap up again. But Jody really looks now like she's got this in control. She's really deciding, okay, what pace are we going to run here, ladies? When am I going to push it? How long are you going to hang on for? Emma Moffat just coming through transition, 123 behind that front group with Nikki Samuels, 128.
A lonely, lonely run for Moffat now. Someone who's used to being in the top 3. Sean Stevens, I guess, will be a little disappointed. Moffat, incidentally, with an English dad, although she says she feels 100% Australian, which is usually the case.
Jody's looking focused. She really knows, you know, she went through a lot in London 2012. You know, she missed out on the team there, and ever since then, it's been a little bit of a retribution to get back to this point and take this opportunity.
Well, let's have a look at them going through that transition zone for the final time. Sweetland on the right of your screen, still looking comfortable, but it's Jody Stimson whose technique, whose style, whose efficiency has not changed from the very first step of this run. Emma Jackson at that stage, just a metre or so off the pace of the leaders, but she did struggle when Jody Stimson put the foot down and accelerated.
And Emma Jackson just falling off here. This is really important. Now this is where it comes to. How empty is the tank? Jody really pushing on here. Vicky's moved around Kirsten. Kirsten looks like she's in a bit of trouble. It's the first time we've seen any type of expression from Jody Simpson.
Well, the breathing rate is going up. She's now throwing down the gauntlet. The others have to stick with her as long as they can. But it's a gradual application of power from Jody Stimson. She's not gone for the sprint burst away. She's just slowly winding it up, lengthening that stride. And then, of course, they have the climb, which comes very, very shortly. Past the little beach on their left-hand side.
Andrea Hewitt must be going through her mind now going, how many times has this happened to me in the race where just when I get on, I get off the back again?
But look at that, Jackson has gone. Jackson is now 20 metres off the lead, and we saw her grabbing one bottle after another, trying to cool down. I think the conditions have got the better of the Australian, and what a surprise, because she's looked supreme so far. And at the moment, we have Jody Stimson leading, Vicky Holland having the race of her life there in second place. Sweetland is still with them, but suddenly there's a little bit of movement in Sweetland's head, so maybe she's starting to suffer. But the big climb to come, and the lightest frame of the leading 3 belongs to Sweetland. Is that where she's going to seize her opportunity?
Oh, it's an amazing race here by Vicky. We said at the start, you know, this is an opportunity for her to come of age, and she's really taken this opportunity. And then Jody's still slightly in control from what I can see, and Kirsten's really positioning herself well. It's going to be hard here for Andrea and Emma Jackson to get back on up this hill, but if they're going to do it, they better do it now.
Andrea Hewitt, she's shortened the strides as she should do, but maybe too short. And now it's Vicky Holland who's trying to wind it up, building the lactate in the legs. She's got to be careful. Jodie Stimpson still keeping the pace, very good and honest at the front of the field. And in third place at the moment, it's Sweetland, who's not giving an inch. She's sticking in there, right in the middle of your picture. Another good performance as they come towards the crest of the hill. There's still another 40 metres of ascent, but it's eased off. They're through the worst of it.
Emma Jackson's gone past Andrea Hewitt up that hill, so they'll need to really work together. They need to help each other here. It's just a 5, 6, 7 metre gap. They can get back on here if the front girls start playing, you know, the old cat and mouse game. Who wants to lead out? I'm not sure I'm going to lead out. Then they'll get back on.
I think that's unlikely to happen with Jodie Stimpson up the front, and I wonder how much of a benefit it is to Jodie to have Vicky Holland alongside her. The camaraderie, the fact they've done so much training, so much racing together, and for Jodie, 9 times out of 10, she'll beat Vicky Holland on the road.
Yeah, I don't know where the camaraderie is lying right at the moment, mate. I think Vicky Holland has put herself in a position here to take something that she maybe only herself knew deep down that she was possible of, and she doesn't owe anyone any favours.
One of the products of Loughborough University, world famous, of course, for the sports athletes that it's produced, and so many of Great Britain's best triathletes training there, learning their trade there, and many of them pinched from other sports.
Yeah, and since then she's moved up to Leeds, and she's training with the HP program up there, together with Non Stanford and obviously Alistair Brownlee and Jonathan Brownlee, so she's in good company.
Just over a kilometre to go now. We've got roughly 4.5 minutes of racing to go, and it's Vicky Holland who goes to the front for the first time and is now starting to ask questions of Jodie Stimpson. But Jodie Stimpson's like a terrier, a Jack Russell. She will hang on. That looked like a little burst from Jodie Stimpson, but floating along in third place, we've got Sweetland of Canada, who still hasn't shown signs of weakness. Holland trying to get a little more fluid on board, perhaps trying to bring the body temperature down a fraction, but suddenly Vicky Holland's running technique seems to have gone a little bit heavy. Can she hang on in there?
Yeah, the front girls they're looking like the medals could come from here. We don't know how far away those other two are, whether they're closing that gap down. There they are, there's Emma Jackson, Andrea Hewitt. Just how far away are they?
Jackson seems to have recovered a little, but
there we go.
You can see the margin from 5 to 10 to almost 45 metres now between them. That is going to take a Herculean effort from Emma Jackson to win, and it's going to be a similar effort just to get on the podium, because we have 3 out front, 2 from England, 1 from Canada. England had never been on the podium in a Commonwealth triathlon before. Today surely is the day that they're going to manage that. But will they get the gold, possibly the silver? Andrea Hewitt finds a third win. She's had an up and down run so far. Jackson will be so disappointed. She was brimming with confidence after a race in Hamburg just a couple of weeks ago.
Here we go.
3 red vests ahead of her, 2 belonging to England, 1 belonging to Canada, and what a beautiful move by Sweetland. My goodness, you see the quality of her running with that move.
That was impressive, and those changes of pace, the ability to be able to put yourself in that type of position, so she's still got something left. Jodie still looks like she's in control to me at the moment, but Kirsten moved up to her arm, and now Vicky's got to go into damage control. She's got to find her spot, relax. She knows looking back's probably not the best option.
She's looked back again. Well, she may be confident to see that she's a long way ahead of 4th place at the moment. Sweetland just eases off a little, lets Stimpson do it, but Stimpson knows that Sweetland is still there. She can hear her, she can see her out the corner of her eye. She knows she has some very, very strong opposition alongside her. Hewitt and Jackson really in a fight for 4th and 5th position as these 3 power down the home straight. The lock on their right-hand side. Still they have to go round the back of the compound. 800 metres to go now. 1:56.26 on the clock. They're going to be sub 2 hours for this race.
And here we go, Jodie Stimpson. She looks like she's really forcing it. really forcing it. Kirsten Sweetland's head sort of bobbing around on the back of her shoulders, and this is a real big effort here. This is exactly what she did the lap before.
Well, Jodie Stimpson trying to race that sprint out of Sweetland's legs. We saw just how quick Sweetland can be over 50 metres, and Stimpson doesn't want to fall foul of that as they come towards the finish. A right-hand turn coming up in just a few metres' time, and then they've got 220 metres to go. Stimpson still leading for England. Sweetland of Canada looking slightly heavier in the legs, but still the cadence hasn't slowed. And Vicky Holland, who perhaps has settled for the bronze medal, but she's only 5 metres off that gold medal position. Maybe she can rise again and have a shot at the gold.
She's a fantastic sprinter. She just got to get in there, get in some sort of slipstream and get on. But Jodie just really in control of this. She's really stretching Sweetland out.
All credit to Jodie Stimpson, second place coming out of T2. She was second place after the first lap, second place after the second lap, and then when the third and final lap started, she decided to push the pace, and she's been out the front ever since. She's shaken Hewitt, she's shaken Jackson. It looks as though she's shaken Holland, her teammate, but she's not got rid of Sweetland of Canada.
There was a big look over her shoulder, Jodie Stimpson, as she went round that corner, and I think that was it. She's hit the turbo.
150 metres to go.
That's it.
And Jodie Stimpson with 2 World Triathlon Series victories to her name this season. She won in Kitzbühel in 2013, but this is going to be the victory of her life if she can claim it. She missed out on London, didn't get the selection because of the domestic policy, and Lucy Hall got the place. This will more than make up for the fact that she didn't race in London, and she said herself that has given her so much strength. So 100 metres to go now for Jodie Stimpson. She can see the finishing tape. Round the corner she comes. The blue carpet awaits. It's Stimpson of England who leads.
Oh, Kirsten Sweetland fighting on. She's fighting on. They're not giving up. Neither of them are giving up. But Jodie Stimpson, she looks like she's got this one.
50 metres to go, and Stimpson is 15 metres clear. The gold medal is going to Jodie Stimpson. A sensational run. The 25-year-old from England claims the first gold of the 20th Commonwealth Games. And Sweetland of Canada, what a performance. Just 5 seconds off the pace. A wonderful run. What a way to start the Games. You will not get a better race than that. And old Vicky Holland, my goodness, what a turbo. She fought, and only fell short just 500 metres from the finishing line.
Andrea Hewitt just crossing the line in fourth. She'll be bitterly disappointed she's missed the podium, but that was a fast race, and those girls up front, they earned the rights to have those medals around their necks today.
It was fast and it was hot. And here comes Emma Jackson, many people's favourite to claim the gold today. Fifth place. It's still a brilliant performance. The Australian will be wondering where it went wrong. Aileen Reid, she was there for so long. She raced a very intelligent bike ride. She saved as much energy as she possibly could. Well, if there's a family girl in the world, it is Jodie Stimpson. They are ever present. And look at the emotion pouring out of her. Years and years of work.
You know, I think Jodie gets some air points from her family travelling around the World Triathlon Series as much as she gets her own. Fantastic support by her family, and as you said, you know, what happened to her in 2012, she went away, she came up with a different environment, she said, right, I'm going to fix this, I'm going to make this mine, and 2 years later, life's a lot different.
Darren Smith, her coach, has worked wonders over the last 2 years, but credit also to Michelle Dillon, who set her on her way. It was just a little tweaking from Darren Smith that has turned her from an excellent triathlete into a world beater. She is the Commonwealth champion for 2014.
So great to see Kirsten Sweetland on the podium as well. I mean, she's had some issues with many things over the last 4 or 5 years, and since she became a star junior athlete, and it's just great to see her realise her potential and get back, and full credit goes to Sean Stevens for getting her back in there and the environment that he's managed to put around her.
Well, there'll be many who weren't selected and many who just missed out, who will be so disappointed not to have been a part of that race. But to watch it was a real honour. Stimpson, Sweetland, Holland. the three medalists here in Strathclyde Country Park in the first event of these Commonwealth Games. Well, the celebrations will go on and on, but they'll be racing again in 48 hours' time, because both of these two will be in the English team for that mixed relay. Don't forget, we also have the men's race this afternoon, starting at 1500, 3 o'clock UK time for the men's triathlon. And any of the men that have been watching this race will realise exactly what they have got to do if they want a medal. It is a tough course. It's a faster course than we thought, Chris, 1:58.56. But let's look at some of the minor positions. Commiserations for Andrea Hewitt, 29 seconds off the pace in the end, in 4th place, ahead of Emma Jackson. Those two found wanting on the very final lap of the run. Jodie Stimpson really laid it down early with 3.3 kilometres to go. She just wound it up slowly, and she still had something to give on the big climb.
She did. And in the last 60 metres, she was still sprinting. She didn't look back once. She knew exactly where. The only time she's going to look back. Look, she isn't even taking a look. And normally you get a couple of walks, you grab the tape, you put it up in the air. She's just running straight for that thing. She knows what it's all about.
Race of her life. She's shown us in the past what she's made of, and if she's anything, she's tenacious.
Well, she's a pure strength endurance triathlete. She's an amazing example to all the women in the world what's possible. Even when things are not going your way, you sit down, you refocus, and these are the things that can happen. I mean, you know, like, it's the race of her life, but she's had many already in the last 2 years since she changed everything, and she'll never forget this moment, I'm sure.
And a word of credit to Lucy Hall, who did the work in the swim and made absolutely sure that Jodie Stimpson was with her.
Exactly, and Lucy's also played a huge dividend for Vicky Holland because of the work that Lucy did and managed to get away and actually let the girls not have to work at all. You know, that might have been the difference, 11 seconds that Vicky needed to get that bronze medal.
And it doesn't come easy. I think it's worth pointing out that triathlon with 3 disciplines and the transitions, there's so much that can go wrong, but there are so many little things that you can work on, and that's where Darren Smith is really good. Absolute attention to detail to make sure that every part of the technique is right. Here comes Lucy Hall, fantastic swim. She did so much work on the bike. She really, along with Laura Duffy, was one of the only 2 who tried to get away on the bike. But as usual, paying the price on the run.
Exactly, but she was here for a specific reason, and she knew that going into the race. And I tell you what, when she comes over across the line and she sees who's won, then her job's done. She did exactly what she was there. She did exactly what the team needed her to do, and I'm sure Jodie and Vicky will be shouting at dinner tonight.
So the first gold medal of Glasgow 2014 has gone to England. What a performance from Jodie Stimpson in the triathlon at Strathclyde Park. We will be back, of course, for the medal ceremony. But let's head to the track cycling now. It's qualifying for the men's 4,000 metres team pursuit. And let's see how England did.
This is the team of England then that have moved off.
Oh, there was a bit of a roar from the crowd there for the start.
England twice the winners of the gold medal in the Commonwealth Games history. In 1974, the first year the event was held, and in 2006. They are the current holders of the world record on 351.659.
Well, that was a very neat and tidy start, wasn't it? That was the neatest start we've seen. Everybody slipped into position, no gaps left. So they've definitely got the experience.
Wiggins, a silver medal winner then for this discipline in Kuala Lumpur on an open concrete track. Now then, that Commonwealth Games event record 355.421 held by Australia. We're going to watch this very close to see whether this is going to come under pressure. Have a look at that first kilometre split. It'll be when they hit the line this time. The opening 4 laps tidied up when Australia set that Commonwealth Games event record. They were there in 1:03.014. Let's have a look at it. They're just shy of that. They're just inside 1:05.
Well, a lot of of people questioned whether Bradley Wiggins would be able to get back to this type of racing with the speed that you need to hold in these type of events. He needed to change his physique a little bit and put a little bit more weight on than when he was riding the Tour de France, but he just pulled a very big turn on the front and he looked very comfortable.
Yeah, but using all that endurance and experience as he's built up now all the way to Rio. Here they come again. Ed Clancy on the front, powering his way down the finishing straight. The Yorkshireman, who's been a former World Omnium champion as well, and he's a member of the 1-1 club when it comes to the kilometres. They look impressive.
Well, Paul Manning's just stepped one step down the track, so that means they're a little bit under schedule that he wanted them to ride.
Well, Manning's done it all himself. He's been a World, Commonwealth and Olympic champion for the team pursuit. He's also been the Commonwealth individual pursuit champion. He seems reasonably happy. Midway split, we're on 2:03.015. And that's a fast second kilometre. That's inside 1 minute for the second kilometre.
Well, just looking at the coach, he's just stepped back up the track. That means that they're above schedule again. So that was Bradley Wiggins' turn on the front that's pulled it back and put them back on schedule. So they'll be riding to their own schedule, their own time that they want to ride.
It's all about getting in the top two if you want to ride up for the gold and silver medals later today.
No, well, it's all looking positive. The coach still keeps walking up the track. That means that they're getting faster and faster and a little bit further up on their time schedule.
That Commonwealth Games event record looks to be out of reach though at the moment with these split times. In the next round, of course, it's just all about beating your team. Wonderful discipline to watch here. They execute the changes like a surgeon with a scalpel. 3/4 point, 3:00.778. Fell off the record. They're going to be possibly just inside the 4 minutes.
Well, they're inside the last kilometre with 3 laps to go. The coach is telling them that they're right on schedule. They're not up, they're not down. They're right on the time they wanted to do. He's asked them to go down to 3 riders and 1 to drop off.
Yeah, we're down to 3 now, the England team, as they've got 500 metres to go. And they're on a schedule of round about 4 minutes 4:2. One rider then that's dropped away there, that's Stephen Burke. Now then, here they come up to the line. It's going to be the bell this time. This is definitely going to be the standard. 2 more big squads to come. New Zealand and Australia. So they're going to really bury themselves now into the back straight.
Yeah, well, that's Bradley on the back there, so he'll need to do a little bit of a sprint here. You can see he's just come under the wheel there.
Here they come up to the line. There's the clock. It stops on 3:59.249. So they got inside that 4 minutes right in the closing stages. Now they're going to have to wait and see if that's going to be good enough to put them in the contest for the ride-up for gold.
Next up in the 4,000 metres team pursuit, world champions Australia.
Well, it is very impressive, this lineup, isn't it? Have the world record hold up, have the world championships in there, world champions in there. And also Alexander Edmondson, the little brother of Natty Edmondson. He won his first individual world championship this year in individual pursuit. So it's certainly a very strong team.
Yeah, it looks like the old firm are going to be lining up again here. It's always a big duel between Australia and England, isn't it, for the gold and silver?
Well, there's a coach there, Tim Decker. He'd be a very nervous man at this moment.
Here comes the Intercity Express. They're looking good. Now then, sorry.
Their schedule would be on the schedule of the English, wouldn't it? They need to be very close to the English to get into the gold medal ride-off, given that New Zealand was riding a time of 4 minutes, 0.5 seconds.
There it is, the opening kilometre, 1:03.8. It's just a tad slower than New Zealand, but it is almost a second, just over a second quicker than the England team. So the coach will have rejigged that schedule to make sure, I think, that they will just shave the time of England. But then, of course, in the window of interlude, if they are close and it's going to be the final, it's a matter of Well, do you think they did go to the maximum, or shall we up our schedule? And what we would, and it's all ifs and buts, isn't it?
It really is, but I think there's no room for gambling with this race for the Australians. They need to give 100%. You see Tim Becker's walking the line further up, the Australian national coach here. He's comfortable at the moment. They're a little bit up on the schedule of the English. Just as I say that, he takes a step backwards, so they're back on schedule.
The thing is, this event has moved on so much. It's so quick. It's just like, well, it's just like 4 minutes of sprinting. I mean, it is virtually run off at a sprinter's pace.
Well, that wasn't a particularly strong lap for the Australians. Gone from being on their schedule to a little bit down on their schedule. So they'll need to lift it now to bring it back up.
When you think, Rochelle, the winning speed for England is 60 kilometres an hour. That's 37 miles an hour from a standing start with 4 riders are gelling together. It underlines the incredible technique.
There's no room for error here, is there? You can see how much work's gone into the aerodynamics of this event.
Yeah, it's close though, isn't it, to the New Zealand time. Here you see the New Zealand time was only a tad slower than Australia. Shows, doesn't it, how they got it completely miscalculated.
Well, we're getting the indication here, the viewers at home, that they're up on schedule. They're ahead at the moment. However, their coach has walked down the track, which means they're down on schedule of what he would like them to ride.
Yeah, but there's no point in expending extra energy because the final is this afternoon. And so they want to have a little bit of freshness left in the legs, ready to take on the gold medal clash. One rider has gone. They are now down to 3.
Oh, it's looking pretty good. Still got to get through these last 2 laps. Got a little bit of an advantage.
Luke Davidson is the man that lost contact. Bell this time.
And they've brought it back again, so this is going to be the fastest time.
Yeah, and they've done just enough. Yep. It's a good day at the office, isn't it? They've just tapped it out. And they're coming up to the line to record the quickest. So it's going to be Australia versus England in the final for the gold and silver medals. And that time of 3:57.939 will give Australia the honour of starting in the home straight when they line up for the podium positions. That'll be some final.
Well, we brought you the breaking news earlier that Mo Farah has withdrawn from the Commonwealth Games. He will not be running at Hampden now in the 5,000 and 10,000 metres because of illness. He's going to focus instead on recovering for the European Championships in Zurich. This was the reaction from David Grevenberg, the Chief Executive Officer for Glasgow 2014.
There's no question that we're disappointed that Mo Farah announced this morning that he would be withdrawing from competing for the Commonwealth Games due to the illness that he's been experiencing over the past few weeks. Very disappointed for Mo as well. We knew how much he wanted to be here, and we knew that we would be able to provide him a fantastic welcome. And I believe that Mo's disappointed not being able to be here as well. I know speaking with his agents and so forth, he has expressed that he really wishes he could have come.
So that was the reaction of David Grevenberg to news of Mo Farah's withdrawal. We're back at the Emirates Arena.
Sue Powell should be conferring with her coach, Andy Froot, trying to get back into her game plan, or even switch it. If it's not working, you gotta change it.
Well, let's just explain. One UCO score from a throw, hold down, would overcome all of those penalties, but she's still in danger of being disqualified. Ramsey on top.
Not giving Powell an inch.
That's going to go into the hold down. Ramsey turns it into the hold down. Offside Komi. Tati Shiogatami is the hold down, and she's just got a hold her there now for 20 seconds. Seconds are ticking away on your clock as you see it now. It's all over.
Disappointing performance from Miss Powell.
So Ramsey, well, she'll be fighting for third place.
Have to give it to Ramsey, though. Did not give her opponent an inch, not even a second to breathe on her continuously. May have not been pretty, but it got the job done.
It certainly did. Great stuff there, Connie Ramsey. She turned her over. Like you say, not the prettiest turnover, but it was effective. And then secured the top half, secured the head and the arm, and just turned it into the Tati Shihogatami. And then she just needed to hold up until the seconds ticked away. I thought it was 20 seconds, just correct me if I'm wrong, for the Ippon.
But a couple of juvenile mistakes there that Kirsty Powell needs to go back to the Welsh Institute of Sport and
yeah, she does. She's really becoming, you know, quite a player. She's very awkward and just needs to have a look at what lost to the contest here.
Fighting spirit. She's absolutely got the spirit. She's got the attitude.
Yeah, she submitted in the end, and it was all over for Kirsty, but she'll come back. She'll bounce back. I know she will. So another Scott then through to the medal rounds.
Tired, Neil.
I am tired as well. It's hard work up here in this commentary box.
I think you're fighting every fight for them. It's one thing to know a sport. It's one thing to have done the sport and been at this sort of level.
Well, somebody once asked me whether it was easier being in the commentary box than being out there. If I'd rather fight, I would. I'd much rather fight. Although I do enjoy the commentary, I do. But, you know, like you said, you're fighting the fight for them. Every step of the way, you get the nerves, the same nerves as the people coming out.
Especially seeing a Canadian flag, that gets my blood boiling. Absolutely. Oh, to be young again.
Well, I think you're just about to see one of your countrymen, women coming. Okay. Well, you're just about to see one of your fellow countrymen coming out, Clem Kate of Canada, and she's on a really good run. And she's in the semi-final against Nakoda Davis of England. Nakoda Davis, it's going to be a real tough one here, Nick.
This reminds me of the Winter Olympics, Neil, when it was Canada and curling versus GB.
That's another story. Don't go there.
What are we going to do? What are we going to do?
So England versus Canada. Nakoda Davis. She's establishing herself in the senior ranks at the moment as a contender for Olympic qualification, of course. She's out at the Grand Prix Grand Slams, and she's here as one of the favourites. Clem Kate of Canada, she's here to gain experience, but she's on an absolutely fantastic run. She took Ramsey out in the quarterfinals quite convincingly. And she looks young, but she's very composed. So it should be a good match, this. Clem Kate in white, Davis is in blue.
Well, one thing here, which may be, as a junior, I'm hoping it could go either way for Clem Kate. She could either give Nakoda respect because she's been a more experienced player, or just go, forget it, woman, let's get it on. Bring it on.
Nakoda will want that big right hand right the way over the top. As soon as she catches the sleeve, the hand comes. And Clem Kate will know all about that and how dangerous she is with it. Anytime I've seen Davis beaten, it's when they know all about that big right hand coming over and they stop it.
I think Klimkate's done her homework. That's exactly what she's doing. And Nakota's got to watch about breaking off that grip. That can be seen as negative judo. So she's got to start using her body more to break off that grip than just her hands flinging around.
Well, like we said before, it's okay breaking grips off, but you've got to have a positive grip at the end of it. And you've
or a
got to
positive
attack.
response to it,
yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly. So,
sad attack there by
Nakota
Klimkate.
Davis, physically stronger. We can see that. Klimkate gets the first penalty.
Doesn't seem too phased, Jessica.
No, that was a nice attack as well. Klimkate there, right the way underneath with the Seoinage.
Only attacks of the match so far.
So 1 penalty each. And that's what we were talking about. You've got to stay on the pace, be as strong as you like. Lisa Kearney, we saw her come unstuck with it. This is the same kind of situation here. Davis has got to attack.
Now, she does not want to be in that situation. But see how Klimkate there uses her body more to get out of the situation than just trying to break off stoically. This is what has to be done with these rules now. It's not so much what you can't do anymore, it's what you can do, and that's what needs to be looked at when training.
Well, Davis has really got to start throwing the leg across and putting in a proper attack. She's looking for the Sangaku. Triangular strangle, but with the legs, that is. At the moment, Klimkate just a slightly better work rate.
I think Nakota has to be a bit careful down on the ground there. I don't think I'd be wanting to go to that unless I was very confident in my own game plan. We've seen her demonstrate, we've seen Klimkate demonstrate her prowess on the ground with that reverse Sangaku. Looking for that Osoto, not tight enough, upstairs.
Now then, she might have a chance on the arm here. I'm not sure whether she's got the arm. And well, Nakota Davis, very, very strong in one particular direction. Needs to just increase her repertoire. Newaza, a bit tighter in Newaza as well. Two English. In some of the weight categories, you're allowed to put 2 in one of the weight categories. If you've got 2 strong fighters.
Nakota's got to get something in here. She's being more reactionary than she is being offensive.
Well, I agree. It's all evens at the moment. Anybody's match depends on who digs in. Into the last minute of the contest. Oh, there she is.
There it is.
It's going to be a Yuko. Is that going to be a Yuko? That will go to the referee, video referee. Now Davis starts. Wasn't quite Yuko. They still might change it.
A lot of people holding their breath here to see what kind of decision's going to happen. No score.
Well, I think that was a good decision. It was very close. Not quite, though. Davis coming closer. Now
well,
she's starting to work.
Been given a lifeline here, Jessica, so it's got to start using it.
Oh, Sonogari there from Klimkate.
Again, a junior mistake, so just letting your arm over.
It's going to go into golden score. So you can see now that it's got to be part of the side that actually hits the ground. It was more front than it was side, so no score was given for that particular movement. Good,
Too
good
close.
attack though.
Too close
It was
for
very, very
comfort.
close.
Taking a bit of a breather here, doing the hair, taking it probably a bit longer than necessary. However, gotta take this time to get your mental state back. This is a different game when you go back into golden score. It's sudden death. Any score is the same as an ippon. And
So here we go then, golden score.
She cannot follow. Get your grip and start using it. Play your game. She's just following Nakota, which dangerous, dangerous tactics.
Well, Davis certainly came out thinking, I think, that it was going to be a little bit easier than this is. This is a real hard fight for her. Klim Kate really nothing to lose, just taking the fight to Nakota Davis.
Well, now we're going to see how much petrol in the tank there is for each of these competitors, because we're taking it beyond the 4 minutes, which could be for a very long time. It's who's got the biggest dig in, who wants it most, and really who's got more gas in the tank.
They both look in good condition. There's another good attack there from Davis.
Not the thing to do in golden score situation. Easily be
very, very
construed.
close. Now then. So Nakota Davis still got to stay on the pace, because Klim Kate, if she's not careful, will make her look passive. Saying that, Nakota Davis is the one putting in the real positive attacks for me anyway.
More solid attacks,
Yeah.
absolutely.
That was close. This is going to be it. Klim Kate's going to get it, I think. Klim Kate will get the penalty. Oh, my goodness me. Well,
boo-hoo.
so Davis now
Solid
really
attacks
yeah,
by
they are.
Davis.
She's starting to pile the attacks in. And that was a bad one.
Right, this is where experience is starting to show, or non-experience is starting to
Well,
show.
she knew as soon as she went down there, Klim Kate,
She is.
that could have
she's
cost her.
reverting back to junior judo here, and
Yeah.
it's not a good look. Not in golden score situations. Great decision by the care system there and with the referee. Absolutely kills me to say it, but absolutely solid attacks by Nakota Davis. She fought that second half of the match absolutely correct.
So very close. Nakota Davis just doing enough. There was the last attack. Drops in Aggie there, but a very poor one from...
Blatant.
Absolutely. Klim Kate didn't rotate, and that cost her the match. Well, we've had some excellent judo. We've had some tactical matches. We've had some technical, which is always good to see.
And I've liked how the athletes have decided the match is not the rules. And that's always
Well, that's how we
always a
like
good
to see
sign.
it, isn't it? Not so much decided on referees, penalties, and things like that. So first repechage match of the under 66 kilograms. Matthew Punza of Zambia against Bruno Lucia of Mozambique. Well, some of these matchups are matchups that I've never seen before. It's wonderful to see it, and that's the beauty of this Commonwealth Games, is we've seen different countries that we've never seen out there. They're out there in a major tournament fighting each other.
And you know what? They're not disappointing either. Do you know what I mean? They've brought the bar is really high here, and it's really lovely to see, and some really great judo. And they're putting on a fantastic show, and a really good show for our sport of judo. It just shows how far afield in the world our sport is touched.
Well, I agree with you. Second highest participating sport with the amount of countries doing it in the world at the moment, judo. Just thought I'd put that little bit of trivia in. So Punza is white, Lucia is in blue. Wow, fast transition there from Lucia.
Well, we have still a bit of an injury there. I'm wondering if it's an ankle or a knee.
Well, at this stage, I think it's ankle, but at this stage, you just have a go, don't you? You're in there, you throw caution to the wind.
Well, like we were saying, for a lot of these countries, this is, oh my goodness, reversed.
Well, he was tipped again. There's not a real name for that particular technique, because what it is, it's Uchimata from one, and then you get it tipped against you. So Punza did the Uchimata, and then the control of the upper part of the body from Lucia just tips them onto their shoulders. So one Yuko on the board, Lucia ahead. I think Lucia's going to throw Punza. He's just setting him up every time. Osota might be...
Oh!
Wow.
Oh! Adams is down one.
But it just goes to show how wrong somebody could be. My goodness me, he ran right onto that Punza, right the way underneath.
He loaded himself up onto that one. And here we were saying it was a knee injury. Don't think so.
Well, knee injury or not, it doesn't make any difference, because he's through to fight for third place in this under 66 kilos bronze medal fight. He is limping though, that's for sure. So Punza is going to be fighting for third place at the Commonwealth Games, and he's injured. So pushed forward, didn't he? That was his mistake. How dare he do that to me? Rotated right the way underneath there, Punza. Lucia.
Oh,
well,
beautiful transition.
The only thing he didn't do is break fall. Wonderful technique. Beautiful throw there from Punza of Zambia. Big smile from coach.
Smiles all around.
So they got a little bit of time now. They get him in the back there, put some ice on it, strap it up. And I have been in similar situation with a knee injury at the World Championships, and I had to fight for a medal, and I had it iced and went out there and fought in France.
You're hard, aren't you?
Oh my goodness me.
You're hard.
Just the hardest. Yeah, not the best thing I ever did.
Well, I think, yeah, you did win, didn't you?
I did win, yeah, I did win that. I didn't bring it up for that particular reason.
Yeah, you just want to be humble,
no, I
didn't
didn't
you?
bring it up for that particular reason, but it was.
We'll have to get a new pair of headsets, because...
if I remember rightly, he actually helped me up towards the rostrum. That was the situation.
Well, see, now this is what these
it.
games are all about, isn't it?
It is, and that's the sportsmanship behind the sport, and that's the beauty of this Commonwealth Games. And
although you see that in the men's more than the women, I must say.
Well, women's is definitely a different affair there, that's for sure.
Let's switch from judo now to netball. Two pools consisting of 6 teams. The top 2 teams in each pool qualify for the semi-finals with a win worth 2 points and a draw worth 1. We are going to focus on the first match in Pool B, Australia against Wales. The world champions, Australia, looking to win their first gold medal for 12 years, starting their campaign against the Wales side who've just sacked their coach, Melissa Hindman. Wales leading 3-2. Make that 3-all.
See the encouragement coming from the Welsh bench.
Advantage obstruction wing.
Good patience by the Welsh. Happy to look back until the opening comes, but just a little bit awry with their feeds into the circle.
Obstruction, go defense.
What will James do? Go for the long shot. And it's good. Wales hang on to this lead.
Contact, wing defender, put a goal defense, put it back. Back. Yes. Advantage contact. Advantage obstruction.
Oh, some beautiful work around the circle by the Australians, but it's all gone for nothing.
And that was terrific defence by the Welsh. The Australians were working the ball around, but the Welsh had good positioning. They were working off each other, and as a result, rewarded, but again, let down in attack.
Bit of exchange there between Lewis and her skipper, Susie Drain.
Advantage obstruction. Goalkeeper, where you are, yes.
Medhurst's first attempt at goal and lands it. That'll do her confidence a world of good. Came off a poor ANZ Championship season, did Nat Medhurst, but from all reports has been firing at training.
It's a fine goal from the youngster. Cool and calm, Chelsea Lewis.
Doesn't seem overawed at all, does she?
Halfway mark, first quarter, 5-4. Wales lead Australia.
On court, obstruction centre. Yes.
And Bassett getting nice position under the post. The test for Wales will be to keep this pressure up for the entire quarter. It's easy to stay with Australia for 8-9 minutes. They just don't want them to let them get away in the last 5.
Oh, Lewis all the way back. Good work from Wales. Resetting, just can't control that final pass.
Yeah, they're keeping it nice and open in attack, aren't they, the Welsh? They're just reading off each other, playing the spaces. This is where they struggle. There's no flow from this point on.
Obstruction, goal defense, penalty.
2-on-1 in the circle for Australia. They should capitalise.
Advantage contact wing.
First time in the match, Australia ahead, 6-5. It's taken them 9 minutes to get there.
Slowly putting their foot down, aren't they, Australia? Starting to get a feel for the game. No goal.
I think Nat Medhurst wondering just what that was about. Meanwhile, Kimberly Green fires through. So, important turnover for Wales.
Yeah, they've got good structure here. The team lining up through the middle of the court. Obviously been well drilled by Melissa Hindman and now Laura Williams. You can see that they play more of an Australian-New Zealand style rather than a British style, really.
skipper Susie Drains acknowledging the work that Melissa Hindman had done, and really saying that without her input, they probably wouldn't be sitting at the world ranking that they are.
Yeah. Vantage wing defense contact. Distraction pass shot.
Sweet shot from Lewis. Lisa Alexander having something to think about here. And here they come again, the Welsh.
Vantage obstruction.
This is great to see.
Yep, they are well and truly matching it with the best, or one of the best in the world.
And this is what's so good about the Commonwealth Games, because you get countries who really don't often get a chance to play the top teams. As is evidenced here, these sides haven't played for a number of years. Footwork, the call against Becky James.
The idea was there. I like the way that the shooters, Lewis and James, worked together. Lewis leaving a lot of the space for James to do her thing.
I think a bib or a little bit of paraphernalia has found its way onto the court.
Aussies aren't used to picking up those sorts of things. They have ball girls where they play.
Level pegging once more. Just under 4 minutes left in the first quarter. 7-all. Big turnover. Susie Drain unable to pull that one in.
Yeah, go third, goalkeeper. On mine.
Nia Jones doing a terrific job on Maddie Robinson, really stopping her drive onto the circle. And that's why Australia don't have much flow.
Handball.
Oh, and here's another big call. Held ball against Bassett. Well, running through the repertoire. Offensive contact, now a held ball. Another opportunity for Wales.
Really open, and their timing is spot on at the moment.
Hallinan stops the momentum.
Just look at the positioning. Everyone leaving the space open for somewhere to drive.
And there is Hallinan again on the other side. This time she wins possession.
Yeah, she's having a pretty solid game, Hallinan, getting her hands to a few balls.
She's had a pretty solid season already in the Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah, that's what they need to do. Go long, just break it up.
This time, can Australia push on? That's easier.
Lovely dodge by Bassett.
Well, there's 2 minutes left in the first quarter, and this is the biggest lead of the match for the Australians, 9-7. The Welsh will be well pleased with this first 15 minutes.
Now, I think the defence of the Australian side is tracking okay. It's their attacking game that really needs addressing. I'm sure Alexander will give them a bit of a blast at quarter time. She does look good, doesn't she, Lewis? As I said, her captain expects big things from her in the future. Moves well, has strong hands, takes her time.
Leaves it to Becky James. Oh, and James delivers.
Advantage obstruction center. Contact, goalkeeper. With the goal attack. Yes.
That's the advantage of somebody like Caitlin Bassett standing under the goal. Into the final minute of the first quarter. 10-8, Australia lead. That's a beautiful straight line ball from Wales.
Play of the day, that was brilliant.
That's outstanding from Wales. can see Chelsea Lewis. Take a look at this.
Contact. Shooter.
Against Caitlin Bassett.
Yes, it is time.
Bassett's still standing in the circle.
It is, in fact, quarter time. Well, what a first quarter we've had. Wales leading for the vast majority of it, and Australia just towards the end coming through. So we go to the break. Australia leading Wales 10-9.
So a narrow lead for Australia in the netball. We will be back shortly, but it is time for the first medal ceremony of Glasgow 2014 at Strathclyde Park, the triathlon. England's Jodie Stimpson, winner from Kirstine Sweetland of Canada, with another Englishwoman, Vicky Holland, in third.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the medal ceremony for the women's individual triathlon.
So the medalists.
Led out by Lone Piper, representing the Scots Guards, Lance Corporal Fraser Edwards.
Approaching the podium. The first medals to be handed out in these 20th Commonwealth Games.
The medals will be presented by Vice Patron of the Commonwealth Games Federation, His Royal Highness the Earl of Wessex. Accompanied by Regional Vice President of the Europe Commonwealth Games Federation, Chris Jenkins. The winner of the bronze medal, representing England, Vicky Holland.
28-year-old from Gloucester in England. A sensational run from Vicky Holland to claim the bronze medal. She played her cards absolutely right today.
The winner of the silver medal, representing Canada, Kirstine Sweetland.
Sweetland, who's worked so hard to improve her swim and the bike ride. It all paid dividends today. She proved she was on form in Hamburg, finishing third there. Today, she's got second and the silver medal.
Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion in a time of 1 hour, 58 minutes and 56 seconds, representing England, Jodie Stimpson!
Jodie Stimpson in her first major championships. She made a breakthrough in 2009. She hit the big time in 2013. And today she becomes the Commonwealth champion. If there was one person who believed she was going to win today, it was herself. A picture of concentration throughout. The race of her life to claim her first major title. Well done to Jodie Stimpson.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of England.
What an occasion. Jodie Stimson, who has many members of her family in the crowd. A really, really emotional event for her today.
There's some smiling faces.
Great to see. What an event to kick off these Commonwealth Games. That was racing at its very best, Chris.
It was, mate, and that's the theatre of sport in this great sport triathlon. I mean, all those girls standing there have gone different paths to get standing on that podium, and some have faced some tribulations, some trials on their way, and some injuries and illness, and you know, it's just fantastic to see them all there having the race that they need to for the race of their lives, really, on the day that they had to.
And it was always billed as a quality race. Very few of the world's best missing from today. Very few outside the Commonwealth.
So the first medals of Glasgow 2014 have been handed out in the women's triathlon. The men's triathlon coming later, and the Brownlee brothers will hope to make it double gold for England. Well, from medals to the Queen's Baton, this was the practice session for Commonwealth Games Federation President Prince Imran of Malaysia, making sure that everything worked properly and that it would be all right on the night at the ceremony itself. Well, one or two technical issues. Sir Chris Hoy giving a little helping hand, and finally the Queen's message was removed. Here's what he thought about it all when he looked back on it today.
I had practiced, but it was actually a bit high. I mean, you open the thing, and then there's a button you have to press, which has to go down to below a certain level. And because the baton was a bit higher than it was in the Buckingham Palace, in Buckingham Palace, I could get right over it and push it down. This one was a bit high, so that's why I was having the problem pushing the button down before it will turn the other way to open it. That was my fault. I mean, I knew exactly what to do, not the fault of the baton, but it was my fault. I raised a laugh, and that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Practice doesn't always make perfect, but Prince Imran got there in the end. Let's go back to where we were, which was netball at the Scottish Exhibition and Conference Centre. That match between Australia and Wales, and it's now 18-9 in the second quarter.
And they look fantastic.
Need
I was
to get
walking
them to stand
behind
up.
them earlier.
Perhaps you should buy one, Jenny.
Oh, I think not. Wrong colour for me.
They're very fashionable.
Ardent Welsh supporter. They'll still be pleased with this team. 18-9, it certainly changed at the beginning of the second quarter. But let's see if this break can inject some more energy into the Welsh side. Welsh centre pass, 18-9, yet to score in the second quarter.
Goal attack. Yes. Advantage contact wing. Advantage offside.
Doesn't mind a long shot, does she?
Oh, what a shot from James. I actually thought she was shaping for the pass to Lewis. And that is Wales' first goal of the second quarter. 4.5 minutes.
Changing up there, Australia. Bassett coming out. One of the few times in this game.
Contact, goal defense, goal card, penalty pass. Yes. Free pass.
Playing the ball on the ground. Oh, Jones.
Instruction centre.
Too much on it.
No. sorry, Wales.
Bit of confusion there. If I was Geitz, I would have just taken that one.
Fabulous little query from Geitz. Me, very clearly, no. Chelsea Lewis adds another for Wales.
Yeah, that's the ball. You've got to give it straight away. Confidence coming back for the Aussies.
Man is breaking goal attack. Instruction, goal attack, penalty pass.
Beautiful from Bianca Chatfield. Clean.
Yeah, straight down the middle of the court. Rewarding Chatfield.
She's had a great renaissance, hasn't she, Bianca Chatfield? Dropped from the team a few years ago when she was primarily a goalkeeper, went away, reinvented herself as a goal defence, and has just led her Melbourne Vixens side to victory in the ANZ Championship. Take a look at it, that's the style.
Contact wing, penalty pass. Advantage moving wing. Throw in,
Yeah, a
Australia.
few silly errors just creeping into the Welsh play. Comes with pressure though. Aussies putting on a lot of pressure. Yeah, what's happening now, Jenny, is the defensive style of the Wales team was really good in the first quarter. They would have, it wasn't about hands over the ball, they would drop back and help their fellow defender. And because Australia were tentative, it was working. But now that Australia are letting the ball go, they're really being exposed because there is no hands over the ball. So the line of sight for the person executing is clear.
Oh, hard work, luck for Geitz. Beautiful intercept, but it went back off a Welsh body.
Goalkeeper.
She is quick.
Yeah, no one there for the rebounds. It's been obvious during this game is they've got to go in. If the ball doesn't go in, you go in.
A 25-11, Australia lead. We're just past the halfway mark, second quarter. Billy Pritchard to get Wales going again.
Contact, goalkeeper, hold, penalty pass and shot. Goalkeeper. Instruction, goal defense, and goalkeeper, both players.
a lot to like about Wales. Their aim is to finish 5th in this competition, which is not out of the question. You can tell that they're well coached. A lot of the players play together in the Celtic Dragons in the Super League. So it's very clear they spend a lot of time together working on their positioning. So, you know, impressive performance, I've got to say.
And look at that quick release from Becky James. She's certainly one of their more experienced players. 62 tests, in fact. Only Pritchard ahead of her.
Kim Green's really come into the match, just times her moves correctly, releases the ball, is patient with it.
Guides in the air, beautiful.
Yeah, let it go. That's what they didn't do in the... Oh, that was brilliant.
Straight into the hands of Billy Pritchard. And speed, too. That was not bad vision. Lewis perhaps not just quite ready for it.
Yeah, good running from Brown.
Mrs. Robinson now.
I beg your pardon. She's been that for an entire season. You'd think I'd get it right.
Yes, go defense.
Married on the very same day as New Zealand's Laura Langman. They can share their wedding anniversary.
I'm sure they will. Not.
Australia pulling away now, 27-13. Just over 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter. They might have had a few wobbles in the first quarter, but have come to play. Short from Medhurst.
Yeah, that was good position from Kelly Morgan to take the rebound.
Yes. Vantage obstruction, goal attack.
Interesting conundrum now, I suppose, for Laura Williams. Do you expose more of your players to the Australians, or do you see what this first 7 can keep on doing?
Yeah, it depends how much depth, but generally you like to get all your players out there on the first day so that they really feel part of it, and they'll have the bigger picture in mind. They'll be aiming to compete against Australia and England, etc., but to knock off some of the lesser countries so that they can achieve their aim of finishing 5th.
Of course, if they want to make that 5th position, they're going to have to displace a certain team called Malawi. And we've just seen them play earlier today. A very good win over Northern Ireland.
Obstruction, go defense.
She's off balance, Becky James. Chelsea Lewis adds one more.
Advantage break, goal attack.
Bit of body work going on in the circle between Bassett and Morgan.
That's the style of Natalie Medhurst. As you say, Catherine, perhaps hasn't been in the greatest form of her life, but my word, when she is in form, she is outstanding.
And often when you come into a different environment, you take a different approach, and she knows how special it is to represent Australia, so you can pick up your game, and she clearly has. Very important to the Australians in terms of their chances of winning a gold medal at this Commonwealth Games.
Unusual too that she has short hair.
Why is that unusual?
Well, virtually every other player and every other team has long hair.
It's very observant. The Welsh are closing up one avenue. There's another avenue available for Australia.
Vantage breaking goal defense. Vantage contact wing. Vantage contact centre.
Easy ball for Bassett. Oh, that one doesn't quite go. Australia hit 30. It's twice the score of the Wales as we move into the first, or last minute, I should say, of the second quarter.
20-6, Australia in this quarter. Completely dominating.
Oh, that was a lovely idea from Jones. Beautiful ball into the circle.
Yeah, looked like a training run there. Good screen from James. Oh.
It falls kindly for Bassett.
So it will be interesting. We talk about what the Welsh will do. What will Australia do at halftime? I'd expect quite a number of changes.
This could have been an opportunity for Lisa Alexander. She's only got one player in the squad who's never had a test. Do you put Tegan Caldwell on?
Well, because of the draw, it's interesting. They play England in 2 days, and that's a massive game. England have got a great deal of talent. So you could say, well, perhaps maybe Alexander will leave all of these out there for another dominant quarter.
So the centre pass not taken. It is half-time. Australia far more dominant now. They lead Wales 32-17. And you can see in those numbers the difference between the first quarter and the second quarter. The Welsh, same sort of numbers, but what an increase for Australia. They went about their work with far more confidence.
Right into the changes already. The Welsh, look at that. Attempts was 12 apiece at the end of the first quarter. It is now 38-23. So a dominant performance by Australia. Percentage is about where they'd like it to be, perhaps a little bit higher. They're getting their hands on the ball. Plenty of deflections, 13. Intercepts, they've got 4. A lot more penalties to Australia, but that goes with, I guess, the tight style of game that they play. Rebounds dominant in both areas there. Turnovers, that's an area that Australia will want to work on. Most of those would have come in that first quarter, 21 apiece. But Lisa Alexander would be feeling a lot happier than she did at quarter time.
So a chance for a breather for this big crowd and for these two sides. 32-17. Let's just take a look back at the highlights of the second quarter, and this will be much easier viewing for Australian fans this time round.
Yes, in the first quarter they were nervous to let the ball go. Defensively, I still think they were solid early on. It was their attacking game that let themselves down. But once they started letting the ball go, as I said, the Welsh had one move covered, but there was always another one available for Australia. And that was the major difference in their performance, just letting the ball go.
But there were moments, weren't there? Players coming into their own. Becky James, far more prominent in the second quarter. Because when, as you say, the Australians went out, but the Welsh called a timeout, settled things down.
Yeah, look, as I said, despite the scoreline, they look impressive. They've got a really good style of play happening, so they've obviously put a lot of work into that. They've got players who don't look out of place there. It's just a matter of refinement, of putting the ball into the right place. I think they just made some silly errors at times, and obviously Australia are going to punish you. So, you know, they'll want to pick up in the second half and put in a solid performance ahead of their game against England tomorrow.
Yeah, just have a look at what she's doing on there and then just keep driving or coming back on those angles so you can see running backwards, not just dropping flat, yeah? But don't drop too soon, give Kelly opportunity on there and get running on her, okay? Yeah?
So she's on the bench, she had to come off, so they're going to make some change in the second half and you'll be hoping that she comes on. Now you guys have flown...
You can hear there Laura Williams saying, relatively pleased with things. The Welsh team choosing to stay on court. The Australians, they have gone off to the warm-up court for the 10-minute break for half-time.
Yeah, I guess you just do what you're used to, and that's what Australia do at home. They all walk off into their change rooms at the long break, and perhaps these players are used to remaining out on court. It doesn't really matter where you go, it's what is said and how you react to that when you come back out on court.
And when you think about it, Wales Okay, they've scored 17 goals. Well, the last time they played Australia, they scored 22 in the whole match.
There you go.
So they're virtually there. So certainly over time has come improvement.
So now it's you're the definite, you're that back option still, yes.
And then if I go on, they normally come at me anyway, they just always free, like, yeah, standing there.
But rather than wait for the ball to
you get those?
Let's make sure we start hard.
10 goals then, come on, let's go.
Half-time in this Game 2 match at the netball in Glasgow 2014. Australia lead Wales 32-17. That score not really telling the whole picture. Wales putting up a brave fight. And the Aussies, and there she is, Tegan Caldwell. She has the bib on, about to make her international debut. And Lisa Alexander, Kath, making a lot of changes.
No surprise, really. That team did what she wanted in that second quarter, so she's obviously giving some of those players a rest. As you said, Caldwell making her debut, just the third Australian to make their debut at an international competition. The others being Pratley and Furman in 2006. Pauletto gets a run at goal defence, Leighton onto wing defence, Revillion onto centre, Green has gone into wing attack, Thwaites has come on at goal shooter. So plenty of changes, everyone feeling a part of the action now for Australia.
Wales get the third quarter underway, 32-17, Australia lead.
They've made some changes too. The Welsh, Jones has moved across to wing defence, James on to wing. Well, Jones has gone across to goal defence, James taking her place at wing defence, and Carolee Mosley on to goal attack.
And you've got to say, that was a beautiful feed from Carolee Mosley into Chelsea Lewis. Good start for Wales. And look, they're giving themselves a pat on the back. Turnover.
Maybe they're trying to replicate the first quarter, knowing this is a whole new group of players for Australia. They'll think, let's expose their nerves.
Yes. Van is moving off centre. Van is counter.
Oh, off the leg of Pauletto.
Wales. Yes, wing attack.
She's looking a bit more relaxed now, isn't she, Lisa Alexander?
She is. I'm looking forward to seeing Julie Pauletto out there, apparently playing extremely well. They had a practice match against the Thunder when they were in Manchester, and she was the standout. Suffered from a lot of injuries over many years, but at her best is very exciting to watch. A great athlete.
Left out of the side last year.
Contact, goal defense,
And now
pass.
back in the green and gold.
Advantage obstruction, centre.
And returning to Australia for the ANZ Championship, leaving the Northern Mystics in New Zealand and linking up with the New South Wales Swifts in Sydney.
And a great start for Tegan Caldwell, landing her very first goal for Australia. It'll be a game that she will remember for the rest of her life.
Obstruction, centre. Let it go, goalkeeper, please.
It was the MVP in the grand final of the ANZ Championship, so comes in sterling form. Yeah, good pressure over the shot from Geitz.
And that'll be an interesting position, won't it, Catherine? Because really on form, you could say that Caldwell has been in better form than the incumbent Medhurst.
Yes, but they've had some time following the ANZ Championship, so obviously Medhurst has got her head right, really enjoying being in the Australian environment, so it's good to have that competition, as hard as it is on the athlete who ends up being on the bench.
Interesting to see Shani Leighton out at wing defence. Probably more used to seeing her in the goal circle.
Yeah, Alexander likes to use her out there, especially with how tall she is and her long reach. Hands over the ball is a great asset for a wing defender.
Good pressure from James.
Goal third.
It's Nick James. Now, wing defence.
Yes.
There's Leighton.
Showing some patience here, Australia, until the opening comes.
Two from two for Caldwell.
Leighton, she doesn't need any time to get into the game.
Advantage obstruction, wing.
She's got great presence, Shani Leighton.
Really good team player and certainly exciting when the pressure's on. You expect Leighton to come through and do something.
Australia.
And look who's the only player there to get the rebound, the woman herself.
Contact, shooter, penalty. Contact, goal attack, penalty pass. Advantage obstruction, goal shooter.
Oh, great pressure from Thwaites on that pass.
Jones was giving directions, not keeping her eye on the ball. Caught her by surprise.
Obstruction, centre, penalty pass.
Rebellion, now it's centre.
Yeah, good hold there from Caldwell. They should have popped that over the top to Thwaites.
Contact,
Had to
goalkeeper.
use Green instead.
Sorry, goal defense.
Yeah, Geitz is hunting, but as a result, the Welsh were up for it. Really good play, good vision.
That gets a big cheer from this crowd in Glasgow.
Thwaites coming out of the circle a bit more than Bassett did. More her style of play.
Break your wing defense.
Well, Drain, she looked up for the long one. Tremendous defence from Leighton. As you mentioned earlier, that's the advantage of that height out there.
And also what you don't see is Geitz is hunting down the back, so the Welsh look up, are about to release a pass, and they see Geitz coming, so that forces a bad pass as well.
Advantage, contact, wing defense. Contact.
Jones, Kyra Jones having to do a lot of work in the mid-court there to link up the defence with the attack.
Lewis has got the... Oh, well read, Geitz. Beautifully set up. Nicely done, Kelly Morgan. Not enough on that ball from Rebellion.
She'll have a few nerves, Rebellion. Still a very young player, although does have a couple of seasons under her belt in the ANZ Championship.
Obstruction, centre, penalty.
Oh, misunderstanding there between Green and Caldwell. Wales says, yeah, thanks.
Advantage, obstruction, goal attack.
Good pressure over the ball from Rebellion, but nice patience from Jones.
Yes.
What can Wales do with this? That's not bad.
Looks calm. She reminds me a little bit of Caitlin Thwaites, actually. Looks same hairstyle. It's long, not short, but very calm and very relaxed on the shot.
Jones thought about the long one too, Lewis.
Yeah, you saw Lewis holding there. It should have been given, but it wasn't, so they've had to go again, Wales.
Good pass, Cara-Lee Mosley. Oh, I was going to say, what a tremendous lean from Geitz she's called. Well, this is a good passage of play from Wales.
5 apiece in this quarter, so in fact 6-5 now that last goal has been added.
And they have now scored more goals than they did in the entire match the last time they played Australia.
Just not making as many mistakes now, Wales, as they did in that second quarter. So they've regrouped. Yeah, good drive from Jones. Got to give it.
Strong Jones,
She is.
isn't she?
She's from born in Australia, lived in Australia. That's how they breed them. Strong physically and mentally is how they're bred in Australia, Jenny.
That time, though, Welsh defence, oh, spoiled by stepping. They did a good job there, Wales, holding the Australians up.
Yes.
Yeah, give it. No, very hesitant, Rebellion. It's one thing that some of those players will have to work on, because when you come up against the big guns, you've got to give it, otherwise you'll be exposed.
39-23, just over 6 minutes remaining in the third quarter. So a 16-goal advantage to Australia, but they are having to work, the world champions.
Yeah, they just lost a bit of their flow. Again, that comes with changes. I think we'll probably see more of what happened in that first half, slow third quarter because of the changes, and then they'll get it together a bit later. But good work by the Welsh, putting pressure on everything.
They forced another turnover. Just asked to come a little forward. Oh, awkward for Morgan, looking for support. Now Wales come away.
Yeah, they had to work for that, Wales, though. They were being pushed up and they've worked to the edge of the circle.
Oh, this is snappy circle play.
Oh. Yeah, just went for the double hit, and as a result, called for the penalty, Geitz, but that first part was brilliant. Did you know that Laura Geitz hosted a function when Prince William and his wife were in Queensland, such as the royalty of Laura Geitz in her home state? Just thought you might not like to know that.
I'm pleased to know that. She's certainly a classy individual, isn't she? On and off the court.
Advantage obstruction, goal attack.
Oh, Cara Lee Mosley showing a bit of class of her own.
Advantage obstruction, contact, wing attack.
Yeah, she's strong on the hold, weights. She's holding, you give it to her. If it's in the right spot, she'll get it. She's got good hands. Oh, really good play there by Wales. Nice and simple, but that was all about timing.
Wales too showing some quick release. They don't muck around. Laura Williams, there she is applauding. She'll be pleased. Lovely rotation.
Yeah, that's what she's renowned for, Caldwell, doing that cut around the top of the circle and receiving the ball to get a bit closer. Whoops. Yeah, just a bit early there from Green, so nothing on offer for Leighton. Could play around with it.
(43-25). 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter.
Wing defense.
Brains Trust.
Yes.
Michelle Dendecker to the right of Lisa Alexander, the assistant coach. She was a great player.
Oh, yes. Fellow South Australian, Jenny, so I saw her in action a lot, and an incredible athlete.
Oh, great save. Susie Drain, she kept that ball alive.
Yep.
She's had a good game, the Welsh captain, at wing attack.
Now, if they keep this up, they'd be satisfied with their performance bar that second quarter, so let's see if they can.
Some clever from Corletto too.
Oh, nice break back from Green. Nothing that James could do.
Contact, goal attack, penalty. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of sideward movement now coming from the Welsh at times, coming down court. That's better. She's nice and fresh. Here's Mosley. Again, Lewis was there. I think if Lewis had some more experienced players out front, she would be in this game a lot more. She's often there and they just don't give it. Oh, bit of a roll. No. Can't roll the ball in this game to each other.
Beautifully flighted pass. We'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Little smile there from Laura Williams.
Yeah, that give was on. Green thought about it. She likes to come to the ball despite her height, Lewis, which is a really good thing to have. A mindset where you need to come forward and just use that drop on the odd occasion. Too many shooters rely on that, and she probably doesn't have the height.
Yeah. Yeah. Structure in defense. Advantage obstruction, wing defense.
Yeah, no one there for the rebound from Wales. They'll have to work on that. Easy pickings for Laura Geitz.
Lewis perhaps just starting to look a little tired, but they've won the ball back again. This is...
Oh. 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 Well, that was going to be brilliant attack, only to be stopped by brilliant defence from Geitz.
Now, they won't want to muck around here, Wales. They've got time. Oh, Corletto. That is outstanding.
She would be the quickest player off the mark in world netball, I'd suggest.
Great finish. Smile on the face of Julie Corletto. It is the end of the third quarter. Australia lead Wales 45-26.
Couple of results so far in the women's hockey. We will be back with netball shortly. Earlier, Austria beat Malaysia 4-0, and England were 2-0 winners against Wales. South Africa against Trinidad and Tobago, and it is all going according to plan at the moment for the South African team. That was the opening goal from Shelley Russell, deflecting that in from close range. One quickly became two, and Durkee Chamberlain the scorer this time for South Africa. 2-0 at the National Hockey Centre. Goal number 3, Soulette Damons on the mark this time, and already Trinidad and Tobago well beaten here. At this point, 3-0 down. Next on the mark for South Africa, Celia Evans. Couldn't have been much closer in. Tap in for 4-0 South Africa. Just a question of how many goals now for the South African team. That was number 4 in this. Number 5. Lisa Marie Dietlefs, the goal scorer. 5 different goal scorers now for South Africa, and they lead here by 5 goals to 0. Glasgow 2014, and back with the netball back at the break, and Australia well in charge against Wales. Back to the action shortly.
Maddie Robinson re-entering the game, coming in at wing attack.
Just 15 minutes to go. Back to court now.
And as well as that, Bianca Chatfield moving back to goalkeeper. So Laura Geitz taking a rest. The Welsh, they are sticking with the same 7 as they had in the third quarter. So we're poised for the 4th and final. Australia underway. They lead Wales 45-26.
Robinson and Caldwell teammates for the Melbourne Vixens, so let's see if that ups the ante in that area of the court. And Caitlin Thwaites lands a nice one. She won a bit more of the ball with Thwaites.
Of course, I guess Thwaites was a Vixen a number of years ago.
Yeah, won a premiership with them and then moved to New Zealand for a while.
New Zealand polished her up, and look, she's in the Australian side.
I see. She did leave New Zealand to come back to Australia. I'm not sure how that fits into your story.
It doesn't. But it's great to see her representing her country. 47-26. For Raw weights.
Robinson's game has built over the course of the match. Just better with the timing, better with her choice of movement. Renee Hallinan had a birthday last week, 28. Only one present was on the wish list, yet to be delivered. Waiting for Sunday. Well, a lot of work to be done then, assuming they get there.
Well, she's another one, isn't she? Like Bianca Chatfield was dropped for some time, I think under Norma Plummer's regime, went away and has come back. One of the finest wing defences in the business, if not the best. Wales now want to get on the board in this final quarter. Mosley did well, caught it off balance.
Jones was having a nap. Works hard, does Mosley at goal attack.
Yes, that was dangerous, but Leighton could do enough to get it out, but not grab possession.
Well, just wants to let her opponent know that she's there, does Leighton. Not appreciated by Jones. Oh, take that.
Chelsea Lewis, she's only 20. She did go to the World Champs 3 years ago in Singapore with Wales as a 17-year-old.
Yeah, you think about her performance in a team that's getting thrashed against, you know, some of the best goalkeepers in the business, and she's certainly standing out, so a bright future ahead, as I said earlier. Her captain has said that she would expect her to play one day in the ANZ Championship, so let's see if that happens.
It's not many players, is it, who have 30 tests by the time they're 20?
No.
Advantage, contact, goalkeeper. Shot a pass. Yes.
Goal shooter seems to be the position that the ANZ Championship attracts international players. Jamaicans Romelda Aitken, Janelle Fowler-Reid, Kumwenda from Malawi, they all play in that competition and all play goal shooter.
In comes Caldwell.
Contact, pass the shot. Yes, goal shooter. Obstruction, Viscosi, penalty pass, ball attack.
So that call going against Cara-Lee Mosley. But right back at them, Nick James retains possession, or regains possession for Wales. Oh, good defence from Thwaites. Wales here hugging the sideline, but there's the offensive contact, this time against Chelsea Lewis. Pushing off.
Vantage contact, wing defence and obstruction.
Just steady play from Australia. Beautiful placement. One player that the Welsh are missing who was a standout at the World Champs in 2011, I think it was Sarah Hale.
Goal defence, contact.
Mid-quarter.
Injury.
Yes. So in a team of 7, when you miss one of your stars, it's always going to have an impact.
Thwaites adds another one, 52-28. Australia firmly in control.
Yeah, and just on that occasion, Lewis again had good position. She and Chatfield the only ones in the circle, but the vision just wasn't there.
Ronaldo to Lisa Alexander's left. The assistant in the Australian coaching lineup, of course well known in this part of the world for her time as coach of England.
Highly respected in Australia. Was one of the standout shooters in her day. She had the old lean back, pull the ball right down to the chest technique, which has changed significantly over time. Not sure that she'd be able to see the post anymore if she was to play today.
Contact, wing defense, penalty pass.
Chelsea Lewis, most impressive. Wales move through to 29.
Yeah, Jones, the centre, just in no man's land, not really making a difference defensively. So makes it easy for Australia.
And I wonder, Catherine, in this, going into this game, I wonder what Wales' goal was. I mean, they probably accepted they were not going to beat Australia, but do they set other goals?
Yeah, they would like to shoot a certain number of goals and keep the opposition to a certain number of goals. I would have thought perhaps around 20. Losing by less than 20 would have been their aim, and Australia's would have been to win by more than 20.
Vantage offside wing.
Perhaps even 30, as they rate themselves. So Australia on track if you take away that first quarter performance, and they've been pretty good since then.
Contact, go defense. Get back to me, go shooter, please. Back. Yes.
The easy style of Caitlin Thwaites.
Scored 10 goals in this quarter. Thwaites, 11 in fact, just 5 in the third when she came on. So, like most of the players out there, it's just taken her a quarter to get going.
Just her 5th test for Thwaites. Oh, good defence. Leighton able to benefit.
Quite an athlete, isn't she, Jones?
Advantage break, goal attack.
Morgan went hunting, but when you get caught out, it's easy for your goal shooter. Yeah, beautiful play. They would have practiced that a lot at training. Give and go.
Interesting to note that for both these sides, their next opponent is England. Wales plays them tomorrow, Australia the day after.
Yeah, so as a result of that, England will look at this game. They'll know exactly how much Australia scored, how much they won by, and their aim will be to send a message to the Aussies that England have come to play.
Wing defense.
And wing defense, Nick James called time. 60 to 30, Australia lead. Just under 6 minutes remaining.
Interesting, Australia are dominating, but there aren't too many standout players, are there? You know, they've all put in solid performances, but nothing exceptional. But you know, that can come with the first game.
And what has been very good has been the Australian defence. Let's just take a little peek.
Yeah, Laura Geitz really got going toward the end of that quarter before she came off.
And so much of it's the pressure, isn't it?
Yes.
Set up initially by the likes of Helen and more latterly by Shani Leighton. And allowing the likes of Bianca Chatfield to come through. And I mean, that's a Geitz special, isn't it? The jump and the take.
Yeah, when they beat New Zealand, it was built on the back of great defence led by Geitz, Chatfield, Hallinan.
And now we see a little bit of bib swapping going on. This is young Steph Middleton coming on at wing defence. So Jones takes, James takes to the bench.
Instruction, wing defender, penalty pass. Contact goal defender, short pass. One step. Goal defense, thank you. Instruction.
A whack from Chatfield.
Goal defense, both players. Yes? Vantage wing defense obstruction. Vantage obstruction.
Yeah, good cover from Mosley on Caldwell then, who was driving into the circle.
Nice roll from Jones. We do that in the football pitch too.
Probably after scoring a goal, perhaps.
She's very adept at. What an athlete. Here she goes.
Pretty tenacious, isn't she? That's what her captain has said, that she's dogged, she'll have a go at everything. Oh.
Chelsea Lewis, and look at her, calm, cool and calm.
Yeah, too easy. Straight down the middle for Australia.
It's interesting going through the portraits of a lot of these players here at these Commonwealth Games. Many of them are also very adept at other sports. The basketballers, volleyballers, Gaelic footballers.
Sorry, goalkeeper.
It was interesting, I read about Laura Geitz, and when Australia won the last Commonwealth Games gold in 2002, she was 15, not a lot of interest in netball. Athletics and swimming was her thing. So obviously got interested not long after that, 'cause she's come a long way since then.
And that's a big win for the Wales.
Is a wet spot here somewhere?
Oh, there just needs to be a bit of a mop-up on the side of the court. That could certainly be dangerous, particularly for the umpires going up and down the sideline.
Contact, goal attack, penalty pass. With the goal attack.
Stepping. It's a shame. But there she goes again. Mia Jones.
Back up. Back up, back up. Thank you.
And Caldwell was free then. They obviously can't see her.
Contacting defense.
Caldwell's work rate is really good. She offers, re-offers, repositions. Good reader of the game.
Oh, Thwaites getting a bop on the nose from perhaps Kelly Morgan. Either way, Morgan has done well because she's won possession. There's Middleton.
Obstruction, wing attack, penalty pass. Yes.
Mosley sizes things up.
Good pressure from Leighton, just blocking out the edge of the circle so that there's no easy pass in. They had to go over the top.
Throw in. Advantage contact, yes. Go ahead.
Sharp passing from Wales.
Yeah, beautiful use of the triangle.
Looked as though there were Aussie defenders all around that ball, but it was clean. And look at Jones getting her team up into the final 2 minutes. 62-34. Australia in the lead. Oh, great effort from Caldwell.
So 2 good quarters and 2 poor quarters from both teams. Say that they haven't peaked yet.
Obstruction, goal defense, sort of pass.
This crowd getting behind Wales.
17-8 in this last quarter.
Advantage, obstruction, wing defense.
there haven't been a lot of easy passages into the circle for Australia, so you've got to give some credit to the defensive effort of Wales. They've just slowed them down. They've eventually found their way in, but there haven't been a lot of balls that have just gone bang straight in. Oh, beautiful work by Leighton with the outside arm.
Another thing about Wales, they look fit.
Yes, I wondered if they'd fade, but they don't appear to have.
Contact center, penalty foul.
Nice along the baseline from Mosley. Cheeky little pass. Plenty of time for one more for the world champions.
Wing defense contact, yes.
Oh, another turnover. It was held ball and then full time. Large applause for these two teams, but it is Australia 63-36 over Wales.
At the end of that last quarter, the final score is 63-36. Your winner.
Both teams embrace
Australia
and salute each other, and they'll come in for the big huddle. Laura Geitz calling the cheer. And Susie Drain replying. Great to see. Commonwealth Games spirit. A good win, though, for the Aussies, 63-36. But they had to work for it.
They did. Look, it was an okay performance. I guess it's just typical of perhaps a first outing at a big tournament. But they haven't got a lot of time to prepare for their next big one in 2 days against England, who are threatening with a bunch of players with a whole lot of talent. But a good performance by the Welsh. They will be very satisfied with that. 2 exceptional quarters, the first and the third. So certainly got things to work on.
Certainly, the Australians look pretty pleased as they hit the bench. So let's take a look back now through the highlights of the session. First game up, Malawi against Northern Ireland. And the Malawi side looked good right from the get-go, really.
Very high scoring, 71-50, so not a whole lot of defence going on there, but their goal shooter, Mwaika Mwenda, she's been a star in the ANZ Championship, and she will bring that experience now to her local side.
The thing is about this Malawi side, yes, there's Mwenda, but there's also this core of other players who have played together a while now. And they are going to cause problems, I think, for a number of teams. And then it was Wales up against the #1 ranked team in the world, Australia. And, well, in that first quarter, Catherine, you could have been mistaken over which was which.
Yeah, well, Wales led for most part of that first quarter. They ended up 1 down at quarter time, just 10-9, so very low scoring. I'm sure Lisa Alexander gave them a bit of a rack up at quarter time. The Australians came out firing, scored 8 goals on the trot. Then a lot of changes to Australia at half-time, and as a result, the Welsh were back into it. And they had a pretty solid third quarter, just losing that by 4. But again, once that new lineup got going, they had a very good last quarter at 17-9. So a solid performance from Australia and a good performance from Wales.
So a comfortable win for Australia in the netball. And it is shaping up as a very comfortable win for South Africa in the women's hockey competition. They are playing Trinidad and Tobago, a team with a recent history of shipping plenty of goals, and that trend is continuing. We showed you the first 5 goals for the South Africans. Here's number 6, a second of the game for Ducky Chamberlain, and that made the score 6-0 in the Glasgow Sunshine. The cutback converted. On the attack again, and That's 7-0 for South Africa. Taryn Bright with an appropriate surname in these conditions at the National Hockey Centre. Into the second half, and goal number 8. A second for Celia Evans this time, and worryingly for Trinidad and Tobago, plenty time left for the South Africans to add to their haul. Coming up shortly at Strathclyde Park, it is the men's triathlon. The women's gave us our first medals of Glasgow 2014, and it was a gold for England. Jodie Stimson powering through in the end with a big smile on her face, and a great reception too at Strathclyde Park. 1:58.56, gold for Stimson ahead of Kirsten Sweetland of Canada, and it was England's Vicky Holland who picked up the bronze. So big moment for Jodie Stimson. How good did that feel? In sweltering temperatures, and the Earl of Wessex presenting her with the big prize. First Commonwealth gold to be handed out at Glasgow 2014. So will it be double gold for England in triathlon with the Brownlee brothers to come? The Olympic format competition beginning with a 1500 metre swim, which is 2 laps of the course. As they emerge from the water, the athletes then set off on a 40k cycle, followed by a 10k run.
Wearing number 30 from Bermuda, Tucker Murphy. Race number 31, race 8 years ago in Melbourne, from Ghana, Christopher Simmons.
Sulvold could be the key to Murray's success. Sulvold, a brilliant swimmer, and those two obviously chose to swim side by side at the other end of the pontoon from the Brownlee brothers.
Yeah, that's very tactical. That's a very tactical situation there. Brownlee's on the left-hand side and the two South African boys on the right-hand side. They really separate themselves there.
So expect to see two leading groups going out off the pontoon. It may take a couple of 100 metres for them to establish an advantage over the rest of the field. Good turnout, 47 competitors. Ryan Sissons of New Zealand wears 5, 26-year-old, who's a good swimmer, had a really good swim in Chicago recently. And he was the fastest bike rider in Auckland at the beginning of the WTS season, so keep an eye on him. What about David McNamee of Scotland? He's a man who is rising up the ranks, regular top 15 in the WTS. He is a danger man.
Yeah, no, he's had a few injury problems as of late, but he's actually recently joined a different squad, and looking forward to seeing if he reaps those benefits.
And the Scottish will also be looking out for Grant Sheldon, who's a good swimmer, and at 19 will be gaining valuable experience here today. There are the two favourites, Johnny and Alistair Brownlee. Ali, of course, the Olympic champion. Johnny, the bronze medalist. Davidson, well, he's a key to this race. He may not feature in the first part. He's a good swimmer, but he may not stay with the best, but he's the strongest cyclist here, and he is a man who's capable of bringing a second group up into contact with the lead group if that's the way this race turns out. So New Zealand's Davison, very, very important. Schoeman of South Africa, he's like a sailfish. And we're underway for the second event of the day here in Strathclyde Country Park. The conditions are ideal for those who come from hotter climes. 28 degrees, the water now at 22. I don't think Strathclyde Park has ever got that warm in its history.
Yeah, well, it's going to be even heating up even more here. And as you can see, closest to us here, we've got the two South Africans, Willem Silverwald and Richard Murray. And Murray just trying to get straight onto his feet there.
Number one is Jonathan Brownlee, who's set off well. Be interesting to see what sort of form he's on. He looked good in Hamburg over the sprint distance. There's no doubt that the two Brownlees' form has improved since they've been training in Samaritz, a venue that they often use, where they went before the Olympic Games, actually. It didn't do them any harm on that occasion. And, of course, going up to altitude, trying to boost the red blood cell count, which that in turn increases the amount of oxygen that you can carry around the body and supply to the muscle group. So it does make a difference.
No, exactly, and they know what works for them, you know. They really know what works for them, and they won't change the method as long as it's working. So they don't panic ever, and as you can see, Johnny really just separating himself from the group, but having some clean water and probably end up with that boy first.
Fast turnover for Ali Brownlee. He's got number 3 on his arm.
He's got Alistair Brownlee in front there, and Schoeman just just sitting on his hip there, and Johnny Brownlee to the left. And down the bottom you have Silverwood and Murray. So they've got off to a good start. Murray's got off to a good start. That's a good position for him to be in so far. Let's see if he gets around those first cans without too much trouble.
1,500 metres, the swim distance.
Well, it's no surprise really that we're seeing Alistair Brownlee at the front. He's got a habit of showing everyone how dominant he can be right from the get-go, and he's doing exactly the same thing here. I mean, he really is just a superstar of our sport, and straight away into the front and pressing hard.
Yeah, it's not been the easiest of seasons. Injury problems, as always. He's been obviously trying to avoid them, but it's a feature of his training in particular and his racing, his style. I know his physio has tried to change his running style a little, but that takes a long, long time. You can't suddenly make a big change because that results in more injuries.
Exactly. No, Alistair, he knows what works for him, and he's happy to sort of toil through those situations. He's, you know, a little bit injured here, a little bit injured there, but at the end of the day, he knows the day that he wants to be going well at, and his coaching and support staff, they generally get it right, and they have done in the past on the big days that matter.
And he's being quite honest this year. He made the Commonwealth Games his priority a long time ago, because this is the one medal, the one title that he doesn't have. Junior world champion, and that's a rare obstruction, but you're about to find out how fast a swan can swim when he has to.
It's about the only thing that'll be in front of Alistair Brownlee at this stage in the swim, the way he's carrying on. So as you can see, the crowd are really close to the athletes there. They can just about touch them from the side of from the lock there.
3:30 on the clock for the first boy. We'll keep an eye on the time just to see how quick they do the first 750 metres, but probably averaging at around 1:10 per 100 metres.
Yeah, maybe a little bit faster, a touch faster than that, but especially at the moment, the big thing that is noticeable is how strung out the field is, and we're only not even a portion way through the swim here. So there's a lot of pace going on here from Alistair Brownlee, and this was always going to be the tactic from them. They need to distance themselves as far as they can from the likes of Richard Murray, and of course Ryan Sissons as the runners that might be able to do some damage that are coming from behind.
I know a lot of the spectators who were blown away with what they saw this morning in the women's race were thinking or hoping that they were going to see the same, with a decent sized group come off the front in the bike and then slowly whittle down the numbers on the run. I think it's unlikely to turn into that scenario, but the Brownlees will have to get clear, make sure that the tail enders coming out of the water can't gain on the bike.
Exactly, and it'll be interesting to see who is swimming fast enough to be able to get in that front group.
So they're well over halfway around the first lap now. Let's have another look at the start. All 47 athletes perfectly timed into the water. One or two finding themselves a metre or two behind. And I think in some cases that is by choice.
Yeah, I think very much so, but I mean, that looks pretty graceful, doesn't it? Everyone in sync into the water and on into the 1,500 metre swim.
Well, that's got to be one of the biggest advantages of not having a wetsuit swim, is we can see exactly who they are. Now, let's see who comes up first. Let's see who goes furthest under the water, because, of course, you go a little bit further and faster under the water.
Yeah, Johnny Brownlee coming straight up and straight into his work. Good start by Tony Dodds there from New Zealand, also in the middle of the field.
Richard Murray on the near side, number 2. The green and gold and white of the South African colours. Number 11,
Wiaan
that's
Silva.
Wiaan Silva, his teammate. He's a man who suffered from asthma as a kid and was prescribed swimming. And look what it's turned into. He's now a Commonwealth triathlete.
And they say they talk about sharing the load. And, OK, you had Alistair Brownlee that led to the first 3 cans. And when they came back, Johnny Brownlee's taken over now. So he's had a little bit of a rest, and now he's pushing on. As we saw in the women's race, at this point in time, it was quite bunched up. You know, there was 3 possibly wide. And the guys were almost at single file already. So the pace is hot.
Well, I hate to say it, but the way they're going, there's a chance that the Brownlees may well lap some of the slower athletes in the water. They are already 150 to 175 metres ahead of the tail enders, and it's an indication of just how fast the Brownlees are pushing it at the moment. Not to forget the third of the English team, Aaron Harris, who's earned his position by right this year.
Johnny just obviously got a bit of water in his goggles there, so he took the opportunity as he came around that can to try and get the water out. Probably had that the whole way around, so you might be able to just see that if you were lucky enough, but that was an interesting moment, bit of water in the goggles, and he was managed to have enough time to get it out.
Doing a lot of looking down the course, trying to make sure that he gets the correct line to the final buoy before they then turn towards the pontoon. There you go, there's the just lifting up the side of the goggles, trying to drain out the water. It's only a drop of water, but it's frustrating, it's irritating, and that's just the sort of thing he doesn't need.
Exactly, and as you could see, actually the reason why he did it was because of the water in there. It was actually fogging his goggles up. So as soon as you saw that he was able to get that water out, he was able to re-navigate, and he was actually heading off in the wrong direction. So once he did that, he was fine.
It'll be interesting to see if he makes another slight adjustment when he comes up and out of the water.
I mean, they're really swimming fast. They're really swimming fast here. We're already starting to see a slight break here. About 6 back, the athletes are really struggling before you come back to a field where it's quite bunched here in the middle.
The 2 Brownlees, they like a hard race. They like it when you push the swim, you push the bite, you push the run.
You're a complete athlete, you know. We can wait till the run and see their exploits there, but we're seeing them here in the swim. And don't forget, as soon as they get on the bike, they'll be the most aggressive people in the bunch as well. They are a true all-round triathlete.
So we have the 2 Brownlees, 1 and 2, with Johnny still leading at the moment as they round the final buoy on the first lap of the swim. Now they head for the pontoon, which is some 35 metres away, up and over, back into the water. There's the great shot, shows you exactly what they've got to do now. And an opportunity maybe for that gap that you were talking about, Chris, to just open. Those in the second group have to be very careful at this stage.
Exactly, and I think we're really finding out about the interesting cards that South Africa are playing, with Schoeman not leading the swim and just sitting in behind the 2 Brownlees.
Well, that wasn't exactly fluent by, I think that was Ali Brownlee, who lost some time coming out of the water. Schoeman is there, as we would have expected. Great swim by Sharp of Canada, 6 seconds. And I think they're struggling with the surface, with the heat. It's got a little bit slippery today, probably some growth on the platform, unexpected heat. That's something that they'll certainly be aware of in the mixed relay. The women didn't have that issue this morning.
No, they didn't. There's a couple of really good positional swimmings there on the first lap of the swim. Ryan Sissons having one of the great swims at the moment. There's a small gap. That's the gap we're talking about. There's Ali Brownlee struggling out of the water. Bit of a slip from Wiaan Silva.
Yeah, I think that was Schoeman as well, having a little issue coming out of the water. 8:58 the time for the first 750 metres, just under 9 minutes for the first lap. Anything under 18 minutes for the swim is sensational.
And there you go, they're swapping over again. So they're almost swimming this race, the two Brownlee brothers, like you ride it on the bike. They're turning over, swapping each other turns, giving each other time in the front to push a little bit. They're quite aware that the South African guy is not going to help like he normally does, because he doesn't want to take the group anyway further away from Richard Murray.
So the teamwork and the tactics all being played out in this first phase of the men's individual triathlon here in Strathclyde Country Park. Alistair Brownlee now doing his shot at the front. And let's just run down the order as they head away from the pontoon for the second time. Another 600 metres to go in this swim. The two Brownlees, 1 and 2. Schoeman of South Africa in 3. We've got Austin of Scotland, a brilliant swimmer and a very exciting prospect today, Austin. Mark Austin, he's in 4. Matt Sharp of Canada is 5. Danny Hawksworth from Jersey, a former swimmer. In fact, he's represented Jersey in the Commonwealth Games for swimming before, so no surprise to see him up there, although he does specialise on the long distance races. We've got Bailey, we've got Sissons, we've got Aaron Royal of Australia, who's certainly a potential winner here today if things should go wrong for the Brownlees. And making up the top 10, we have Grant Sheldon of Scotland, so two Scots. We've got Schoeman and Sulvold of South Africa up in that leading group. Henry Schoeman is the fastest of the two. He's been a main feature on the WTS this year.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, he's always one of the ones leading out of the water, so he's very prevalent all the time at the front. There seems to be like a small little gap there. There we go. Just behind, I think it might be Ryan Bailey or Aaron Royal. Just back to Ryan Sissons. He's just falling off the back there as he's coming around the can now. That's important.
Two tighter turns to come. Another opportunity for the men in front just to try and break that toe. Nice swimming from Ali Brownlee. Seems to have upped the cadence just a little, turning those arms over faster and faster. At this rate, we could have a group of 3 or 4 getting away, but at the moment.
So there you've got your 8 ahead there, just about as they come around to the can, and then there's a small break. And that's that little second group there. I think that's where Richard Murray and Ryan Sissons are, and they're really going to have to work to close that gap.
7 to 10 seconds it is at the moment, and a reminder of the women's race with Emma Jackson of Australia coming out of T1, 25 seconds down. Yes, she closed the gap down on that first lap of the bike, but there is, you could say, that cost her the race, because when it came to the push at the end with just 3 Ks to go, she had nothing left to give.
Yeah, exactly. And then let's see now if we give Johnny Brownlee and Alistair Brownlee swap over again, just as they did in the first race.
Well, there's the gap, and it's certainly growing.
Looks like a Scottish athlete just trying to bridge across there. It might be Sheldon.
Grant Sheldon lying in 10th place after the first lap of 750 metres.
Yeah, he's just sort of got stuck in the middle there, Grant Sheldon. He's really going to have to work up. I'm pretty sure that's Aaron Royal was the last individual male there in that first group.
Well, let's have a look at that transition. Johnny Brownlee swiftly up the ramp, nicely into the water. He gets a 6 for that one, I think.
A 6? I couldn't really see anything wrong with that. Maybe the hands could have been closer together.
I think it's out of 6.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. It's a 6 then, a 6.5.
So Johnny Brownlee.
Yeah, look, just looking up here, sighting where the boy is, because he's dived in. He might have changed direction when he hit the water, so he's come up, he's got a quick little gauge on where he is, set his navigational point, and then on he goes.
Well, anyone who thinks endurance sport is all about putting your mind into neutral and just dealing with the pain, you realise here that how much thinking, how much intelligence is involved in winning a triathlon. And is that South Africa in the lead for the first time? I think Schoeman may be trying to hurt the Brownlees.
Yes, that's interesting. And I mean, it's hard to say. Is he in the front there? Is he trying to slow it up? Or is he purposely now kicking on and feels like, okay, I'm going to make this race my own. Every man for himself.
He is a wonderful swimmer. He's not a big man by any means.
Yeah, it's an interesting, the team tactics, they play such a huge role in this type of racing, and obviously the South Africans to discuss what they're going to do, and Henry being in front, this is okay with their plan, and he's pushing on because they're again stretching it out.
Back to Strathclyde Park shortly. Just a couple of pieces of news for you in the mixed teams badminton. In Group D, tight match at the moment between Jeff Tho of Australia and Daniel Font of Wales, and that was the point which gave Tho the second game, 1 each between the two of them into the deciding game 3, and currently Font is 8-5 up. Much further ahead in terms of scoreline at the moment are the South African women's hockey team against Trinidad and Tobago. We showed you 8 goals so far. Well, there have been another 3, including a hat-trick for Celia Evans. Currently South Africa 11, Trinidad and Tobago 0. Back to Strathclyde Park.
I have a feeling that Grant Sheldon of Scotland has dropped out of that leading group. We'll see. Erin Harris, the third English team member, not featured so far, but the two Brownlee brothers looking very good. What's the margin? We've got some 12 to 15 seconds between the lead group and the chase group, with another 50 metres, 60 metres to go before that final buoy. And now they're starting to think about the transition.
And Schumann's really put the pace on here. He's definitely not slowing anything up. That's really stretched it out, because you can see even the first group's breaking up now. The only people able to follow Henry Schumann is the two Brownlee boys.
But that's no use to Murray, of course, of South Africa. And I'm just wondering what the thinking is behind this move from Schoeman, unless he fancies his own chances of taking a medal in this one.
Yeah, I don't know how much he fancies the chances, but this is an individual sport, and Henry's got the right to be here. He's earned the right to be here to represent his country, and if he sees this as the best way, and if he gets away with Johnny and Alistair, I mean, you know, they could get minutes, and I've seen him run great runs before.
Well, that's great to see Mark Austin of Scotland in there as well. He's having a fantastic one. He's 20-year-old, comes from Scottstown, just down the road. He's a man who's been at Stirling University. So away we go into T1. Again, the Brownlees just taking a little bit of care getting out. Nothing wrong with that. A couple of seconds maybe given away to Schoeman, but they won't be too concerned. They will be in the front group when it comes to the bike ride. Mark Austin of Scotland gets a big cheer from the crowd, and so he should, coming out in 4th place. Matt Sharp of Canada is there. Danny Hawksworth having a great start. And Ryan Bailey of Australia alongside Aaron Royal. Those two are a danger when they're together. 17, 18 seconds the margin. Watch the margin when they come out of the transition, because that is so much more important.
Oh, this is super transition here from Mark Austin. He's going to have to go. He's going to have to get on these boys.
Now that was that a penalty whistle being blown out there? We'll keep an eye on that. Bailey Hawksworth in 6 and 7.
Here comes the chase group coming in, led by Connor Murphy.
21, 22, 23. They certainly don't want to be over 35 seconds behind, but the group is big enough, and Davison is in there.
And so is Murray.
Davison and Murray are in there, so it's going to be down to Davison to try and pull his team members up the front, and Murray, I think, is going to have to jump on the bandwagon and hope that he gets a free ride. Otherwise, his chances of gold certainly will have gone.
Actually, Tom Davison just arriving at his bike now, so he just fell off the back there, and also Tyler Butterfield, another strong cyclist. So this could be a really good hookup for those three.
White of Northern Ireland, and there is Davison. He goes out 57 seconds behind. Now keep an eye on the margins. We'll get a split time every time they come through the stadium area. 5 laps, remember, of this 8-kilometre course, and that makes up the distance of 40 kilometres. The women's race faster than we thought this morning. This could be quick as well.
And Mark Austin's probably had the best 600 metres of his life on a bike, and he's managed to go across, and he's managed to catch up to the Brownlees with Henry Schoeman, and this could be the little first group away. These boys will not wait around for anyone.
So a leading group of 4. Matt Sharp of Canada is struggling. He's trying to close it, but that extra 3 seconds he was behind Austin may prove to be too many. Hawksworth, Bailey, Royal, Murphy in the first chase group. Then further back, we've got Wilson, Harris, Sisson, Solvald of South Africa, and Tony Dodds of New Zealand.
And let me tell you, this face that you see, the faces you see from Alistair Brownlee, that is a reason why he makes those faces. He is just all out.
Up the first climb. And I know these pictures flatten the hills, but it is a very, very severe course. Now, the Brownlees are the generals of the peloton, and they will call the shots here, and they'll try and insist that everyone does their fair share of the work. Schoeman, I think, will feel that his chance of a medal rides on sticking with the 2 Brownlee brothers. And Sheldon, well, there he is, 40 seconds behind. He'll be glad to know that his teammate, Mark Austin, is up in that leading group. And if Austin holds on to these 3 all the way around the bike ride, my goodness, he's in for the day of his life.
And those are the numbers we have to look out for, folks. You've got 45 seconds to that big chase group with Murray and Sissons in there. But bigger than that, we've got the 10 seconds back to Davison and Butterfield. And if they come to the front, let's see if it's less than 45 seconds when they come back after the first lap to this front group.
Sub 18 minutes for the swim today.
We've got a group of 2 that have just managed to stay away at the moment. It's likely to be Matt Sharp from Canada, maybe, and the 2 Aussies, Aaron Royal and Ryan Bailey, still chasing hard.
Well, they're certainly sharing the lead, but if the 4 at the front share the lead, they will have an easier time of it.
The good thing then going for Aaron Royal and Ryan Bailey is they won't be sitting on each other. They'll be pulling turns cleanly, and they'll be sharing the load as much as they can.
Well, it's not the same scenario as we saw in the women's race, but it's every bit as intriguing to see how these athletes play this. There goes Danny Hawksworth, racing for Jersey, a specialist swimmer in his youth. Melbourne 2006, we saw him.
So we've got 15 strong in that 3rd chase group, and that's the chase group that consists of Ryan Sissons and Richard Murray. Not yet sure whether Tom Davison and Tyler Butterfield have made it to that group yet. Looks like everybody's looking around asking the same question. When are those guys going to come?
Well, where's your money, Chris? The lead group of 4, are they going to stay clear? Are they going to stay clear? It's a long, long way, 40 kilometres, and it's a particularly tough course, and with the heat, that won't help either. The one thing they have got is they'll get a visual on the other groups, the chasing group, every single dead turn they go round, and there are 2 in particular where they'll know exactly where they stand.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't bet against these guys, I tell you, but they're just really, really pushing. They're just committed all the time from the get-go. They understand that it's not about waiting. As long as they're pushing ahead all the time, they're putting everyone else in doubt.
Hawksworth and Royal.
I think I caught just a small glimpse there of Butterfield and Davison trying to get on the back of that large group. If they get back on there before that end of that first lap, then we'll be able to see if they're able to make inroads into this group of 4 at the front.
Well, the local fans, and there are plenty of them in Strathclyde Park at the moment, will be delighted to see that Mark Austin has made that leading group of 4. We've got, what do we got? 3 athletes here, 2 of the Australians.
Yeah, really good swims from Aaron Royal and Ryan Bailey. I mean, normally Aaron Royal would actually be in that front, so maybe not so much of a good one for him, but they're really getting into their work, and Hawksworth here is really trying to help them out. It's a small gap, but it's a tough one to close when you're talking about such class athletes like the Brownlees in the front. So we're hitting the hill for the first time. Brownlee boys on the front.
This is where Mark Austin's going to have to dig very deep. short and sharp. Maybe 40, 45 seconds of climbing before it flattens out again. And the group of three are starting to close on this large group. What do we got? 15 athletes in there. And that group of three, I think, containing Davison at the back there with Murray. There's Murray on the right of your screen. So
it's a really good swim from Richard Murray. He's really put himself in a position which he would have hoped that he would get to. And it'll just be a case of whether Davison can get up there and he can make inroads into that difference. I mean, it's hard. He spent the whole first lap just trying to catch up to the group that he actually wants to be in.
And the reason we're highlighting Murray is because he's a sensational runner. He's made fantastic gains over the last 24 months, and we saw him in tremendous form. A brilliant sprint finish with Mario Mola in London this year. Mark Austin, well, he should know this corner better than anyone else, and that is an absolute disaster. Absolute disaster. Can you believe it? The local man from Scotstoun, in fact, my mistake, it's not him, it's Schumann. It is Schumann who's gone down. I thought it was Mark Austin. Master Austin slipping through on the inside, maybe applying the brakes and just giving himself a little bit of space. But it's been talked about many times. They've all been out on the course. They all know how sharp it is and what speed they can take it. So suddenly that leading group of four has gone to three. Now the fans may be delighted, the local fans, but actually it would have helped to keep Schumann there for as long as possible.
Exactly. I was just about to say, I mean, it's a shame for Henry Schumann that he's taken that corner a little bit fast and managed to end up, he held it onto it quite well because that could have ended quite badly for him. But, you know, now those front three guys have got no opportunity, and poor little Austin is going to be working for about 40k now.
Here come the second group, and they've sensibly spaced themselves out. Aaron Harris is at the back of that group for England. Just ahead of him, we've got Jones of Canada.
It looks like Schumann's just going to sit up now.
Now let's have a look at the crash. We've got the two Brownlees in front, and Schumann.
Very, very well held on, very well held on. Just went in there too hot, braked, and when he started to brake, then the front wheel started to go, and he just had to slow it down and slide it round. I mean, he did very well to hold on to that, Henry.
He's still in the race, but he's in no man's land at the moment, and I think it's inevitable that he's going to drop back to the chasing group, and he might as well take it steady until that happens.
Which also adds a bit of extra flavour to that second chase group. Now they go from 3 to 4, so they're a bigger group than in front, and if they work together, well, you never know.
And the leading group of three are working flat out, and there will be one or two in this chase group who are getting an easy ride of it.
They seem to be working quite well, to be fair. Everybody seems to be rolling around and doing turns when they can, and that doesn't often happen in some of our WTS events. That size pack sort of really struggles to work well together, but it looks like they're working well.
Well, if the Brownlees are going to win this one, they're going to do it the hard way, from the front. How long will they take Mark Austin with them? What a day for him. What a day for him. Well, let's have a look at the transition earlier on. Some 10 minutes ago, they came out of the water into T1. Henry Schumann, as expected, the first man, the fish, out of the water in style. A lead of a couple of seconds over the Brownlee brothers, who were 2 and 3. And Mark Austin, a very good swimmer in his youth, who's turned into an excellent triathlete, finds himself up with those leading three. So a group of 4. Then the 2 Australians.
They must have been running down that transition going, oh no, that's 5 seconds too far. But here we go, here the boys coming into the first round. I mean, Mark Austin, he'll be copping an earful from Johnny and Alistair, but you know what? He better listen to them, because he's a real chance here of getting himself a Commonwealth Games medal if he realises what's on offer here.
Will he be intimidated by the presence of 2 of the Olympic medalists?
I think so, and I mean, you have to be. I mean, these guys are heroes for him. What's really important is, as you can see, it's these technical parts around the course. He needs to just make sure that he keeps close. It's not important just to be beside them when they're going up the hill or when they're going down the hill. It's through these technical parts, because that's where Alistair and Johnny are just so dominant. They'll just take an extra metre going into a corner, and then if you're too far off, you'll never get back on.
But if Johnny and Ali are giving him an earful and telling him to drop back or do your bit, is he likely to listen to them? And as I say that, it does look as though a little gap has opened up.
as I was saying, it's just, you know, you've just got to attack those corners. Johnny and Alistair, they attack the corners. And Austin's just going to have to get up there as close as possible and get as much shelter as he can.
But he's also got to be clever, because if he's giving 110% to stay with the Brownlees, he may find he's got nothing left when it comes to the run. And he may think, I might be better in the chase group and just get a little bit of protection. But he's still there, 1 second behind.
Right, let's look for these time gaps when they come through the transition. And remember, it was 46 seconds, shall we say, to that big group. And another 10 seconds back to Tom Davison, who's supposed to be the guy who's going to pull everyone through. So let's see if Tom's managed to make it up to that big group. Schoeman about to be caught here by Aaron Royal, Ryan Bailey and Hawksworth.
Schoeman, Hawksworth, Royal, Bailey, 43 from 40. And there goes the big group through the transition area. And you can see that Murray is there, Dodds, Sheldon, McNamee of Scotland, Wilson in there as well for Australia. Dave?
Let's just get you up to date with a couple of results of matches we've been watching. Firstly, in badminton, victory for Daniel Font of Wales against Jeff Tho. Tho won the first game, but victory for Font in the end. It was 21-13 in the final game. Victory for the Welshman in the mixed teams badminton. Well, that was tight. This one wasn't. In the women's hockey, coming up, goal number 16 for South Africa, 16-0 against Trinidad and Tobago. Not quite a Commonwealth Games record in women's hockey. Australia beat Malaysia 18-0 at Manchester in 2002, but I think we could say comprehensive, 16-0.
He was third at New Zealand Road Cycling Champs the year just gone, and finished together with a couple of Pro Tour riders that were riding in the Tour de France, so he knows how to ride a bike. And again, these guys in the group, they'll be getting the information about where Tom is and how far away in front the lead group is, and they need to be able to work that out. But at the moment, the man who's got the golden ticket, Mr. Austin.
And there he is. Is it going to be a ticket that brings him the bronze medal? Possibly the silver. So much can go wrong in this sport. They still have the transition to go through. We've already seen one crash on the bike, with Schoeman losing his position in this front group of what was 4, now down to 3. So Brownlee, the two Brownlees coming through the transition zone in the front, with Austin just fractionally behind them. The margin back to Schoeman, Holdsworth, Royal, Bailey was 41, 42, 43 seconds. Vin Solvald of South Africa in there as well. Ryan Sissons of New Zealand going well. Richard Murray in that chase group looking to be looking for as much protection as possible before the race starts, but just hoping that the chasers catch the leaders, because that's really his only chance of medaling here today.
Blair Cartmel from Scotland, the coach of Mark Austin, must be just jumping up and down at the moment. He said to him, we had a wee chat to him yesterday, and he said, they have a good swim, the boys, they've got a good chance. And the one thing he was worried about was that they might get dropped on the bike. So as long as Mark's clever and he does the work where he needs to do the work and doesn't end up doing hard turns into tight corners or into the hill, then he'll be fine.
As you said, the Brownlee's so good technically, and each time they go around that dead turn, they gain 4 or 5 metres. And then Austin has to come up off the saddle, put the pedal down, really up the work rate just to get back into the slipstream again. That surely, come the end of 40k, is gonna cost him.
And here we'll get across here where they'll get a visual view of where they are in comparison to the lead group. And there they go as they cross. So again, it's gone out slightly more, you know, it was sort of halfway along the old roller coaster here on the right-hand side. So the guys will know that. They'll know that those front guys, Johnny and Alistair Brownlee and Mark Austin, they're making more time.
The leading 3, Johnny and Alistair taking turns at the front. And Mark Austin hitching a ride as far as he possibly can today. But he's also got to think about his run.
He's just got to do the little things right, you know. He's just got to make sure he drinks enough. When he arrives to the hill, that he's in the right gear. He's not jumping around in gears as he's climbing up. Does the little things right, and, you know, this could be the biggest race of his life. It's a young life. I mean, the future of the sport, in, not only in Scotland, but in Britain has been pretty strong for a long time now. Here's the big group. And there we go, there's Tom Davison. He's still not in that group yet. He's really fighting hard, and this is going to be really difficult because even if he gets there, he spent nearly 2 full laps. Well, 2 full laps trying to catch up.
The chasing group with Ryan Sissons at the back. Holdsworth has been there for a while now. The man who's concentrated on longer races, and Davidson just coming into the base of the hill. He can still see the back of that group, but he doesn't look to have made an impression over the last 3.5 kilometres.
This is where he's got to do it. He's got to bridge up here. He's got to get everything he can to get across at this point.
And down come the leaders. 1, 2, 3, into the sharp corner.
Little conversation point there between Alistair Brownlee shouting something at Austin and Johnny Brownlee.
Well, they will have been delighted to see that Davison was off the back of the chase group, because they know he's the danger man. Round the corner that cost Schoeman his position on that first lap. Safely through, but again the Brownlees show how clean they are round those turns. And that's an area that you can get better at for nothing. You don't have to be any fitter, you just have to be a little wiser.
Well, you like to say it's free energy. You know, they're just taking better lines, they're just using the right speed, they're braking when they need to. Yeah, the big group charging back down the hill again. They'll be hitting speeds of above 75, even close to 80k an hour around here.
Certainly those who got a little bit of a shock on the first loop will just be slightly more conservative on the way down. And part of the problem, Chris, is they don't have the rest of the road to use. Normally they'd drift right over onto the right-hand side, cut the perfect race line around the corner, but because the race route is also up the other way, they've got a much narrower road with which to approach this corner.
Exactly, and I guess that just goes to show more so how important the lines of the Brownlees are. You know, they know that they've only got half the amount of space they normally have, and they're still managing to make time every time they go around a corner.
Well, it's a lonely race for Davison, and he was right on the limit there, right on the limit. The coefficient of traction was pushed.
And that's a good sign, it's a good sign. You can see they're bunching up, they're like 3 and 4 wide there, and Tom Davison will be able to see that.
Well, there you see Davison down the bottom of your picture. So let's just update you. We've got the 2 Brownlees and Mark Austin, 2 Englishmen and a Scotsman out the front. And the last time we got an update, they were some 43 seconds clear of the chasing group, which contains Schoeman, Holdsworth, Royal, Bailey, Sulvald, Sissons, Murray, Dodds, all big names in the world of biathlon. And McNamee is there as well. Davison is the main man out of it, and there he is.
He's going to get on. He's going to get on. That's taken a lot of work, but it looks like Tom Davison's going to get on. I don't know how much he'll be able to help out now after putting that massive effort to get across.
Yeah, he's less than 5 seconds behind now.
But I'm sure he won't sit at the back for too long. I'm sure he'll go straight to the front. He knows what he's here for.
But it's taken him a lap and 3/4 already. He may not get to the front until completion of the second lap with just 3 to go. And it's, I guess we could blame or suggest that the reason that Davidson has been struggling is because Schoeman of South Africa pushed the pace so hard on the second lap of the swim.
Yeah, and in fact, Ryan Sissons ends up having an amazing swim for his, you know, the way he's been swimming recently. He has an amazing swim, and so he gets in the group, and he's in the perfect position. Unfortunately, the way the team was going to execute their plan, Tom Davidson misses that pack.
Well, he cuts the perfect line, doesn't he? He takes the shortest possible distance around every corner. He's just millimetres from the spectators' cameras as he works his way around the bends. And Davison now just a second and a half off the back of the chase group. He is the strongest cyclist out of this group of 16. But has he got enough in the tank to do the work required to pull the likes of Sissons up towards the 3 leaders?
The big bow of the head there, and the first time he's been able to probably take a drink since he started the bike ride. I mean, that's a big effort. Let's see if he can actually make a difference now. It's going to be pretty hard ask for Tom Davison. Meanwhile, at the front, usual procedure. Brownlee on the front. Mark Austin getting strung on every single corner, but desperately trying to hang on, and might actually be getting somewhat of a free ride now.
I guess there was always a chance that this race would be about which of the Brownlees won, but at the moment there's a Scot sticking in there, some 4 metres off the pace. Mark Austin goes through transition, and he has a massive amount of support. He will never, ever have had this much support. He may never get a situation like this again in his life. He has got to capitalise. If he takes a bronze medal, even a bronze medal would be a sensation for Mark Austin. And my goodness, he's going to be lifted on the way round the run.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Austin, he's a great runner too, you know. He's been on the medals and World Championship level and European level, so he just needs to be able to save enough energy, and he needs to be, you know, 90 seconds up on the likes of Richard Murray, and he's right in this for a medal chance.
Well, we're still waiting for the chase group to come through transition. Remember, last time they came through, the margins were 41, 42, 43 seconds for the leaders of that group. And we'll get an update any moment now as they come towards the transition area. 2 laps completed, 3 still to go. Another 24 kilometres to ride, and it's now 1:05, 1:06. So the Brownlees, unbelievably, the 2 of them are pulling away.
They are. That's very important. They are pulling away. If you think about what that gap was, it was about 55 seconds, I think. The interesting point, though, is to Tom Davison on that first lap, the gap was 1:07. So it's exactly the same. So Tom Davison rode exactly the same pace as the Brownlees by himself, solo, on that last lap.
Hawksworth happy to sit at the back. Strong man. He's got a good history in the longer distance races. That's not necessarily going to help him in the Olympic distance.
Justin Wilson from Barbados, he's getting up the front there. Dan Wilson also, the 2 Wilson boys. Now these guys, they need to get organised again. You know, this race will slip away from them faster than they can see it if they don't get organised quick.
A group of 3 just going through the transition. That was Tyler Butterfield, who won out in Abu Dhabi earlier on this year, one of the first races of the season, the long distance race out there in sweltering conditions. Northern Ireland's White has just gone through 2:11 behind, and Namibia's Kotze having a very good run. Kotze, he's 2:12 off the pace of the leaders, and at the moment down in 24th position out of the 47 competitors entered today.
And Mark Austin still getting convinced to do some work from the Brownlee boys, so he's not shirking the opportunity to share some of that load. Look at that. That's a pain face. Alistair Brownlee. Johnny Brownlee looking very controlled.
Alistair Brownlee, who's won Junior World Championships. He's been the world champion. He's won the Olympic title. He's won the European title numerous times. This is the one gold medal he does not have in his collection, and that is why he's focused on the Commonwealth Games this year.
And that's why it's called a collection, because he's got all of them. I mean, he's got, he probably got a house for all the medals he's got. You know, it's he's just been a phenomenon in the sport, and together with Javier Gomez and Jonathan Brownlee, they've just truly dominated this side of the Olympic distance sport over the last 5, 6, 7 years.
Now, we spoke about altitude training a little earlier on. The Brownlees, of course, go to Samoritz for pre-majors just to tweak the condition. It certainly seems to have worked. I know Alistair Brownlee has at times also used an altitude tent for the same reason. He has.
That's been widely known that that's what they get up to. They really enjoy the benefits of altitude, and their training reflects that. You know, you can see that they're always built to these major competitions. And the fact, what is awesome to note is that they've got a model that they like, and they don't change everything from one year to the next. They know that it works. They've proven that it works on the biggest international stage in the world at the Olympic Games. So don't break it. You know, if it's not broken, just leave it alone. And it's exactly the same preparation they've done again leading into this race.
Well, look who's at the front. None other than Davison, who slowly but surely worked his way through. He's gained a couple of places every time they've gone around the corner. 3 places gained there. He's used the slipstream, and he's now up front, and he is the man pushing the pace. But on his own, I don't think he's going to be able to close the gap dramatically. He needs 1 or 2 of the other strong riders to help out, and at the moment it's Ryan Bailey of Australia who's there as well, 24-year-old. I think he lives in Joburg, does he, Ryan Bailey?
He's originally from there.
He's
he was
originally
born
from
there.
Joburg.
No, they belong to the Wollongong Wizards group, training group. Both Ryan and Aaron were all training together in that group, and also Matthew Sharba from Canada. So they enjoy the Southern Hemisphere down there in Wollongong.
Perhaps it's not right to suggest they live anywhere, because they spend their lives touring the world and, of course, racing the circuits to earn their living.
And they're coached by the same coach as Gwen Jorgensen, actually, Jamie Turner. So they've got some good credibility for their coaching skills. So let's see, you know, if they can manage to work their way out of this hole, because at the moment it's looking like that. They're falling further and further behind, and if they can keep this to around, you know, 90 seconds, you know, there's a chance for one of these guys to get a bronze medal. But let's be honest, the gold and silver are going and up the road. Richard Murray coming to do some work on the front there, so he's obviously wants to make his presence felt.
Canadians with York and Jones still in this chase group, and in fact Matt Sharp is there as well. So the entire team in this particular group, and a shot of the that's another of the chase groups actually, 3 of them disappearing in the distance. And I think that contained Tyler Butterfield, White, and Wright of Barbados has moved up into that group as well. So 3 leading, 17 athletes now in this chase group, including David McNamee. Massive cheer for Walker of Gibraltar as he goes through. Christopher Walker, 46-year-old, actually lives in UK, lives in Ross-on-Wye. What a fantastic place that is. Well, there's the cross, and they've just got a view of the leaders.
Here we go into that fast corner again, and Mark's just got strung out again. He's just really stuffing in the corners, but he knows he's got to put his head down, because this might be a Commonwealth Games medal if he hangs on these boys' wheels.
Well, if they can gain 20 seconds every lap, as they have done on the last couple, then it could be the ticket to a place on the podium. And he was brought up, incidentally, just a stone's throw, in fact, metres from where they held the opening ceremony last night in Celtic Park. So this is where he's raced. He's trained here as well. He knows it better than anyone else. But what it must mean to win on your home turf.
Oh, I mean, the stage is set for him to have, as you said, the most dramatic moment in his small life so far. I mean, it's just incredible that he's actually in this position, and he can counter from it. I mean, fair credit to him, you know, he doesn't really have to do any work. He can sit at the back and he can say to Alistair and Johnny, you know, look, I don't have to pull any turns here. You know, you're both from England, I'm from Scotland, there's two of you here, you're brothers, you can do the work. But no, he doesn't want to upset the balance. You know, as long as they're working and they're pushing ahead, he's making time from this group here. So just keep involved when you can. Don't say P's and Q's really quietly to the two bosses in the group, and then get everything done.
And although he's outclassed by the Brownlees, I think we have to realise is that Davison just waving the camera bike on, doesn't want him in the way, doesn't want the fumes either. But we should realise that Mark Austin, second silver medalist in the Junior World Championships in the sprint event back in 2013. So he's showed a lot of promise. He's only 20 now. And he's done a lot of training at Stirling University. That's where a lot of the top Scottish athletes go. Beautiful venue.
Going to dip away from the triathlon for just a moment to bring you the conclusion of a badminton match over at the Emirates Arena. It's between England's Sarah Walker and Northern Ireland's Alana Stevenson. It was 1-all heading into the final set, and we can now bring you the conclusion of that match.
Match point for Walker. Oh, and a lovely touch from Walker to win the deciding game, 21-13. She took the first game, 21-9, but Alana Stevenson of Northern Ireland came back to take the second game, 21-8.
Match won by England.
Remember, they're on the third lap of 5. Alistair and Johnny Brownlee sandwiching Mark Austin of Scotland. And the margin at the last count was a minute 5, a minute 6 ahead of that big group of 17 riders.
So here we go around those sections, those tight corners, and Alistair and Johnny again just going through there just a little bit faster than what Mark Austin is, and he just falls off the back every time, and he has to really get out of his seat and fight back on. That's stinging his legs every time, every corner. That's better.
Well, that's certainly an area that he's going to be working on with his coaches over the next few months. A little bit of cycling proficiency around the cones.
Exactly. And here comes, listen to the crowd giving these, I know how much effort they're putting in.
And every time Austin comes through, they rise to their feet to applaud him because they know what sort of an effort he is having to put out to stay with two of the best triathletes in the world. The leading group of 3 containing 2 of the 3 Olympic medalists. Of course, Javier Gomez of Spain not entitled to race. There'll be 1 or 2 who are grateful that Spain aren't part of the Commonwealth because they've got a fantastic team at the moment.
Tom Davison just looks like he's just pulled over to just take a bit of a rest as they come through transition area, and Ryan Sissons has gone to the front, and he'll lead the big group through transition area. So let's look at the time deficit.
53.23, the leading group of 3 went through. And we're certainly going to be around the minute mark, 1:59. That's a minute gone. 1:01, so no time lost. Once again, Davison has held the same pace as the Brownlees, and he's held that chase group just a minute behind. That's good news for Davison. It's good news for the Brownlees because they're not gaining. It's not such good news for Mark Austin, who not only is producing the bike ride of his life, he's going to have to do the same on the run if he's going to medal.
Exactly. I think it's, you know, the way Tom Davison is riding here, it's pretty incredible, really. And he's keeping pace, if not, as you say, taking a small amount of time out of those front guys, which are working very well together. And yeah, Mark Austin may be the one that ends up suffering here with trying to stay with the two boys and then having to run off that. But you've said it before, you know, he's won World Championship medals. He has just as much right to be able to compete on this 10K run as everybody else has.
A difficult choice for him. I think he was considering it earlier on, whether he should just ease up, get in the chase group, because there are guys in this chase group who are having a much easier ride than Mark Austin is. And a minute may sound like a lot. It's certainly a lot on the bike. It's not so much on the run.
Yeah, and the weather's heating up, you know, and when it comes a bit of a death march in that last 3.3K, I think you'll take having a minute head start over everyone else any day.
Another group of three, a little bit further back, coming through towards the transition, some 300 metres from this point.
It's Ty Butterfield, who's more well known now for being a long course athlete, but came up to the Commonwealth Games to represent his country, Bermuda.
Yeah, his wife, pretty handy racer as well, Nikki.
Yeah, she was a pretty handy racer.
Or was, before they started the family.
Yeah, and a growing family at that.
And Tyler having a fantastic race out in Abu Dhabi earlier on this year. Lives in Boulder, Colorado, under the Boulder Irons. And through they come, 2:51 the margin. And they've lost another 20 seconds or so to the chase group on that last 8-kilometre loop.
There's a lot of guys in here saying, thank you very much, Mr. Davison, because he's keeping these guys in the race, and there'll be a lot of paybacks going on later tonight if this ends up working out for anyone in this group.
Now he's affected quite a few races already this year with his cycling. Certainly Richard Murray, Mario Mola have cause to thank him. Do they have cause to financially reward him as well? Because
no, I think he's just the new best friend within ITU Triathlon for a few of these guys, and it's created a different aspect to the racing as well. These the ones that have just been sort of in or out, missing this first group, all of a sudden, if Tom Davison is in the race, is coming together, and we're finding that we've got 6 or 7 guys racing for the win. So it's added a different dynamic, and that's the interesting thing about the sport, that, you know, so many parts of our sport can influence the other disciplines.
Well, this race certainly isn't over. The favourites are up front and clear by a minute and 1 second. The two Brownlee brothers, they do have Mark Austin of Scotland with them, which is to the delight of the home fans here in Strathclyde Park. Remember, we're just 15 kilometres or so from the city centre of Glasgow. And it's a brilliant venue for triathlon. There have been plenty of races here over the years. And they've got lots of experience of hosting world-class events with major rowing championships on the lock as well. Today it's all about 3 disciplines, and we're over halfway into the second one. The bike ride before the run. Now keep your eye out for the leading 3 who will be coming the other way up the road, and they'll be interested to see the chase group now strung out in a long line, and they'll know that that means they're travelling, and they may well be gaining. I think they are gaining. They've gained a fraction in the last loop, because last time they passed, they were at the roundabout just before the big climb.
Yeah, that's just another small advantage to the chase group, and as you can see, Johnny and Ali communicating about it. They know exactly where they passed in the last lap, and they know they're making some time. I mean, there's ways to win races. There really is ways to win races, and frankly, these two guys can win them in just about any way that you can, but they're choosing the most hardest way to win a race, and they wouldn't have it any other way. Johnny just getting some information from a coach on the side there. You saw him just go up the hill and look to his left, and get some information from a coach.
Mark Austin pumping. Ali Brownlee having a look over the shoulder to see if they've dropped the Scot, who's been hanging on tenaciously all the way through the day. So further back in the field, Spears. And we've got Pershard of Jersey as well, and Koitse of Namibia, who was up with the group in front just a little earlier on. He's now been dropped by Tyler Butterfield. And Matt Wright in the group ahead of these three as well. Through they come, and the margin now at 6:49. Each lap taking around 12 minutes out on the course. And so there's no danger of them being lapped at the moment. And now we see a little burst coming in from Davison. Another burst, constantly piling on the pressure. And he finds himself helping the South Africans as the three leaders come back down the hill. I think the chasers will be encouraged that they've not lost too much ground to that leading group, and they'll be well aware that if they get together over the last two laps, there could be a chance.
Yeah, exactly. And this situation happened in Chicago as well at one of the World Triathlon Series events this week, where we had Tom Davison ended up getting away from the front of the group, and then the group sort of came together. So it'll be interesting to see if he actually stops and waits and makes sure that the guys catch back up to him, and then they get back into that line again.
You don't think that was more a case of the group not concerned about Davison, they just let him go?
No, I don't. I think he's just that strong, and as you can see, there's a big gap growing there, and that's not really what the New Zealand boys really want. They want Tom Davison on the front and driving this whole group along. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see if he sits up.
He's just had a long look over the shoulder, and he's seen the damage that he's done on that climb.
There might be a few Pro Tour scouts around here looking at Tom Davison's performance.
3 South Africans in the first 5 of that chase group. Richard Murray is one of them. Richard Murray is a danger man because of his running ability. Number 6, Ryan Bailey of Australia. They must all know that a bronze medal is certainly there to be taken.
Yeah, Tom not really sure what to do here. He's sort of stuck in two minds. If there's anyone to break away with, it's Ryan Bailey. You know, very aggressive on the bike and doesn't mind, you know, taking a bit of a risk. So Tom's actually found a really good ally here, but this is not really the plan. So he's going against the plan a little bit here, and so it'll be interesting to see if he sits up or waits for the guys. Well, maybe this is the plan. Maybe now Ryan Sissons and Tony Dodds are going to jump away and try and get across to them. Aaron Royal included. Who knows? There we go.
So a slight development in the race here in Strathclyde with the same 3 out front, the 2 Brownlee brothers and Mark Austin, locked together as they have been since the start of the bike ride. Davison and Bailey just opening up a little gap. Davison certainly in two minds, 30-40 metres clear, but constantly looking over the shoulder to see where his teammates are, and he's hoping that Ryan Sissons can jump across. Tony Dodds, who's wearing number 12. I suspect that this is going to mean that the gap between the Brownlees and the chase group has increased on this last lap. They're on the...
So it looks like Mark Austin's got corner too many. He's sort of fallen off the back here, and the boys are not waiting for him.
That's danger time. That is danger time for Mark Austin, and then you can see the gap growing by the second. The 2 Brownlees upping the pace, and they will swap on regular occasions now. round the back of the compound to complete lap number 4. Just over the hour, 1 hour, 4 minutes, 37 seconds.
Well, no love lost there between the Brownlees and the young junior. They've just decided, okay, if you can't follow us, well, then we'll go and do it on our own.
And that leaves Mark Austin in a difficult situation. He's probably still got a lead of a minute or so over the Chase group, who are now coming down the hill towards the compound, and they are travelling, strung out again due to the work being done by Davidson. The two Brownlees on their own, and they're going to have to push. They have to stay clear now. So much work going in. Ali leads, Johnny in second. In fact, Johnny now with the turn at the front, Alistair in second place. And through goes Mark Austin. What is the margin? 19 seconds, and the cadence has dropped. His face shows it all. He's been working too hard out there. He may well have been better off dropping back into the group, but he's got himself some airtime. He is now hurting badly. 8 kilometres on the bike ride to go, 10 kilometres of running. I would be very, very surprised if he got a medal. I'd be very surprised if he was the first Scot to finish.
And here we go, here comes the Chase group. Let's see what the time difference is again. And Tom Davison still looking around, waiting for that group to catch back up.
A gap of 18 seconds between second and third. We've got a decent gap back to Davidson, who's cut it yet again. They're under a minute behind. Ryan Bailey is there for Australia. Harris Murray, the runner from South Africa, in 8th position at the moment. Aaron Royal of Australia, another danger man in 9. Murphy is there. We've got Ryan Sissons of New Zealand in 11. Schoeman, fabulous swim from Schoeman, but that fall on the first lap cost him a chance of staying in the leading group. But he is in that chasing group of 17, perhaps soon to be 18 riders when they catch Mark Austin.
And how big of a deal does the Schoeman crash now mean for Mark Austin? I mean, just with the extra amount of load that he'd been able to take off Mark Austin, he might have been able to stay in there, and they might have been able to get even more time. And unfortunately, with the crash, he's ended up having to do too much work too soon, and the boys have really worked him over, and unfortunately, he's been dropped.
Davison finally had enough out front. Ryan Bailey still keeping the pressure on as they climb the first hill on this course. This is the last lap, remember. Just over 7 kilometres to go. And now it becomes a little bit tactical. As soon as Davison drops off the front.
Yeah, as soon as Tom Davison's not on the front, the impetus sort of goes out of the energy, out of the group, and quickly finds his way back in there, and we go back into single file order again. If they keep this gap around 1 minute, I mean, you never know what can happen, but it's going to be difficult. But it's going to be an interesting run for the group for the last medal.
They've heard the bell on the bike. They know they have just this final lap to go. The Brownlees are down the road. And this is what they do day after day. Some are surprised that they live together, they train together, and they race together.
Yeah, it's a picture of perfect.
The perfect length of time to stay ahead on this sort of ride with just 2 in a group.
Yeah, I mean, they'll try and work it out where they're only coming past each other when there's a point where they can go a bit faster, so they don't have to use energy to get around. So they'll normally be on a slight downhill, like obviously Alistair passed Johnny then, and then Alistair will lead in to a point where he thinks, okay, now I'll move over, and Johnny will come around. But their time on the front will now go a little bit further. Maybe they were doing 20 seconds turns before when they had Mark Austin. Now they'll be doing minute turns.
Certainly they've worked harder than everyone except perhaps Tom Davison, who, remember, had that 20-second gap to make up on the Chase group before he then took control of the Chase group. And he's predominantly been in front there. But the Brownlee brothers, one of them has been in front for the entire race.
Now, how much time would the Brownlee brothers and Tom Davison get if they're all riding in the front together?
Well, if that was the case, Davison might have a chance. But he saw his, 30, 40-second lead in Chicago eaten up in the space of a couple of kilometres. And here's Mark Austin. He's about to be swallowed up by the group. I hope he's recovered enough to be able to stay with the pace being set at the moment. He looked exhausted going through that transition zone for the final time on the bike. Will he be able to raise his game and latch on, maybe tuck in behind his teammate, David McNamee? Is that Danny Hawksworth having a go?
Coming into that last dead turn now, and here we go. Jonathan Allister heading up the hill for the last time on the bike. They'll probably have a conversation, get some information from the coaches here in the coaches box on the left. You can see them, we'll look across. There's some information given to them there.
5.5 minutes to go on the bike, obviously depending on the pace that they set, but I suspect it might be quick. It might be around, we could be finishing at around 1:16:15, somewhere around there. The Brownlees won't let up at this stage. They need every second.
The fact that Dan Hawksworth has come off the front here has mean there's probably been a little bit of impetus gone out of that group, and maybe Tom Davison, he pushed as hard as he could, but now he's just running out of energy.
And Hawksworth's been sitting happily at the back for the entire bike ride, so he's decided to up his game with just 4Ks to go back towards the finish. Austin at the back, you can see for Scotland, he's safely on the group, but he's got to try and recover. Somehow he's got to try and recover before the run starts.
And now most of these guys know that Mark Austin is back in that group. They're sort of thinking to themselves, well, we're probably not going to get gold or silvers up for grabs, so they're looking at each other going, well, okay, there's a bronze medal here. Who's going to win it? And, there's no real need to push on here. So they're just waiting for the run.
Well, that creates an interesting situation, Chris, with the bronze medal going to one of those 18 athletes. The gold and silver surely have been taken unless we have a disaster, and this is perhaps the most likely place as they come down the climb. Another look for the Brownlees at the chasers, almost exactly the same as it was last time round. Perhaps a second advantage gained by the Brownlees in the last 3 kilometres. Round that left-hand 90-degree turn, safely through. They carry good speed out of the corner, and now they start the last couple of climbs, a few undulating hills as they work their way back down to the south end of the lot. And here are the masses. Who is going to claim the 3rd spot on the podium? Murray will certainly fancy his chances.
It's going to be difficult. Ryan Sissons has been a part of the reason why this plan's been put into play, so he's got to really prove himself now and show he's got the opportunity to get up there. And as you say, you got Murray. Kyle Jones has been in fantastic form, won 2 races back-to-back over in Canada in the last couple of weeks. It can come from anywhere. And you've got Aaron Royal, World Championship medalist, under-23 World Champion. There's a ton of guys here that can take it. The favourite has got to be Richard Murray. He's the class in terms of running speed. It just depends how much work he's done and whether or not he's in great shape.
Yeah, Richard Murray didn't take too long to get into the chase group, unlike Tom Davison. How that would have changed things if Davison had been with the chasers from the get-go and been able to pile on the pressure and close that gap. Would have been a very different scenario.
Come on and say, go Richard! Go beyond! Go Henry, come on, looking strong, guys, come on!
Henry Schoeman still in there. Conor Murphy of Northern Ireland also in that group. We haven't seen too much of him, 29-year-old from Craigavon. having a good day out on the bike, and he'll enjoy this scenario, the race. There is something to race for here.
I mean, most people will probably imagine that the Brownlees have got maybe 50 seconds up their sleeve, and they'll just get off the bike and gently start running and just build into their work. No. They'll get off the bike and they will go flat stick straight away. Whether or not they're trying to hurt each other or they're just trying to put in as much time, because everything they do is full gas.
The only time I've seen them take it easy was Abu Dhabi, where they were concerned about injury at the start of the season. Pushed hard on the bike, took the run fairly easy. I don't think they'll be doing that today. And I wonder how much of Alistair's success is due to the fact that, firstly, he has a brother who's as talented as Jonathan, and also the fact that they race together and Jonathan does his fair share.
Oh, I think that's a huge thing. We talked about it in the women's event. You know, the best part of performance comes from the environment, and this is a high-performance environment model that you're looking at right now. Two of the best triathletes in the world scrapping it out every single day in every form and every discipline. And if you can't become the best in the world out of that, I don't know how else you can do it.
Your circumstances absolutely vital in your sporting development. We've still got Davison leading this chase group. He's put in a ton of work today, lying in third place at the moment with Mark Austin, who was in the bronze medal position, now swallowed up by that chase group. He's hanging on at the back of that, incidentally, but he is there, and I think it's likely he'll stick in. 800 metres or so to go for the leading two as they come round the back of the compound, and now they have to think about T2. No incidents here. That will be the order for the day.
The last major games we had Johnny had a small indiscretion getting off his bike, so we want to make sure that he does that. He doesn't have to spend any time in the penalty box.
Yeah, keep an eye on his feet. They have to hit the blue carpet before the red line, and as we've got number 1 and number 3, they will be next door to each other in the transition area. Everyone rising, not so much to applaud, but to get a better view of the two of the world's best triathletes coming into the transition area. It's a treat to see them in action, and everyone will be intrigued to see who comes out on top on this occasion. No quarter given in the Olympic Games in London in 2012. Will it be Alistair who comes out on top again? Will it be Johnny Brownlee who can hang on? Certainly psychologically, Alistair has the advantage. Here we go. Park the bike, off with the helmet, on with the running shoes, and away. Well, hot, sweaty feet, not helping. And that's not the quickest transition we've ever seen, but Alistair coming out in second place. And if there's one thing these two do well, they do everything well, but if there's one thing they do particularly well, it's hitting the gas straight out of the transition.
Yeah, and you watch Alistair, he'll go straight to the front as it happens. He don't like running behind, and Johnny doesn't mind it, but Alistair just loves to run in front. He just goes straight to the front.
So keep an eye on the clock. The two Brownlees going through at 1:17.40, and the margin still exactly a minute. Back to Danny Hawksworth, who made a little breakaway. We haven't seen him for a while, actually, Hawksworth. He made a break at the start of that final lap, and he's earned himself a small lead, 8 seconds or so over the rest of the runners. And away goes Danny Hawksworth. If he could bring Jersey a medal, that would be sensational here today. He knows there's an outside chance, but he's got to produce the run of his life. Away goes Murray. Schoeman is underway as well, and Richard Murray looks to be into full stride straight away. Aaron Royal trying to get on his shoulder. Aaron Harris of England is there as well, ahead of Murphy. And at the back, Davison, his day is done, his work is done, and actually give him credit because he had so much to do just to get in contact with that chase group.
Exactly. And as soon as Mark Austin came back to the group, you can see the impetus went away. There's a chance now that there's a medal on for grabs, and he didn't need to do his work in the front because these two guys are gone.
And the reason Davidson had so much work goes all the way back to the swim, where the Brownlees and Schoeman pushed the pace so hard because they knew that the one way to get rid of Davidson is to swim hard.
Exactly, and it's so exciting to see Dan Hawksmith up there taking an option to get away and coming at the moment and be in third place. Look at these boys go.
At no stage of the race do they get as close to the spectators as they do on the run. Same course as we saw for the women earlier on today, along the side of the lock, and then they break to the right, and that's a cue that the climbing is about to start. 150 metres of brutal climb that saps the energy, pushes up the pulse rate, and then they break to the right and head back to the transition area. 3 times round a 3.3 kilometre loop. These men capable of running sub 30 minutes, capable of running sub 29. Alistair has an ambition of running sub 28. In fact, he wanted to enter the 10,000 metres here at the Commonwealth Games, but I think really the fact that he's had a few injuries over the summer has prevented that.
Exactly, but here they are, just coming into transition. Nice bar tape there, definitely England colour-coded. Got a bit of white, bit of red on the bar tape there. The boys get their bikes into transition and they're away. And as I said, Alistair just coming up behind Johnny, but just straight to the front and assuming this front-running position. I mean, they're superheroes in our sport, you know, but what they've done in the short amount of time that they've done, it's just incredible, and it's just for a junior development to be able to watch and see what they've done. Tom Davison here, as you said, you know, he's done his work, and now the time is to get back to the finish as fast as he can. Here comes the hill.
As they turn right, they go through the really steep section. They make it look easy, but we've seen both Brownlees climb hills as if they're downhills. They are so good on the climbs. Kitzbühel in particular, Alistair Brownlee winning there in 2013, and he just visibly pulled away from the rest of the field.
Can you imagine the breakfast table this morning? You know, their boys just sitting there and just sort of, you know, talking about what was going to happen, and all of a sudden, look at this, Richard Murray. He's just firing. He knows there's an opportunity here. He's still thinking gold, you know. He won't give up now, but he's definitely in a bronze medal position at the moment.
Well, he's done the work early on, Richard Murray. And as you say, not happy with the third position. Wants to make an honest effort to get up with the Brownlees. I think the fact that he's outrun them at some stage this year has given him a huge amount of confidence, but these two are they're in different form, different world at the moment.
Have we lost the feed? Is this the last lap? I mean, it looks like he's sprinting for the last 100 metres of the race, and this is what I'm talking about. He's actually dropping Johnny right now. I mean, he's just on another level. Mentally, he just finds this place. I don't know what it's like. It's probably dark and it's very dirty, but he just loves to hurt himself. It'll be interesting to get the time gap on Richard Murray when he comes through, see if he's making any inroads after the amount of work that Johnny and Alistair did on the bike together.
Well, Murray was 1 minute, 6 seconds down on the two Brownlees coming out of the transition. The second little climb for the Brownlees as the chasing group tackle the first of the climbs.
I'm sure Johnny, he's not going to let in, you know. He knows that Alistair loves these surges, the way he surges away. And if he can fight back on, you know, he's not going to let go just yet. These guys know each other so well.
Well, it's so good for the sport to have them here. It's a real honour to watch them racing. The gap is still only 5 metres.
He's definitely waiting. He's definitely waiting for Johnny. He's saying, come on, get back on, mate. Bro.
They will have every time split that they need in terms of the progress of Richard Murray of South Africa, who's currently in third position. Richard Murray coming out of the transition 106 behind. He was only 7 seconds down on Danny Hawksworth. It didn't take long to close that gap down. Another check over the shoulder from Alistair Brownlee just to see where his brother is. And now Johnny relaxes a little bit more.
Yeah, Alistair's definitely waiting. He's waiting for Johnny, and then he gets into a corner and then accelerates out. But see, looking back again, he wants his brother to get on his shoulder and come with him.
Alistair runs so well on the downhills as well as the uphills.
I mean, if Scotland doesn't know who these boys, if the international crowd doesn't know, Britain certainly does. And they're just amazing, these Brownlee brothers. Some water on them, take some, they're still hydrating. They know that this is important, not to miss the small things. You're from Yorkshire, I don't think the temperatures are that warm up there.
Well, they've had 1 or 2 scorching days this year. They get their fair share of rain. They certainly have a pretty harsh winter, but that's when Alistair comes into his own.
Well, as the Brownlee brothers close in on the gold and silver medals, there's some badminton to keep you up to date with over at the Emirates Arena. And we can now head over to the closing stages of a mixed teams group play between England and Northern Ireland.
Okay.
First opportunity. 21-9, the second game. And England win the men's doubles in this Group F match against Northern Ireland. 2 straight games for the number 2 seeds for the individual event.
21-11, 21-9.
Up together behind him. York generally a minute 30 off the pace of the best runners, maybe even more behind Alistair Brownlee, and Brownlee just strides away down in towards the transition area. The cones laid out already.
Now Johnny has to be really careful here. He's obviously expended a lot of energy on the bike, a lot more than what it seems Alistair's expended, and you know, he's looking already to run the shortest line, and you know, he just needs to save some energy because Richard Murray's coming from behind.
Well, this must be tough for Johnny, but I have to say, every interview I've heard when he's asked about his brother, he certainly accepts that he is second best at the moment. There's going to have to come a stage where he believes, not only says, but also believes that he is going to win and he is the best.
I agree, and I think you hear a lot of people talking about that, saying that, oh no, he's not going to ever be the best until he says he's the best, but it's a different story when you're in that environment of training with Alistair every single day, and you know that he's got you every single moment when he's in the right shape. And so actually having a bit of reality in the fact that he's just a little bit better makes Johnny's task easier in the sense. And so he knows that, you know, he's got to make sure that he gets a silver medal at the moment. And, you know, as we say, Alistair Brownlee, he's pushing it really hard. He could crack, but he looks pretty confident at the moment.
So 1 lap completed, another 2 to go. 1:27.26 on the clock. Keep an eye on the margins. Remember, Danny Hawksworth was 59 seconds behind. We know he's dropped off the pace. Richard Murray was 1:06 off the 2 Brownlees when he came out of that second transition, and here he is coming in towards the zone, and we'll get another update on his position. But perhaps more important, the margin between Richard Murray and the group of 3 Australians behind him.
9 minutes 40 seconds for that first lap for Alistair and Johnny Brownlee. That's not messing around, considering there's a big hill in it.
So that puts them on exactly 29-minute pace for the 10 kilometres, 1:10. So the margin has grown. In fact, the margin is exactly the same with Richard Murray. So 1:06, exactly the same as it was with the Brownlees coming through. He's gone past Hawksworth, so he's gone from 4th to 3rd. And the chasing group behind him, we had 4, but Wilson has gone. The Australian Wilson has dropped off the pace, and it's York Bailey and Royal.
Aaron Harris coming back into the competition there with Dan Wilson and David McNamee.
McNamee now the leading Scot. Will, when we hear where Mark Austin is, who was in the bronze medal position for so long, we'll let you know, but I think
it makes you tired just watching him. I mean, you see a lot of events in sports around the world when the people in the front, they just look beautiful. They look lovely, but he's just got this face on him like he's just hurting himself the whole time.
It's a slightly unorthodox style, isn't it? I know his physios have tried to change the running style just to reduce the risk of injury. There's a lot of lateral movement, a lot of twisting as well, but the speed he goes is unbelievable. And when you see him, doesn't matter whether he's in the water, on the bike or running, when he goes past the tail enders, you then really appreciate just how good he is.
There's a lot of twisting and turning when you're running at 22 kilometres an hour or 17.5 miles an hour. So it's just pretty impressive any way you look at it.
Johnny Brownlee now 30 metres behind.
There's Johnny Brownlee. He's still got to try and make sure that he just keeps focused on Ellie. He doesn't sort of like, you know, Alistair gets around a corner, he's sort of out of sight, out of mind. He needs to keep Ellie in sight, at least so that he can just keep focused and keep moving through the 10 kilometres, because we know Richard Murray is coming from behind, and if Johnny shows one little moment of cracking, he'll be on him.
Richard Murray from 66 seconds behind Johnny Brownlee. He's now 61, so he is travelling a little bit quicker than the silver medal position athlete at the moment.
We'll bring you the closing stages of this men's triathlon as they unfold, but we're going to nip across to the Glasgow National Hockey Centre now. We saw South Africa beat Trinidad and Tobago 16-0 there a little bit earlier on, and there's a match ongoing now between India and Canada.
Plays it into the centre of the park, and away comes Vandana. Vandana still going. Lovely little ball out to that right-hand side. Lilima gets it back to Vandana. Lilima pulls it back. Shot. Good save. In at the third time of asking. And the goal has been scored by Rani Rampal, number 28. But it was all because of this run here.
It's what you expect from Indian hockey. Brilliant individual skills. Could have given a penalty corner for the swinging stick. Had one opportunity, rebounded off the goalkeeper, and she's not going to miss from there.
Exactly, yeah. At the moment, Ryan Sissons and Tony Dodds just struggling a little bit, but not far away off those group of 4 and 5. But the real man that's benefited from that is Richard Murray.
Not
today.
For the first time this year.
No, not for the first time this year.
Well, just enjoy these pictures of Ali Brownlee plying his trade.
It's not a form of a man crush, but you know, you could watch this guy all day. I mean, it's just incredible. Himself and Johnny and Javier Gomez. I mean, they only come along once in a lifetime, and you know, I hope there's more like them in the future for our young talented athletes. But he's somebody that's just such an amazing athlete that's changed our sport so significantly in so many different areas.
And at the moment, the rest of the world are having to work out how to keep up. But what is fun is on the World Tour, of course, Javier Gomez, Mario Mola are certainly giving the Brownlees a run for their money.
Yeah, they've seemed to be able to keep up with the boys in a couple of our WTS races. But as we know, Alistair and Johnny said from the start of the year their main race was going to be here in Glasgow at Strathclyde Park, and it's proving true. The races that they've just done well in the WTS have recently happened 2 weeks ago in Hamburg, and now we're seeing the proof of the pudding again here, the Yorkshire Pud.
And as soon as this race is over, everyone's attentions will switch to Rio 2016. And I think that's the next time that they will be measured against each other, because the World Tour, it's a fantastic circuit, but very seldom are they on the same race plan, the same training plans. And so sometimes the results can be a little bit misleading, but everyone will focus on being at their very best form when it comes to Rio.
Exactly, and Rio's already started. The focus for Rio has already started. The qualification period started this year in Yokohama at the World Triathlon Series event way back in May. So that period has already started. And this build-up that they did, this preparation that they did coming into this event, that's again been mirrored from what they did into London and tweaked slightly, leading.
So Alistair Brownlee there closing in on the gold Commonwealth medal. We will bring you the end of that triathlon race. But there's been another goal across at the National Hockey Centre, and it's Canada who've equalised.
Now it's a chance here for Stairs. Stairs into the circle on the reverse stick sides and scores! Canada back on level terms as Brianne Stairs makes it 1-all. Delightful round for the Canadian supporters, but as soon as that ball's missed on the halfway line, well, there's no challenge.
I think it's the right decision. I think that maybe the Indian defender could have come slightly across, but she was stuck with a 2-on-1 situation, and had she come across too early, would have ended up in no man's land. But
Richard Murray dropping down the hill. We've started to lap a few athletes. A fair few of the athletes have been lapped. We had 47 starters. We certainly won't have 47 finishers today. And Richard Murray hasn't quite got visual contact with the Brownlees. Chris, how important is that?
Yeah, it is. I mean, to be able to just see them at one point in time in the course will help him, of course, but I think he's holding the gap. Like, it's just staying there. He's not making much time, but he's also not losing time to the guys behind him. He's really pushing out now.
Brian Bailey and Andrew York still pushing. He's having the race of his season. As I mentioned, it's been a very heavy race season for the Canadian. Lives in Ontario.
Aaron Harris and David McNamee just picking up Aaron Royal now. He looks like he's starting to suffer a little bit.
Well, this is a good comeback from Aaron Harris, and he may be pushing himself towards a top 5. Around the back of the Strathclyde Centre for Ali Brownlee, and when he comes down here next time, he will be less than 250 metres from the finish line.
I'm sure Ali Brownlee's shoe sponsor loves them. I don't think the back of the shoes ever wear out. It's only the front of the shoes that's hitting the ground.
4 kilometres of running to go.
He just loves being out in front. Just enjoys the moment. These big moments that everyone tries to build to. Look at him.
3.3 kilometres to go. Just over 3 kilometres between himself and the Commonwealth gold medal. 1:37.54. That time isn't so relevant. What is the margin between himself and Johnny? 13 seconds now. It has more than doubled in the last lap. And Johnny Brownlee needs to hang on, because he's got Richard Murray of South Africa, who has been pushing very, very hard. Aaron Harris of England's coming up strong as well in that chasing group, so he could have a very interesting fight for that bronze medal, but they might just have let this man get too far ahead.
He's looking around already. He's trying to work out, you know, how much energy he needs to be able to push on in this last lap. He's probably thinking Johnny's a little bit out of reach, but he doesn't want to make a mistake and push too hard and go into any kind of debt, and then end up getting swallowed up from this group that's coming from behind.
17th in London for Murray, regular top 10 and occasional top 5 in the World Triathlon Series races. He certainly is one of the most improved athletes over the last 2 years, and at the moment he sits in the bronze medal position. How fresh is he looking to you?
He's looking pretty good, but again, you know, they were 1 minute off the behind the bike, and Alistair and Johnny worked the whole ride by themselves, and these guys were sitting in the group, and they've managed to still take an extra 10 seconds out of these chase groups. So just the full complete athlete, but it's a little bit of a fight and battle here for these minor places, and this is important, you know, top 6, top 8 in country. That gets you, extra funding heading in towards the Olympic build-up prior to Rio.
Well, great to see David McNamee keeping Scottish interest going. The 26-year-old from Irvine, which is also very, very close to here. He had a bike crash actually earlier this year, broke his wrist, so he's done well to get back into any sort of shape at all. And there he is lying in 8th position at the moment, but he's only, 1 second off a top 6, and he's only 10 seconds off a top 5, which would be a sensational result for McNamee if he can just raise his game over this last lap. Murray's margin over the chasers is significant at 32 seconds. I can't see Richard Murray losing a margin of 32 seconds.
No, I don't think so either, but, you know, sport is strange like that, but this guy's not losing anything. He's on an onward march and quite simply putting indentations into the concrete as he goes round Strathclyde.
And Richard Murray's last lap was identical to Jonathan Brownlee's, within a 1/10 of a second of each other. So no gains made by Richard Murray on the silver medal position. He's losing ground to this man, Alistair Brownlee, leading his way, on his way to yet another title, yet another major championship win. It's a very different scenario from London 2012, which was a game of attrition as the pace just built and built and built, and the group just dropped away one by one, leaving at the end, of course, the 2 Brownlees and Javier Gomez. But
he's going to go all the way to the line, and this is something we've seen before. You know, there's no reason for him to push on as much as he's doing right now, because, you know, he could ease up, he could take care of his energy levels, but that's not in his mindset. He's just pushing the whole time because he's not willing to let up until he crosses the line.
Is that one reason he suffers more injuries than most?
Probably is. It definitely is that. I'm sure that's half the battle they have at within the management program that has to deal with him. I mean, he's just constantly just pushing the boundaries, his own boundaries, his personal limits.
Well, Murray has done well on the bike today, and he's proved himself again on the run. Work to do perhaps on the swim, and when he's done that, he is going to be the full package.
Yeah, exactly. And if Tom Davison had been a little bit closer and he'd managed to be able to get in that group and push straight away, I mean, who knows? We might have had, you know, a gap of like 30 seconds or so. But the way that Alistair and Johnny have raced from as soon as they dived in the water here at the Strathclyde, it's they don't deserve to be anywhere else other than in the front.
Absolutely. Richard Murray relying on others to bring him success. The Brownlees relying on no one, just taking it by the scruff of the neck from the first second of the race.
Exactly. The key to performance is to be able to control your own destiny. And if you're in control of your own destiny the whole time, then it's up to you and no one else.
And you will get lucky on occasion.
You
but
will.
It's not the same as winning on regular occasions.
It's not the confidence you go into a race knowing that you are in control of your own destiny and the outcome will be yours.
On his own, as he has been for a long time, Richard Murray. He'll know that he's making no impression on the 2 leaders, but he'll also know that he has a decent gap between himself of 32 seconds between himself and those behind, and the oldest member in the field just going through the transition area.
He held his flag last night for his country in the opening ceremony. He wasn't going to miss out on that.
46 years old. He's actually done the time trial in 2006 and 2010, so it's the 3rd Commonwealth Games for Chris Walker, now at the age of 46, and he's just set off on his last lap.
Coming back down there, who we got? Alistair Brownlee here. Johnny Brownlee, still 15 seconds or so behind him. They really did take the race by the scruff of the neck.
Matthew Sharp just going through the transition for Canadians following him, and I'm sure his family are, because it's his birthday today, 24 today. He's lying in 20th position, 5 minutes 54 off the race leader, Alistair Brownlee, who is relentless.
Still pushing, no matter what, right to the end of the line.
When will that grimace turn to a smile? Probably just 5 meters before the line. Not before that. He will not let up before then. A welcome bit of shade round the back of the course on the eastern side of the loch here in Strathclyde Park. Sheldon, another of the young athletes. Here's Mark Austin, who featured so heavily early on, was up with the leaders for 4 of the 5 loops on the back, but then fell away dramatically on that last lap. And largely due to the work done by this man. He's led the swim, he's led the bike, and now he's out on his own on the run. Another impeccable performance by Alistair Brownlee.
The people of Strathclyde down here at the venue, they don't realise how lucky they are to see such a performance here by Alistair Brownlee.
I think they do.
Amazing.
I think the Brownlees are appreciated right throughout Great Britain. I think the turning point really was London 2012, when they all got to see what they could do. I know there were plenty of gold medals won by the home nation on that occasion, but this was one of the most memorable. And here we go with Alistair Brownlee, now just a few meters. He's less than 3 minutes away from picking up yet another title. This is the one that he wanted at the start of the year.
He goes through like these surge patterns, as you can see. You know, he's just 1 minute he's like eases up, then he buries down again. As you see, working hard again now. Fantastic to watch.
Well, it's not hard to understand why he likes to lead the race, because you just have to feel sympathy for Johnny Brownlee. It's a fight, and there he is trying to go faster, but making no impression on his brother out in front.
And having a fantastic run in his own right.
Absolutely. Very, very few men in the world could compete with the man in second position. I'm not sure on this sort of form that anyone would compete with Alistair Brownlee today.
I'm pretty sure Javier Gomez is sitting back at his home in Spain and watching this and saying, yep, tip of the hat to you, fine sir, an amazing effort.
Now remember, he started the run at 1:17.41. So in fact, it's going to be just over the 30-minute mark, but with the heat and the hills on the course, that's not surprising. It's still a world-class running performance. Round the back of the stadium, he turns to the right, 250, 300 metres to go now for Alistair Brownlee. He's got 120 metres clear of Johnny Brownlee in second position, and the first sign that he's appreciated the crowd. He does hear the crowd. He said when he was racing at the Olympics that he was hearing people that he hadn't seen for 25 years giving him a shout in the crowd, and in particular one of his teachers who was there.
He's still being smart about it too, you know, going over to the left-hand side, getting some shade. I mean, this is why he's so class, you know, he's making sure he's doing everything. Here he comes.
And the blue carpet comes into sight for Alistair Brownlee. Another brilliant, world-beating performance, heading towards the Commonwealth title here in Strathclyde Country Park. A massive cheer for his brother Johnny as well. Why take one flag when you can have two? And at last, he eases up.
Got the Yorkshire one as well.
He comes down the home straight. Well, if they all gave him a flag, he'd be weighed down. He still has 25 metres to go. And his brother now coming round the final corner, but Johnny Brownlee too far behind to be a threat. And why not appreciate the situation? The fans will love it, and Alistair Brownlee deserves it. 1:48.50, the winning time for the Commonwealth men's triathlon, won by the Olympic champion, Alistair Brownlee. And Johnny Brownlee takes the silver. One better than London, but still he's got his big brother to beat. It will happen one day, but not today. So England 1 and 2. They were 1 and 3 in the women, so a really good medal haul from Strathclyde Park for England today. And the bronze medal will shortly go to Richard Murray of South Africa.
He doesn't even look puffed. Johnny not looking so flash on the deck, but Alistair just looks like he's full of running and ready to go another lap.
Well, he's timed his training. His peak has come at absolutely the right time. I remember chatting to him in Kitzbühel at the European Championships, and he had a look of relief on his face when he realised that his form was finally coming back. I think he was getting just a little bit concerned, but it's back, and he's back in style. And a round of applause for this man, Richard Murray of South Africa. He did everything right today. He stuck in that chase group. He kept out of trouble. He kept away from the lead, so he saved as much of his legs for the run. And it took him no time to move up into third place. A brilliant second transition for Richard Murray. And he gets South Africa on the podium here in Glasgow 2014. The bronze medal in the men's triathlon. .131 the margin in the end, but it was game over by the time he'd started that final lap. Well, it's going to be a fantastic race for the minor placings. And coming in now is this Andrew York, who's put in the best sprint we've seen from him for a long time. 150, that's a fantastic, and as you said, inspired by the women's race this morning. Ryan Bailey in 5th place for the Australians, a team that have before today been on the podium in every triathlon, but it's not gone their way. They've missed out on both occasions. Aaron Harris puts 3 Englishmen in the top 6. They are the team to beat, and come Saturday in the mixed relay, can anyone touch them? David McNamee, 7th place. He would certainly have settled for that at the start of the day. Only 2:09 off the pace and ahead of Aaron Royal. So he's taken some very big scalps as well.
Yeah, apart from the obvious results that we anticipated before the race. Mr. York's race, Andrew York from Canada, that's pretty amazing. Congratulations to his coaching team, Mr. Barry Shipley.
Ranked number 15 in terms of world results this year, Andrew York, and there he is up in 4th place. A very smart race indeed. The Australians, they've peppered the top 10, 5th, 8th and 9th, with Dan Wilson down in 9.
And Tony Dodds just coming across the line here. Wanaka born and bred. He's had a hard day at the office, but he'll be welcome to get across the line and be the first New Zealander across the line. Back in the crowd.
He's a lucky man to live in Wanaka, one of the most beautiful parts of the world, and with good winter sports facilities as well. He can train all year round.
Kyle Jones from Canada just rolling in across the line. 3:25 behind the winner, Alistair Brownlee.
And really good run by Conor Murphy, who's going to just miss out on the top 10, but 12th place for the Northern Irishman. Eileen Reid getting into the top 6 of the women's as well this morning, so a good day for Northern Ireland. And here is Tyler Butterfield. Ryan Sissons of New Zealand, so Dodds, the top New Zealander today. It's going to be 13th for Ryan Sisson, the 26-year-old who we saw out in Hamburg, had a very good swim and a good race out there. Davidson, their teammate, the domestique, not finishing the run. Sheldon of Scotland. Well, that's a fantastic run from Sheldon. As we said at the start, they've got a few promising athletes. McNamee and Sheldon both in the top 15. Mark Austin, well, he gave it everything today. I don't think you can take anything away. And I think actually his team will be delighted that he tried to stay with the Brownlees.
It's a nice part.
Yeah, you get through it, you hold your breath, and then when you finish, it's all pain.
You're right. There's 3 more heats to go as we reflect the standings for you. And the first of those 3 heats is Heat 5. And this is a clash between New Zealand and Malaysia. There it is, confirmed for you. Starting in the home straight. will be Stephanie Mackenzie of New Zealand. She's actually, was diagnosed 8 years ago with type 1 diabetes, but she's never let that stop her. And she just broke the national record of New Zealand, setting 34.91. And her opponent here is Fatea Mustafa, who got a bronze medal in the Asian Games for the 500-meter time trial. And she's already enjoyed one huge honour here. She was the flag bearer in the opening ceremony last night for her country. That's Mustafa.
Well, it's her first Commonwealth Games, so that's a huge honour to be able to walk into that stadium last night holding the flag.
So this is heat 5 between, on the left of our screen, Stephanie Mackenzie of New Zealand, on the right, Fatea Mustafa of Malaysia. Those competitors out of the gates here in full determined mood. Well, good start by both the riders, not much to choose between them. Now settling down to the challenge. Let's have a look at this first lap split. Oh, that is close, isn't it? Fastest there is Mackenzie of New Zealand on 19.622, with Mustafa chasing her only a tad slower, and that's pushed Khan's time down into third spot. All about the finish here. Kiwi takes it, Mackenzie, a new leader in the contest, 19.622 at the 250, 34.444, the full distance. And for Mustafa, 34.667. They're both in the top positions now, gold and silver, and it means Khan at the moment sitting in third spot.
Well, the Malaysian rider, Mustafa, she came back really strong in that last half a lap. She's another one of John Beasley's athletes training out there in Australia. She's got a good group of Malaysian athletes out there in Australia. She's doing wonders with them. It's a really great result.
And that time is faster than the national record of 34.91 at 34.444 for Mackenzie. So we move to the penultimate heat now. This is heat 6 of the women's 500-meter time trial. Australia represented here by Stephanie Morton. Oceania Games sprint champion. You know what she's like over 500 here, Rochelle?
She's pretty quick, Stephanie Morton, although in saying that, she's only 24 years of age and she's already had 2 knee surgeries, had to come back from that. Also glandular fever, so she's had a little bit of a rough trot, but she's got a lot of talent. There's a lot of talk about her in the Australian camp, filling the shoes of Anna Meares in the future.
Well, the British record is held by Vicky Pendleton on 33.838. I just wanted to underline that because Jess Varnish, representing England here, was only just slightly slower. She's got a PB of 33.849. If she could replicate that, she would rocket to the top of the leaderboard. There is Jess Varnish. Won a bronze in the world team sprint with Becky James, and she's actually won a world bronze for this 500-meter time trial as well, Varnish. But there's her opponent, and this is Stephanie Morton. Can she become the first medal winner for England on day 1? It's possible here. Two of the sponges slightly out of position. Commissaire indicates that the track is fine. Australian manager not too happy?
No, he's not happy with the rider on the other side of the track. He's having a look over there. There's something not quite right. He's not going to move out of the way of his rider until he's happy.
Left the track now. Quite a long wait for these athletes. Can be a little unnerving. Heat 6 of 7 of the women's 500 metre time trial. The left of our screen, representing Australia in the home straight, is Stephanie Morton. In the back straight for England is Jess Varnish. Fastest time is 34.444 by Stephanie Mackenzie of New Zealand. Mackenzie opened up with a 19.622. Positive start by both athletes here. Varnish the slightly quicker. And she has got good leg speed as well here. Varnish, if she comes back to her original starting station. Varnish the quickest on 19.320. Now then, can she back this up? Also going well now, and she's got on top of her gear is Stephanie Morton. They're driving for the line now. It's going to be a close finish. Morton gets it, I think. Let's have a look at that. No, Morton just pipped there. No, let's just confirm this. The finishing time for Morton 34.079 and for Varnish 34.267. So Morton backed up that first lap with a much stronger second 250.
Yeah, I think she was still a little bit behind Jess Varnish at the half a lap to go. 200 metres to go, still a little bit behind, but she just brought it back in the last 200. So that goes to show that she's got some good endurance, maybe enough to put her in a medal position here.
So the leading 3 times, as we look at the starting technique here of Stephanie Morton, the leading 3 times with just 1 pair to come onto the track.
Well, she's wearing her lucky socks. I think they worked for her today. She's superstitious like many athletes and chooses to wear the lucky socks today, and she put herself into a medal for the Commonwealth Games.
Well, it's paid off, hasn't it? So leading 3 position, Morton of Australia leading 34.079. Varnish of England second, 34.267. Mackenzie of New Zealand third, 34.444. We now move to the final heat. And this brings onto the track, without any shadow of a doubt, the undisputed queen of the 500 metres. It's not up for discussion, really, is it? 32.836, and that was posted in Aguascalientes in Mexico. Now, her opponent here. Just once again tell you that if Anna Mears gets this gold medal, which will take her tally of golds in the Commonwealth Games to 5, she will equal the 7 medals at the Commonwealth Games achieved by Kathy Watt. Final heat, heat 7 of the women's 500 metre time. So on the left of our screen representing Australia, Anna Mears, and on the right representing England, Victoria Williamson. 2 laps on the track, both riders out of the gate, asking everything of themselves to try and get this gear spinning.
That was an impressive start by Anna Mears. She definitely got on that right at the start. Perfect.
Okay, coming up to complete the first lap. Let's have a look at the split time, get kind of an idea of the speed she got. Mears is flying, absolutely flying. 18.867. That is a serious opening lap. In fact, that is as quick as the world record. Could we see a world record here? Coming up to the line now for Mears. Let's have a look at the clock. 33.435. Not as fast as the world record, but I can tell you it is a new Commonwealth Game event record. And some of the audience here are beginning to stand up to applaud the astonishing performance there by Mears. Let's not forget Victoria Williamson's time, 35.465, and that places her 7th. Well, talk us through this here, because that was some start.
That was certainly some start. I think in the first 2 or 3 seconds she nailed this ride, and it's just amazing how she can get it right every time. She never cracks under pressure. There was a lot of pressure going in today. You can see that start. She just came out of that gate like a rocket. She was up on her opponent after the first 50 metres, so she was absolutely flying. If you get that start right and everything rolls into each other, you can see that she's definitely still at the top of her game.
Stellar performance then by Anna Mears. I can tell you when she set that world record, of 32.836 in Aguascalientes. Her opening lap 18.969. She was actually quicker here in Glasgow.
Yeah, she may not have that distance. You know, she's had a little bit of a break after the Olympics and coming back, but it'll certainly give her motivation to go for the next couple of years and get into gold medal winning performance for Rio.
So it's blanket finish then for Australia. They filled the 2 top spots on the podium, gold and silver. Silver going to Morton, and Varnish of England picks up the bronze. And let me just once again reiterate that comment I was saying earlier. That is the 5th Commonwealth Games gold medal won by Anna Meares, and the 3rd in this event consecutively, which takes her tally to 7 medals in her 4 appearances. That equals the record of Kathy Watt. There it is, the result then. Anna Meares is the Commonwealth Games gold medalist and champion. Stephanie Morton gets the silver, Jess Varnish the bronze. Certainly worth waiting for, but Meares tamed the opposition, rose to the challenge and delivered.
There she is, champion of the Commonwealth Games 500 metres on the opening night at the track, first gold medal being won.
Well done, girl. Okay, great execution, great execution. Ball's there.
Yeah. Thanks, Betty. Thanks, Kev.
Well, she's still got the sprint to come. Okay, there's no Kieran obviously in the Commonwealth Games for women. But there is a team. Oh no, there's no team sprint, is there? So
No.
she's got the sprint to come.
Yeah, she'll be focused on the sprint now. She's one of those athletes that possibly one of the most professional athletes I've ever known. She doesn't leave any stone unturned, and she'll celebrate, she'll smile for a couple of hours, but then she'll already be thinking about, even in this moment already, she'll be thinking about the next event.
Well, we'll meet her later on the podium. England also win their first medal here at the Games with that bronze by Jess Varnish. Next event on the track will be the minor final in the women's para sport. This is to decide 5th and 6th positions. Representing Wales, we have Rhiann Henry, piloted by Rachel James. And from Scotland, Laura Cluxton, piloted by Fiona Duncan. No problem here then for identification. Wales in the red and white. They've already been eased into 2nd position, so it's the pair from Scotland that want to lead this off. Laura Cluxton, 33 years of age, from Aberdeen. Laura Cluxton, coached by Kevin Stewart. Newcomer to elite cycling with less than a year's competition behind her. That's Cluxton. And Rhiann Henry, the 27-year-old former swimmer, is comparatively new as well to this. And of course for Rachel James, who is one of the best pilots in the business, it's a new partner for her.
Well, for the 5th and 6th place at the Commonwealth Games, they'll still want to be able to win this. It'll still be a real honour to finish 5th or 6th. They want to be as highly placed at the Commonwealth Games as they possibly can be.
Well, there's no finessing here. I think each tandem has a game plan to get that leg speed as high as possible in the early stages. There we are. There's the early strike for home, and it's Rhiann Henry being piloted here by Rachel James. That's gone away and established quite a handsome lead. That's going to take some pulling back. 1 lap to go. Haven't given up. Laura Cluxton.
They're coming fast. They probably left it a little bit too late.
I don't know, you know, it's a long straight here in Glasgow, but you are right. Oh, I don't know.
That was close. They came back late but strong. They've got it. No, they haven't got it. Oh, that's
Here, I'll take a look here at the side shot.
Oh, it's confusing.
I don't know. I reckon Cluxton's got that in blue from Scotland. Look, they think they have as well. Good call, Rochelle. You must have unbelievable eyesight. Here, I'll take another look at this. What do you think?
Yep, I think they've got it.
Yeah, I would say they have. And you know why? Because of the long straights here. If that had been Manchester with the shorter straights, they wouldn't have got that.
They have. They've just got it by a couple of millimetres. We haven't got the official results yet.
We might get the official distance confirmed here. They might just flag up a photograph on that big screen in the stadium. Here's the wave.
The scoreboard's telling us that they didn't get it. Must have been extremely close.
So that means they have finished 5th overall in the competition. And the team from Wales, Rhian Henry, piloted by Rachel James, have finished 6th.
Well, at this moment, they're giving the 6th place to the Welsh team. Yep, 5th place to the Scottish. Yep, that's right, they got it.
They got it upside
very
down,
happy
haven't
with
they?
that.
That's a bit misleading.
They've got it upside down, they do.
Well, it's been a long time since I've seen any tandem racing, but this para tandem racing is very, very good.
So a photo finish there, Scotland taking 5th place and Wales in 6th in that race, just following a remarkable cycle from Anna Mears of Australia. We will be heading back to the velodrome for that medal ceremony as she collects her 7th medal from the Commonwealth Games. But for now, we're going to head to the Clyde Auditorium where the women's 48 kilogram weightlifting final is taking place.
Very easy clean. Took a pause in the bottom, stood up no problem. That was almost too easy. She threw the weight so far that she almost lost control of it.
Yeah, a little bit of dancing with her feet, but she managed to control that. And as a result of that 92 kilo success, she puts her straight into the lead at 167, and now the gauntlet's thrown down.
And we can see that the coach there is fighting with the technical controller. It looks like she was getting her wrist slapped for being too close to the field of play.
Oh, I think that's a bit picky.
I'm convinced she can do quite a bit more than that.
So Napa, 91 kilos on the bar.
So you can come down.
What?
You can come down and weight as long as you make sure that you change your weight before the weight you require has been loaded for someone else. So this doesn't make sense that she's getting 91.
No, you can't come down.
It can't come down, no.
You can't come down. You can't do 91.
She could have done 91 had she requested it before it got to 91. So there's a confusion here in the loading.
Yeah, I mean, they had 92 up there before, and that's what I thought she was going to go for.
We had a little bit of a technical glitch. Normally the bar only goes up in weight, but because of the technical glitch, we can't put the athlete at a disadvantage.
Oh.
Well, that means the officials have made a mistake.
Something happened in the marshalling table.
Australia, the athlete. This will be her third and final.
Well, this is very, very unusual.
Very unusual. So clearly the coaches did request the change in time, but it wasn't input.
Which means
on
that
time.
the technical controller wasn't in control. But no matter. Now Tegan coming out here, and this is a 4 kilo increase. She's into new territory. She's on 155. She's going for 159. She's currently in silver medal position, but remember,
she's coming out here with nothing to lose. She wanted to do 90 and she's going for 91. Was a good try. She got buried there in the bottom. Very hard to stand up once you stop in that very low position she just caught in. Almost impossible.
Let's go to 92 overs. 92 kilos, please.
so she's got 155. Now, just looking at the scoreboard here, the situation is that you've got the 2 Indians who are alive in the competition, and then you've got Tegan. So Tegan arguably is going to get pushed down to 3rd.
Then you have the Nigerian.
And the Nigerian.
What will she do?
Yeah, so if the big guns, any of them fail, Tegan's still teetering on a chance of a medal.
So the Nigerian is calling for 92, which is quite surprising because you would think she would want to take what she needs to beat those 2 Indian athletes.
Nigeria's Nkechi Opara.
So Nkechi Opara coming out here. And she's a teenager, only 18, from Delta State in the south of Nigeria. Never caught it.
No lift for O'Hara at 92 kilos.
I would say this is a problem that happens when you start too light. She's going 100% with a weight that is clearly well below her 100%.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, she has to come back mentally from that, and that's a challenge.
So it's going to be the half-time leader, Sanjita Kumukcham, representing India, of course. 3 out of 3, going for 4 out of 4. And now starting to try and turn the screw on the Nigerian, turn the screw on her teammate as well.
That's right. I think she's just going to do match kilo for kilo every attempt of her teammate.
She's going to, in a sense, try to want to win this with 2 of this attempt and the second one, and have the other one up her sleeve.
That's correct. That is very unexpected.
No lift for Kumukcham.
I wonder what Tegan Napper's now thinking, sitting back there and watching a bit of red going onto the board.
Wondering, will there be 2 more bomb outs? Am I silver medalist?
Could she possibly come here and walk away with a bronze medal? I mean, that would have been beyond, that would be so beyond her wildest dreams.
That's right. It's a rough way to win a medal. You don't want to win a medal because of other people's misfortune, but you know she delivered when it was time to deliver on the performance, so she's got nothing but pride to feel based on her performance.
We're some way from that happening now, because...
That's right. We've got some attempts left before that's the case.
Nkechi Opara coming on to the stage now.
I think she's going to catch this in a power position, almost straight leg.
I think the coaches have straightened her out here. Well, it was chalk and cheese between the first attempt and the second attempt.
Yes. I wonder if they threatened her with no more McDonald's if she missed this lift.
Yeah, we'll come back to them. She's gone second with 162. So Chanu Saikom of India at the moment's leading 167. Then Opara with 162, and Tegan Napa is third at the moment with 155. But back onto the stage now, Sanjita Kumukcham coming on to repair the damage from the first attempt. Now this really gets serious now. We thought she was going to have one lift up her sleeve. That's now evaporated.
That's right. She's now got to try and challenge her teammate by picking a weight that her teammate cannot lift.
Worth remembering, though, that the Nigerian was well behind at the halfway stage.
And she clearly has a lot of room.
That's much better.
Super easy. She'll be kicking herself right now with that wasted first attempt. Again, that might have been a challenge of just lifting too light for what you're capable of on the platform with adrenaline.
So she's gone to 169 and restored that 2 kilo advantage that she had after the snatch over her teammates. Here you can see the clean managed very well. Strong overhead.
It would be very surprising if this athlete actually stayed. Yes, we see a change already. So now the Nigerian athlete is guaranteed bronze, so she has nothing left to lose. She might as well go for silver.
So Mirabai putting 3 kilos on.
Everyone is going to try and get the best advantage they can to try.
Of course, that success has pushed Tegan Napa out of the medals into 4th place, but I think she's going to be pretty happy, the Australian. First Commonwealth Games, 4th place.
It's quite remarkable.
95 kilos is loaded and ready to
That's
go.
a really great show for her. So
from 4 years of training to 4th place at the Commonwealth Games, that's it's quite something.
And a lifter who clearly enjoyed herself right the way through the competition.
That's why she did so well, I believe. The more you enjoy yourself, the better you do.
Yeah, and you know
Simple recipe.
You know the great thing on day one? If you do well on day one, you've got the whole of the rest of the games in the village and around Glasgow to enjoy yourself.
That's true.
So, now, Mirabai, Chanu Saikom, third and final attempt, 3 kilo increase to take her to 170. Junior World bronze medalist last year to finish in style with a new personal best.
She makes this lift, she's in charge of the competition.
Stay on the platform, put the bar on the platform. Good for me.
Very good.
That is a good lift for Saikom at 95 kilos on her second attempt.
170.
One more, please. Let's go to 96.
Okay, so here's the situation. Only teammate really can play here now in terms of the two Indians, but we have to remember Nkechi Opara, who's still got this one lift. And what the Nigerian's going to do is she's going to wait and load. She's going to try and take whatever it takes.
This athlete's actually coming out at 96 kilos. Only thing she can hope for here is that her teammate is not able to match or surpass her by 2 kilos. Sorry, match her.
So
Total
Kumukcham.
and surpass her.
So this is a 4 kilo increase, which would take it to 173.
That's right, and it will force her teammate to do 98 kilos in the clean and jerk. Very easy clean. Super solid jerk. No problems. That could have been a first attempt.
Is a good one, 96 kilos.
Well, you just think what might have been if she'd made that first attempt, and then she would have had the one up the sleeve. Now, she still can be attacked.
That's right.
Nkechi Opara. 97 kilos is the request for her third and final attempt.
So Opara can't go for the gold medal. It's too far away. It always was going to be too far away because she only carried Opara, 70 kilos forward from the second phase. She's solid in the bronze medal phase. So by going here for a 5 kilo increase, which would take her to 167.
What she should do, since she has nothing to lose at this point, is go for that 100 kilo lift and try to win herself a silver medal. It's 100 or 101?
All right.
101.
In other words, you put this up even more.
I'd go for 101 because she's already finishing with the bronze. You got nothing left to lose.
Well, she's decided that bronze it is on this day. But again, right at the beginning of her career, 18, this may be a sensible call.
That's true. Might be better to leave with some confidence in a successful lift than a missed silver.
Yeah. Timed out? Or...
That is a horrible way to miss a lift.
The referees, no lift.
So the bar has to be past your knees before that buzzer buzzes, and apparently it was shin height.
If you check on the clock, you'll see that the 1 minute had expired before the lifter actually lifted the weight off the platform. The referees had no option but to turn it down.
Well, it's a silly way to lose a third attempt.
It's very unfortunate, and I think the way that she cleaned that weight, she easily could have done that 101 that she needed for a silver.
98 kilos.
So here we go. It's India versus India. So we got 19-year-old Mirabai Chanu-Saikom, who was down behind her teammate Sanjita Kumukcham by 2 kilos at the halfway stage. Now coming in to take the 3 kilos that she needs because she's got the lighter body weight.
That's right.
To win the Commonwealth Championship of 2014 in women's 48 kilos by virtue of lighter body weight. We know the title's going to India, but is it going to Saikom on the platform or backstage watching on the television, Kumukcham?
This is the best way to finish a games with the last lift.
This is the drama. Backstage, Kumukcham looking at the TV monitor. On stage, Saikom with the destiny in her hands.
She's in the driver's seat.
Coming down to 9 seconds. She's locked on. Move. 2. A struggle.
That wasn't her easiest clean, but she is well positioned to jerk this weight.
This for gold. This for the championship of the Commonwealth. Oh, a little press out.
I'm not sure about that elbow.
What about the right arm? She thinks she's done it. 2 to 1. She hasn't. Kumukcham is the champion.
That is, again, another finish in heartbreak for an athlete. Thinking you have that gold medal, and no, you don't. That is 2 red lights.
And suddenly, in the blink of an eye, and it's Kumukcham who's got it. And
she's taking it pretty well, I think. All things considered, that is heartbreaking.
I think that was Indian for darn it.
2 athletes here equaling Commonwealth records.
Yeah, we can't really see from that picture. We need to see the elbow. It was the right arm.
Oh, here we go.
There's the press out. And there's the championship lost when it was so close.
So close.
India take gold and silver, but it could have been the other way around. And it is Sanjita Kumukcham. She is the champion of the Commonwealth, and Chanu-Saikom must settle. Now she, at this moment, thought she'd done it. The coaches thought she'd done it. But there in the background on the attempt board, you can see the 2 red lights. Another day, it may be different. Oh, she's like kicking herself, isn't she?
Yeah, that's hard to take.
And here it is, confirmation. The women's champion of 48 kilos, Commonwealth Games 2014, Sanjita Kumoksham, by, as you can see there, 96 kilos contribution in the clean and jerk, and that kilo all important.
That's right.
So India with their first gold medal of these 20th Commonwealth Games, and there's been another medal across at the Velodrome.
Sophie Thornhill for England, 1 up against Aileen McGlynn of Scotland. Sophie Thornhill, a double world champion from earlier this year in the sprint of the kilometre. Now then, looking to add the Commonwealth gold medal to her tally of achievements. Fortune favours the brave, and I was going to say, with the hot height there, bravery would have reflected if the England pair had dived underneath. They thought better of it. Teasing them on they.
Well, they want to force them to go long, so they're just making a few moves to make the Scottish team go long, so to give them more chance to come back at them at the end when they fatigue a little bit. It looks like Scottish might have this one in control. They obviously want to make it a short sprint.
Yep, they've got it. They've got the inside position. Well, Aileen McGlynn opened the door, and of course her opponent, Sophie Thornhill, didn't need a second invitation. 2 to go. Now then, you're going to see the skill here of Helen Scott, the pilot of the England tandem. They're so polished, aren't they? In unison there, where they got out of the saddle and got that gear spinning. It's going to be the bell this time. Now then, which way is the pendulum going to swing? The England pair now fully committed at the front. Remember, they won race 1. Gold medal end resting on this one. The crowd getting here behind Aileen McGlynn of Scotland, willing her on, trying to get her to get up level then with Sophie Thornhill. But they're too strong, the England pair. Sophie Thornhill punches the air with delight there to win the gold medal.
So there on your screens is the Australian champion Anna Meares. She's just received her gold medal, and in her left hand there you can see the Scottish quaich, which all the winners will receive as a token of these Commonwealth Games. A remarkable ride, a new Games record for Anna Meares, and I can tell you that that's her 7th Commonwealth medal.
Team of Canada, looking pretty focused. Qualifying time for Canada this morning was 4:14.461. And there's the team of New Zealand that Canada will face. Now, the difference between them on time is staggering. Canada were 14 seconds slower than New Zealand, so really this should be academic, the result. Just a matter of whether the Kiwis will go for a special time.
They look quite relaxed there. They're probably disappointed not to be in the gold medal right off.
There's Bradley Wiggins. He's composing himself, ready for the challenge ahead. And if you were listening to the commentary this morning, you'll have heard me say that Bradley Wiggins opened his medal account up as a youngster in the Commonwealth Games in Kuala Lumpur when he got a silver medal in the team pursuit. It's one of the golds that's eluded him. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
Well, he'll certainly want this gold medal tonight, that's for sure. He's put a bit of effort into this and he's spoken out about it, that he wants this gold medal, and that always adds a little bit of pressure. Obviously, he's won a Tour de France and he knows that, you know, how it feels to have a bit of pressure on you, but like you said, this is the one that he really wants to add to his collection.
Got beat in the individual pursuit final in the Commonwealth Games in 2002 in Manchester. He actually had to suffer the ignominy of being caught actually by Brad McGee. The catch was achieved, but Brad always stores these things up, and he certainly did reverse the tables when they met in the final for the gold medal in Athens at the Olympics. So it's one of those events. It was obviously my discipline, and I used to love the pursuit because it's man against man, nowhere to hide, and the strongest, fastest, best man wins. Same team as this morning. Mark Ryan, Peter Bulling, Dylan Kennett and Shane Archibald. Team from Canada, exactly the same squad again. So it's going to be Remy Pelletier leading off. Second wheel will be Zach Bell. Third, Ed Veal. And the fourth position will be Aidan Caves. This is the contest for bronze. This is the ride-off for the bronze medal between New Zealand and Canada. New Zealand on the left of our screen, starting in the home straight. Their opponents from Canada in the back straight. Now, between them, after the qualification this morning, Canada are 14 seconds slower than New Zealand, so this really should be academic for the Kiwis to get the bronze medal, but you never know. We don't want to see a fall or a crash, but of course, if anything like that should happen, then of course, it's whoever's left standing. 16 laps of the track for the 4,000 metres, and we saw a 3:57.9 this morning by Australia, so the boards are riding quick.
Certainly very fast in here. And like you said, this should be a little bit of a walk in the park for New Zealand, but anything can happen. Obviously, Canada, they want that bronze medal just as much as the Kiwis do, so see what happens.
6 medals won over the years by New Zealand in this contest. And just 1 gold. In fact, that gold came in Auckland for New Zealand. Just quoting a stat a bit earlier for the team sprint, my apologies. A fast opening kilometre again there, 1:03.516. That's actually faster than the first kilometre that New Zealand put down this morning. And remember what happened? They blew apart, didn't they, in the final 5 laps.
It looks like they're going out to try and catch Canada in this particular ride-off for the bronze medal.
And this looks very, very achievable. They are closing down very, very quickly on Canada. So they got the gold in the Manukau Velodrome back in 1990, New Zealand. And Canada, well, they've never won a medal in this event. That gap coming down, and it looks very, very achievable to catch. Canada are well and truly on the rack here. They've got the red flag out. This will tell Canada to be vigilant because they're going to get some company in a minute. It's not the company they want because it's the opposition. The gun will go in a moment. There it is. So the bronze medal has gone to New Zealand and they've caught them just over 2 kilometres into the contest. They went through that 2 kilometre mark on 2:00.609, and that was nearly a second faster than this morning's ride at the same time.
Well, they were flying, and I think that they probably questioning whether they were giving 100% this morning or riding a little bit too cautiously. Anyway, they settle for the bronze medal this time.
Certainly is a buzz in the arena now, a buzz of anticipation, because we're almost ready to see the team pursuit final. For the endurance riders now in the Olympics, because of the decimation of the program, this is actually the most important event now for the endurance riders.
Oh, absolutely. And Bradley Wiggins has joined the team here to start his program for the Rio Olympics. He wants to win gold medal there, so we'll see how motivated he walks away from this.
Well, the world record is held by Great Britain on 3:51.659. The Commonwealth Games event record is held by Australia on 3:55.421. Carrying a little bit of facial hair, Bradley Wiggins. Seems to be the style and the fashion these days.
Well, it's quite funny, isn't it, that they shave their legs and not their face, but I think they do that also for injury reasons. If they have a crash on the boards, then the injuries and the skin that comes off it heals a lot quicker.
Yep. And also for massage purposes, because if you have a hair on your legs with a constant massage, in cycling it's always rubbing the hair the wrong way, which creates spots. And so there is quite a serious reason for the leg shaving, hence quite a little bit of probably leg pull over the years, but when you explain what it's about, they sort of look and say, yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually.
Well, most athletes do have a massage every day, so
yep.
That's quite an interesting point, that the men need to shave their legs, make that massage more productive.
And there's Bradley just blowing out a little bit there, just composing himself. This is the one they've come to see. That is the same team that rode this morning. Bobridge, Edmondson, Davidson and O'Shea. So it's going to be O'Shea that leads off. In fact, they've made a change.
It might be Luke Davidson there on the start line, starting off.
So it looks like Davidson's going to lead off. Now then, the England squad have only got 4 riders. So there we are. Wiggins is starting at the top of the track in a 4th position. Andy Tennant or Burke, have they switched positions? There was a little bit of talk about it because Burke lost contact in the qualification round, but the lineup for England is Burke, Clancy, Tennant and Wiggins. It's the final of the 4,000 metre team pursuit. No, that is exactly the same order. Ed Clancy starting, Burke second wheel, Tennant third, and Bradley Wiggins 4th. The final of the men's 4,000 metre team pursuit. On the left of our screens, the defending champions, Australia. And on the right of our screen, starting in the back straight, the team of England. We are away, 16 laps of the track. Now then, this morning in qualification, Great Britain were 1.3 seconds slower than Australia, but both teams are riding to a measured schedule, so now we're going to find out what they really have got. We're going to see how well they've recovered and how well they can back up that morning time trial.
Well, they'll definitely be riding to their own schedules for the first part of the race, and then towards the end in the last kilometre they'll have to start looking at each other, meaning their coaches on the inside of the track will start looking at each other's teams and calling on the other team, but for the moment they're riding to a schedule. Looks like both teams are slightly up on schedule.
Well, Australia have actually gone off the mark very, very quickly. They have carved out quite a handsome advantage in the early stages here over England.
Well, we saw England came back very strong in the first round there, and they can see their coaches also walking up the track, so they're also ahead of schedule.
secret is not, of course, to panic. Let's have a look at his first kilometre split. The time really is academic. It's already beaten your opponent. The count 1:03, 1:11. That's a very quick opening first kilometre. They are just shy of the Commonwealth Games event record time. It's gone up more. It's 1.5 seconds now. England are going to have some work to do. There's the coach, Paul Manning. He's seen it all before. Olympic, Commonwealth and world champion, not panicking at this stage. Coach just crouching down there, encouraging the Australians. Nearly 2 seconds the advantage now. Now then, you've got to ask the question, Rochelle, have the Aussies gone off the mark too quick?
Well, they've definitely gone off very quickly, and we saw in the heats that the English team came back really strong. So we see that the coaches are both walking the line very similar, which means both teams are on schedule for what their coaches have prescribed for them.
Well, it's over 2 seconds the advantage, or the last split time was. Now then, this is the 2 kilometre marker. They're inside 2 minutes then at the midway point. 1:59.802 for Australia. They are inside the Commonwealth Games event record. The Australians are down to 3. Have they gone away too quick? They've lost a man already, and that could be extremely costly. They are 1 man down already, and that is Luke Davidson, the 24-year-old that's lost contact. How dear is that going to be?
Well, he started off, maybe that was the plan, to go out hard, but we see that the coach is now walking on the line, so the Australian team are even on schedule, but they look to be in a little bit of trouble, a little bit disorganised, losing the third rider off the wheel there for a second.
Yeah, he came down and he missed by nearly half a bike length, and he had to kick hard to get back on the tempo, and I tell you what, you can't do that too many times. Now then, we're going to see how much they've recovered from that, but it's 3 versus 4 here, and it's all about who wants this the most. We've got 1 kilometre to go. 2:57.011 at the 3/4 point. They are just inside the Commonwealth Games event record time.
Well, this is a handy lead. It doesn't look like the English can bring that back. If they did, I think it would be a miracle. They've only got a few laps to go.
Well, it looks to me as though it's coming back a tad. In the history of this event, which opened up in 1974 in Christchurch, it's been held 10 times. Australia have won the gold medal on 7 occasions, and England have only won it twice. Oh, and England are down to 3 now as well. And Australia have got them well and truly in their sights. They are not capitulating here. What a ride this is by the Australians. Bell lap, 1 to go. And England have got no answer to this. The gold medal is going to go to Australia. Are they going to polish it off with the Commonwealth Games event record? 3:55.421 is the Commonwealth Games event record. Here they come, Australia take the gold medal. And look at the time, 3:54.851. It's a new Commonwealth Games event record, and they're celebrating in style. That's the 8th time that the Aussies have won the gold for this particular event.
Well, that was an amazing ride, wasn't it? They went out strong, and it looked like it might have been too strong. They were up, but they held it the whole way through. Coach was happy.
Well, 4:00.136 was the time for England. Bradley Wiggins, well, I wonder what he's thinking there. I must admit, it looked to me at one point that they were going to try and claw them back a little bit, but they were so doggedly determined, the survivors of the Australian team. Fair play, what a ride. Take another look at the starting effort.
Yeah, they got a great start, and it just looked like they had gone out too far, but they're obviously in really great form. You see Jack Bobridge in 2nd place there. He's done this a million times. He's, he's a professional on the road now, but come back in. And obviously, these guys have just gelled together really well, and they rode perfectly out there.
Well, that's gold medal number 2 here on the first night of the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. Anna Meares has just climbed off the podium. It hasn't even gone cold, and it's going to be warmed up again by Australia. Well, it was worth waiting for. So Bradley Wiggins gets another silver for the team pursuit. The bookends of his career in the Commonwealth Games, 1998, 2014, on both occasions got silver in the team pursuit.
Well, might make him hungry to go for another one. It's only another 4 years.
Well, I was teasing him and said, Brad, why aren't you going for the individual pursuit, mate? And he said, oh no, I need a special. That's good, isn't it? Nice and sportingly congratulating the backup staff there for Australia. Australia.
It certainly was.
You're not going to believe this. We raced against each other. There we are. Pat on the back.
Glenn O'Shea there, getting the shake of the hand from the high performance manager, Kevin Tabotta.
O'Shea, a former world Omnium champion. It's a good night, isn't it, for Australia?
Now they're giving Timmy Decker a big hug there, the coach of the men's endurance squad. Yeah, he's a professional in Europe, Glenn O'Shea. He's just popped back in. He's been on the road for a little while now with the AM post-chain reaction team. So this is Jack Bobridge here coming down the ramp, another professional.
Bobridge, who can ride on his own, 4:10, world record for the individual. Bobridge will be fired up now for the individual, which starts tomorrow.
Well, this will certainly give him a lot of confidence, won't it?
It certainly will, and I mean, you know, once you've got a gold medal in your pocket, you suddenly think, yeah, the form's good, eh? There we are. So Andy Tennant just getting a little bit of a hug from Wigo, and on the right it's Burke, and just nearest to us there is Red Logs. That's Ed Clancy. Probably not the result they wanted, but we can confirm it to you. Commonwealth Games event record 3:54.851. Australia are the holder of that. England come home for the silver in 4:00.136.
So another gold medal there at the Velodrome for Australia. We'll be heading back there a little bit later on, but we're going to head now to Glasgow Green and to the hockey. And we saw a couple of goals in the match between India and Canada, and we can now give you the full-time results.
Jaspreet plays it into the centre of the park, and away comes Vandana. Vandana still going. Lovely little ball out to that right-hand side. Lilima gets it back to Vandana. Lilima pulls it back. Shot. Good save. In at the third time of asking. And the goal has been scored by Rani Rampal, number 28. But it was all because of this run here.
It's what you expect from Indian hockey. Brilliant individual skills.
Now it's a chance here for Stairs. Stairs into the circle on the reverse stick sides and scores! Canada back on level terms as Brienne Stairs makes it 1-all. Delightful round for the Canadian supporters, but as soon as that ball's missed on the halfway line, well, there's no challenge.
10 seconds. Fight!
To Rani, Canada have broken. Oh, that's a really well-worked goal. Poonam Rani at the far post turns it in, and India are back in front by 2-1. It's 3 goals in about 7 minutes here at the back end of the first half, and India back in front.
20 to go.
So Jaspreet and Rani at the top of the circle. Jaspreet will be the one nearest to us, wearing 23. Rani's wearing 28.
In, please. Okay.
Who's going to take this one on? It's going to be Jaspreet with the drag flick. Gone to the right, left-hand side, and beats Caitlin Williams to make it India 3, Canada 1. Mel Clulo, you said you don't often see India drag flicking.
Yeah, it's well executed.
In it comes, and it's going to be Johansson. Deflection in. Really well worked second goal from Canada. And I think it's Wishart who's got the final touch in front of the keeper. Well worked goal, Mel.
Brilliant. A much slicker routine by Canada there.
Okay.
So who's it going to be? It's the same and the same result. It's Jaspreet who gets goal number 4. A brilliant drag flick into the side of the net, and that one was a lot better than the first one.
Yeah, almost in the side netting, possibly caught the inside of the post as it's gone in.
Yeah, and we saw a little bit earlier on, we saw the Brownlee brothers at Strathclyde Country Park winning gold and silver in the men's triathlon. And as you can see on your screens, the medal presentation is just about to take place.
The medals will be presented by President of International Triathlon Union, Marisol Casado. Accompanied by Chairman of Triathlon Scotland, David Jack. The winner of the bronze medal, representing the Republic of South Africa, Richard Murray.
Richard Murray of South Africa, who we saw put in a tremendous performance in London earlier this year, claims the bronze medal here in Glasgow. From 4th to 3rd on the run, he never looked back.
The winner of the silver medal, representing England, Jonathan Brownlee.
The world champion from 2012, the Olympic bronze medalist in 2012. He becomes the Commonwealth silver medalist in 2014. Johnny Brownlee of England.
Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion in a time of 1 hour, 48 minutes and 50 seconds, representing England, Alistair Brownlee.
Former world champion, the current European champion, the current Olympic champion. He is now, for the first time, the Commonwealth champion. Alistair Brownlee in sensational form today here in Glasgow. Untouchable, unbeatable.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of England.
So for the second time today, we hear the English national anthem. Jodie Stimpson winning the women's race this morning, Alistair Brownlee this afternoon. And that was about the first thing that Alistair Brownlee has done wrong today. Obviously, not listening to the post-race briefing.
Probably going to put it the opposite way, mate. That's Alistair Brownlee. That just pretty much sums him up. He does things his way. And he showed that out today on the course, and he finished it off with a unique way of looking at his flag. So, I mean, that's Al. He's just, he's an enigma and just an amazing athlete, and continues to just leave us breathless.
Inspirational is an understatement with Alistair Brownlee. Just brilliant today.
Well, from Strathclyde Country Park to the SECC, where there's a tight match in progress between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados at the SECC.
Ball through, finding Cooper.
She's unfazed, isn't she? Here's a chance for Trinidad and Tobago to hit the front again. These sides swapping the lead.
Just get a sense Cooper needs to turn herself to goal when she takes the ball, as opposed to that immediate putting the ball out. She's not really gaining positioning in relation to the post. I think the supporters also just willing that shot. But good work again from McCollin. She's got the right idea.
Trinidad and Tobago back in front. This is turning into a real arm wrestle. 27-26 into the final 3 minutes of the third quarter.
Yep. Goal defence. And Jack and Swift at that point matching up on Wharton, but it's Thomas again for the shot. Not successful this time. That could prove costly there.
By the post,
The foul throw in by Swift.
Advantage obstruction, wing defence. Contact goalkeeper. Back beside her shooter. Beside her.
It's a high penalty tally in this game. 25 for Barbados, 21 penalties for Trinidad. Oh, great shooter-to-shooter ball there. Waited patiently, McCollin.
Yes.
Just for a young player, she seems to have a very cool and calm head, good decision making.
Absolutely, and mixes up the play. She's clear on the role of the goal attack. She creates the options. Timing in terms of movement out of the circle, it's good.
Yes. Yes. Advantage offside and hold goal defence. Goal defence, step in please, where the shooter is.
Now, chance for Barbados just to bring this ball through.
Barbados.
It's a timeout call by Blackman.
Barbados.
Well, we'll bring you the remainder of that netball. We'll bring you the scoreline as it unfolds at the SECC. But now back to the velodrome for the men's team sprint finals. 2 races to bring you. First of all, the bronze final between Australia and Canada.
They put out this morning, so it's all about backing this up, or backing your rider from this morning when you qualified. Canadian team are going to be led off here by Hugo Barrett, who this morning in the qualification blazed his way out of the gate. The rest were fighting to stay anywhere near him. This is the ride-off for the bronze medal. On the left of our screen, starting in the home straight, is the team of Australia. On the right of our screen, in the back straight, the squad of Canada. And leading Australia away, here's Nathan Hart. And leading Canada away is Hugo Barrett. Well, Australia was significantly quicker in the time trial round this morning. Now then, can Canada find anything to challenge the Australians? Already they are ahead, the team of Australia. It's a good opening lap. Good opening lap there for Australia. Now the final anchor lap is going to be ridden here by Matthew Glaetzer. And the ankle up for Canada is going to be written by Vincent de Hatra, the long track speed skater. But Gleitser's absolutely blitzing his way down the back straight. He's off the crown of the bend now, and he's lining up for the run to the line. Here he comes. That'll do nicely. 43.709. That's the bronze medal. Great riding there then.
Well, he's really got an amazing style, hasn't he, Matthew Gleitser? Got that aerodynamic position. Very smooth on the bike. A lot of power going directly through the bike. You see the start there of Hart, very different to the other teams. He keeps his head down until a go gun. The last few seconds, he's got his head completely down, looking under the bike.
And that time by the Australians there to tidy up the bronze medal, 43.709, was quicker than their ride this morning, so that underlines that they've recovered well. Style of this fella, Gleitser, he's going to take some stopping in the sprint.
Yeah, he definitely looks like he's on top form, but so are the New Zealanders. We're about to see them now right off with the gold medal.
Yes, the last competition here on day one is going to be the gold-silver medal clash for the men's team sprint. And that's going to be between, as you rightly said, New Zealand and England. That's 43.709 wins Australia the bronze medal. The team of England, Hines on the left, who will lead off. Kenny on the right will go second wheel. And the big fella in the middle, Keir Namadi, will do the ankle up. That always used to be the forte, of course, of Sir Chris Hoy, that final lap. New Zealand, the current world champions. The team of Mitchell, Webster, Dawkins, who set a Commonwealth record in the qualification this morning of 43.254. Previous mark 43.772 by Australia. So they are in absolute superb form. For the event have been Australia on 2 occasions and Scotland on 1. So can England or New Zealand win the first gold medal in this event that they are looking for? Here comes the team of England. Philip Hines on the inside will lead them off. The Olympic gold medalist from London. Jason Kenny will chase him. He was in the same team when they won that gold. And the ankle up is going to be Keir Namadi. Big fella comes from Stoke-on-Trent. Here's the lineup then for New Zealand. The world champions, led off by Ethan Mitchell, Sam Webster and Edward Dawkins. Just to reiterate that comment, they set a new Commonwealth record, 43.254 in qualification this morning. This is the final of the men's team sprint, right off for the gold and silver. Left of our screen, starting in the home straight, New Zealand, and in the back straight, starting for England, starting in the back straight, I should say, the team of England. There's going to be a slight pause here. The double strap, something wrong. They use double straps here, don't they?
Yeah, he's getting off the bike. I think the bike was not positioned straight. It's very awkward to come out of the gate if your bike's not dead straight. So they're a little bit fussy about that because it does translate to a lot of power coming out of the gate if the bike's not straight. They need the bike to be dead straight to get that power out. So he wasn't comfortable with that. He's asked them to straighten the bike up a little bit.
And also, the big sprinters here, whilst we use clipless pedals, they always go for that double strap over the top because a huge effort of trying to get that gear going. You can just pull your foot away. Classic example was Shane Kelly in the Olympic final in Atlanta when he was there, the world champ, the #1 seed. He pulled his foot out. You don't get a second ride.
Yeah, we've seen it happen time and time again in the past, although it doesn't happen very much anymore, does it, with the technology?
There we
You
are.
see these straps are pretty solid.
Once that's in position, you're not going to pull your foot away from the pedal, which is the last thing you want. Still not quite settled here, Philipp Hines. Clock's on countdown. World champions Dawkins, Webster and Mitchell of New Zealand in the back straight, all ready. So the final of the men's team sprint on the left of our screens from New Zealand, the world champions versus England on the right of our screen, starting in the back straight. 3 laps of the track. They're out of the gate, both the teams totally committed now. Look at this, Mitchell getting the New Zealand squad underway, and Philipp Hines, the Olympic gold medalist from London, getting England away as well. He is storming round the track. They're coming up to finish the first lap. The coach is panicking on the line for New Zealand, and the fastest time already there in that first 250 was New Zealand, but not a lot to choose between them. Now it's Webster for New Zealand versus Kenny for England. There's the change, good second 250 there by Webster. Now they've released the anchor man, Edward Dawkins, and Dawkins is storming around the track here. And Kieran Marty is on the rack for England. It's going to be New Zealand that are going to take the gold. New Zealand take the gold medal here for the team sprint. 43.181, a new Commonwealth Games event record. And in second place, England, 43.706. The coach panicked. He thought that they were on the rack and under pressure, but they responded to the challenge and they have swept all before them to take the gold.
Well, they were close on the first lap, the second lap, third lap, they really brought it home. He's happy there. New Zealand coach, impressive ride, new Commonwealth Games record.
2 Commonwealth Games event records in the time trial. They erased the previous mark, and then they've gone even quicker here. Got a starting effort here then by Mitchell.
Well, we've said it a few times today, but the New Zealanders has obviously got something right for this Commonwealth Games. They've had a really fantastic opening night at the Velodrome, but no luck involved. They're on top form, absolutely in peak condition here.
Terrific effort by the New Zealand boys to nail the gold medal for the team sprint. They didn't win a medal the first year it was held in 2002. They didn't get one in Melbourne in 2006. They got the silver in New Delhi, and the silver on that occasion was won by Dawkins, Mitchell and Webster, and that's exactly the same squad again here, who have now got the gold, and they are the world champions. They're well wrapped with that.
They are, they're very happy with that, very pleased with it. They really deserved it.
Find a post for a nice picture. This one for the scrapbook. Well, first day in the commentary box. Rochelle, how much have you enjoyed it?
Oh, it's been a phenomenal night. It's been really exciting. You know, the women's 500 metre with Anna Mears taking the gold medal for Australia. That was the first gold medal ride. That was exciting. And then we had the team's pursuit with the men. Everybody very keen to see how Bradley was going to go back on the track. And Australia took that medal again, and now here with the team sprint for the New Zealanders. It's been a really exciting night.
And lots more to come. We've got 3 more days of action here on the Velodrome.
So there you have it. New Zealand winning the gold there at the Velodrome. And what you're seeing now in front of you is across at the SECC, and in the judo, it's the 48 kilogram bronze medal contest, this one, between Marcel Munabang of Cameroon and Chloe Rayner of Australia. And we'll bring you the gold medal final in just a moment.
for the Australians. That was the counter, and it wasn't a very good attack there from Monabang. Monabang gets taken over. She rolled onto her back, which means it was Ari and not the Ippon. But nevertheless, enough to win second bronze medal for Australia. Well, that's certainly started to liven up this arena. I think as soon as we get the finalists out, this place is going to erupt, that's for sure. Litmabam of India. Got her work cut out here. She's got a fight. Home favourite, Kimberly Rennicks of Scotland.
Look at that face. She is here. She is in it to win it. Not taking the pressure of a home crowd. Using that energy around the stadium. It's absolutely spiraling right over our heads.
Well, Kimberly Rennicks, I think it's safe to say it's really got her work cut out here, because Litmabam has been absolutely in unbelievable form all day. Every score that she has done has been an Ippon. 2 massive throws, and she's won 1 on the ground. So Kimberly Rennicks really got her work cut out, got to really play the tactics here. Rennicks is going to be in blue. Rennicks is representing Scotland. Litmabam of India is in white. The crowd here, well, you can just see blue and white flags everywhere. Lots of Scottish finalists in this tournament this evening, in this stadium. My goodness me, could hardly hear ourselves commentate.
Well, I've heard from reliable sources, Litmabam is absolutely a fire starter.
Well, here we go. Litmabam is in white. She's going to be looking for the big technique. There it is, Sianagi straight away. And Rennicks trying to back her up. She's got to be careful of that, because she's going to disappear underneath her if she's not careful. That's what she wants. You can see it setting her up for the Sianagi every time. Rennicks, though, is a fighter.
Nice Uchimata attempt, sitting a bit high for my liking.
Well, action, reaction. She's going to get a penalty here for straight off the bat, Litmabam. Litmabam gets the penalty, but Rennicks, if that is her plan, has just got to be a little bit careful of the standing Sianagi. Litmabam, second penalty coming. So that's the tactic then, obviously.
You saw the reaction of Rennicks. It's not the way she wants to win. She wants to be a crowd pleaser. She wants the big boom.
Well, she wants the Ippon. Rennicks now trying to break her down. Well, she really does mean business. Crowd absolutely on top of this match. What an atmosphere. Could cut it with a knife. Litmabam has got to change her tactics. I think one of the problems is that she's had it a little bit too easy probably all the way through the day. And it's not going exactly as planned.
Oh,
now the Ippon scored.
She's
Rennicks does it. Rennicks, Koichigak on the edge, and Litmabam goes over.
Standing ovation from the crowd. They've got their first gold medal in Scotland. Took her apart piece by piece. Fantastic.
Well,
technical ability there by Rennicks.
Her tactics there were absolutely superb, because that was the way to do it. She closed it down. She never gave her a target, and she just put her under pressure. Litmabam will feel mugged. I'm almost sure of it, because really her tactics were very, very poor coming into that match. Technically probably better, but tactically absolutely miles away. Kimberly Rennicks was superb. She did everything right, and that is the first gold medal. Like you said, standing ovation there for Rennicks. Here it is on the edge. Look at that. Kouchi drives her backwards, and from a different angle. Drives
Beautiful
her back.
combination there.
Yeah, puts her cleanly onto her back. Beautiful hip on there. Kimberly Rennicks, well, can they do the double, her and her sister? That's the question. Kimberly Rennicks wins the gold medal for Scotland. She is the under 48 kilos Commonwealth Games gold medalist.
Easy pick up for Liverpool.
Scotland's first medal in these Commonwealth Games. And we're going to stay at the SECC. We're going to go from one hall to the other, where, as you can see, there's still no separating Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados in the netball.
Change there for Trinidad and Tobago. You can see wing defence, Kiel Connolly now on court.
And Trinidad Tobago electing just to take that extra pass through the mid-court area. It's helping them set their structure in attack. It's allowing Cooper just time to breathe and reset in the goal attack position. She's done an awful lot of work for a team through the middle.
Advantage offside and contact advantage.
Now brave play from Cooper. Turned down one shooting position and got a better one. 36-35.
Goal attack, contact.
Ooh.
Throw-in outside.
McCollum goes for a slide.
Still smiling.
Well, what a debut. I'd be smiling too if I turned up on the international netball scene in a game like this. And Jolise Cooper adds one more, 37-35. 3.5 minutes remaining. What can Barbados do? Can they come back?
And we see Connolly for Trinidad and Tobago entering the game at wing defence.
Goal defence. Yes, goal attack, whip the goal attack.
And that's good work. Again, shooter to shooter ball from Piggott. She looks for that pass through to Brown.
Into the final 3 minutes, 37-36. Barbados need to break this if they're to draw level.
Contact goal defence. Beside the goal defence. Beside the goal defence, yes.
Khalifa McCollum, however, is having none of it. Adds another. Wesley Gomez on his feet.
Good defensive pressure in the mid-channel from Trinidad Tobago, but Piggott just finds that.
So we'll cut away from that netball match and we'll take you back to the judo, where this is a bronze medal contest in the 60 kilogram category. John Buchanan of Scotland against Daniel Grange of South Africa.
Which is a side sacrifice technique. Just trying to get the right angle for it. I know which way he wants to go. And we've just said that Lagrange has done his homework. We hope he has, because as soon as John Buchanan changes the direction of his technique, as soon as that head ducks, and
You're
there
prophetic,
it was.
Neil.
Well, we kind of felt that he was going to drop for it.
It always seems, just for people at home, that when you see the letter A between two fighters, someone's ready to drop.
So now Lagrange, for me, has got to attack. He hasn't done anything. This is all Buchanan. John Buchanan's family in this stadium. They're now then.
Beautiful.
Well, Sumagaeshi there by Lagrange. John Buchanan did a full somersault, landed on his front.
What
no
a cat.
score. Buchanan still in it. One penalty to John Buchanan. He's got to pick up the pace.
But that's the thing with Lagrange, is that maybe he's not attacking as much, but when he does, he's making some big moves, trying to make it absolutely count.
Well, absolutely right. You're dead right. For me, the best bet would be John Buchanan transitioning into Newaza, trying to get the strangle that he's very famous for. His transition was lightning fast. The time he won the
However,
World
Neil,
Bronze
that
medal.
was then, this is now.
Yeah, it's two different times.
Not that I want to
Well,
dampen
Lagrange-
the spirit here, absolutely not. However,
Well, Lagrange
Buchanan's
gets a penalty
gonna get-
there. He dropped it that time. John Buchanan, halfway through the contest, still in there, still looking fresh. Needs to move it.
these gentlemen need
Lagrange.
to...
Oh, that was very close. John Buchanan, Yoko Satemi again, this time on the edge.
Need to start using those power grips. They're both coming over the top, looking for the Yoko Satemi Waza. Like to see them just a little bit more repartee, a little bit more movement.
Well, a little bit more positive. Oh, it's got... Well, it's been given Ippon. You know what? I don't think that was Ippon. Now I'm going to make a call here. I think the video referee might overrule that.
I'm thinking
Buchanan.
Wazzari.
It would be a very brave decision. Here we
Here
go.
it is, Wazzari,
And
it's continuing.
John Buchanan has a Wazzari, and the referee again called the flight, didn't call the landing. John Buchanan has been given a Wazzari for sure on that. And now he's got to hold off for 2 minutes.
That's the problem though, Neil. It looks pretty, looks dynamic, flying through the air, but you've got to score the landing.
You have got to score the landing.
Hey!
Oh, no, they've given it.
We're
John Buchanan's
back.
done it.
Everyone's back up standing. John Buchanan.
38 years of age. Years of age, John Buchanan. Not only is he a star, but he's a 38-year-old star. Fantastic star.
Careful. There it is.
And a back somersault before his bow off. Pure class.
Probably should have happened after the bow, but never mind.
Well, I don't think the referee's going to pull him back on, that's for sure. And, wow, what
He's
a way
put him
to
through
rev this
too
crowd
much.
up. So let's have a look at it. John Buchanan.
Beautiful Sageshi.
Beautiful Sakeshi landed on his side for me, but I'm still going to stick with it. But anyway, let's just have a look from the other angle. You have to land with both points of the shoulder on the deck. It doesn't matter. John Buchanan has been given Ippon. John Buchanan is the bronze medalist here at the Commonwealth Games at under 60 kilograms. And, well, the crowd absolutely love him. They love a hero, and John Buchanan is a hero.
He did not want to go.
So another medal for Scotland in the judo, but as you can see, the netball between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados has now finished. And look at that, the most slender of margins. Trinidad and Tobago winning by 38 points to 37. Quite remarkable there. There was no separating the sides throughout this match, but it is Trinidad who have taken it as we head back to the judo.
Oh, we're going to follow that.
Well, it's just been all systems go, and well, I'm sweating buckets already, and I'm not doing it.
It's a bit warm in here.
So let's make a call then. Chloe Abagari of Ghana. Sigaku of Mozambique.
Well, I have watched Sigaku within his first fight. He did a tremendous throw, but he got knocked out quite early on, so he has worked hard to make his way through for this bronze medal fight. So we'll have to see what he's got left in the tank, I think.
So Sigaku lost in the semi-final, Chloe, to Mackenzie Mackenzie in the final already. So they've got to grip up. So both of these will get a penalty. Not attacking, fending grips off. No, only one gets it. Well, Sigaku got the penalty.
It's a bit hasty on the grips. It's a little bit messy. Really need to try and control the grip, slow it down a little bit, and get them moving to get the attack in.
I think that's the problem, isn't it, Chloe? That sometimes they don't take enough time to set up. Sometimes the referee doesn't give enough time to set up the actual throwing possibility. Is that going to be a score?
I'm not sure that
incredible.
was.
It's a Yuko scored almost for sure that. He's given a Wasari, and well, I seem to be at loggerheads with the referees at the moment.
He's trying there for a turn. He's not quite going to get that turn. Both players getting stood up. And I wonder if that score might get looked at. No.
Abaguri is a Wasari up then from that throw.
Oh,
it's counted him back.
Oh, he's giving
wow. My goodness me. Well, was that Ippon for you, Chloe?
For me, there was some control going on. I don't think it was strong enough for an Ippon. Maybe it was Ari.
Well, Abaguri of Ghana does it. He wins the second bronze medal in this under 60 kilos category. I think maybe, well, look at that.
I think he's pleased.
Huh?
I think he's a bit pleased.
I think so, a little bit pleased. So here we go, second one. Poor Ouchigari from Sigaku, and he gets countered backwards. Referee gives an Ippon for it. Wasari Waseti Ippon probably for me, but nevertheless, good win there from Abaguru. Well, we've got a final. Here we go, final of the under 60 kilos category. Ashley Mackenzie of England comes out. Chana of India. Chana has been on incredible form all day, but Ashley Mackenzie, under 23 European champion, and he is a regular winner, Grand Prix, Grand Slam medals. He's always out there at the big events.
Cannot wait to see this, Neil. Ashley Mackenzie on the other mat, we didn't get to see his earlier rounds, but absolutely phenomenal fighter. But we've been watching Chana all day. He's been dynamic with that Sasai foot sweep. Unbelievable. He's got his work cut out for him. Here we go, both fighters coming to the mat.
Well, here we go. Ashley Mackenzie of England in white. Predominantly a left-handed fighter. Left Taitoshi is what he likes to do, but he changes it to the other side as well with the right Yoko Satemi. Easily stopped, though, there by Chana of India. Well, Ashley Mackenzie trying to ref the referee.
they played him right, didn't they?
So one penalty goes to Chana. Arm over. Chana's got to attack straight away if any cross grip. Looking for the Uchimata, Chana, but he can also switch it to the other flank as well. Good judo man, Chana. He's done well all day, hasn't he?
Absolutely. I was just saying about his technical prowess in the preliminaries. I'm partial to footwork, to Ashiwaza. I love it. I think it's a fantastic way to showcase our sport. Working the feet now.
Well counted. Sorry, Nick. Just well counted there from Ashley McKenzie. But Chana is dangerous.
That's all right, Neil. Age before beauty.
Second penalty, I think, coming out. So Chana gets a second penalty. Ashley McKenzie needs to step up the pace. Needs to leave that alone as well. That's the third time.
That. Absolutely. Again for the
I think a penalty. I think a penalty coming here now for McKenzie. Well, no love lost between these two. We can see that. Chana keeps cross gripping. Has to attack immediately. He's going to get another penalty for that if he's not careful. Sumega Ishii, though, against McKenzie.
Does he know something that we don't, Neil?
Meaning?
Well, he's going for that overhand grip, for that same side gripping. It's so dangerous. I don't know why you would even chance it.
Well, the referee's normally very, very quick onto that. Any cross grip has got to go in immediately for an attack. Third penalty goes to Chana. One more and it's all over.
It's not the way that McKenzie wants to win. He's a crowd pleaser. Look
Top
at cat-like from Chana. Chana the cat.
So good drop Seoinage there from Chana. From Ashley McKenzie, sorry. Ashley McKenzie, right Seoinage as well. Predominantly left-handed, but he's got this right Seoinage. Almost won him the match there. Halfway through the contest, still a long way to go. Chana still dangerous.
Stepped out of bounds there for me, Neil. I'm not sure from this angle.
Well, he keeps just putting that Sasai across there, Chana. Scored twice with it in the preliminary rounds. So Ashley McKenzie just got to be a little bit careful. Can't be just defensive in his play. But Chana is really bad on the edge. It's a strange match, isn't it?
It's nothing like the preliminaries now. This is a brand new fighter.
Well, it might be all over here. It might be Hon Sokomaki and the win by default for Ashley McKenzie and England.
I don't want that. Absolutely don't want that.
Well, let's just hope the referee just gives him one more chance to redeem himself.
Neil, rules are rules.
True.
There we
So
are.
he has. Fight carries on. 2 minutes to go. McKenzie hasn't received one penalty for that. Should have got 2 for me.
But we both know you're the hardest referee in this room.
Well,
Neil.
you've got to be. Like I said, the harder you are on it, then the better they are at keeping within the rules. So Ashley McKenzie, just a little bit nervous, and I think that he can feel the danger of Chana. I often say from the commentary position that they can feel the danger. Oh! Wazari scored. Chana scores a Wazari. 1 minute 22. Now he needs an Ippon.
It's a loss of concentration there from McKenzie. Looking up into the crowd. I'm not quite sure what he's looking for up there.
Well, now he's got to go forwards. McKenzie now got to attack. Needs to back him up towards the edge.
Oh, that's the most defensive posture I've ever seen.
There's McKenzie. Oh, it's a Wazari. It's a Wazari scored. I think the referee was halfway between a Wazari
I don't think
and Ippon there.
Yeah, he doesn't know whether it's a Ippon or Wazari.
Wazari for sure. can't be an Ippon. Did he give Ippon? My goodness me. Well, here we go again. Have a look on it. He landed on his side, rolled onto his back. Wazari changed, Ippon changed to a Wazari, so quite rightly so too. Wazari each and 3 Shidos against Chana. So now Mackenzie back in the lead. How quickly it can turn. A contest can turn.
Well, waiting for the video referee. The care system is talking to the referee in the middle through an earpiece, looking over the video of the fight, determining again.
Well, they've still got the Ippon up there, up for Mackenzie. They've got to change it to the Wazari. Mackenzie doesn't know what's happening, nor does Chana. So it still hasn't been changed. They've got to change the board. Anybody looking at that would think that Mackenzie's already won the match. So video referee, this is what the video referee is all about. So 2 judges on a top table having a look at the referee's decisions and sometimes overthrowing the decision.
It might be just as simple as there's problems with the electronic scoreboard, Neil. Technology does have its limits.
No, I think you're right. I think they're just trying to change it. Well, Mackenzie said, well, I think Ashley Mackenzie doing a good job of refereeing in the middle of the mat there.
I think we need to get him a blue blazer.
They are going to change it.
To reset the clock, we have to reset the
3 penalties have got to go on against Chana. There's the Wazari for Mackenzie. 1 Wazari for Chana as well has got to go on.
So as a fighter, what you want to do is now get your head together. It's kind of taken away from your game plan here. You're given a bit of a rest if you're looking at it that way. But instead of worrying about what's happening at top table, get your wits about you.
And they've got 1 penalty less. There's 3 penalties to go up there. Another penalty to go up for Chana.
The crowd is now helping them out. Everyone holding up 3 fingers.
Well, it's definitely 3 penalties. So you're absolutely right, though, Nikki. You know, it can break your rhythm. Absolutely breaks the rhythm. Chana now is going to go ballistic. I'm almost positive of it. Chana comes forward. Final of the under 60 kilos category.
Under a minute left.
Well, can Mackenzie get the Ippon that he wants? He's got to be a little bit cautious with this man. He's got his grip, might as well use it now. 38 seconds. Chana's the one that's got to attack.
Pull it out of the bag here.
Well, Mackenzie now just attacking enough. Chana is very, very close to being disqualified.
Oh, not a good
crowd
move.
won't like that. Crowd will not like that at all. That is not in the spirit of the game.
If he wants out, that's the way to do it.
Obviously frustrated, Chana. 17 seconds left in this Commonwealth final.
Do you know what it is, Neil? He's met his shadow. He's fighting himself out there and doesn't know what to do with it.
You're absolutely right, beating himself up. He's going to get another penalty for cross grip. 3 seconds to go. And if he doesn't get the Honsoka Maki, I'll be very surprised.
Oh,
he's giving it the other way. What do I know? It's all over. Ashley Mackenzie wins the gold.
Well, the crowd is appreciative of his hard work and the hard work of both fighters. Bit disappointed with Chana's performance. We saw brilliance all day in the preliminaries. We have a new fighter out here in the final.
Well, I think also it just shows a little bit of difference in class. Mackenzie a class up, of course.
Well, I really do believe he met himself out there, and that's probably one of the hardest fights you'll ever have, is when you fight your own style and you've got your own tactics thrown back into your face.
Well, a good win for Ashley Mackenzie. And a gold for England. There's the Cianagi, clearly on his side there. Wazari scored. And Mackenzie says, I am number one. Well, that's a good confidence booster for Ashley Mackenzie going to the World Championships in 4 weeks' time. And really good for the morale as well. Good training event out there, stepping out onto the big stage and then going through the motions, having to make weight, etc., etc. So now we have medal ceremony of the ladies under 48 kilograms.
Ladies and gentlemen, your patience, please. The medal ceremony for the women's under 48 kilos will be taking place shortly. Stay with us.
Well, one thing's for sure, we're going to get rapturous applause for the under 48 kilos gold medal winner. We were just commenting on how super the rostrum looks.
I love that rostrum.
So the crowd here, like I've said, absolutely amazing, Nikki, and the atmosphere, my goodness me, we could have cut it, couldn't we, with a knife? So.
Sorry, Neil, I didn't hear you there.
Well, just...
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the medal ceremony.
More from the SECC will bring you that medal ceremony where Scotland have won their first medal of these Commonwealth Games. But we can now cross back to the velodrome where a little bit earlier on we saw Australia take gold in the 4,000 metres team pursuit. England took silver and New Zealand bronze. We can now bring you that medal ceremony.
Please welcome the medal ceremony for the men's 4,000 metres team pursuit. Led by our lone piper, representing the Scots Guards, Lance Corporal John Mitchell. The medals will be presented by the leader of Glasgow City Council, Gordon Matheson.
Presentation of the medals for the men's 4,000 metre team pursuit will be made by Gordon Matheson, the leader, Glasgow City Council, and he's going to be assisted by the Secretary General of the Commonwealth Games, Veda Bruno Victor. And the winners of the bronze medal, the team of New Zealand, Shane Archibald, Peter Bulling, Dylan Kennett and Mark Ryan. Longest of all the presentations, and at the World Championships, of course, they have to present 4 rainbow jerseys as well to the winners. The ultimate jersey that any cyclist can wear in cycling, white jersey with the rainbow stripes, the Aachen seal.
Winners of the silver medals, England.
And the winners of the silver medal are the team from England. Bradley Wiggins.
Represented by Stephen Burke, Ed Clancy,
Stephen Burke,
and Sir Bradley Wiggins.
Andy Tennant. And finally, Ed Clancy. Really very much left for him to win, is there? He's just about won everything. And then these little mementos as well to take away. He's always pulling Berkey's leg. I remember when I interviewed them at the big presentation, the gala dinner once in Manchester, and he was pulling his leg something rotten there on the stage. Good camaraderie amongst the boys. That's the one thing about sport, it's the stimulus, isn't it? It's the thing that keeps you going.
So they have a great time, and they're all really good mates, and they need to know each other and support each other through the preparation for events like this.
You're right. And so the Commonwealth Games gold medalists, the champions, the 8th time they've won this event. The team of Jack Bobridge, Luke Davidson, Alex Edmondson and Glenn O'Shea. Bobridge got his medal first.
Australia represented by Jack Bobridge, Luke Davison,
Second
Alex
was Luke
Edmondson
Dawson.
and Glenn O'Shea.
Finally, Glenn O'Shea, the team of Australia. Second gold medal then for the proud nation on this first evening of track action.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Australia. Glasgow, let's celebrate our Commonwealth Games medalists.
So Australia's voracious appetite for gold already beginning to reflect here on day one. That's 2 in the bag.
They've had a successful evening, haven't they?
Certainly have. There's Bobridge. No doubt looking forward to the challenge of the individual pursuit tomorrow, the world record holder. He has been the former world champion as well. Or he has been the world champion, I should say. So that's the end, I think, of the appearances in the Commonwealth Games for Wiggins. He's not doing any anymore.
I'm sure when you come home with a silver medal, you're always thinking, oh, maybe I should ride the individual time trial or the road race. But I think this time he spoke out and said that he was only going to ride the team's pursuit, so he'll have to do it for this year, Commonwealth Games.
Some entry as well for that road time trial. A lot of the boys coming over, of course, from Europe, you know, for the tour. They've all got the good legs and terrific preparation. How huge is that in Australia?
That's massive. I was just thinking about that, all the road races that these lads could win on the road over here in Europe, but this is the Commonwealth Games, and there's no feeling like winning that championship when you're wearing your Australian team outfit.
I think that goes for anybody that's picked to represent their country anywhere in any sport.
They're very young lads, but they've been around for a long time riding together.
Champion!
So from the velodrome to the SECC, where, as you can see on your screens, Kimberly Rennicks has won Scotland's first gold medal of these Commonwealth Games. She won the 48 kilogram judo, and she managed to beat India's Shunshila Likmabam, who took the silver medal. But as you can see, an absolutely delighted Kimberly Rennicks there on your screen. She is the younger and the smaller of 2 sisters who are taking part for Scotland in the judo. Her older sister set to go in her final in a couple of minutes' time. But as you can see there, Kimberly Rennicks absolutely delighted and proud to be winning that gold medal, and plenty of support for her too there in the SECC arena in Glasgow's West End.
Of Scotland. Let's celebrate our Commonwealth Games medalists!
So from the SECC, we can head across to Scotstoun, where, as you can see on your screen there, it's Scotland against India in the squash.
And again, so early from backhand. So when the players play these kind of patient rallies, really what they're trying to show their opponent is that they're trying to push their position, their basic recovery position to the tee. They're trying to push it back, and when they do make their opponent a little bit complacent and push their tee back, that's when they can attack the front of the court, either with a boast, changing the direction of the ball, or with a drop shot. Both players very accomplished at that style of game.
Well, you mentioned at the beginning, Martin, it was going to be a game of cat and mouse, and we certainly have got a game just like that. Only 1 point separates them in this first game. And Alan Klein just unable to get it out the back forehand corner. And that gives Harinder Pal Sandhu from India a 7-5 lead here in the first game.
Well, that last shot there, the beautiful length was compounded by pretty good position. Very hard for Alan Klein to get round his opponent. But Sandhu's got that 2-point spread now. Alan Klein's got to focus and really no errors at all here. Whoa, side spin. These guys do like to use side spin sometimes, and it helps it hug the wall, up and down the wall.
Yes, Len? 7-5.
So, let ball given. So we'll replay that point again.
A little bit of interference, not able to quite play the ball.
Head up. Hand out. 6-7.
Well, again, we see that beautiful fade across the court that's so effective on these glass courts. Got to say, as a former squash pro myself, and
Yes,
you
Len?
too, I'm sure, you just love these types of matches. Very
6-7.
psychological.
Psychological and very competitive.
Yep.
Neither one wanting to give away anything too easily. Make the other one work as hard as possible to gain every point. If you're going to give a point away, you don't want to do it easily.
Down.
More from the squash to come, but now let's head across to the Tollcross National Swimming Centre, because a lot of action there to keep us entertained here on day one of these Commonwealth Games. The first race that we will be watching is the women's 400 metre individual medley final, and I can tell you that Scotland's Hannah Milley is the reigning Commonwealth champion.
It's going to be a wonderful race. Yes, Hannah Miley, her dad, I think, asked you for your autograph, signed something for Hannah a few years ago, and that's inspired her, and look at her now.
Yeah, I just retired from swimming, and I was at a dinner, and he came and asked me to sign a card for Hannah. So I was like, yeah, sure. And then a couple of years later, Hannah Miley, I was like, oh yeah, that's Hannah Miley.
Well, that's what these games, big events, can do for youngsters in the stands. It can inspire them to greatness and set them on the right path. The crowd joining in the countdown as the swimmers will be heading out. This is Marley Aldershot from Canada. She swims from lane 8. One of 3 Canadians in this final.
In lane number 1, representing England, Danielle Lowe.
Danielle Lowe, a 19-year-old. She has a personal best of 4:42.24, and that is much quicker than the time she swam in qualifying. Expect her to go much quicker. Jessica Pengelly, the 23-year-old Australian, swimming out of lane 7.
In lane number 2, representing Canada, Erica Seltenreich-Hodgson.
So another of the Canadians here. This is Erica Seltenreich-Hodgson, who swam 4:41.77 to qualify for the final.
Karen McMaster.
Karen McMaster is the Australian champion from 2013 and 2014. A 20-year-old. She has lane 6.
Representing Canada, Emily Overholt.
Emily Overholt is the youngest swimmer in the field at 16 years of age. She has a real chance from lane 3.
In lane number 5, representing England,
Amy Wilmot, the English swimmer who swam beautifully in the heats this morning, 4:39.50. She was 5th in Delhi in 2010. A huge roar for Hannah Miley, the defending champion, the games record holder, the world short course champion, the silver medalist from the 2011 World Championships in Shanghai. We are underway with the final session, day 1 of the swimming of the 2014 Commonwealth Games. It's Danielle Lowe of England in lane 1, and then Seltenreich-Hodgson, Canada in 2, Overholt, Canada in 3, Miley in 4, Wilmot in 5 from Scotland and England, McMaster, Australia, Pengelly, Australia, and Aldershot of Canada. As they head down the first lap of butterfly, it's 100 metres each of butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke and freestyle. We will expect to see some changes in race order depending on the strengths of these swimmers, and Overholt clearly is a very good butterfly, leading from low.
She certainly is. The lead's going to change probably 4 or 5 times throughout this 400 individual medley. But what a fantastic start. Hannah Miley is not the strongest butterflyer, but she's certainly doing a fantastic job up against Overholt here, coming into the turn into the backstroke.
It's a wonderful start for Miley. She's holding down second. She might almost turn in front. It's Overholt in front. Now Miley has just pipped her by 2/100ths of a second. They're 1/3 of a second off world record pace. Wilmot back there in 3rd placing. And then you would go back perhaps to lane number 6, and that's McMaster of Australia, just ahead of the swimmer Danielle Lowe in lane 1. Up they go in the first 50 of backstroke. Still breaststroke and freestyle to come after this 100 metres of backstroke.
Hannah Miley here coming into the turn to the second 50 of the backstroke, up with Wilmot. Wilmot, historically a better backstroker than Hannah Miley. So if Hannah Miley is thereabouts going into the breaststroke, she has a phenomenal breaststroke. 2:30 odds for 200 metres breaststroke, which is exceptionally fast.
So it's the swimmers in the form lanes, Wilmot and Miley leading the field as they go down towards the halfway point. It's Amy Wilmot, a finalist in Delhi in 2010. She missed the medals, but she has every chance of finishing on the podium here. A long way to go still. She's about to turn in the breaststroke, but it's Wilmot in front from Miley. McMaster has moved up close to Miley. She turns in 3rd. She's just under a second away from our race leader.
Half a second under world record pace at the halfway mark. Absolutely amazing. Now the crowd is trying to lift these girls because they can hear them every time they take a breath.
The world record stands at 4:28.43. It was set at the London Olympics in 2012 by Yi Shi Wen of China. Miley's gains record 10 seconds slower. Surely that will go here. Up they go. It's Wilmot in front of Miley as they turn through the 250-metre mark. And look at the time, 1.45 under world record pace. Amy Wilmot of England is absolutely flying. She leads Miley and McMaster.
Oh, it's tremendous. It's shaping up to be coming right down to the wire into this 100 freestyle leg. The crowd is going to go absolutely ballistic.
Oh, what a finish we have coming up here. Miley is still within striking distance. This is going to boil down to the freestyle. It's Wilmot in front, Miley in second. Across in third it would be the Canadian Sellenreich Hodgson and then McMaster. But look at the world record line. The first two well under it. 2 seconds in fact. Wilmot leading Miley by almost a second with Sellenreich Hodgson of Canada holding down third. Oh, this is going to be remarkable.
I don't think there's going to be a world record because when Yi Shi Wen broke that world record, she split faster than Ryan Lochte for the last 100. But look at this race, oh my goodness, Hannah Miley is coming back on Amy Wilmot.
Miley, she may have taken over the lead here. It's the Scottish girl and the English girl, lanes 4 and 5 as they turn with 50 to swim. Miley's in front from Wilmot. They're outside world record pace, as Alison suggested, by around a second. No world record, but there should be, could be, maybe, fingers crossed for the locals, a Scottish gold medal. Hannah Miley, the defending champion, bringing it home. She's stretching a lead over Amy Wilmot. They are a long way in front of the rest of the field. Hannah Miley, the champion in Delhi, and the champion in Glasgow as well. The first gold to Scotland.
What a performance.
England take the silver through Wilmot, Australia the bronze through McMaster.
Hannah Miley has just become the first Scottish woman to win gold on home soil and the first woman to defend the title in the 400 individual medley. What an amazing swim. She wasn't perturbed by Amy Wilmot's fast first 300 metres. She just played her own game, swam her own swim in her own lane, didn't worry about Amy Wilmot or the rest of the field and just did what she trained to do. How disappointed is Amy Wilmot going to be now? Oh, fantastic swimming though. Both girls had great swims.
Yes, I don't know about the disappointment factor for Wilmot. Obviously she would prefer to have won gold, but my word, she's improved dramatically over the last 4 years. She missed the podium in Delhi. And, well, she was under world record pace for much of this race here. She's taken silver.
She did, and she's done a personal best time as well. She couldn't do any more. She did the best that she could do, and Hannah Miley just blew her away.
What a start. What a start for the swimming. Just as the locals wanted it, they couldn't have written the script any better.
And I think there must have been a pretty close race for the bronze medal there, with McMaster coming in for the bronze.
Well, Hannah Miley's coached by her father Patrick, and what a proud man he must be. Hannah Miley in a games record time taking the gold medal in the 400 individual medley from Amy Wilmot and Karen McMaster. Seltenreich Hodgson finishing 4th from Overholt and Oldershaw, the 3 Canadians, 4th, 5th and 6th. Then Pengelly and Lowe. 4:31.76 that time. Well, the games record this morning was 4:38, so that's 7 seconds quicker.
What a performance. She's always so happy. Smiley Miley. That's her nickname. I just didn't make that up.
No, I know you didn't. Why wouldn't she be smiling? Our second final is the men's 400 metres freestyle, and Ryan McKeon is out to defend his title here. David McKeon of Australia is in lane number 4, and Stephen Milne, the Scotsman, swam a wonderful heat this morning. He has 3. That's the start that Scotland was after, and Stephen Milne now, or Robbie Rennick perhaps. Daniel Wallace, 3 Scottish swimmers here for a chance to continue that success.
It's going to be tough up against this field of swimmers though, isn't it?
Jordan Harrison, the 19-year-old Australian, who was equal 6th in the World Championships in Barcelona last year. He was in the final. Mac Horton, another teenager from Australia, has lane 1. An 18-year-old, he's an up-and-coming distance star. He has the world top 4 time in 2014. James Guy is an 18-year-old from England. He also made the final in Barcelona. He finished in 5th placing. Robbie Rennick of Scotland. Well, he'll be inspired by what he's just seen from Hannah Miley. He was 6th in Delhi. And Daniel Wallace, Scotsman number 2 here in lane number 6, 21-year-old. Stephen Mill swam brilliantly this morning. He's a 20-year-old. He's the Scottish 800 and 1500 metre champion.
Representing Canada, Ryan Cochrane.
Here is the defending champion, the 25-year-old Canadian, Ryan Cochrane. He just missed the medals at the last World Championships, finishing 4th.
David McKeon.
And David McKeon is the fastest qualifier. He'll turn 22 tomorrow. Well, he'd like to get an early birthday present here. His dad, Ron McKeon, won this event in Edmonton back in 1978. Ian Thorpe is the game's record holder, 3:40.08. Biederman, a touch quicker, 100th of a second, holding the world record.
Take your mark.
The men's 400 metre freestyle final here at the Tollcross International Swimming Centre. The swimmers from the top, it's Horton, Australia, Rennick, Scotland in 2, Milne, Scotland 3, McKeon, Australia in the first of the yellow lanes there, lane 4, alongside the defending champion, Cochrane, Canada, Wallace of Scotland in 6, then Guy, England, and Harrison of Australia right at the bottom of the screen in the yellow cap as they take it through the first 50. McKeon leading Guy by 0.3, and across in lane number 1, the 18-year-old Mac Horton holding down 3rd.
Yeah, McKeon, he had an exceptional swim this morning, made it look really easy. He was quite a considerable distance ahead of the rest of the field, and I wouldn't count out Matt Horton out there in lane 1. He's inside the top 4 fastest in the world this year, so he's got the skills and the pedigree in 400 freestyle to maybe get on this podium.
Well, McKeon's taken it out very fast. In fact, Guy as well, and also Horton, all well under world record pace through the first 100 metres. And it's the yellow cap of David McKeon, the 21-year-old, the still 21-year-old, but not for much longer. And he is our race leader as we have a good look at the stroke as we go back above the waterline. McKeon it is who leads, and leads pretty comfortably from lane 7. James Guy, the 18-year-old Englishman, and Mac Horton still in lane number 1, holding down 3rd placing.
Yeah, 400 free, a very tactical race. They're going to take it out strong and steady for the first 200 metres and then build into the final 200. So I think we're going to see McKeon picking it up in the second 200 here.
Still McKeon as he goes through, still under world record pace, and that's showing no sign of abating either. Almost 1.5 seconds inside Biederman's world record time. Guy holding down 2nd, Horton, and then beyond that you'd perhaps go back to in 4th placing. It might be down there in lane number 8, Jordan Harrison, and then lane 6, Daniel Wallace will be in 5th.
Yeah, it's very tight for the minor medals here, but David McKeon is dominating.
Starting to slow down the pace a little is McKeon. He's still under world record pace, but the world record chopped about 0.6 of a second off that. So he's going to have to really maintain a hard pace here. Biederman brought it home very, very well when he set that world record in Rome at the World Championships in 2009. And the world record has just about overtaken McKeon now. Oh, still half a second, can be misleading. McKeon from Guy. Cochran has taken over third in lane number 5. And Horton has dropped back into 4th placing. 5th would be held down by Wallace, and then it would be Harrison. And then you go back to Milne and Rennick in lanes 3 and 2 respectively. But there's our race leader.
Ryan Cochran is coming back like an absolute train. He's a 1500 metre man, so he has the endurance and the stamina. And now it looks like he has to sprint as well.
No world record here. They're almost a second outside of world record pace. But Cochran looking to defend his title. McKeon desperately trying to hold on. The Canadian looks stronger in the closing stages. It's the Canadian at the top of the screen, the yellow cap belonging to McKeon. But the Canadian Cochran is going to defend his title. Ryan Cochran goes in and takes the gold medal for Canada. McKeon takes the silver, Guy the bronze for England. Well done, Ryan Cochran. Champion in Delhi, champion in Glasgow at what will be his final Commonwealth Games.
That was the best paced 400 freestyle I've seen in a long time. Ryan Cochran, that was absolutely unbelievable. Came back in a 27.2, 1.5 seconds quicker on the final 50 than Dave McKeon. That's his conditioning from the 1500 though, coming through and into his sprints. That'll make my husband a very happy man. He's a Canadian.
Yes, very happy man indeed. Ryan Cochran, this I mentioned his last Commonwealth Games. He's not going to retire in the immediate future, but he's starting the circuit of finals. Final Worlds next year, final Olympics in 2 from now. And he finishes his final Commonwealth Games 400 metre freestyle with a gold medal. Ryan Cochran, 3:40.346, the gold. David McKeon, 3:44.09. James Guy, 3:44.58. Horton 4th. Wallace, Harrison, Rennick and Milne following in that order.
That's 2 very exciting races where it's come down to the final 50 metres for the winner to show. Unbelievable.
And 2 Delhi winners backing up in Glasgow. Well, great start for the Canadian contingent here.
Yeah, it's very difficult to win back-to-back events like that, especially on a longer distance, to keep it going for 4-year cycles.
So he was 3rd for much of the race. He built it up to 2nd with 100 to go. And at the important time, he touched the wall first.
Yeah. That was his plan all along.
Yeah.
He just didn't let
absolutely.
David McKeon know that. Or the rest of the field.
So Scotland taking the first gold medal, Canada the second. And still 4 gold medals to be decided on the first night of swimming here at the Tollcross International Swimming Centre. Well, that's just fantastic for Cochran. As I mentioned, he will compete at the next World Championships there in Kazan in Russia in 12 months' time.
A year today, exactly.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
There you go. And, of course, the Olympic Games in Rio in 2 years' time, but that will be it. He's 25 at the moment, and he's doing the circuit to round out his career. He's very happy to take home a gold medal, because for a long time, Ryan Cochran was thereabouts, but he didn't win many of the big races, did he? He was often overshadowed, I suppose, in his younger years by, quite frankly, Ian Thorpe and Hackett and those sort of guys. And gradually he's been able to make the 400 his own.
Oh, what an excitement. Now we've got another McKeon coming up in the next final, women's 200 freestyle.
Yes, younger sister Emma McKeon. Well, they have it in the genes, David and Emma McKeon. Their dad, Ron McKeon, as I mentioned, a winner of the 400 metres freestyle in the Edmonton Commonwealth Games. That was back in 1978. And their mum, Susie, that was Susie Woodhouse. She won a gold medal at the 82 Commonwealth Games in Brisbane. And their uncle, Rob Woodhouse, was a mainstay of the Australian team and a regular Olympic finalist in the medley for many, many years.
So it's certainly been on the cards for the kids to be all right at swimming.
Well, mum and dad and uncle and aunt, they're all here. They're all staying in the same home, so the celebrations, should Emma get up, would be enormous. Although I was speaking to Rob Woodhouse earlier and he said, wouldn't it be great if they both won? But he said, I'm not sure if just one of them won. Perhaps it'd be better if they both got beaten. So it makes it a little tough.
Yeah.
Still, Emma McKeon has a lot of work to do because Siobhan O'Connor was very impressive for England. She'll have lane 5. And Jazz Carlin, of course, the silver medalist from the last Commonwealth Games in lane number 6. So there are chances aplenty. Lauren Boyle was most impressive at the World Championships in Barcelona last year. She's from New Zealand. She'll have lane 3 here.
Yeah, we're just getting ready now for the medal ceremony for Hannah Miley. This place is going to go absolutely bonkers.
That's a technical Scottish term for excitement, isn't it?
Yeah.
Miley, as I mentioned, coached by her dad.
Up in Gary, up near Aberdeen. Yes, she's trained there for her whole life.
Yeah. And speaking of fathers, Amy Wilmot, who will be presented with the silver medal, her dad competed at the 84 Olympics in the pool as well. She trains at Middlesbrough. She's just about to relocate to London, the London Aquatic Centre, after these Commonwealth Games.
Well, I think the crowd are in for a real treat with these medal ceremonies.
Yes, and we'll be underway very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the medal ceremony for the women's 400 metres individual medley. Led out by Lone Piper representing the Royal Air Force SAC, Hannah Wright.
Very Scottish theme about the medal ceremony, and why not?
The medals will be presented by His Royal Highness
Can't have a ceremony without pipers.
Accompanied by Michael Cavan, Chairman of Commonwealth Games Scotland. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Australia, Karen McMaster.
Karen McMaster, the bronze medalist. Great reception for her, Australia's first medal at the Commonwealth Games swimming program. She's the national champion from the last 2 years. She's come to Glasgow, one of her first big meets, and she's taken away a medal.
Winner of the silver medal, representing England, Amy Wilmot.
The 21-year-old Amy Wilmot, silver the result for her after at one stage she looked as if it may have been gold and a world record. But the world record remains untouched.
Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion in a time of 4:31.76 and a brand new Commonwealth Games record representing Scotland, Hannah Miley.
A big deep breath and up she goes into the middle stop on the podium. Hannah Miley, Smiley Miley, with every reason to do so, the gold medalist in the first of the swimming events here in Glasgow 2014. A huge roar for the girl from Aberdeen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Scotland.
It brings tears to the eyes of everyone here, not only the Scottish supporters and certainly Hannah Miley. The goosebumps are plenty. The flower of Scotland piped in honour of the gold medalist in the 400 metres individual medley. Hannah Miley's had some big wins over the years, but I don't think we've ever seen her as emotional as that.
And I can totally understand why. To have your anthem in your home country and have your anthem played by a lone piper, to any Scottish person that means a lot, and it gives you goosebumps. It's absolutely amazing. So happy for her.
It was a wonderful moment. Well, the Commonwealth Games have only just begun, but surely that will go down by the completion of the Games in a couple of weeks from now as one of the highlights.
Well, it certainly will, because it's probably, I don't know what else has happened today in the rest of the Commonwealth Games, but I'm pretty sure that's the first gold medal for Scotland.
It's a moment that is going to be hard to top, and now the girls embark on their lap of honour. The bronze medalist, Karen McMaster of Australia, and then the gold medalist, Hannah Miley of Scotland, and the silver medalist, Amy Wilmot of England.
We got presented with a quaich, a small Scottish drinking vessel instead of flowers or the usual cuddly toy.
So that's going to be a feature of the presentations, the quaich, a shallow two-handled drinking cup or bowl has its origins back in the 17th century. We'll tell you more about that as we see the quake throughout the medal ceremonies. Oh dear. The keys to the city, no doubt, will be handed to Hannah Miley. But she's got a big program to come as well.
She does. That's just her first event. She's got lots more. She'll enjoy the moment, and then she's professional. She'll go and get ready for her next races.
She becomes the first Scottish swimmer to win a gold medal at a Commonwealth Games in Scotland.
That's right. That's right. What an
course,
honour.
Yeah, the Games have previously been held in Edinburgh in 1970 and 86, but no victories for Scotland at those Games, but Hannah Miley has done it here.
Her family, that's her dad there.
Her dad,
Her
Patrick,
brothers.
and coach, of course.
It's a family of swimmers. Her brothers both swim.
And it's not the thing brothers like to do, to embrace their big sisters, but I think on this occasion he doesn't mind too much.
It's an amazing achievement. To defend her title as well. Phenomenal.
A feel-good story. It's exactly what, well, the Games didn't need because we had a wonderful opening ceremony last night, but gee, if you needed a start to capture the imagination of the Scottish public, this was the moment.
And look how much it meant to her. She's very emotional right now. Now she can relax and enjoy the rest of the meet.
She can. I think she's happy she's not backing up to swim in about 10 minutes time, though. I think she's burnt up a lot of emotional energy over the last, 15 or 20 minutes in particular in the course of the medal ceremony. It's a most popular win. It's popular among the locals, and I'm sure everyone here at the Tollcross International Swimming Centre. Scotland have won 2 medals in this event, and Hannah Miley has won them both. No better way to do it in consecutive Commonwealth Games. I wonder what will be on the front page of the local newspaper tomorrow.
It could be a hard choice. Seriously, it could be a hard choice.
It could be, but
the first
win number one
yeah,
is
definitely
hard to top.
Yeah, you're right.
So the celebrations will continue not only here at the Tollcross Centre, but of course for many weeks to come. But now there's a job at hand for these swimmers. They all have other events to come, but of course the women's 200 metre freestyle. The girls will be preparing themselves in the call room for the next of the finals. There's the start list for the women's 200 metre freestyle. Boyle, I spoke about earlier, lane 3 of New Zealand. Emma McKeon of Australia in 4. Siobhan O'Connor of England in 5. And Jazz Carlin of Wales 6. Chiverton and McLean in 1 and 2, and Prinsloo and Barrett making up the field 7 and 8.
Yeah, this is stacking up to be a really interesting final. Can Emma McKeon hold off the charge from Siobhan O'Connor? She's had a spectacular year.
Freestyle final. In lane 8, representing Australia.
As we meet the swimmers now. Bronte Barrett of Australia, she was the bronze medalist at the London Olympics, not to be discounted. She has lane 8 though. Easy not to be noticed out there. Samantha Cheverton of Canada is a 25-year-old. She qualified with 1:58.61. She will swim from lane 1.
In lane number 7, representing South Africa, Karen Prinsloo.
Prinsloo is from South Africa. She was ranked 4th of the starters going into this event. She swam 1:58.38 to qualify for lane 7.
Brittany McLean.
Brittany McLean, a 20-year-old from Canada. She has lane number 2. The Canadians in lanes 1 and 2.
In lane 6, representing Wales, Jazz Carlin.
Jazz Carlin, the Welsh girl at 23 years of age, the silver medalist from the last Commonwealth Games in India.
Representing New Zealand, Lauren Boyle.
Lauren Boyle at 26 is the oldest swimmer in the field. Something of a late bloomer, the bronze medalist from the World Short Course Championships.
Siobhan Marie O'Connor.
Siobhan O'Connor, she set a games record this morning. It lasted about 5 minutes.
In lane 4, representing Australia, Emma McKeon.
Emma McKeon broke that games record set by O'Connor, and she broke it by a mere 1/100th of a second. Emma McKeon, the Australian national record holder. Boyle swimming from 3. So Cheverton and McLean in lanes 1 and 2, then Boyle of New Zealand in the yellow lanes, McKeon of Australia, O'Connor England, Carlin in 6, Prinsloo 7, and Barrett in lane 8, almost disappearing from screen as we speak. And O'Connor once again taking it out very hard in lane 5. She's established just a slight lead over McKeon in the first 50. McKeon now getting into a rhythm though, and they'll turn almost together. O'Connor from McKeon by 11/100ths of a second. Lane 8, I mentioned it's easy not to see the swimmers in the outside lanes, and Bronte Barrett's in 3rd place.
So O'Connor had a tremendous start. Her reaction time off the block was spectacular. Sometimes it's harder for the taller swimmers to get a faster reaction. O'Connor had a great first 50 metres.
So it's lanes 4 and 5, followed by 8, McKeon and O'Connor and Barrett through the halfway point. O'Connor in front by 2/100ths of a second. They're half a second outside Federica Pellegrini's world record. McKeon 2nd, Barrett 3rd, but it's a case of swimming down O'Connor at this stage, and it looks like McKeon may have done that as she puts on the afterburners in the 3rd 50.
It looks like she has, but O'Connor's not going to give up easily. And look at Bronte Barrett coming into the frame now. This is going to go right down to the wire.
So as they turn with 50 to go, McKeon by 1/10 of a second over O'Connor. Lane 4 from 5, still Barrett holding down 3rd place in lane number 8. And then you go across to Boyle holding down 4th, McLean, Cheverton, Carlin and Prinsloo. But as they bring it home now, great race here. McKeon of Australia, O'Connor of England. It's McKeon in the yellow cap, and she seems to be extending the lead. O'Connor giving it everything, but this is going to be a McKeon gold medal. Australia takes it out through Emma McKeon in a games record time from Siobhan O'Connor, and Bronte Barrett, lane 8, taking the bronze medal, 1:55.57. So that's her 2nd games record in the space of a day, and this one earns Emma McKeon a gold medal.
She paced that really well. She was a little bit slower off the blocks, but that didn't matter because she had the power where it mattered. Coming down that final 50 metres, she split considerably quicker than O'Connor there, and she just didn't have the gas in the tank to come finish. So a really good finish, McKeon there, right on the stretch. She judged that just right. If she'd taken an extra stroke there, that would have been game over, I think, for her. So she made the right call. Great swimming there for Emma McKeon.
So the McKeon family will have plenty to celebrate this evening. 20-year-old Emma McKeon, the gold medalist in the 200 metres freestyle, a games record 1:55.57. Siobhan O'Connor, the silver for England. Bronte Barrett, the bronze Australia. Boyle fourth, McLean, Carlin, Cheverton and Prinsloo finishing in that order. The women's 200 freestyle final.
Gosh, the women are really a lot have a higher standard now than when I was swimming in for the 200 freestyle. I remember back in 2002, the 200 freestyle was won in 1:59.
1:59.
And now all these girls are 1:58 or quicker.
That's right. 1:59 wouldn't have made the final.
No.
Wouldn't have made the final.
No.
The games record falling 3 times in a day, and this time 1:55.57 took a full second off the time that Emma McKeon set this morning. So a silver medal to David McKeon and a gold medal for kid sister Emma. She has the bragging rights.
Yeah, I read a little bio about that family though, and she was always the one to encourage him.
Yes, we're about to see the first of the finals for the men's para-sport events. This is the 100 metres freestyle S9, and we have 5 starters here. Scotty Victor, Mauritius, Brendan Hall, Australia, in fact 3 Australians, Rowan Crothers, Matthew Cowdrey and Prasanta Kamaka of India. So just the 5 starters. Perhaps disappointing there weren't a few more, but this is one of only, or one of 6 events, so there's plenty more to come in terms of the para-sport events here in the pool at Glasgow 2014. We did have the swimming for para-sports competitors in Delhi, but they were different events. So this is the first time the S9 100 metre freestyle for men has been staged. Now we can see the first of the competitors here. Scotty Victor. In fact, that you'll find is Victor. The first competitor we saw was Kamakar of India. This is Victor of Mauritius. Had a qualifying time of 1:19.08. Lane 3. Matthew Cowdrey has lane 5.
Prasanta Kamaka. In lane 3, representing Australia.
Lane 3 was Brendan Hall. Hall had a time of 57.14. This is Matthew Cowdrey. Matthew Cowdrey is the most decorated, probably of all the Paralympic swimmers. 13 Paralympic gold medals. He's the reigning world and Olympic champion. But he has a real challenger here in the form of Rowan Carruthers, the 16-year-old who broke Cowdrey's world record at the Australian titles. He was a bronze medalist at the World Championships in Barcelona last year. So Carruthers, the 16-year-old from lane 4, against his decorated teammate.
Take your mark.
Off they go. Good start it was by Cowdrey in lane 5. He absolutely flew off the start. As I mentioned, Victor of Mauritius lane 2, Hall Australia, Crothers in 4, Cowdrey 5, and Kamakar of India in lane number 6. But it's those two yellow lanes who lead it out. Terrific rivalry developing between this pair, Cowdrey and Carruthers. At the moment it's Carruthers who leads as he goes up towards the halfway mark. Such an impressive youngster at 16 years of age, the world record holder. He leads by 0.7 of a second in front of Cowdrey, with Hall a second off the lead. So Australia 1, 2 and 3 as they have 25 metres to swim in this men's parasport 100-metre freestyle S9 event. And a gold medal is going the way of the Australians. In fact, it's going to be a clean sweep here. Coming home and well clear, it's Rowan Carruthers, the 16-year-old. He takes the gold medal. It's going to be tight for second, but Cowdrey takes the silver and Hall the bronze medal. 1, 2, 3 for Australia in the men's parasport 100-metre S9.
A new world record for Rowan Carruthers. Fantastic swimming there for the S9 swimmer. Only 16 years old. He's got a long way to go in front of him now. Passing of the baton from Cowdrey to Carruthers, it would seem.
Well, Cowdrey has been on the international scene for a long, long time. He enjoys golf and he has other interests. Rowan Carruthers, I suppose, is champing at the bit at 16 years of age. He wants to have his taste of international glory, and he's going the right way about it, taking gold at the Commonwealth Games after bronze at the World Championships last year. His time 54.58, and that has taken about 0.4 of a second off the record he set at the Australian national titles in Brisbane earlier this year. Well done, Rowan Carruthers. Matt Cowdrey content with silver on this occasion. There's the world record time in the final of the men's parasport 100 freestyle S9, 54.58. Cowdrey 56.33. Hall the bronze 56.85. Well, very proud family, no doubt, and just a wonderful experience as far as Carruthers is concerned. I wonder how much longer we'll see Cowdrey competing on the international stage. He's in his mid-20s, but as I mentioned, he does have a lot of other interests outside of the sport. Carruthers, I think, will be around for quite a while, though.
Yeah, well, he's just really starting his international career at the age of 16. He's got a long future ahead of him in swimming. And Cowdrey, you know, well, he's been there, done that. Maybe he's on the way out. He's just going to bow out with his silver medal, perhaps. Go around, play some golf.
Yes, he enjoys his golf. He's Australia's Swimmer of the Year with a disability 5 times in a row, 2004 through 2008. Australia's most successful Paralympian of all time. And the familiar face at the bottom there.
That looked like Petria Thomas.
That was Petria Thomas, I think you'll find. And I think Petria has an official role with the Australian Institute of Sport or the Australian Sports Commission these days. So, of course, a wonderful butterfly swimmer. She had some great duels with Susie O'Neill over the years.
I remember her well. She was my era. Fantastic swimmer. Multi-Olympic medalist.
Yep. Well spotted.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the medal ceremony for the men's 400 metres freestyle fight. Led out by lone piper representing the Royal Air Force SAC, Hannah Wright.
So we're about to have this second ceremony, the men's 400 metres freestyle. It's going to be gold to this man, Ryan Cochrane of Canada.
medals will be presented by David Carey, Game Ambassador, Glasgow 2014. Accompanied by Mohammed Mahmood, Secretary General of the Commonwealth Games Association, Pakistan.
Got David Carey here presenting the medals, former champion, Scottish freestyle swimmer.
James Guy.
James Guy with his time 3:44.58, winning the bronze medal. 18-year-old emerging star from England, finishing just outside of the medals at the last World Championships, but he has his moment here. He's the British record holder and now a bronze medalist.
The winner of the silver medal, representing Australia, David McKeon.
David McKeon takes a silver medal. I'm sure he'd be pretty happy about that. 3:44.09, but he's probably wondering how he's going to broach breakfast over the next few weeks sitting opposite his younger sister.
I'm sure they'll laugh and laugh and laugh.
Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion in a time of 3:43.46, representing Canada, Ryan Cochrane.
He's done it again, Ryan Cochrane, the gold medalist at the last Commonwealth Games, and now the gold medalist presented by David Carey. They would have had some wonderful battles over the years. And Ryan Cochrane, the recipient of another gold here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Canada.
First gold medal of the swimming program to Canada. And yet another for Ryan Cochrane.
Yep, Canada certainly slowly making their presence felt again on the world stage. There was a time when they were the dominant nation, back in the 80s, early 80s.
The late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah.
They had some wonderful stars, didn't they? Including
They did.
names like Victor Davis.
Alex Bowman.
Alex Bowman, yeah.
Gary Vandermeulen.
Until his world fell apart with marriage.
No, seriously, they're doing a fantastic job so far. They've had finalists in all these events, and it's great to see them making tracks back to the top, especially when they have the likes of Ryan Cochrane leading the way. But they need to. have a base coming through because he's going to be retiring soon. So they certainly need the new youngsters coming up.
It's another 2 years. He's become more sensible, Ryan Cochrane, over the years. He said he's reduced his training volume this winter from around 80 kilometres per week. That's a lot of laps up and down the pool looking at that black line to around 50 to 60 to start this period of farewells, including the World Championships and the Rio Olympics. He says that instead of doing the hard yards, metres after metres, so to speak, he does specific sprint-based training now that he hasn't been able to do throughout his 15-year career. So he's focusing on particular events. He feels he has the mileage, if you like, under the belt. He can fine-tune when he needs to.
Especially when they get older, you don't need to do as many metres in the pool. He's been doing 1500 races and the training for 1500s for decades. So, you know, it's time for him to just take a break because he's getting older. His body can't cope with that much workload anymore. So why not enjoy yourself and do a bit of sprint work?
Well, he was good enough to win the gold medal here, but he has a couple of youngsters, particularly in that field, who will be on the scene for quite some time, including James Guy, the 18-year-old who took the bronze medal for England. David McKeon with that 22nd birthday coming up tomorrow, so he's somewhere in that mid-range, but he's quite a newcomer on the national team, so he will be around for quite some time, you'd think.
Yeah, he was quite a late starter in the world of competitive swimming, inspired by his sister, her swimming, because she was doing really well. And I think he was around 17 when he started training properly. So he's not been at it very long, so he's done a great job to win that silver medal. Gutsy performance going out from the start, tried to lead that, just didn't have enough left in the tank, whereas Ryan Cochrane, he did.
Yes, he was never too far off the pace. In terms of placings, mind you, McKeon, I should say, took it out very hard, but he wasn't too far away in terms of the placings, and he just was able to push forward again, second with 100 to go, and ended up touching the line in touching the wall in first place. Doesn't show all that much emotion, Ryan Cochrane. He's obviously very happy with his win, but he's a pretty cool customer.
Yeah, he is. Quite comfortable in front of the cameras, telling him what to do. It's always that the walk around the poolside to enjoy the crowd's adoration of you.
It's a beautiful looking pool, a very inviting pool as well in these warm conditions. We have the semi-finals of the women's 50 metres breaststroke coming up next, and there is the field. Sloane, Tonks, Hunter, Taylor, Pickett, Johnston, Kinley and Robinson, with Sophie Taylor in the fastest of the lanes, lane 4. It really is a psychological advantage more than anything, although it does enable the swimmers to really keep track on their main rivals, being in the middle of it.
Well, yeah, but in a 50-metre event, it could be quite beneficial to be on the outside, actually, because then you're not in the thick of the wash, yeah, which could happen in a really close race.
Yeah, I suppose particularly given it's a 10-lane pool, so
yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of calm water on one side.
Yeah.
Representing the Isle of Man.
So out comes the swimmers now. This is lane number 8. Robinson of the Isle of Man. In fact, 2 swimmers from the Isle of Man in this semi-final. Laura Kinley is the other of them. She has lane 7. She had a time of 31.97. Yes, she's from Scotland, all right. As the crowd has indicated, Catherine Johnston. She was a finalist in this event in Delhi. She finished 7th. That race was won by this lady, Leiston Pickett. She is the defending champion from Australia.
Lane number 4, representing England, Sophie Taylor.
The 18-year-old British record holder in the 100, Sophie Taylor, has lane 4.
Representing Australia, Sally Hunter.
Another of the Australians, Sally Hunter, has qualified with 31.13. She has lane 3.
Lane number 2, representing Australia, Lorna Tonks.
And a third Australian, Lorna Tonks, out of lane 2 after swimming 31.70 in her heat.
Representing Wales, Bethan Sloan.
And Bethan Sloan will have lane 1, so she'll be swimming right alongside the big crowd and the swimmers on the far side of the pool. Away they go. Taylor in 4, Pickett in 5, on either side Hunter and Johnston. And getting away brilliantly was lane 3, Sally Hunter of Australia. That's the yellow cap up there. And also lane number 6, Johnston of Scotland, who's going well with the blue cap. So Johnston in lane 6, Hunter over there, Taylor and Pickett in between them. Starting to make her way through the field is the defending champion, Leiston Pickett. Lane 5. I'd reckon Pickett is in front. She should win this, and she does so. Pickett from Taylor. Johnston in 3rd placing. That's the way they finish in semi-final number 1. 30.64 the time there for Pickett. So it's quicker than her heat time, but slower than the heat time set by Sophie Taylor.
Yeah, well, she's the defending champion, Leiston Pickett. She had a great start. Just showed her strength and dominance in the final 5 metres to overhaul the rest of the field. They really have to start looking for the wall and judging their strokes about 5 to 7 metres out, so they can finish on a full stroke and no little choppy strokes, and she did just that.
Semi-final 1 going to the defending champion in 30.64, Taylor 30.86 and 31.12 for Johnston. Tonks, Hunter, Kinley, Robinson and Sloan finishing behind in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Job well done. Second semi-final. Alia Atkinson of Jamaica, well, she was a games record breaker this morning, and she has lane 4. Alongside Corrie Scott of Scotland, another Scottish swimmer, Strachan, Andrea Strachan in lane 7.
In lane 8, representing Singapore, Samantha Yeo.
Samantha Yeo of Singapore. She's one of the younger swimmers here, in fact the youngest in this field, 17 years of age. She has 8. Andrea Strachan, 21-year-old. She's the British-Scottish, the bronze medalist, I should say, in the Scottish Championships. Lane 7, Sarah Van Dielen of Canada. 31.31 time this morning.
Representing Scotland, Corrie Scott.
Corrie Scott has lane 5 after swimming 30.64. The Scot. A Jamaican who is making waves in the pool, Alia Atkinson. Games record time this morning, 30.49. This is McMahon of Northern Ireland, the European Junior Champion from 2011. Tara Lynn Nicholas of South Africa in lane 2, 31.48 her qualifying time. And England's Molly Renshaw, who has a best time of 32.54, an 18-year-old. And she has one of the outside lanes, lane 1. Second semi-final now, women's 50 metres breaststroke in those middle lanes. Atkinson of Jamaica, Scott of Scotland, McMahon and Van Beelen on either side, but look at the Jamaican go. Atkinson flying from the start, and she's got a lead already at the halfway mark of about half a body length. Alia Atkinson, the game's record holder. She is clearly in front here. Perhaps it's Scott in second, Van Beelen not far behind, and McMahon would be fourth at the moment, but a couple of strokes to go. No doubt about the winner, Atkinson. Atkinson, another game's record. She has swum 30.17. She has smashed the record she set this morning of 30.49. What a swim.
Yeah, great swim for Atkinson. She really has some breaststroking credentials, though. She was fourth in the 100 metres breaststroke at the London Olympics, so she really has got the speed and the class in the breaststroke events, and she really showed her dominance tonight in this semi-final. Can she dip under the magic 30-second mark tomorrow night in the final? Well, I sure hope so.
We saw this record fall time and again at the World Championships in Barcelona last year with Ruta Meletita of Lithuania. She's taken the time down to 29.48. I'd say that's beyond Atkinson at this stage, but you never know. It could be sub 30 tomorrow. Atkinson in a games record taking out semi-final 2 from Tara Van Beelen, just edging out Corey Scott for second and third, with Strachan, the second of the Scots, in fourth. So the semi-finalists going through to tomorrow night's final, led by Alia Atkinson. Leaston Pickett will have lane 5, Van Beelen will swim out of 3, and Scott out of lane 6. Taylor, Johnston, Tonks and Strachan all making it through, so Scotland well represented.
Yeah, all three girls in that final tomorrow night. It's going to be a fantastic night tomorrow night, but lots more to come tonight with up next the men's 50 metres butterfly semi-finals.
It features a man who's been on the scene for a long time, Roland Schoeman of South Africa, one of the oldest swimmers at this meet at 34.
This is semi-final number 1 in lane 8.
Miles Munro of Guernsey.
Miles Munro. In lane number 7,
Miles is the youngest in this semi-final. He's only just turned 18. Kenneth Toe of Australia in lane 7. He had a heat time of 24.5. He'll be swimming alongside a teammate, Christopher Wright, in lane 6.
Representing England,
Adam Barrett looks like he's a man on a mission. The Englishman, lane 5.
in lane number 4, representing Singapore, Joseph Schooling.
Joseph Schooling, representing Singapore, lives in the United States. Perhaps a surprise heat winner this morning. Roland Schoeman, ex-world record holder. In fact, he was the first man to break 23 seconds. He's the game's record holder. Coleman Allen of Canada from lane 2 after swimming 24.25. And Elvis Burrows of the Bahamas has lane 1. 25-year-old with a heat time of 24.83. Schoeman, I mentioned, the games record holder, set in Melbourne 8 years ago. So off in the first of 2 semi-finals, the men's 50 metres butterfly. Schoeman in 3, Schooling and Barrett in those yellow lanes. Wright in lane 6, and it looks like in lane number 3, Schoeman is off to a flying start there. In fact, Schoeman in the green cap is absolutely slaying them. In second place, perhaps in lane number 5, it'll be Barrett, but look at Schoeman go. Schoeman takes it out from Barrett. Schooling in third placing. Semi-final number 1 of the men's 50 fly. The winning time was 23:25. That's a good swim for the 34-year-old. Outside, of course, his games record, but it was a beauty. Great start.
It was. He's just getting better with age, it would seem. You know, he's concentrates now on the 50-metre events, and he's doing a fantastic job. And if he's still at the top of his game, there's no need for him to retire if he's happy doing what he's doing and enjoying it. Trains in America, so he's, you know, got a nice life. Fantastic swim there for Schoeman.
His winning time 23:25. Barrett from England finishing second, Schooling third, and Wright Australia in fourth. Allen, Toe, Munro and Burrows in 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. The field for the second semi-final. Ben Proud of England was exceptionally impressive in his heat swim. He's alongside Chad le Clos of South Africa, and the defending champions in the field as well, lane 3, Jason Dunford.
Number 2. In lane 8, representing Cyprus, Alexandre Bakhtiarov.
Alexander Bakhtiarov of Cyprus.
In lane number 7,
one of the older swimmers.
representing Wales, Tom
27-year-old Tom Laxton. Also been around for a while now, the Welshman.
In lane 6,
he swam 24:28 in his heat.
Jaden Hadler.
Jaden Hadler of Australia had a time of 23:87.
In lane number 5,
one of the newcomers to the Australian team.
representing South Africa, Chad le Clos.
Chad le Clos may have been having a cup of tea, had to run to make his announcement there. He's one of the stars of the butterfly. Ben Proud. Ben Proud has tailored his program to concentrate more on the freestyle, as this is not an Olympic event. Here's the defending champion, Jason Dunford.
In
Cayman
lane
Islands.
number 2, representing the Cayman Islands, Brett Fraser.
It's Brett Fraser. He swam 24:01, just missing out on a 23-second time this morning. And Gamal Assad from Canada is the swimmer in lane 1.
Chad le Clos, of course, a 200 specialist, so it'll be really interesting to see how he fares in this 50-metre sprint.
Take your marks.
Semi-final number 2, so we watch for Dunford, the defending champion, in lane 3. Proud and le Clos in those yellow lanes, and they're the ones showing out at the moment. In fact, a wonderful start by Proud. He is our early race leader, the Englishman, lane 4. Le Clos in the green cap. He would be back there in second, maybe third. Dunford up there as well, but no doubt about Ben Proud. Ben Proud, what a swim it was. Le Clos and Hadler in that order. And Dunford, I would suggest, has probably finished fourth, 23:16, the winning time. So that is quicker by 9/100ths of a second over Roland Schoeman's win in semi-final 1.
That was really beautiful to watch, that butterfly by Ben Proud there. 2/100ths slower than the game's record time, so he's flying, and he had an excellent swim, didn't take a breath for the whole 50 metres. That's what you want to see in the sprint butterfly events. Finished perfectly on the wall. Chad le Clos, though, he was closing the gap, but he just didn't have enough in the tank tonight. Tomorrow is another night, of course, with the final. That's going to be a different game altogether.
So Proud, le Clos and Hadler it was. Dunford, in fact, was just edged out for fourth. He ended up fifth. And that was behind Adam Barrett. In fact, it was behind Fraser. So semi-final 2 going to Ben Proud from Chad le Clos and Jaden Hadler, 23:16, a smart time. Fraser fourth and Dunford fifth from Laxton, Assad and Bakhtiarov. Final of this race coming up tomorrow night. So we're going to see some 50 finals, and those competing for the gold medals, headed by Benjamin Proud from Roland Schoeman, Chad Leclos, the South Africans in with a real chance here. Barrett, Schooling, Hadler, Wright and Fraser from the Cayman Islands making it through to the final. Great to see. Cayman Islands wouldn't have made too many finals over recent times at major events, so it's great to see some of these developing countries in terms of swimming.
And he has a brother called Sean, who is also a swimmer at international level. So he may be performing later on in the week. But I remember watching the Fraser brothers. They train in the States. I remember watching them in the Delhi Commonwealth Games, and they had some good, fine performances then as well. Preparing now for another medal ceremony.
Just a few moments to wait, so spectators adjust their seating, maybe take a quick drink, and now they watch the bagpiper come out.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the medal ceremony for the women's 200 meters freestyle final. Led out by Lone Piper, representing the Royal Air Force SAC, Hannah Wright.
Quilted assistants coming out, leading the swimmers for this medal ceremony for the women's 200 metres freestyle. Assistants carrying their 3 quecks.
The medals will be presented by Gideon Sand, Vice President of the Commonwealth Games Federation. Accompanied by John Mason, Board Member, Glasgow 2014.
A very proud man, a board member of Glasgow 2014.
Bronze medal.
Wonderful start to the championships.
Bronte Barrett.
Bronte Barrett, she's achieved so much over the years. The Olympic bronze medalist from London 2012, twice Commonwealth champion with the 4x2 freestyle relay team in 2006 and 2010, but still searching for an individual Commonwealth gold. Today it is a bronze medal.
The winner of the silver medal, representing England, Siobhan Marie O'Connor.
Siobhan O'Connor, she's an emerging star for England. She's only 18 years of age. She's the English record holder in the 200 IM. She gave this race an almighty shake.
She did. She just didn't have enough in the tank at the end. But Emma McKeon, she did, and that's the story. Gold medalist for Australia.
Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion in a time of 1:55.57 and a brand new Commonwealth Games record, representing Australia, Emma McKeon.
The gold medalist from Australia, Emma McKeon. She was able to take the gold that eluded her big brother David. And there could be more to come. She is regarded as an emerging star in this Australian team that's in a transitional phase.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Australia.
First time Advance Australia Fair has been played here at the Tollcross International Swimming Centre. There'll be another gold medal presented later on this evening, at least one more for Australia. And Emma McKeon takes the first of them. A games record time for McKeon of 1:55.57, and she won it by about a quarter of a second in front of Siobhan O'Connor. Bronte Barrett out there in lane 8 and taking the bronze.
Just having a word. Looks like the team up somewhere.
We've spoken about the McKeons, mum and dad, Ron McKeon and Susie, former Susie Woodhouse, both Olympic, or rather Commonwealth champions of years gone by. They are here in the stands and they will be pretty proud, you'd reckon, of their siblings.
Do you think?
I think so.
That's an amazing achievement.
Their uncle, Robbie Woodhouse, is here as a commentator for Australian radio as well, and Robbie Woodhouse was a long-standing member of the Australian swim team throughout just the late 80s, mid to late 80s, through until the late 90s.
Certainly the late 80s. I recall when I was on the swim team, he was kicking around then.
Yeah. Well, it was reported in an Australian newspaper earlier this year that the McKeon Woodhouse clan is arguably Australia's first family of the pool. Of course, it's a country that's produced many wonderful swimmers over the years, but at the moment, with mum and dad's records and son and daughter, uncle, it reads pretty well.
The Australians certainly have fantastic support. Whenever they go to a swim meet, there's always the Aussies there, decked out in their wigs and their colours and everything. It's fantastic support that the Australian swim team, not only the swim team, but any Australian travelling team gets.
It's possibly due in part to the fact that Australia normally produces a big swim team, and if nothing else, it would be family members who would be making a trip to add their support, and of course friends as well. But the fact that the team is generally so big, parents like Emma McKeon's parents would often be a part of that support group you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, Emma McKeon will enjoy this moment, but she's got to get herself in the right frame of mind because she's swimming the next event.
She is indeed, the women's 100 butterfly semi-finals.
She's in heat number 1.
Yes, but she wants to enjoy this moment, and then she'll worry about that 100 fly and let those other girls wait.
Bronte Barrett picking up another medal. How she'd love to win an individual gold. She has a fair collection.
So again, you can see those tweets on the big screen. Martin, you've got yours on our big screen. Who else wants to send us a tweet? At Glasgow 2014. Hashtag 2014.
So we're going to work our way through some more semi-finals. The women's 100 metres butterfly, the men's 100 metres backstroke, and then two finals to follow to complete the night's swimming. The men's 200 breaststroke final and the women's 4x1 freestyle final as well. Wonderful way to start the swimming program. And it doesn't get any better for Scotland, winning the first of the gold medals.
It really was quite special for the home crowd. Great excitement, especially hearing the lone bagpiper playing Flower of Scotland.
We're about to hear the lone bagpiper again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the medal ceremony for the men's Parasport 100 metres freestyle S9 final. Led out by Lone Piper representing the Royal Air Force SAC, Anna Wright.
Medal ceremony for the first of the Paralympic sports. There are 6 Paralympic sports in the swimming program, one each day. This men's 100 metre freestyle S9 and Australia first, second and third.
Accompanied by David Grimber, Chief Executive Officer, Glasgow 2014.
Wonderful job as the CEO.
Of the bronze medal, representing
weeks to come.
Australia, Brendan Hall.
Brendan Hall it was, taking the bronze medal for Australia. It wasn't too far away, but the race really seemed from the start to be between Crothers and Cowdrey. But Hall with 56.85 just camped behind the two Australians. His two Australian teammates, I should say. And collecting the bronze.
Of the silver medal, representing Australia, Matthew Cowdrey.
Matt Cowdrey, the silver medal this time to add to his vast selection. Earlier this year said, "Life is my passion, Glasgow 2014 is my goal." He's come away with another medal. 13-time Paralympic champion. He has won a lot of medals over the years.
Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion in a time of 54.58 and a brand new world record. Representing Australia, Rowan Crompton.
There he is, the gold medalist and world record holder, Rowan Crothers of Australia, 16 years of age. What a moment for him. He just keeps breaking the world record. He did so at the trials, and he's done so again here. 58, lowering his previous best of 54.95 that he set in Brisbane back in early April.
And he's done it in the right place at the Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Australia.
Gold, silver and bronze for Australia. It was a small field. In fact, the 5 swimmers who contested the final also swam the heat this morning. It was determined that they would have to swim a heat and not just the final, despite the numbers. But I think it's fair to say, with the records established by this trio, that even if there was a bigger field, it would have been hard to stop the 1-2-3 result. They have all achieved so much. Cowdrey, in fact, has a major swim centre named in his honour in his hometown of Adelaide. A huge honour for him. And I'd suggest at the age of 16, Carruthers may follow down those lines over the next decade or so. I think Rowan Carruthers will be pretty dominant at major games.
I think you're right, but he also looks like just such a nice, sweet wee boy. Like you can't believe it almost, just from that look in his eye. Because, you know, Cowdrey's probably his idol.
I would imagine so. Emerged on the international scene at the World Championships in Spain last year. He finished with a bronze medal there. And I suppose at that age, 15 then, 16 now, boys just continue to grow and get stronger. And
well, especially at that age, you know, they're still growing. So he's going to only get stronger and faster and fitter.
Rowan Carruthers. Hall and Cowdrey seem happy enough with their results as well. So 2 gold medals from the first 4 events for this big Australian swim team.
Clean sweep for the Australians. I wonder if we'll see any more clean sweeps this evening.
I know what you're alluding to. I think you're thinking ahead to the men's 200 metres breaststroke.
Possibly.
And Scotland have the fastest 3 qualifiers. Wouldn't that be something?
That would be something.
Now, we speak about the front page photo tomorrow, and hard to top Hannah Miley, but boy, 1, 2, 3.
That'd be pretty awesome.
It would be.
We got the small master of the women's 100 metres butterfly semi-final first.
In this first semi-final of the women's 100-metre butterfly, Catherine Savard of Canada and Gemma Lowe in 4 and 5. Emma McKeon, a gold medalist earlier this evening, has lane 3. Alice Thomas of Wales in 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to poolside the athletes for the women's 100 metres butterfly semi-finals. Semi-final number 1. In lane number 1, representing Northern Ireland, Gemma Kane.
15 years of age is Gemma Kane, and she set a new personal best time in the heats this morning. In fact, plenty of new PBs were established in
representing South Africa,
the heat session. Some sizzling times. In lane 1, Man Erasmus of South Africa.
In lane
She
number
swam
7, representing New
101.81.
Zealand, Samantha Lee.
This is the New Zealander, Samantha Lee. She was just about to turn 22 later
In
this
lane
week.
number 2, representing Singapore, Lee Tao.
Lee Tao of Singapore went just under the minute with 59.22. She has lane
In
2.
lane number 6, representing Wales, Alice Thomas.
Alice Thomas of Wales, 23-year-old. She was a semi-finalist in Delhi.
Lane number 3,
As she is now, she'll have to make the top 8 here. Emma McKeon has put the gold medal away, carefully wrapped it up. And here she is swimming out of lane 3 in semi-final 1 of the 100